Hello everyone, in today's video I will be narrating stories that I found off of Reddit. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you subscribe to my channel, like this video, and comment something down below. Before we begin this video, I would just like to let you know about my new store page, which can be viewed on my channel page. So if you're interested in buying anything and buy something, it's greatly appreciated. Thank you. But without further ado,
let's get straight into these stories.
I was 22 and living on my own for the first time when this happened. I had just gotten off work around 11 in the afternoon. To reach my apartment building, I could either walk on the sidewalk or cut across this communal garden. I saved about 1 whole minute of walking time by cutting through the communal garden, but being young and stupid, a lot of times I took the shortcut. That night, I got that weird feeling to not take the shortcut. I kept to the sidewalk, but there's no one else around. When I got past the garden, all of a sudden, this large man pops up from its exit path. There was no way he could have been in front of me or just behind me as I was walking. I would have noticed him. The only logical explanation was he had been hiding in the pitch black garden. A drunk who had been sleeping it off. No, my body was screaming at me to get out of there. I began walking faster. My dad had taught me to always carry my keys in my fist with the key pointed out in case I needed to punch someone, so I had that, but I'm 5'4" and probably weighed 110 pounds. This guy was tall and big. My only chance was to outpace him. I'm speed walking at this point and I feel him matching my pace, getting closer. He's breathing heavily. I feel this angry energy coming off of him, but my apartment building is right there, so I put on a burst at speed. When I reach the entrance, 2 people are leaving and hold the door for me. And him, I don't know why I didn't tell them I thought this guy was following me. My mind froze and I was just trying to get inside my apartment. Plus, I was still trying to rationalize it. Maybe he was visiting someone in the building. Maybe it was all just a coincidence. Don't be paranoid. Besides, it took only a couple seconds for them to be out the door. I had missed my chance. I'm climbing the stairs as fast as I can. It's a 3-story building and I live on the 3rd floor. He's climbing the stairs too, still right behind me. I get to my floor, which has 4 apartments on the right side and 4 on the left. I pass by apartments 1 and 2. He's still right behind me. I stop at apartment 3 and he stops in front of apartment 4 where I know he doesn't live. He hasn't said anything, just breathing hard, and I think there's no way I'm going to open my apartment door and have him push me inside and assault me or worse. He also hasn't knocked on the door of apartment 4. Worth noting is that the apartments are U-shaped, with mine and my neighbor's door being very close together. So I bang my own apartment door as loud as I could but yell my neighbor's name. Hey Kevin, let me in. This startles the guy, even more so when my own apartment door doesn't open but Kevin's does. Kevin sees the guy standing right in front of his door and asks what he wants. The guy starts mumbling something about the wrong apartment, but I have my own door open so fast that I am inside my place in a flash, locking the door behind me. I grab my cordless phone to call the police, but I hear Kevin through the door telling this guy he needs to leave. The guy does. Kevin knocks on my door, asks if I'm okay. I thank him, say that I am, but inside I am still frozen, adrenaline pumping, scared. I thank him again and tell him to have a good night, lock my door again. I have my phone in my hand, ready to call the police, but I start trying to rationalize it again. What exactly happened? A guy followed me home but then said he had the wrong apartment. Are the cops going to care about something minor like that? I try to calm myself down, but I'm also berating myself. Why didn't I run the instant I felt him following me? Why didn't I tell the people we passed when the front door opened that I thought I was being chased? Worse, why didn't I tell Kevin that the second he opened his door and saved me? He could have let me inside his apartment and we could have called the cops together. But because of my stupidity, everything felt so ambiguous and I was questioning myself. A couple of weeks later, I'm visiting my grandparents and my grandfather is reading the paper. He tells me that a woman was assaulted in the apartment building across the street from mine. It's the same guy. He had multiple convictions for assault and had recently been released on parole. For context, I am a 20-year-old female and at the time of these events I was around 12 and 13. So I grew up in a very rural area. Like my town was so small it was legally considered a village. My house was one of 4 on a span of 40 acres. My childhood home, my grandparents' house right up the street, and 2 neighbors. One of the neighbors, we will call him T, had been living across near my family for as long as I can remember and he rented out a trailer he owned which was inhabited by the 4th neighbor, we will call him J. J and his girlfriend, who we will call, had moved in a few months before these events and I hadn't hadn't really met them. I knew of them but hadn't interacted with them directly the day I met Jay, and it was extremely awkward as I was a kid and didn't really want to talk to them. But my grandma had made me go with her to drop off some vegetables she had grown in her garden. When they came out after my grandma knocked on the trailer door, I was first struck by how they looked. I know that sounds bad, but I'm not judging. My grandma started the conversation and I tried to be polite as I was raised to be by introducing myself when told to do so. I wasn't really able to finish my sentence as I noticed Jay was staring at me very intently. He looked like he was either mad or hungry, or both. Not the creepiest off the bat as they both seemed polite enough, and I brushed off the stare as just him trying to be polite, looking at me as I spoke to him as most people do. The creepy part is that as time went on he began to try and be near me more and more. He'd ride his bike past our house over and over for what seemed like hours while me and my brother played catch in the yard. Then he began to go to church with me, my brother, and my grandparents. He'd make sure to sit right next to me in the back seat of the car as he rode with us. If my brother tried to sit in the middle so I wasn't right next to Jay, he'd throw a fit about how my brother was squishing him against the door. Then he began coming to my grandma's house when she'd have me and my brother after school, offering to tutor me with various subjects. What really scared me was that I had begun to see him walking near our house at night trying to shine a flashlight into my window. He tried various things to get close to me, tried to convince my parents to let him teach me how to golf, tried to help me practice my catching positions for softball, tried to get me to go with him into the movies, and none of these things ever included my brother, Alleyway. Things finally came to a head when I was playing with my dog outside in our front yard and he started repeatedly doing laps on his bike down the road again, staring at me like he did the day we met. I was extremely uncomfortable. I've always had very good intuition about people and something was always just off with him. But that day I was terrified. He parked his bike right in the middle of the road and got off. He started walking towards me at almost a jog and I just kept backing away. What happened next is why I believe that dogs are a better judge of character than people could ever hope to be. My boxer ran up to him and launched herself onto him when he was about 6 feet from me. She tore to his arm and I saw blood. I screamed and my mom ran out shortly after. She was trying to pull my dog off of him, but as soon as she was able to, holding onto the dog's collar, she started yelling at him, asking him why he was in our yard with me alone. He couldn't answer her and just started running back to his bike, riding back to the trailer. My grandma ended up driving him to the hospital as Jay and it didn't have a car, and I learned later he got 16 stitches. He never gave a reason as to why he was approaching me and they moved out shortly after. I haven't seen him since and still terrified to this day to run into him again. I want to tell this story to warn others. I, an 18-year-old female, live in Maryland, USA. I work at a very popular burger restaurant. I work at the payment window, which is where I stand all night. I'm very friendly. I know sometimes a smile and a compliment can make someone's day a little better. Just this same night, before the creeper came, I had a customer tell me I was so happy and she loved me for it. That gave me the courage and energy to survive this next interaction. I'm used to the awkward comments and stares from old men. I'm sure it's my friendliness that attracts them. Our uniforms are not revealing. They think I'm naive. Maybe I am. A lot more than I thought. I'm fully aware of the dangers of trafficking. This particular old man came through just before 6. He pretended to not hear his order, then laughed like it was a joke between two friends. This is not uncommon. It's an old man thing. No red flags yet. I tell him his total and he hands me all but the change. When he does this, he waves the money around, making me chase it. I was able to snatch the cash, but again, it was just an old man thing. Not concerned yet. He stared at the company name on my shirt and asked if that was my name. I don't wear a name tag for this reason. I joked that I was going to change my name permanently to that. He perked up. At this point, I should state that he was white, mid-60s to 70s, driving a small, white SUV with a kayak on top. He had some scruff on his face and was holding a phone to his ear this entire time. When I finally began to engage with him, he moved the phone to be facing me. Looking back, I believe he was recording me. At no point did he speak into the phone or acknowledge it in any way. He probed with more pressing questions. Here's the thing, I have the same last name as someone from US history. Most old people like talking about that stuff, so I told him my last name. He didn't reflect or laugh. He just accepted and continued asking questions. That's when I started to get this sinking feeling. He still owed me change. I told him. He grabbed another dollar and handed it to me, but he wouldn't let go. He wanted to know my first name, and I dodged answering because I was getting creeped out. He wouldn't let go of the money and was practically drooling for more data about me. I gave him a name I don't use shoes and he smiled, finally letting go. I got his change and told him to have a nice day. I then immediately left the window and told one of my coworkers about the weird experience. He returned just 2 hours later. I didn't recognize his car on the cameras until he got to my window. I hadn't thought too much about our interaction and was busy texting my dad about whether or not a chicken sandwich was a burger. My stomach dropped when I saw his face. I have many regulars, all of whom I'd have been happy to see. I hope he doesn't become one. I'll call the police. He smiled and said, "Hey, the one with the last name." I half smiled back and wished for the days when we all wore masks. I tell him his total and he makes me chase the money again. For the entire time, he had his phone against his ear, facing me. He starts asking even more intimate questions about me. I lie or dodge them best I can, giving him 0 correct answers, wanting our interaction to be as short as possible. Some of the questions he asked me: how often do you work? What time do you leave? How old are you? For that one I knew he wouldn't leave without a number, and I had a nasty feeling the younger wouldn't be the better. So I said, probably 20s. He joked about me being legal. I made a face and tried to get his change even faster. He asked if I had a boyfriend. I was getting more and more nervous, so my answers started getting more sarcastic. I told him boys are trouble. He specifically talked about himself and said he'd treat me right. I handed him his receipt and told him to have a great night. He threw his hands in the air and was saying, "Don't be like that, I'll treat you right." I shut my window and said bye. He made a bit more of a fuss, but eventually drove forward. From his question about when I got off work, I believed he was watching the restaurant. I was shaky by this time and called my mom. She immediately drove up. I talked to my manager and I was a little unsure of the car's color, so he checked the camera for me. Shout out to my manager, he's the best. I continued at my window, watching for the old guy, but I didn't see him again. I left an hour early and gave my manager specific instructions to not place a girl at my window. These interactions are unfortunately what caused formerly happy and cheerful service workers to become sour and quiet. I think I'll be taking a couple days off. I had already had another job lined up and I'm excited to start it. I'm currently traveling sea with my 2 brothers. We just arrived in Saigon this morning. In the evening after dinner and a few beers, me and my 2 brothers decided to sit on a bench in Hao Dan Park and have a quick smoke. We were chatting away sat on the bench when I noticed a Vietnamese man repeatedly looking at us and walking in circles very near where we were sitting. At first I wasn't too concerned about him, however my spider senses were alerted. Then a minute or two later I noticed another Vietnamese man dressed as a Grab delivery driver acting suspicious and repeatedly looking at me and my brothers. The stalkers were both on the phone and I believe they were communicating with each other. Being in a foreign country, this alerted us heavily and we decided to leave. However, it was a good 600-meter walk to the park exit. As we were walking, I noticed both Vietnamese men had got on mopeds and were following us through the park, stopping behind trees and watching us. They then overtook us and sat at a bench further down the path waiting for us to cross their path. Being aware of this, we left the path and started walking on muddy grass as the crow flies to the nearest exit, avoiding the 2 men who were still watching us and clearly had bad intentions. We are 100 meters from the exit when my younger brother looks behind us to see one of the men sprinting towards us. My younger brother took stance, standing his ground, and asked the man what he wanted. The man's posture became very small and he began talking very quietly. Both me and my younger brother kept a good distance and told him to leave us alone as we walked backwards towards the exit, noticing the second assailant was also approaching us wearing motorcycle gear. However, my oldest brother decided instead of trying to get out of the situation, he got closer to the whispery Vietnamese man to hear what he was saying. Both me and my younger brother were yelling at him to get out of here, but he was being an idiot. It took the Vietnamese guy 5 seconds to win my oldest brother's trust. Then out of nowhere, when my older brother was leaning and very close trying to hear the whispery man, the guy grabbed my brother's crotch. He was shocked. I was ready to fight, expecting to be robbed or something, but the crotch grab was super unexpected and a real curveball. After the crotch grab, we started shouting and approached the men in an aggressive manner in a fighting stance. This slowed down their approach enough for us to make a dash for the park exit. The whole situation was unexpected and we didn't engage in any violence towards the men, just shouting at them. We walked out the exit into the busy city and walked around for a while, making sure we were not being followed before heading back to the hotel. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I was a sophomore in high school when this happened. It was during May and I stayed after school with half of my grade due to an award show. It was conducted by the literature department and our principal. Lee and my group actually won the best message award for our short film. Anyways, after the award show was over, me and my friends went back to our classroom to change into more comfortable clothes and to spend some more time together while we waited for our parents to come pick us up. Only 5 of us were in that classroom. As time went by, 3 of my friends left with their parents. It was only me and my best friend in the classroom. 30 minutes later, her dad called her to say they were waiting for her on the school's yard. By the way, our classroom is on the 3rd and highest floor. Together we walked down the stairs to the ground floor. She asked me if I wanted to come outside with her and maybe wait in the waiting area next to the security. To this day, I curse myself for not saying yes. Instead, I said no and decided to wait in the waiting area inside our building. I could have went to my principal's office and wait with her since she liked spending time with me and talking to me. If you couldn't tell, I was a nerd and one of the top people in my grade. Anyways, in my school there were 5 couches in the waiting area for both students and parents. As I was walking to the waiting area, I saw a janitor but didn't think much of it. I put my bags down, but as I was about to sit down, I had a weird feeling like he was watching me and my moves. I felt too uneasy to sit down, so I stayed standing up while holding my bags in case I had to run or throw them to save myself. As a reflex, I raised my head and looked at him. He continued to look at me. It was as if we were in a race where neither of us were looking away. Believe me when I say I wanted to look away but couldn't. Maybe it was because I saw him as a threat, or maybe it was because I was too scared and uncomfortable to move. He had this weird smirk on his face, but since it was getting dark, I couldn't exactly tell. I don't know how long we looked at each other, but I broke out of my trance when I saw my classmate from the previous year walking outside the building. In a desperate attempt, I waved at her and she saw it. Then I remember her coming in and walking towards me saying, "I saw someone waving," to which I replied with, "Oh, it was me. I thought you left and was surprised to see you, so I waved at you. Actually, if you don't mind, can you walk me to the waiting area next to the security?" As we were walking outside, I looked back and saw the janitor still staring at me. I was wearing high heels, a short skirt, and a tight shirt, but it was an award show and we wanted to dress up. I don't think that these sort of stuff happen to women because of what they wear, but I do think he was staring at me because of my attire. At the waiting area next to the security, I was so anxious while waiting for my mom, thinking, what if he comes in here? Even when my mom came in, when I got in the car, I was shaking slightly and wasn't in the headspace to speak about anything. So I told my mom that we got an award, but that I was too tired to speak. Also, to anyone wondering, I only told this story to 2 females I used to work with outside of school. I never had the courage to tell my parents or anyone in my school. However, after this incident, I tried to not be alone at school and always have someone with me in case something like this were to happen again. One of the reasons I never told anyone was the fact that nothing physically abusive happened and I probably couldn't prove anything. This was a hard dose of reality for me since I realized that females weren't safe anywhere, not even in their high schools. Writing this makes me feel better in a way that I can finally let it out of my system. It was about 10 in the afternoon and I was staying at a hotel in downtown Chicago right by Lower Wecker Drive. I had just gotten an Uber Eats delivery because they weren't doing room service because of COVID. Potbelly's important later. I was listening to music, but I had my hood up because it was freezing. I was smoking and this guy walked up to me and asked for a few cigarettes. I gave him one and my lighter to use. Come on, you could give me more than that. I thought if I just gave him another cigarette he'd leave, so I gave him another one. I expected him to say thank you, give me my lighter back, and leave. He didn't do any of those things. He was standing right in front of me and I started to get anxious. I moved back and I'm essentially against the window for the area where you check in. He just kept standing there and then he noticed my bag of food. "Can I have some of your food?" I told him I was sorry, that it was just a sandwich and soup because my husband ordered food from a different restaurant. "Well, at least give me half the sandwich then." I apologized again and said no. Then he started getting closer to me. I realized I needed to get away, but he blocked me. "Do give my lighter back." I thought I needed to pretend I wasn't freaking out. I put out my cigarette and put it back in the pack. "I don't have any food and I could freeze to death. I'm sorry, you don't have food." I don't know what else to say. I didn't want to say, "Hey, you're wearing a really nice looking coat and fancy sneakers, so give me some of your food." That he was right up in my face and I was scared because he seemed to be getting more angry. "I'm sorry, I can't, please move." "Yes, you can." At this point, I was terrified he was going to hit me or something, so I banged on the window and the people at the check-in desk ignored me. He got really angry and started yelling incoherently. Then, like a miracle, my mom called and I answered. I started crying hysterically and I started saying, "Mom, thank God, oh my God, this guy won't leave me alone." My mom told me to do anything to get away. At that moment, the guy stepped back and looked around. There was no one around, but I took advantage of him being distracted and pushed past him and ran inside. I was crying so hard I could barely get words out. I was so scared and I realized because I tried to get help and nothing happened. If my mom hadn't called, I don't know what would have happened. Later, I thought even if I gave him the soup, it would be like when I gave him a cigarette and it wasn't enough. I did go back down for a cigarette later, but I stayed by the revolving door. This woman was also smoking and I told her what happened. She showed me her mace and said all women should have it. To give some context, I've been homeless with my mom and her emotional support animal for the last few months. When we first became homeless, it was my first year of college. Where I live, college is free for the first 2 years, and my college, after I gave them an explanation, gave me and my mom a hotel room for a few weeks. The hotel room was fine, nothing special, but was probably better than most considering it was like $170 per night. About 2 days into our stay, we went downstairs to do laundry, but the washers in the hotel was too much expensive for us. So I texted her and was waiting by it for her to pull the car up so we could go to a laundromat instead. While I was waiting, I was on my phone, so I didn't notice my mom pull up, and she yelled to me to hurry up and get in the car. While I grabbed the dog and my clothes, I noticed she was talking to the man 2 doors down from our room. Our room was on the 2nd floor, so I thought it was weird that she started a conversation from the car to someone upstairs, so when I got in the car, I asked her about it. She proceeded to tell me after she yelled at me to hurry up, he had responded to her that he'd be down in a minute. So she was explaining to him that she was talking to me. We both thought it was weird that he responded like that to her, but I brushed it off that maybe he was waiting for someone from Uber or something. That was until we got back to see his door slightly open and him staring out of it with just his face. I tried to brush it off again because I thought that maybe he was still waiting for an Uber or Lyft or something, because he had everything in his room turned off and it was still quite cold out being in the beginning of spring. I would see this man staring out of his room with all of his lights off periodically about half the time I left or was coming back to the room. My mom, who is a heavy smoker, would get scared by the man staring at her and would come back inside the room early. So throughout our stay, we tried our best to avoid the man if we could. If he opened his door, we went back inside. If we went outside or got back from somewhere and he was staring, we'd avoid eye contact. A little later that night, I went out to the car for something and saw a couple sitting on the stairs talking about something, but I didn't think much of it. Later that night, it was probably about 3 in the morning, I was gaming with my friends and my mom was up watching TV. We're both night owls, when all of a sudden our dog started barking at the door. We thought this was weird since she had never just barked randomly at the door, only really barking when she wanted food we were eating or when she wanted to play. I grabbed her and put her in my lap, petting her while I played to calm her down. Her barking at the door became something she did often during our stay there, and it was almost exclusively at night within the hours of 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. We didn't figure out what her barking was about till the end of our stay in the hotel. Our last day there, we saw that couple moving out of their room. Turned out they were next to us, and my mom got to talking with them while I was putting our stuff in the car. It turned out the couple was movie rooms because the man from 2 doors down was harassing the couple, knocking on their door and singing to the woman through the door late at night. Our dog was more than likely barking at the man whenever he approached our room, as one night we were awoken by what sounded like a knock before our dog started barking. But by the time I checked the door, there was no one there. He was probably trying to do a similar thing he did to that couple with us, and with him staring out the door, he was more than likely mentally unwell. And while I hope he gets the help he needs, I also hope he didn't do something potentially harmful to anyone else who ended up in the rooms next to him. I tend to go running and walk my dog anywhere between midnight and 5 in the morning. I vary it for safety. Also, my puppy is a new addition to my nightly routine as I've only had him for a year. I know as a young woman in her 20s it's not smart, but I've been doing it for quite some time. It's where I go to clear my head and feel safe, though it is ironically very unsafe, I suppose. I just moved to a new area, and though it should be safer than the inner city, I've been having enough odd things happen to make me scratch my head. Tonight, around 4:45 and 5 in the morning, as I'm walking my dog in the neighborhood to cross the intersection, a silver Toyota is very slowly driving up behind me. Before it passes, it pulls back and reverses. I assume it's someone parking or pulling into their driveway. At this point, I'd already crossed the street to avoid another oddly idling car, so even as I tried to rationalize it, I was on high alert. To backtrack, originally, I'd been walking on the left side and crossed to the right because the first car had pulled up, then been idling there for quite some time as my dog, and I slowly made our way up the street towards it. I always play it safe this early, late, so I crossed just in case it was a weird person. As the Toyota reverses, a man steps out of the first car, which is now diagonally from me, looks at me, looks at my dog, locks his car, and heads across the street away from me. This was a T intersection for reference. I'm not sure if this other car is of relevance. However, as I'm paying attention to this, I still note the second car that had reversed into a spot in the street, and had it moved, no one had gotten in or gotten out. I stay vigilant as there's usually not too much activity in the suburbs around this time unless it's the weekend and people are partying late. 2 cars on the same street. Same behavior was incredibly odd. I breathed a sigh of relief as first guy who had looked at me several times at this point as he crossed the street and right before he got in, finally left into the apartment complex gate. Sometimes I wonder if I look suspicious too being out so late. I finally make it to the top of the T and go right, and there's only one block until a main road, then from there I can cross to my apartment. There's usually a few cars here and there at this time. I make it to the well-lit main street and relax. The second I let my guard down as if on quit, the silver Toyota pulls past and reverses towards me. Note that before I had it past just idled behind me, and now he was reversing in front of me. My gut clenches and I knew it was one of those moments. I go decisions. I hesitate. He's about 5 to 10 yards ahead. I considered walking past normally and running if things got weird, but decided to trust my gut and cross the street. Just as I check traffic to see if I can cross, he steps out. I consider running again. I see no one coming, not a car in sight. It's a tanned, bald man holding a cigarette. It was particularly strange because rarely have I had people step out of their vehicle to try and do something to me. In my experience, if you ignore whoever is trying to lure you into their car and don't get close, they just drive off. It's why I avoid vehicles in general to not give a chance of contact. He circled all the way around the car to the sidewalk, looks at me, then just says, "Oh, I thought you needed a ride," as if he realized something. It was the way he said it, just like that, not a question. As I'm answering, he's already leaving the curb. No sir. Then he just went back to his driver's side, hops in and drives off. It was just strange. He said it like a statement and basically barely waited for my response. I wonder what he was planning to do and why he had second thoughts. I'll never stop my nighttime adventures, but one day I might not have any more luck left. My name is Slade. I'm 25, born and raised in Arizona. This literally just happened to me, so I decided to bring it here to all of you wonderful people this evening. I'm a huge stoner and don't drive. I decided to take a bus a few miles down to the dispensary. This was at about 8:30 in the afternoon. Wanted to get a new Indica card. Purple Punch, it's my favorite by far. Doubt it. Walked back towards the bus stop to go back home. As I walked closer to the bus bench, I noticed a guy sitting there. Didn't think much of it. I'm antisocial, so I always go into any social setting ready to be absolutely silent. However, I didn't get a chance this time, because as I'm sitting down he starts asking me something ... but I had my headphones on and couldn't quite hear what he said, so I took my headphones off and asked what was that. Then he responds, "Did you want to get your hair cut?" Well, staring at me ... with very wide eyes ... not blinking ... if I were a Betty man. I'd say he was on something. I definitely wasn't expecting that question, and I just awkwardly say, "Oh, I'm alright." I then noticed he was wearing an Arizona Cardinals uniform, and I just so happened to be an Arizona Cardinals fan. So since my entire socializing ability revolves around sports, I decided to ask, "Are you an Arizona Cardinals fan?" He then looks at me funny for a split second. "No, I just got this a few months ago," he says. I then ask, "So how long have you been cutting hair?" Without blinking, he answered, "Just picked it up a few months ago." "Who taught you how to cut hair?" I asked, even more sketched out at this point. His eyes shifted and then he says, "I learned on my own ... Come on man, let me touch you up in the back." Mind you, he was consistently pushing to cut my hair throughout this conversation. I'd even told him like I don't have any cash on me right now, indicating that like I couldn't even pay for this service even if I wanted a ... but he just answers with, "That's no problem. I got my clippers in my bag now. Come on." So I decided to just be real with the guy. "Listen, I'm real sorry. I just don't feel very comfortable getting haircuts from people I don't know ... and like at night and stuff. You feel me?" This dude never changed facial expressions this entire interaction. He finally goes, "True that." Continues to glare into my soul. I decided in that moment it was time to get out of there. Luckily this bus stop was right in front of our local gas station, so I just walked in there for a few minutes just to kill time, because unfortunately that bus wasn't showing up for another 17 minutes. I didn't want to stay long because I didn't want the employees to think I was stealing or something, so I waited only about 6 to 7 minutes, and literally as I'm walking out, there I see the haircut guy walking in, still staring at me. Luckily I walked past him and I just noped out of there to another bus stop down the street. Bus finally got there. I saw the dude at the back of the bus, but he didn't bother me anymore, and I made sure to keep my eyes the complete opposite of his direction the entire time. This happened almost 15 years ago when I was 7. My best friend's mom would babysit my brother in at before and after school. My mom would usually drop us off at our house around 6 a.m. in the morning. She would make us breakfast, and the three of us would walk to our elementary that was less than 10 minutes away. For preface, we would walk through an adjacent neighborhood, through this small wooded area that had an enclosed bridge, and that led us to the back of our elementary. The elementary sits back in a long tree line that runs about half a mile north and another mile south. Anyways, we're about to get to the turn where we walk into the tree line to the bridge and this guy comes cruising down the street. At first, I don't even think we noticed him considering how young we were, but right when he's about 10 feet away from us, he slows down to virtually 0 miles per hour. There was nothing that stood out about his appearance either. He was middle-aged, white male, very generic. Well, we all stare at the car and start walking super slowly. If we stop, he would stop. If we walk, he would slowly go. During this whole ordeal, he has a blank expression on his face. Not anger, no smirk, just this sinister deadness almost. This went on for probably 5 minutes because we were too scared he'd jump out of the car if we turned our backs on him, and I was mainly scared for my little brother. Finally, he speeds off and we run the rest of the way to school. Immediately go to the principal's office, and at this point we are bawling. We gave them our version of the story, his description, and whatever else a 7-year-old is actually capable of giving. They take action by calling the cops and our parents. The cops come and we explain where it happened in the story again. Then our parents ended up taking us out of school. From then on, we weren't allowed to walk to school anymore and our babysitter would take us. The reason this ended up being so creepy is because apparently there had been reports around that time of a guy who would sit under the bridge we walked over right by the school and watch people. They didn't know if he was homeless or if it was this other guy who we encountered. They never caught the guy and we never saw him again. One night my mom asked me to throw out the trash. I live in a tiny residential complex meaning 6 to 7 small buildings together bounded by a common walls and fencing. It also has 2 small parks in it, so my area is pretty safe. Not a lot of people enter here because it's a bit secluded. That night not a lot of people were present and I was going towards the garbage can which was right outside the complex. It was dark when I first noticed this guy. We made eye contact and I could tell he was struggling a little to find the address. I just ignored him and threw the trash into the can. While returning he was still there in the darkest corner and again I eyed him suspiciously. I really like to help people with addresses. So he called me towards him and said he lost his job in COVID and now has to do this but is not very good at directions. I still was standing at a safe distance because I found this guy suspicious. I asked him where he wanted to go and he answered a location opposite to where I live. I asked to use Google but then he took out his phone and said, "This is my company phone, I don't know how to use it, please tell me how to." I just told him to type the address and well he already knew how to use the Google Maps because the address was already typed in, but still kept asking me how to. I didn't realize that, but he was trying to get me closer to his bike. I was cautious, so I took the phone from his hand and started the maps and handed it to him. He was still asking obvious questions, but I already started walking away. Then he started saying thanks in a very sweet voice that gave me the chills. He was complimenting me how sweet of a girl I am. I waited before going to my building in case he was following me. You might think the interaction I had with him wasn't that creepy, but here's the deal. After a few days, I heard a similar story of the delivery guy asking for the same address from my friend, but the creepy part was he gave her the phone and started jacking it in front of her. He even threw a used tissue on her feet while wiping his kids with the tissue in front of her and then trying to touch her. I then heard the same story from another friend, but her story was even worse. She met the same person as well in our local area doing all of the same stuff and jacking it in front of her. He somehow got her number and found her house. He called her and told her that he knew where she lives and how he likes her and all. Turns out a lot of girls of my age group saw and helped this guy and saw him pulling out his thing in front of them and jacking it. I was the only lucky person to not witness it. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. When I was little, I lived in an apartment complex that consisted of 2 buildings with a slight gap in between them. It was only about 50 feet, so I'd often walk by myself to go visit my mom's best friend in the other building. The apartments were surrounded by thick woods that had blackberry brambles so thick you couldn't stick your hand in without getting torn up by thorns. One afternoon, I went to my mother's best friend's apartment to deliver Girl Scout cookies and stayed later than I meant to because I was fascinated by her aquariums. It had started to get dark by the time I was leaving, but I wasn't scared because the buildings were so close. I had taken about 10 steps when my inner voice started screaming. I'm older now, so I recognized what it was, but at the time it was like being overwhelmed with a feeling in my gut. I looked into the woods across the parking lot and saw the intense red glow from someone taking a drag on a cigarette. I turned back towards my apartment, trying to pretend I hadn't seen anything, but then I heard the sound of something large moving in the woods. I turned my head for just a moment and there was a gaunt, scary looking man starting to run at me. I took off, screaming bloody murder, knowing I was less than 50 feet away from the safety of my apartment. I could hear his feet slopping the pavement behind me and he was gaining on me. I was nearly on my porch steps when my uncle, who lived next door, opened his door to see why I was screaming bloody murder. I collapsed into his arms screaming about the man chasing me from the woods, but by the time Mike opened his door, the man was gone. At first they didn't believe me because there had been nobody there, but I was so hysterical they decided to check it out. They noticed an area that had been disturbed in the blackberry brambles, but they were so thick, Mike had to use his machete to cut through them. About 2 feet feet into the area of the disturbance, there was a small clearing with a pile of cigarette butts where the man had been standing, watching and waiting for me. The man chasing me had disappeared, so they think he ran between the buildings when I started to get close to my apartment door. So about a week after this incident, my mother's boyfriend and I were riding dirt bikes through the woods by our apartment. There was a retainer pond that we liked to fish at, so we were headed out that day to see if we could catch anything. We discovered a campsite on the trail that hadn't been there a few weeks prior, and Russ decided to check it out. It was just a tent, cooler, a fire pit, and trash strewn everywhere. The trash part really bugged Russ because we believe in the leave it better than you found it principle, and I could tell he was pissed. As we approached the tent, he announced himself to see if anyone was there, and when they didn't respond, he pulled back the zipper of the tent. After looking inside for a moment, he ordered me to back up, but the damage had already been done since I had gotten a clear look at what was in the tent. Attached to the walls and littering the floor was some of the most brutal and sadistic adult magazine content anyone could imagine. And the worst part of it was the graffiti that had been added after the fact. Most of the models had their eyes scratched out, lines across their throat like they'd been cut, and there was blood drawn dripping out of their orifices. It's been over 30 years since this happened, and the image is still splashed right upon my memory. There was a torn sleeping pad, and the pad looked like it had a substantial stain that could have been blood. Russ stood there in silence for a minute, then told me to get on my bike because we were going home. When we got home, he called the sheriff, then led them out to the torture tent in the woods. They destroyed the campsite, and it was never spoken of again. I never put two and two together as a child, but as I got older, when I thought about it, I realized how unbelievably lucky I am. So this happened about 7 months ago. I was visiting San Diego for job interviews and staying at my favorite hotel in Sorrento Mesa. For a background, I'm a 40-year-old man and a pretty big guy. I'm 6'1" and a former club bouncer. Now, onto the weirdness. On my third night, I was up pretty late after hanging out with some old friends after my interviews. I got back to the hotel around 2 in the morning with some Sonny's donuts. After eating a few, drinking a few more, and watching South Park, I decided to have a smoke before going to bed. This made it now around 3 in the morning. So I go downstairs, walk out front to the smoking area by the fountain, but there's another couple who are also staying at the hotel already there. I didn't want to impose, so I decided to just walk around the outside parts of the hotel while I smoked. I walked around the pool, the barbecue area, the basketball courts, then started back for the side door. As I did, a black sedan drove up alongside me and stopped. The window rolled down, and a tiny Asian woman asked if I knew how to get out of the parking lot and back to the street. Now, from where we were when she asked me, this was literally in a straight line about 150 feet in front of her, so I thought she was drunk or just blind. So I just politely said yes, just keep going straight, and turned left at the tree. She then asked me if I could get in the car and show her. Now, again, I'm a former club bouncer. There was absolutely no intimidation factor, but for some reason, I instantly felt uneasy. Again, it was literally right in front of her. She could see the road. Also, the windows were all tinted far more than they should have been, and I honestly couldn't tell if anyone else was in the car. I used the smoking as an excuse to not get in the car, but she said she didn't mind and gave me a very creepy smile. I politely declined and again pointed out that the road was literally right there, so I'd just be walking back in 5 seconds anyway. She again asked if I would get in and show her. This was feeling like a weird kid / ice cream truck situation. I mean guys, how often do decently good looking women just drive up and ask you to get in their car at 3 in the morning in a hotel parking lot? Nothing about it was right. Again, I politely declined as I finished my smoke and was luckily already standing right at the hotel side door when all this started, so I just went in. The woman just drove off as she rolled up the window right exactly to the exit she just asked me to show her to. So I told the front desk about it and they said they'd keep an eye out, but I'm quite sure nothing was ever done or came of it. Just one of those things that really makes me wonder, why did she want me in the car so badly for? It had to be some kind of scam. I just wonder exactly how much danger I was in. I live in Sacramento, California, where every summer we have the state fair. I was in my late teens and my friend and I decided to check out the fair together. Parking was $10 and we were cheap and decided to park across the street. Well, a few streets deep in from across the street because a lot of people had the same idea. The fair was typical fair stuff and we had fun. It was almost 10 in the afternoon and we decided to get out of there. The fair was lit up with lights and chaos, but the further we got away from it and the deeper we got into the back streets across the street from the fair, the darker it got and the less people you saw. My friend faced me and said maybe I should get my mace out just in case, and we both laughed because both of our families at different points had given us mace to stay safe. but because we were young and dumb we thought we were invincible. My friend drove, so she was digging in her purse looking for her keys and slowed down while doing so, and I was a few feet ahead of her. At that moment the fair fireworks started popping off in the sky, and I turned around to look. For several seconds it was walking backward while doing so. I turned around, and at the moment as I was passing a creepy gray van, a man popped out behind it and grabbed me forcefully with both arms around me and started picking me up. Immediately my friend ran up and sprayed mace in his face. She was able to do so because the mace happened to be attached to her keychain, which she just got out of her purse. She accidentally got some mace in my eyes and it hurt, but even though my eyes were burning, I vividly remember opening them up enough to see that there was this cloud of mace floating in front of the guy's eyes as they were wide open as if the mace did not affect him at all. Then he said calmly in a creepy voice, "I was just looking at her." We both screamed bloody murder and he let me go, and we ran all the way to her car and got the heck out of Dodge. The weird thing is we didn't even go straight to the police that night because I wasn't sure if that was enough of an offense to do so, which I am in my 40s now and know that it is. I should have gone straight to the police then. I tried calling the non-emergency line the next day to report it as I was suffering from red and swollen eyes from the mace, and I was being placed on hold and not being taken seriously, so I eventually let it go and moved on with my life. A week later I heard in the news that there was a man wanted by police that lingered around the American River trails who was abducting women and taking them into his van and assaulting them. I always wondered what would have happened if my friend wasn't there. Would I even be here? I have never been so thankful to be maced in the face. Ladies ... even men carry mace or some type of self-defense tool. It's an unpredictable, scary place out there sometimes. This happened almost 10 years ago when I was about 18. I wanted to go pick up some groceries at our local Walmart. It was around 11 in the afternoon at night and I just got off work. I usually have no problem going anywhere by myself, but on this specific night my inner self was telling me to invite my friend to tag along. I am roughly 5 feet tall, female, and 105 pounds, but I don't get spooked too easily and always carry pepper spray with me. Anyways, I call my friend to ask if she'll accompany me and I go and pick her up. We walk into the produce side of Walmart and almost right away I noticed this man staring at us very intently. He was around 5'5", kind of heavy, had a Hawaiian shirt on, and looked of Hawaiian decent. So we're over by the fresh produce and I am keeping my eye on him as he pretends to be looking at bread but clearly keeps putting things back. I turn my back for a second to grab something, then I hear a male's voice ask, "Hey, do you guys know of anywhere I can get food this late?" For more background information, I lived in a city of about 50,000 people. Right across from this Walmart was an Applebee's, a McDonald's a quarter mile up the road, and other various places to get food. Plus, we were in the middle of a Walmart, so I don't beat around the bush and flatly tell him about a couple restaurants around where we were. He then asks, "Well, what's fun to do around here?" It's late at night, so nothing really to do except maybe go to Applebee's or a local bar. I tell him Applebee's is open and we have bars downtown, but that's all I am aware of. He proceeds to ask what we're doing when we leave and I tell him we have to leave now. He apologizes and says he didn't mean to be creepy, so we walk away and are looking for the frozen aisle when I spot him on the opposite side walking by. I tell my friend I had a bad feeling about him since we walked in and wanted to test out if he was following us. We walk a few more aisles and sure enough he is on the other end nonchalantly walking by pretending not to see us. I backtrack a couple of aisles to get something and he walks up pretending to look at things. I finally ask if I can help him with something. I think I threw him off guard by being so direct because he stutters and asks what aisle the milk or something is in. I tell him and we leave to check out. Well, wouldn't you know, he's in the checkout right next to us with a pack of gum, no milk or whatever else he was looking at. He finishes first and watches us as he leaves the store. Me thinking he's gone by now tells my friend let's just run to the car. So we run out to the car, looking around to make sure we don't see him. Now here's the super creepy part. As I am leaving the parking lot, we spot him sitting on the trunk of his car watching people leave Walmart. I drive by to get his license plate number. He sees us and rushes into his car. I speed off as quickly as possible so he doesn't see where I went. I then call the cops and tell them what happened and relayed the license plate to them. So creepy Hawaiian shirt guy who was supposedly looking for a place to eat while in the middle of Walmart, please let's never meet again. This happened about a month ago. For a bit of background, me, my cousin, and my brother took classes over the summer at a local college. Me and my cousin took a biology class, while my brother took a precalculus class. My brother's class ends later than our class, giving us a 2-hour window where we'd sit around the college to wait for him. During the encounter, we were waiting for him at the cafeteria, passing the time. After a while, this woman in a wheelchair shows up in front of some vending machines a couple feet in front of us. I paid it no mind, but she sat in front of that vending machine for 10 minutes 15 15 minutes and started to play loud music. It startled me, and so I looked up at her. She then looked at us and asked, "Do any of you boys have 10 cents I could use for the vending machine?" I had two $5 bills in my pocket in case I needed some food, so I gave her a 5 and I got handed back my change. Then she asked for another favor. This time it was to bring her to a parking lot near the football stadium where her ride would be waiting. She said she had never been there and needed some guidance. I figured there was no harm in helping her, so I took the handles, but she immediately stopped me and asked for my cousin instead. I was being pretty oblivious during this entire encounter, so I didn't even realize how strange that request was and didn't notice many of the strange things she did until later. And I also want to clarify that she was able to move on her own just fine, so the request for a push at all was strange too. And as my cousin was pushing her, she kept looking back at me and giving an uncanny smile, like it was meant to be a friendly smile, but it came off more like she had some sort of malicious intent. After we arrived, she looks at us and asks, "Could you two stay with me until my ride comes?" Still giving us the smile, but we reluctantly agreed. You know, once I had to go back and forth from here and the other parking lot. It was so annoying. She recalls as we wait. We and my cousin shuffled at this because we found this extremely unsettling. This was because it meant she lied to us about not knowing where she was going. Even stranger, she tells me about how she loves to smash glass bottles to tame her anger ... like the glass bottles she had in her hands at that moment. I hadn't caught onto the strangeness yet, but my cousin was unnerved. He was trying to discreetly point out that no cameras were around me and that not many people were around, but I didn't catch any of it. At some points while we were waiting, this one car would keep circling the parking lot too. We asked if it was her ride, but she told us that her ride was a van. At that time, our ride came, so we apologized and left. We've told many other people about this story and they all agreed that she was acting pretty strange. Later I realized how it seemed like she was trying hard to be friendly, how anxious she seemed, and how many of the things she said didn't match up and seemed off. The main thing that fueled me seeing this as odd was the fact that according to my cousin and his sibling, there was an email sent out warning people about a potential human trafficking scheme caught on campus. I couldn't confirm the validity of it because me and my brother aren't actually enrolled into the school and therefore don't get messages about anything going on around campus, but nevertheless, it's caused me to relook what happened through that lens. Shortly after I turned 18, back in the early 2000s, I got a job at the local movie rental place to help pay for my college. I worked there for about 2 years and during that time had been promoted to hold keys to the store and open and close the registers. This also meant that I was occasionally working by myself for short periods of time. One such morning, I was going through the morning procedures and putting returned movies back on the shelves. I was accustomed to greeting every customer no matter what, not only as a friendly gesture but as a part of the loss prevention protocol. Anyway, this particular morning I was taking the movie cart around and reshelving the movies and I heard the door ding on the other side of the store, so I greet whoever it is with my voice raised high. "How are you today?" Normally they would give a reply back, but I didn't get one this time, so I'm looking between the shelves for the person that came in and I see a middle-aged, baldy man looking around. He seemed normal at first but didn't really say anything when I asked him the next 2 times if he needed help. He pretty much ignored me, so I went about my business while keeping my eye on him. He was starting to make me nervous because he wasn't really looking at anything, just kind of making it look like he was looking at what was in front of him when his attention was focused elsewhere, seemingly at the ceiling. So I decided to give it one more try to let him know that I'm wondering what he's doing. "Can I help you find anything?" I asked as I walked past him to put a movie away. At this point, he'd been in the store nearly 20 minutes. He responded in such a way that made it clear that there was something off in his mind. Facing me but with his eyes averted from my face, he says in a startlingly loud drawling voice, "Oh, you know, just browsing." So I politely said, "Okay, just let me know if I can help you with anything," and went about my duties. He left shortly after this, at which point I let out a sigh of relief. A few days went by and I was opening by myself again. I went to start shelving the movies when the door dinged, and I again turned to greet whoever it was when I saw the same guy beelining it straight at me. I kind of panicked a little but stood my ground, and when he got right up to me, seriously so close I leaned back away from him. He lifted an open can of nuts and offered cashew. "Oh no, thank you," I said. I asked if I could help him find anything and he didn't answer, and he went to the start of the wall where the movies that started with it were located, which was just a few feet to the left of where I was putting up the B or C movies. He was very obviously pretending to look at movie boxes by picking them up and flipping them over and then putting them back. He continued this and shuffled along behind me as I moved down the wall. After a few minutes of this, I got uncomfortable and took the cart to the front counter, at which point he left the store. A few customers came and went, and I went back to shelving the movies. When I was around the M area of the movie wall, cashew guy came back and continued his pretend perusal of the movie boxes, always just a few feet to left of me. me. So in the next area of the store, there were shelves that went a bit higher than the rest, and on the very top shelf, there were softcore movies. There was also a back room that contained the hard stuff, but I only went in that room one time right before I quit just to see what it was like. Anyway, I was shelving the movies with cashier guy near me, not saying anything to me until I get to softcore section. He reached for one of the boxes at the top, which made me shudder, and says to me in his loud, strange voice, "I bet you have one of those big football player boyfriends." Thoroughly creeped out and disgusted, I go straight to the front counter and another male customer walks in. This guy finds what he's looking for and goes to the register. I whispered to this guy that there was a man bothering me and I asked if he would stay until the guy leaves. He shrugged and just kinda stood by the door awkwardly until cashier guy walked out. I thanked the guy and he left. I went back to the shelves and not 5 minutes later, cashier guy came back and again tried to engage me in an awkward conversation. I went to the front counter and called my mom. She and my sister were out getting lunch, so I told her what was going on and they brought me something to eat. As soon as I picked up the phone, he left the store. He didn't come back that day. Next door to the movie place was an electronics store that was run by a very nice and talkative man. I never spoke to his wife, but I knew English wasn't her first language. He would come over and use our shrink wrap machine and talk and make us laugh. One evening after my encounter with the strange man, the nice guy from the store came in more serious than normal and warned us about a man that had come in while his wife was working alone and he was out getting food. The man was walking around picking things up and putting them back down in such a way that made him uncomfortable. I knew who it was right away. After a while, the nice guy from the store's wife asked if he was going to purchase something and he picked up a random house phone and asked how much it was. She told him and he got upset at the price. He took it to the counter anyway, and when she rang him up, he tried to pay with a crumpled up check from his pocket. She refused to accept the check and he got angry, so she called her husband to come back and handle the situation. Her husband told the man that the check was suspicious and they normally wouldn't accept it as payment. He understood that there was something off with this guy and agreed to accept the check on a condition that the man give a phone number where he could be reached. He told him that if the check bounced, he was going to call him and the man would have to cover the cost of it all. The man agreed, but he knew it was a bad deal all the way around. He said that after the man left the store, he went and stood in the parking lot and just stared up at the sky for about 10 minutes. I figured by his description that it was the same man who had been bothering me. One day not long after the above, I go to the movie store to pick up my paycheck and the girl working tells me some man came in asking about me. She said he seemed off, and she said she knew he was talking about me when he referenced my curly hair. He gave me the creeps, but I personally never saw the guy again. I found out why when a few days later the guy who owned the other store came in saying that, unsurprisingly, the check the man had paid with bounced. He called the number the man gave him a few times and talked to the man on the phone. Each time getting nowhere in the conversation, he did a pretty good impersonation of the startlingly loud drawling voice. "Oh yeah, okay." Anyway, he called one more time and a woman answered. When he explained the situation, the woman said, "I'm his mother, he's not here anymore, I had him committed, and the hospital picked him up this morning." The town I lived in could not even be called that. It was a settlement of perhaps 24 acreages clustered together near a lake, and boasted just an elementary school with grades kindergarten through grade 5, and no stores. On this particular day, I was at that school playground alone, swinging and pondering life. None of my friends were around, but the solitude never bothered me. I was perfectly content, swinging and daydreaming as I often did. That is when I noticed the van behind me. It was your classic creepy van. Older, large and boxy, white generic van. And what struck me as odd was how slow the van was driving. It could not have been driving faster than 10 miles per hour. Still swinging, I craned my neck and watched this van slowly creep along and then out of my line of vision. I thought that was the end of it when, a few minutes later, along comes the van again, ever slow, and this time, driving on the road in front of the park the best way to vision where I was is that of a square. Road wraps completely around the playground, which is situated on a slight hill. I watched the van creep along, turn left and out of sight and back behind me it came creeping along, ever slow and present. As I watched it disappear for the second time, I recalled an incident that took place just 2 months prior. In the nearby town where I was attending school, a few kids in the grade below mine had been approached by a man as they walked home from school, who offered them candy. He had allegedly been driving a white van. School officials had urged us to stay very vigilant. I began to run across the field, determined to beat the van to that road. Don't panic, I told myself. It's probably not the same guy. And that is when the idea hit me. Oh, the idiotic, dangerously foolish idea hit me. I was going to hide myself in a nearby bush, and as the van crept by, I would obtain its license plate and give it to the police. It would be to us, a 12-year-old self. What were you thinking? I was thinking, because I did just that. I hid in the bushes, and I waited, and waited. I waited to no avail, and as I waited, the logical part of my brain kicked in. This was an extremely lonely, well-concealed spot of land. Maybe, just maybe, trying to obtain this license plate was not a smart idea. I suddenly wanted very much not to be in that isolated bush. Abandoning my attempts at being Nancy Drew, I began the journey home with a sense of urgency. As I walked along the road, a dirt pavement, I took in my surroundings and saw no van. Perhaps it had left the area, I thought hopefully. I turned right, away from the school and playground, and began to walk towards my house. Safety lay just beyond the hairpin turn of a road that I was jaunting along. A loud screeching of tires came into my ear canal. I turned slightly and saw it, the white van. Where it came from, I did not know. What I did know was that I was extremely isolated and that it was speeding towards me. That is when the lizard brain took over. I no longer thought. I read. I was no longer a whole being. My sole purpose was to run. I can still feel my sweaty feet sliding around in my sandals, still see my pink skirt frantically trying to keep up with still hear those squealing tires. I flung myself down the hill. At the foot of it lay my house, my lifeline. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the van for the last time. It was haphazardly turning left and away from me. The next thing I knew, I was standing at the family deep freeze, a red freezy in my hand. Vaguely, I heard a faint voice, miles away. I was breathing heavily, hyperventilating really. What happened? What happened? My dad's face was white as a ghost. A hardened man, he looked truly afraid. I spat out the story and burst into tears. My dad hugged me. You're safe, he assured me. Then he left, determined to find this van. As he was gone, I run throughout the house, locking the doors when Dad returned. He told me he had seen no van. It had disappeared into the afternoon sun. Dad phoned the police anyway, and he stressed the similarities between what happened to me to the reports of what happened to my schoolmates. Unfortunately, the police never came to talk me. I don't think they really cared. I stayed in the house for the next few days, afraid to venture out. As the days wore on, I regained my confidence to return to the park, and life went on. I never did see that van again. I still shudder to think about what may have happened all those years ago if I had let that van catch up to me. The people in this story are me, a family of 4 consisting of a mother, father, toddler, and baby, and, of course, our guest of honor, the creep. For context, I am a 17-year-old female. I was born and raised in Canada with a pretty sheltered life as my mother is very overprotective. But up until this point, I have never dealt with harassment before. For the summer, I am visiting my godmother in Italy. This is my first time leaving Canada. Since she works during the weekdays, I travel about on my own around Italy. For this story, I took a ferry to Ischia, a small island in Napoli, to tour around. When I first arrived on the island, I made the plan to head to a small scenic park not too far from the port so I could plan my day. It was around 3 in the afternoon when I was at the park. Now the park itself made its way into a semi-forested area. The pathways were covered by trees and bushes alike, so it's easy to get lost in there, at least for me. It was also pretty desolate at the time and gone from the public eye. I was sitting on the bench next to a playground for children, decked out with swings and slides. There was a family a little away from me playing at the playground. The playground resides in a little circle-like clearing in the park. On opposite sides of the clearing are the pathways that take you around the park. The paths have trees making a tunnel-like path, so it can be hard to see down it unless you are directly in front of it. From where I was sitting on the bench, which was near the north pathway, I could directly see down the south pathway. Now I was sitting at this bench for a while, mind you, as Italy is pretty hot and I'm not used to the heat. My head was down looking at my phone, so I wasn't exactly paying attention to the outside world, but I would look up periodically to watch the family play. It was around now 4 in the afternoon, which was nearing when I had to leave to catch my ferry back. As I was about to pack up, I look up from my phone and see a guy standing in the path across from me, the south pathway. Now I wear glasses. My eyesight isn't that good, so I couldn't really make out what this guy was standing there for at first glance. I also didn't want it to be known that I had my eyes on him, so I would try to get a better look from my peripherals. After a minute of watching this guy and trying to figure out why he was staring at me, I come to a horrifying conclusion. To put it lightly, this guy was jacking off in public while watching me. It was light out and a literal family was not even 10 feet away from me. This was the first time I've ever experienced anything like this, so I was scared. Let me make myself clear, I look like a teenager. I have acne and a baby face, so it is very clear I am underage. As I was sitting there panicking about what to do, I see this guy move side to side on the path to get a better look at me. The creep looked unassuming, with some gray basketball shorts, a black graphic shirt, and a balding head. From what I could tell, he he was around his early 30s. I don't speak much Italian, and with how frazzled I was from this all, I could not utter a cohesive sentence. After sitting on the bench for another minute trying to calm down and think clearly, I pull out my translator app and type in a message to translate to Italian. Now to not alert this creep that I knew what he was doing, I stood up casually and began to make my way to the mother of the family who was with her young baby at the time. The father and the toddler I believe were gone playing off a little farther in the trees as I could not see them. While shaking with nerves, I approached the mother and hold up my phone with the message on it without a word. Now from where the mother was, you could not see down the path, so she was none the wiser about what was happening. Roughly, my translated message went along the line of, "Hello, sorry I do not speak much Italian, but I am in need of help. There is a creepy guy on the path over there watching me and I am scared." Now I know I probably should have made my situation more clear in the message, but I was freaking out and I didn't know how well my English would translate into Italian, so I kept it short. After the mother read the message, she got a concerned look on her face and asked me to show her where this guy was. Now we walked like 5 feet over to where the path begins to find the guy and he's gone. I assume he saw me walking towards the mother. Thankfully, I came to find out the mother speaks a little English, so I was able to communicate roughly what the creep was doing. Since she was with a baby, I didn't want her to go after the creep, but she was mad enough to attempt. Eventually, she told me her husband would be back soon and he spoke more fluently. Once he came back, I re-explained what happened and asked if I could follow them out of the park to a public area so I would not be left alone and vulnerable. While they were packing up their belongings, I called my godmother and gave her a brief rundown of the situation and that I'll be making my way back to the ferry. Now I would love to say this is where my tale ends without any more troubles, but sadly that was not how it went. After me and the family left the playground area, we made our way to the opposite path from where the creep was to where I assumed was the exit to the park into the main road. While walking, the mother tried to comfort me, assuring the guy wouldn't follow me as he left as soon as he got a clue that I caught on. I thought differently as I could see this guy very clearly from where I was sitting and was not subtle about his staring. After walking a bit more throughout the path to the exit, I spot a familiar looking man walking back to the playground. Once I made eye contact with him, I immediately knew it was the creep from before, walking casually like nothing was wrong. Once he spotted me walking with the family, he quickly made a turn onto a path that diverged from the main one. This creep was circling back to find me, assuming that I stayed at the playground or was walking alone to the exit. I leaned over to the mother and quickly tell her that it was the same guy. Unfortunately, the path that the guy took to avoid us was the same one we needed to take to get to the exit. This dumb creep cornered himself without any way to leave except to pass by us. The father at that point had the baby in his arms and the toddler following closely behind him. The mother in a rage followed shortly after, the creep cussing him out in a mix of English, Italian, and Spanish. This creep walked sheepishly off with his head tucked, pretending he could not hear the lady yelling at him. Finally, after the angry mother stopped following the man, we made it to the exit of the park. I thanked him profusely and bid my farewells and made my way down to the port. That family saved me from a dangerous situation and I could not be more thankful for their comfort and protection. I often think about what could have happened had I left the park on my own, knowing this guy would have circled back for me. So for my first harassment experience, I give the rating -1 out of 5 stars, would not recommend. So to the creepy guy in the park, let's not meet ever again. At the time of this happening, a 23-year-old female, was 19 and homeless in a big city. I just recently moved to that city and was on my way back to the shelter from the public library. I was taking a shortcut through an alley wide enough for a car to go through, and I noticed an old beat-up looking car come into the alley and driving slowly behind me. I figured they probably just didn't feel like they had enough room to pass me, so I picked up the pace and crossed the street. They drove to the same side of the street that I was on and kept pace with me. There was just one guy in the vehicle, looked to be in his mid-20s and Hispanic. He rolled down his window and said, "Hey, are you okay? How old are you?" I looked like I was about 14, and I'm pretty short, so I got that question a lot. I just responded, "I'm fine, and I'm not a minor if that's what you're asking." He asked me if I needed a ride, and I politely declined. Then he starts telling me he's just really concerned and wanted to talk, really insistently and smiling through almost this entire interaction. I asked him why we couldn't just talk on the street where we were, and he dodges the question and again asks me if I'm sure that I don't want to ride. My gut was telling me he had bad intentions, and if I were as young as I looked, I might have fallen for it. Instead, I looked around me to make sure I wasn't going to get ambushed and walked up to his passenger window. I told him in the most threatening voice I could muster, "I know you don't really want to talk. I'm sure you have worse things in mind, and I've memorized your license plates and I'm going straight to the police station. I better not ever see you again." I never saw him again. Unfortunately though, I forgot to write down his plates and the shelter curfew was going into effect soon and I didn't have time to file a report at the station. It didn't occur to me me to call the non-emergency number. I also purchased as large of a knife as I legally could for self-defense. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. When I first moved to the city for my job, I was excited. The tall buildings, the constant hum of activity, and the promise of new experiences were alluring. I found a cozy apartment on the 15th floor of a high-rise, offering a panoramic view of the cityscape. Little did I know, this view would become the backdrop of my nightmare. It started innocuously enough. I began receiving small gifts at my doorstep, a bouquet of flowers, a box of chocolates, and sometimes handwritten notes. The notes were always unsigned, filled with compliments about my appearance or what I had worn that day. Initially, I thought it might be a secret admirer or a neighbor trying to be friendly, but as days turned into weeks, the gifts became more personal. A scarf in my favorite color, a book by an author I loved, and even a CD of a band I had casually mentioned liking to a colleague. Concerned, I mentioned this to my friend, Lisa, who lived a few blocks away. She suggested it might be someone from work or a friend playing a prolonged prank. To ease my mind, she offered to stay over for a few days. One evening, as we were watching a movie, Lisa pointed to a building opposite mine. "Do you know that from here, if someone had a good enough telescope, they could see right into your apartment?" I looked out, realizing that my large windows, which I loved for the sunlight they let in, also made my life visible to anyone interested in watching. A shiver ran down my spine. The next day, I invested in curtains. But the gifts didn't stop. They became more frequent, and the notes more intimate, detailing things I had done in the privacy of my home. "I loved how you danced in your living room last night," one read. Another said, "The spaghetti you cooked looked delicious." I reported this to the police, but without any tangible evidence or threat, they couldn't do much. They advised me to keep a record of everything I received and to install security cameras. The cameras were my next step. I installed them inside and outside my apartment. For a week, nothing unusual happened. But then, one morning, I found a note on my doorstep. "Cameras won't help you see me, but I can always see you." Terrified, I reviewed the footage, and there it was. In the middle of the night, a figure in a hooded mask, leaving the note at my door. The cameras inside my apartment showed nothing. This person had never entered, yet they knew everything I did. Lisa suggested I stay with her for a while. Gratefully, I accepted. A few days turned into weeks, and during this time, no gifts or notes appeared at my apartment. I started to relax, thinking maybe my unseen observer had lost interest. One evening, as Lisa and I returned to her place after dinner, we found her door slightly ajar. Cautiously, we entered. In the middle of her living room was a pile of photographs. They were all of me, taken from a distance, capturing my daily routines. But the most chilling were the ones taken inside Lisa's apartment, showing me sleeping, cooking, or chatting with her. The realization hit hard. This person hadn't lost interest. They had merely shifted their location. They had been watching me from somewhere close, even at Lisa's place. The police were involved again, and this time they took it more seriously. They started by investigating the building I had initially spotted from my apartment. On the topmost floor, in a rented storage room, they found what can only be described as a shrine dedicated to me. Photographs, personal items I had discarded, and a logbook detailing my daily activities. The tenant renting the space was a man named Eric, a freelance photographer. He had become infatuated with me from afar and had started his silent observation. The police arrested him, and he confessed to stalking me for months. He claimed he loved me and believed we were meant to be together. The trial was swift, and Eric was sentenced to several years in prison and mandatory therapy. I moved out of the city, seeking solace in a quieter, more private place. After the trial, I found it hard to return to any semblance of normalcy. The city, once a symbol of opportunity and excitement, now felt like a vast expanse of potential threats. Every stranger's glance felt like a piercing gaze, every unexpected noise a potential danger. I decided to move to a smaller town, hoping the change of scenery would help me heal. The town I chose was the polar opposite of the city, nestled in the mountains. It was a place where everyone greeted each other by name and where community events were the highlight of the week. My new home was a cottage on the outskirts, surrounded by trees and overlooking a serene lake. The first few months were peaceful. The natural beauty of the place and the kindness of the locals were therapeutic. I took up gardening, spent hours reading by the lake, and even adopted a dog, Max, who quickly became my loyal companion. However, the scars of my past experience ran deep. I invested in a state-of-the-art security system for my cottage and often found myself double-checking locks and windows. Nighttime was especially challenging. Every rustle outside, every creak of the wooden floorboards would send my heart racing. One evening, as I was settling into bed, Max began to growl, his gaze fixed on the window. I tried to calm him down, thinking he might have seen a squirrel or some other animal, but but his growling intensified, turning into barks. Concerned, I approached the window and peered out. To my horror, I saw a silhouette of a man standing at the edge of the woods, his figure illuminated by the moonlight. He was just standing there, staring at my house. Panic surged through me, memories of Eric and his relentless stalking flooding back. I immediately called the local sheriff's department. Within minutes, 2 patrol cars arrived, their sirens piercing the otherwise silent night. The officers conducted a thorough search of the area but found no one. They took my statement and promised to increase patrols around my property. The next morning, I found a single photograph on my doorstep. It was a picture of me taken from a distance while I was gardening. On the back, written in a familiar handwriting, were the words, "New place, same us." I handed the photograph to the police. They confirmed my worst fears. Eric had been released on parole for good behavior and had somehow managed to track me down. The police immediately issued a warrant for his arrest and provided me with round-the-clock protection. Days turned into weeks, and there was no sign of Eric, but the fear was ever present, the feeling of being watched never leaving me. One evening, as the storm raged outside, there was a knock on my door. Max immediately went into guard mode, his growls echoing through the house. I approached the door cautiously, peeping through the peephole. It was one of the officers assigned to patrol my house. I opened the door, relief washing over me, but as I greeted him, I noticed his uniform was drenched, not from the rain, but in blood. Before I could react, he lunged at me, a deranged look in his eyes. We struggled, Max barking and snapping at him. In the chaos, I managed to hit him with a vase, knocking him out. The police arrived shortly after, having received a distress signal from the officer's car. It turned out that Eric had ambushed the officer, taken his uniform, and tried to get to me. He was arrested and sent back to prison, this time with no chance of parole. The ordeal was a stark reminder that the past can come back to haunt you, no matter how far you run. But it also taught me the importance of resilience and the will to fight back. With the support of the community and therapy, I began to rebuild my life, determined not to let fear define me. Today, I'm an advocate for stalking victims, using my experience to raise awareness and help others. The journey has been long and challenging, but I've learned that with determination and the right support, one can overcome even the darkest of shadows. I've always been a creature of habit. My routines were predictable, from my morning coffee run to my evening jogs in the local park. It was this predictability, however, that nearly became my undoing. It was a crisp autumn evening, and the park was bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. The familiar trail, with its canopy of trees and the gentle sound of the nearby stream, was comforting. As I jogged, my earbuds delivered my favorite podcast, creating a bubble of contentment. About 15 minutes into my run, I noticed a man sitting on one of the park benches. He was dressed in conspicuously in jeans and a hoodie, but his intense gaze was fixed on me. I felt a pang of unease but brushed it off, attributing it to an overactive imagination. As I continued my run, I couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched. Every rustle of the leaves, every distant footstep seemed amplified. I decided to cut my run short and head home. As I neared the park's exit, a black sedan pulled up alongside me. The rear window rolled down, and the same man from the bench leaned out. "Hey, I think you dropped this," he said, holding up a pendant that looked eerily similar to the one I always wore. Confused, I slowed down, instinctively reaching for my necklace. To my horror, it was missing. "Oh, thank you," I replied cautiously, reaching out to take it. In a split second, the man lunged at me, trying to pull me into the car. Panic surged through me, and I fought back with all my might, screaming and thrashing. My earbuds were yanked out, and the pendant fell to the ground. Suddenly, a pair of headlights illuminated the scene. Another car had turned into the park's entrance. The man, startled, released his grip on me. Seizing the opportunity, I pushed him away and ran towards the approaching car, waving frantically. The car screeched to a halt, and 2 people jumped out. The man in the sedan, seeing he was outnumbered, quickly drove off. The couple from the car rushed to my aid, their faces etched with concern. Shaken, I recounted the events to them. They immediately called the police, who arrived within minutes. I provided a description of the man in the sedan, and they began their search. The following days were a blur of police statements, sleepless nights, and overwhelming anxiety. The thought of how close I had come to being abducted haunted me. My routines, once a source of comfort, now felt like potential pitfalls. A week later, the police made a breakthrough. The black sedan was found abandoned in a nearby town. Inside, they discovered ropes, duct tape, and a collection of women's personal items, including my pendant. The car was registered to a man with a history of stalking and assault. He had been released from prison a few months prior and had seemingly returned to his old habits. With the evidence at hand, the police launched a manhunt. It wasn't long before they apprehended him, hiding out in a motel. The trial was swift, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The ordeal left a lasting impact on me. I became more vigilant, always aware of my surroundings, and never taking my safety for granted, I also became an advocate for personal safety, conducting workshops and seminars to educate others about the importance of being alert and prepared. The experience also taught me the value of community. The couple who had come to my aid, Jake and Mia, became close friends. Together, we founded a non-profit organization dedicated to helping survivors of abduction and assault, providing them with the resources and support they need to rebuild their lives. The aftermath of the incident was a transformative period in my life. The city, which had once been a playground of familiar routines, now felt like a labyrinth of shadows. Every corner held potential danger, every stranger a potential threat. But as the days turned into weeks and weeks into months, the raw edge of fear began to dull, replaced by a newfound determination. Jake, Mia, and I poured our energy into the nonprofit. We named it Safe Steps, symbolizing the journey towards safety and recovery. Our first initiative was to create a community watch program. Volunteers were trained to patrol neighborhoods, especially during the early morning and late evening hours, ensuring that those out for a jog or returning from work felt a little safer. We also collaborated with local schools and colleges, conducting workshops on personal safety. Students were taught basic self-defense techniques and the importance of being aware of their surroundings. These workshops became immensely popular, and soon we were receiving requests from institutions across the state. But perhaps the most impactful initiative was our support group for survivors. Every week, we would gather in a community center, forming a circle of trust and understanding. Here, survivors could share their stories, their fears, and their hopes. Listening to their experiences, I realized I wasn't alone in my trauma. We were a tapestry of resilience, each thread telling a story of survival and hope. One evening, after a particularly emotional support group session, a young woman approached me. Her name was Clara, and she had been attending our sessions for a few weeks. With tears in her eyes, she handed me a small package. Inside was appended, identical to the one I had lost. "I wanted you to have this," she whispered. "Your story, your strength, gave me hope. This is a small token of my gratitude." I was moved beyond words. It was moments like these that reaffirmed my belief in the path I had chosen. From a victim, I had become a beacon of hope for others, turning my traumatic experience into a force for positive change. Years passed, and Safe Steps grew from a local initiative to a national movement. We received endorsements from celebrities, partnered with major corporations for funding, and even collaborated with the government on policy changes related to personal safety and victim support. As I sit in my office today, surrounded by awards and accolades, I often find myself reflecting on that fateful evening in the park. It was a moment that could have broken me, but instead, it became the catalyst for a journey of empowerment and advocacy. Life has a way of throwing curveballs, testing our mettle and resolve. But it's in these moments of adversity that we discover our true strength, our purpose, and with the right support and determination, we can turn our darkest hours into our most defining moments. The quaint town of Elmridge was the kind of place where neighbors knew each other's names, children played freely in the streets, and doors were often left unlocked. It was this sense of security and community that drew me to Elmridge after years of living in the bustling city. I found a charming two-story house on Willow Street, complete with a white picket fence and a sprawling backyard. The previous owners had maintained a beautiful garden, and the large oak tree in the corner provided a canopy of shade. It was idyllic, a place I could finally call home. The first few weeks were filled with the excitement of settling in. I got to know my neighbors, the elderly Mrs. Thompson to my left, who had lived in Elbridge her entire life, and the young Martins family to my right, with their two boisterous kids. One evening, as I was arranging my bedroom, I noticed something odd. The window facing the backyard had a small, almost imperceptible scratch on the glass, forming a circle about the size of a quarter. I dismissed it as wear and tear, making a mental note to get it fixed. A few nights later, as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard a faint noise coming from the backyard. It sounded like the soft crunch of leaves. I sat up, straining my ears, but the sound had stopped. Thinking it might be an animal, I went back to sleep. The next morning, as I was watering the plants, I found footprints near my bedroom window. They were fresh, indicating that someone had been there the previous night. A chill ran down my spine. I immediately reported it to the local police. Officer Daniels, a stout man with a kind face, arrived shortly after. He examined the footprints in the scratched window. "It looks like someone's been peeping," he said gravely. "We've had a few similar reports in the area recently. We're doing our best to catch this individual." He advised me to be vigilant, to keep my windows and doors locked, and to report any suspicious activity. The news was unsettling. The sanctuary I had found in Elbridge felt tainted. That evening, I installed motion sensor lights around the house and set up a security camera facing the backyard. I also informed my neighbors about the incident, urging them to be cautious. Days turned into weeks, and there were no further incidents. The sense of unease gradually faded, replaced by the routines of daily life. but the illusion of safety was shattered one evening. I was in the living room, engrossed in a book, when the motion sensor light suddenly turned on and I froze, my heart racing. Grabbing my phone, I accessed the live feed from the security camera. To my horror, I saw a man standing near my bedroom window, his face obscured by a hood. He was holding something small and shiny, which he was using to scratch the window, creating the same circular mark I had noticed earlier. I immediately called the police, keeping an eye on the intruder through the camera feed. He seemed unaware of the lights or the camera, completely engrossed in his active voyeurism. Within minutes, I heard sirens in the distance. The man, hearing them too, began to panic. He looked around frantically, finally noticing the camera. Our eyes met through the lens, and for a brief moment, I saw a look of sheer terror on his face. He bolted just as Officer Daniels and his team arrived. They gave chase, and after a brief pursuit, the man was apprehended. He was identified as Tom Mitchell, a resident of Elmridge with a history of voyeuristic behavior. The small shiny object he used to scratch windows was a ring, a twisted trophy of his escapades. The news of his arrest sent shockwaves through the community. People were horrified that one of their own could commit such acts. The scratched windows, his signature, were found in several homes, revealing the extent of his voyeurism. In the aftermath, the community came together, holding meetings to discuss safety measures and offering support to those affected. I, too, became an active participant, sharing my experience and advocating for increased vigilance. The weeks following Tom Mitchell's arrest were a mix of relief and introspection for the Elmridge community. The town meetings became more frequent, evolving from discussions about safety to broader topics like mental health and community support. It was clear that while Tom's actions were inexcusable, there was a collective desire to understand the underlying causes and prevent such incidents in the future. Mrs. Thompson, who had lived in Elmridge her entire life, shared stories of a younger Tom, a boy who had faced challenges from a young age. Abandoned by his parents, he had grown up in foster care, often feeling isolated and misunderstood. While this didn't excuse his actions, it painted a picture of a troubled individual who had slipped through the cracks. Inspired by these discussions, the Martins family took the initiative to start a community outreach program. Their aim was to identify and support individuals in Elmridge who were struggling, whether it be with mental health issues, financial difficulties, or feelings of isolation. I joined the program, seeing it as an opportunity to turn a negative experience into positive action. Our first project was to set up a community center, a space where residents could come together for various activities, workshops, and support groups. We organized fundraisers, and the response was overwhelming. People from all walks of life contributed, from teenagers hosting bake sales to local businesses donating supplies. The Elmridge Community Center, as it came to be known, quickly became the heart of the town. We offered after-school programs for kids, counseling services, job training workshops, and even art and music classes. It was a place of healing, learning, and connection. One of the most impactful programs was the Mentorship Initiative. Adults in the community volunteered to mentor young individuals, providing guidance, support, and a listening ear. The idea was to ensure that no one felt alone or unsupported, as Tom had. As months turned into years, the ripple effects of the community center became evident. Elmridge saw a decrease in crime rates, an increase in school performance, and most importantly, a stronger sense of community. Neighbors looked out for each other, and the bonds formed in the center spilled out into the streets, parks, and homes. On a personal level, the experience was transformative. The trauma of that night with the peeping Tom had left scars, but working with the community, channeling my energy into positive change, was therapeutic. I formed deep friendships, especially with Mia from the Martins family. Together, we spearheaded many of the center's initiatives, drawing strength from each other. One evening, as we were wrapping up a workshop at the center, Mia handed me a letter. It was from Tom Mitchell. With trepidation, I opened it. The letter was a heartfelt apology, expressing remorse for his actions and gratitude for the changes the community had implemented. He wrote of his time in therapy, the revelations he had about his behavior, and his hope for a second chance. While the letter didn't erase the past, it was a testament to the power of community intervention and support. Elmridge had turned a dark chapter into a story of hope, resilience, and collective growth. Today, as I walk the streets of Elmridge, I'm filled with pride. The town, with its vibrant community center, active outreach programs, and tight-knit residents, stands as a beacon of what's possible when people come together in the face of adversity. It's a reminder that even in the darkest moments, there's always a glimmer of hope waiting to be ignited. It was a typical Thursday evening. I had just returned from a long day at work, and the only thing on my mind was to kick back, watch some TV, and maybe indulge in a glass of wine. My apartment was on the 3rd floor of an old building, and while it wasn't the most modern or luxurious, it was home. The creaky wooden floors and the old-fashioned radiators added a certain charm that I had grown fond of. I settled into my couch, remote in hand, when I heard a faint noise coming from the hallway. It sounded like footsteps, but I brushed it off as one of my neighbors. The walls were thin, and I had grown accustomed to hearing the occasional noise from the hallway or the apartment next door. A few minutes passed, and I heard the noise again. This time, it was closer, almost right outside my door. I muted the TV and listened intently. The footsteps were soft, deliberate, and eerily quiet. It was as if someone was trying their best not to make a sound. My heart began to race. I lived alone, and the thought of an intruder was terrifying. I tiptoed to the door and peered through the peephole. The hallway was dimly lit, but I could make out the silhouette of a man standing just a few feet away from my door. He was tall, wearing a dark hoodie and a mask. He seemed to be listening, waiting for something. I held my breath, praying he wouldn't notice me. Suddenly, he began to fiddle with the doorknob. Panic surged through me. I hadn't locked the door when I came in. I quickly turned the lock, but it was too late. The door creaked open slightly, and the man's eyes met mine. For a split second, we both froze. Then, without a word, he pushed the door with force. I stumbled back, trying to find something to defend myself with. The intruder was now inside my apartment, his eyes scanning the room. I grabbed a vase from the coffee table and hurled it at him. It missed, shattering against the wall, but it bought me a few precious seconds to run to my bedroom and lock the door. I fumbled for my phone, dialing 911. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold onto it. The operator picked up, and I whispered my address and the situation. She assured me that the police were on their way and told me to stay on the line. The intruder was now banging on my bedroom door, shouting threats. I could hear the wood splintering, and I knew it wouldn't hold for long. I quickly opened my window, which led to the fire escape. Without a second thought, I climbed out, praying he wouldn't follow. I made my way down the metal stairs as quickly as I could, my heart pounding in my chest. When I reached the ground, I ran to the street, looking for help. A few neighbors had come out, drawn by the commotion. They took me in, offering comfort and support. The police arrived within minutes. They searched the building and found the intruder hiding in the basement. It turned out he had been responsible for a string of burglaries in the area. He had been watching me for days, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. I was shaken, but grateful to be alive. The experience was a stark reminder of the importance of always being vigilant and taking precautions to ensure one's safety. I now double-check my locks every night and have installed a security system. I also joined a neighborhood watch group, determined to prevent others from going through what I did. The weeks that followed were a blur of police statements, court appearances, and sleepless nights. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind against the window sent my heart racing. I had nightmares of the intruder, his masked face looming over me, his cold eyes filled with malice. My friends and family were incredibly supportive. They offered to stay with me, to keep me company during the long nights, but I declined. I needed to face my fears head on, to reclaim my space and my sense of security. One evening, as I was returning from work, I noticed a note slipped under my door. It was from Mrs. Henderson, the elderly lady who lived in the apartment below mine. She had written, "Dear, I heard about what happened. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. If you ever need someone to talk to, or just a cup of tea, my door is always open." Touched by her kindness, I decided to take her up on her offer. Over cups of chamomile tea, Mrs. Henderson shared her own story. Years ago, she had been the victim of a home invasion. She spoke of the trauma, the fear, and the long journey to healing, but she also spoke of resilience, of the strength she discovered within herself, and of the community that rallied around her. Our conversations became a regular occurrence. We'd sit in her cozy living room, surrounded by photos of her grandchildren and mementos from her travels, and talk for hours. She became a source of comfort and wisdom, a beacon of hope in my darkest moments. One day, she handed me a small pendant. It was a delicate silver locket with an intricate floral design. "This was my mother's," she said. "She gave it to me after the incident as a reminder that I was never alone. I want you to have it." I was moved to tears. The locket became a symbol of my journey, a reminder of the strength I had found within myself and the support I had received from those around me. As the months went by, I began to heal. The nightmares became less frequent, the fear less paralyzing. I started attending therapy, where I learned coping mechanisms and strategies to deal with my trauma. I also became more involved in the community, volunteering at a local shelter and joining self-defense classes. The intruder's trial came to an end, and he was sentenced to several years in prison. While it brought some closure, I knew that true healing would come from within. I had to let go of the past, to move forward and rebuild my life. Today, I'm a stronger, more resilient person. I've learned the importance of community, of looking out for one another, and of never taking our safety for granted. I've also learned that even in our darkest moments, there is always a glimmer of hope, a hand reaching out to help us through. And every day, as I wear the silver locket around my neck, I'm reminded of the journey I've been on and the incredible people who have stood by my side. I've always been an avid hiker. The feeling of being surrounded by nature, the chirping of birds, and the rustling of leaves underfoot is therapeutic for me. I've hiked countless trails, from the well-trodden paths of national parks to the lesser-known local trails. But there's one hike I'll never forget, and it's not because of the beauty of the trail. It was a warm summer evening, and I decided to take a hike in a forested area about an hour's drive from my home. I had been to this forest a few times before, but I always stuck to the main trail. This time, I wanted to explore a bit, so I decided to venture off the beaten path. About an hour into my hike, I stumbled upon a clearing. The sun was setting, casting a golden hue over everything. I decided to take a break and enjoy the view. As I was sitting there, I heard faint voices in the distance. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to follow the sound. The voices grew louder as I approached, and I soon realized they were chanting. I treaded carefully, making sure not to make any noise. As I got closer, I saw a group of about 20 people, all dressed in long, dark robes, standing in a circle around a large bonfire. They were chanting in a language I couldn't recognize. I hid behind a tree, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The group seemed to be performing some sort of ritual. In the center of the circle, there was a large wooden statue, crudely carved to resemble a humanoid figure. The statue was surrounded by various objects, including animal skulls, candles, and what looked like bowls of liquid. Suddenly, one of the robed figures stepped forward, holding a live chicken by its legs. The chanting grew louder and more intense. The figure raised the chicken above his head and then swiftly brought it down, cutting its throat with a sharp knife. The blood was collected in one of the bowls. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. I had seen enough. I slowly began to retreat, making sure not to alert the group to my presence. But as I was backing away, I stepped on a twig, which snapped loudly under my weight. The chanting stopped abruptly. All eyes turned in my direction. My heart raced as I realized I had been spotted. Without thinking, I turned and ran as fast as I could, not looking back. The forest was dark now, and I could hear the group chasing after me. Their chants had turned into angry shouts. I ran blindly, tripping over roots and branches, but the adrenaline kept me going. After what felt like hours, I finally reached the main trail. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I started the car and sped away, not daring to look in the rearview mirror. When I finally reached home, I locked all the doors and windows. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I didn't sleep that night or the next. The following day, I reported the incident to the local police. They searched the forest but found no trace of the group or their ritual site. They told me it was probably just a group of kids playing a prank, but I knew what I saw was real. A few weeks after the incident, I tried to put the whole thing behind me. I focused on work, spent time with friends, and even took up a new hobby, pottery. Anything to distract myself from the haunting memories of that evening in the forest. But the universe had other plans. One evening, after a particularly long day at work, I returned home to find a small package on my doorstep. There was no return address, just my name written in a hurried scrawl. Curiosity piqued, I opened it. Inside was a small, hand-carved wooden figurine. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the larger statue I had seen in the forest clearing. My heart raced as I turned the figurine over in my hands. Tied around its neck was a note that read, "We know where you live." Panic sudden, I immediately called the police, who took the package for examination. They advised me to stay somewhere else for a few days, just to be safe. I decided to stay with my sister, who lived in a neighboring town. The next few days were a blur. The police couldn't find any fingerprints on the package or the figurine. They patrolled my neighborhood but found no signs of suspicious activity. They suggested it might be a prank, but I wasn't convinced. One evening, as I was leaving my sister's house to grab some takeout, I noticed a car parked across the street. It was an old, beat-up sedan with tinted windows. I didn't think much of it at first, but when I returned, the car was still there. And the next morning, and the next evening, it was always there, watching. I reported it to the police, who sent a patrol car to check it out. But by the time they arrived, the sedan was gone. This cat and mouse game continued for days. Every time I saw the car and called the police, it would disappear before they arrived. Feeling trapped and paranoid, I decided to confront the situation head on. One night, when I saw the sedan parked across the street, I approached it. As I got closer, the car's engine roared to life, and it sped away, but not before I caught a glimpse of the driver, a man in a dark robe. I was now certain that the group from the forest was stalking me. But why? What did they want? Desperate for answers, I decided to hire a private investigator. After explaining everything to him, he agreed to look into it. He started by digging into local legends and folklore. What he found was Chile, the forest, it turned out, had a dark history. There were tales of a secret cult that had operated in the area for centuries. They were rumored to perform rituals and sacrifices in the forest, especially during the summer solstice. The wooden statue I had seen was a representation of their deity, a forest spirit that they believed granted them power and immortality. The Pai believed that my accidental discovery of their ritual had put me in grave danger. They saw me as a threat and would stop at nothing to ensure my silence. With this information, the police launched a full-scale investigation. They combed the forest, and after days of searching, they stumbled upon the ritual site. The clearing was empty, but evidence of recent activity was evident. The breakthrough came when a local farmer reported seeing a group of people in dark robes entering an old, abandoned farmhouse on his property. The police raided the farmhouse and found the cult members, including the man I had seen driving the sedan. The group was arrested and charged with multiple crimes, including stalking and attempted kidnapping. It turned out they had been planning to make me their next sacrifice. I was finally free from their clutches, but the trauma of the experience will stay with me forever. I moved to a different city, changed my name, and started a new life. The forest, once a place of solace for me, now represents a dark chapter in my life that I hope to never revisit. But one thing is for sure, I'll never venture off the beaten path again. When I first moved into my new apartment, everything seemed perfect. It was a quaint 2-bedroom unit in a quiet suburban neighborhood. The rent was affordable, and the location was close to my workplace. I was thrilled to have found such a gem. The first time I met Mr. Thompson, my next-door neighbor, was on a sunny Saturday morning. I was unloading boxes from my car when he approached me with a wide grin. He was an older man, probably in his late 60s, with thinning gray hair and deep-set blue eyes that seemed to always be observing. "Welcome to the neighborhood," he said, extending a hand. "I'm Harold Thompson, but you could call me Harry." I shook his hand, introducing myself. He offered to help with the boxes, but I politely declined. There was something about his intense gaze that made me slightly uncomfortable. Over the next few weeks, I settled into my new home. I'd occasionally run into Mr. Thompson in the hallway or the parking lot. He was always friendly, often striking up conversations about the weather or local news. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching me a bit too closely. One evening, as I was cooking dinner, I heard a knock on my door. I opened it to find Mr. Thompson holding a plate of freshly baked cookies. "Just a little welcome gift," he said with a smile. I thanked him, albeit hesitantly, and closed the door. The cookies looked delicious, but I couldn't bring myself to eat them. Instead, I threw them away, feeling a pang of guilt for being so suspicious. A few days later, I came home to find a note slipped under my door. It was from Mr. Thompson, inviting me over for dinner. I pondered the invitation, torn between wanting to be polite and my growing unease. In the end, I decided to decline, citing a prior engagement. That's when things started to get strange. I began to notice Mr. Thompson more frequently. He'd be outside watering his plants when I left for work and would still be there when I returned. He'd often be in the hallway, seemingly waiting for me, and on more than one occasion, I caught him peering into my windows. I tried to brush it off, telling myself I was being paranoid, but the incidents kept piling up. I'd find small gifts outside my door, flowers, chocolates, even a stuffed animal. Each time, there'd be a note from Mr. Thompson. One evening, as I was watching TV, I heard a noise coming from my balcony. I cautiously approached the sliding door and peered outside. To my horror, I saw Mr. Thompson standing there, trying to pick the lock. I immediately called the police. They arrived within minutes, arresting Mr. Thompson. As they led him away in handcuffs, he kept shouting, "I just wanted to be friends." The next day, I spoke to the building's property manager. She looked visibly shaken as she told me about Mr. Thompson's history. He had previously been institutionalized for stalking and had a restraining order against him from a former neighbor. She apologized profusely for not informing me earlier. I was in shock. I had unknowingly been living next to a psychopath. I immediately began looking for a new place to live, eager to put this nightmare behind me. A few weeks later, as I was packing up my belongings, I received a letter in the mail. It was from Mr. Thompson, written from jail. In it, he professed his love for me and vowed to wait for me, no matter how long it took. I was terrified. I moved out the next day, leaving no forwarding address. I also changed my phone number and deleted all my social media accounts. Months turned into years, and the memory of Mr. Thompson began to fade. I had built a new life for myself in a bustling city, far away from the quiet suburban neighborhood where I had once lived. My new apartment was on the 15th floor of a high-rise building, offering a panoramic view of the city skyline. The added security measures, like the 24-hour concierge and CCTV cameras, gave me a sense of safety I hadn't felt in a long time. One evening, after a particularly grueling day at work, I decided to unwind at a local wine bar. As I sipped on my glass of Chardonnay, I noticed a man sitting at the other other end of the bar, staring intently at me. He was older, with a familiar set of deep-set blue eyes. My heart raced as I realized it was Mr. Thompson. Panicking, I quickly paid my bill and left the bar. I hailed a cab and instructed the driver to take a roundabout route to my apartment, hoping to lose any potential tail. Once home, I double-checked all the locks and drew the curtains. The next morning, I contacted the police and informed them of the sighting. They assured me they would look into it, but without any concrete evidence, there wasn't much they could do. Days turned into weeks, and there were no further sightings of Mr. Thompson. I began to wonder if I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe the trauma of the past had made me see things that weren't there. But one evening, as I was returning home from work, I found a familiar-looking note slipped under my apartment door. My hands trembled as I unfolded the paper. They read, "Distance can't keep us apart. I've missed you." I was paralyzed with fear. How had he found me? And how had he managed to get past the building's security? I immediately contacted the building management and the police. They reviewed the CCTV footage and, to my horror, found multiple instances of Mr. Thompson loitering in the building's lobby. He had somehow managed to bypass security by posing as a maintenance worker. The police launched a manhunt, but Mr. Thompson was nowhere to be found. They stationed an officer outside my apartment and advised me to stay vigilant. Despite the added security, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every creak, every shadow sent me into a panic. Sleep became a distant memory. One night, as I was lying in bed, I heard a soft tapping on my window. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I mustered the courage to peek through the curtains and came face to face with Mr. Thompson, who was dangling from a rope outside my 15th floor apartment. I screamed, alerting the police officers stationed outside my door. Within seconds, they had apprehended Mr. Thompson. It turned out he had been living in the building's basement, plotting his next move. Mr. Thompson was charged with stalking, breaking and entering, and attempted kidnapping. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The ordeal left me traumatized. I sought therapy and slowly began to rebuild my life. I moved to a different country, started a new job, and even adopted a dog for companionship and protection. Today, I'm in a much better place, both mentally and emotionally. But the scars of the past will always remain. I've learned the hard way that monsters aren't just in stories, they can be right next door. The city had always been my sanctuary. The hustle and bustle, the lights, the sounds, it all felt alive and comforting. But that perception changed one fateful night. I had been out with friends at a local pub. We laughed, shared stories, and lost track of time. Before I knew it, it was past midnight. My friends, who lived in the opposite direction, offered to share a cab, but I declined. My apartment was only a 20-minute walk away, and I had made the journey countless times. Besides, the night was clear, and the streets were illuminated by the soft glow of streetlights. The first 10 minutes of my walk were uneventful. The city's sounds began to fade, replaced by the distant hum of traffic and the occasional hoot of an owl. I was lost in thought, replaying the evening's events in my mind, when I noticed a figure about half a block behind me. At first, I thought nothing of it. It was a city after all, and people were always out and about. But as I continued walking, I realized the figure was matching my pace. Every time I glanced over my shoulder, the distance between us remained the same. A knot of unease formed in my stomach. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I decided to test my theory. I quickened my pace, and sure enough, the figure did the same. I then took a sudden turn down a side street, and after a few moments, the figure appeared, still tailing me. Panic sudden, I pulled out my phone, ready to dial the police, but to my horror, the battery was dead. I cursed myself for not charging it earlier. I knew I had to lose this person, so I decided to take a detour through a nearby park. It was a risk, given the park's reputation for being a hotspot for unsavory activities at night. But I was desperate. As I entered the park, the only sounds were the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves underfoot. The path was dimly lit, with shadows dancing eerily in the moonlight. I moved as quickly and quietly as I could, hoping to put some distance between me and my pursuer. But as I neared the park's exit, I heard footsteps closing in. They were fast and deliberate. I broke into a run, my heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps grew louder, echoing in the stillness of the night. Suddenly, a hand grabbed my arm, pulling me to a stop. I screamed, ready to fight for my life, but the grip on my arm tightened. "Hey, wait," a voice called out. I turned to face my pursuer, and to my surprise, it was a woman, probably in her early 30s. She looked as scared as I felt. "I'm so sorry," she panted, catching her breath. "I didn't mean to scare you. I saw that man following you, and I wanted to make sure you were okay." Confused, I asked, "What man?" She pointed to the park's entrance, where a tall, shadowy figure stood, watching us. The woman explained that she had been leaving a late-night shift at a nearby convenience store when she noticed the man trailing me. me. Concerned for my safety, she decided to follow and intervene if necessary. We quickly exited the park, sticking together as we made our way to the main road. The man didn't follow, but we weren't taking any chances. The woman, whose name was Lisa, offered to walk me home, and I gratefully accepted. As we approached my apartment, I thanked Lisa for her kindness and bravery. We exchanged numbers, promising to stay in touch. She insisted on waiting until I was safely inside before leaving. That night, I lay in bed, shaken by the evening's events. The city that had once felt so familiar now seemed fraught with danger, but in the midst of that fear, I found solace in the kindness of a stranger. Lisa and I became fast friends, bonding over our shared experience. We often joked that it was the universe's way of bringing us together, but in all seriousness, I'll forever be grateful to her. She reminded me that even in our darkest moments, there's always a glimmer of hope. In the days that followed, I took extra precautions. I invested in a portable phone charger, started attending self-defense classes, and made it a point to never walk home alone late at night. The incident had been a wake-up call, and I was determined to be better prepared. Lisa and I grew closer, often meeting up for coffee or a movie. We became each other's confidantes, sharing stories of our past, our dreams for the future, and everything in between. It was refreshing to have someone who understood the trauma I had experienced and who had been there to help me through it. One evening, as we were leaving a local cafe, Lisa's face turned pale. She grabbed my arm, her grip tight. "It's him," she whispered, nodding subtly towards a man sitting a few tables away. He was engrossed in a newspaper, but there was no mistaking him. It was the man from that night. We quickly left the cafe, trying to remain calm. Once we were a safe distance away, Lisa revealed a chilling detail. She had seen the man several times since our encounter in the park, always lurking in the shadows, watching from a distance. She had even received anonymous phone calls in the middle of the night, with nothing but heavy breathing on the other end. We decided to go to the police. They took our statements and promised to investigate. A few days later, they called us in for an update. The man, whose name was Robert, had a history of stalking and had served time in prison for similar offenses. He had been released on parole a few months before our encounter. The police issued a restraining order against Robert and warned him to stay away from both of us. But the damage had been done. The feeling of being constantly watched, of never truly being safe, weighed heavily on us. Lisa and I leaned on each other for support. We installed security cameras in our homes, joined a support group for stalking victims, and even started a neighborhood watch program. We were determined to reclaim our sense of security and help others do the same. As the months went by, there were no further incidents. Robert seemed to have gotten the message and disappeared from our lives. While the experience had changed us, we became more vigilant, more aware of our surroundings, and more appreciative of the simple joys of life. One evening, as we sat on my balcony watching the sunset, Lisa turned to me with tears in her eyes. "You know," she said, "as terrifying as that night was, I'm grateful for it. It brought us together and showed us how strong we truly are." I nodded in agreement, squeezing her hand. We've been through hell and back, but we came out stronger on the other side, and for that, I'm forever grateful. We sat in silence, watching as the sky turned from orange to pink to purple. The city lights twinkled below, and for the first time in a long time, I felt at peace. It was a cold winter night, and I had just finished a late shift at the office. Exhausted and eager to get home, I decided to hail a taxi instead of waiting for the bus. Within minutes, a yellow cab pulled up, and I climbed into the back seat. The driver, a middle-aged man with graying hair and a scruffy beard, gave me a curt nod as I told him my address. He didn't say much, which was fine by me. I was too tired for small talk. As we drove, I noticed that he kept glancing at me through the rearview mirror. At first, I brushed it off, thinking he was just checking on his passenger, but as the journey continued, his stares became more prolonged and intense. Feeling uneasy, I decided to make small talk to break the tension. "Busy night?" I asked. He grunted in response, his eyes never leaving the road. "Not really. You're my last fare for the night." I nodded, trying to shake off the growing sense of unease. I told myself I was being paranoid. After all, he was just a taxi driver doing his job. But as we continued driving, I realized we were heading in the wrong direction. My apartment was in the north end of the city, but we were heading south. "Excuse me," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I think you're going the wrong way." He didn't respond. Instead, he locked the car doors and increased his speed. Panic set in. I fumbled for my phone, but before I could dial 911, he reached back and snatched it from my hand. "Who are you? What do you want?" I demanded, my voice shaking. He chuckled, a cold, humorless sound. "Just taking a little detour." I racked my brain, trying to think of a way out. The windows were locked, and the doors wouldn't budge. I was trapped. As we drove further away from the city, the surroundings became more desolate desolate. We were now on a deserted country road, surrounded by thick woods on either side. Suddenly, the car came to a screeching halt. The driver turned to face me, his eyes cold and emotionless. "Get out," he ordered. I hesitated, fear gripping me. "Please, just let me go. I won't tell anyone." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a knife, its blade gleaming in the dim light. I said, "Get out." With no other option, I complied. The cold air hit me as I stepped out of the car, my breath visible in the freezing night. The driver got out as well, the knife still in his hand. He approached me slowly, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "You know," he said, "I've been driving this cab for years, and every once in a while, I like to have a little fun." I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. "Please, just let me go," I begged. He laughed, the sound echoing through the silent woods. "Not tonight." Suddenly, headlights appeared in the distance. Another car was approaching. The driver hesitated, glancing between me and the oncoming vehicle. Seizing the opportunity, I made a run for it. I spurted into the woods, the driver's shouts echoing behind me. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I just ran, my only thought to get as far away as possible. After what felt like hours, I stumbled upon a house. I banged on the door, pleading for help. An elderly couple answered, their faces filled with concern. I quickly explained what had happened, and they immediately called the police. The officers arrived within minutes, taking my statement and launching a search for the taxi driver, but he was nowhere to be found. The only trace of him was his abandoned cab, parked on the side of the road. The police later informed me that the taxi was stolen, and the driver had a long history of criminal activity, including assault and robbery. They believed he had targeted me for a potential robbery, but his intentions had changed when he realized I was alone. I was shaken by the ordeal but grateful to be alive. The elderly couple, Mr. and Mrs. O'Brien, kindly offered to let me stay with them for the night, and I gratefully accepted. The next day, I returned to the city, determined to put the traumatic experience behind me. But the memory of that night haunted me. I became wary of taxis, opting to walk or use public transport instead. Months went by, and the police were unable to locate the driver. I began to lose hope that he would ever be brought to justice. But then, one day, I received a call from Detective Martinez, the lead investigator on my case. "We got him," he said, his voice filled with relief. "He was picked up in a neighboring state for a different crime, but we were able to link him to your case through fingerprints found in the stolen taxi." I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Justice had finally been served. The aftermath of that night changed my life in more ways than I could have imagined. The trauma lingered, manifesting in nightmares and a constant state of alertness. I sought therapy, which helped me process the events and rebuild my sense of security. One day, while attending a group therapy session for trauma survivors, I met Anna. She had been through a similar ordeal, having narrowly escaped an attempted kidnapping. We bonded over our shared experiences and soon became close friends. Anna introduced me to a non-profit organization she had started aimed at helping women learn self-defense and personal safety techniques. She believed that empowerment was the key to overcoming trauma. Inspired by her passion and determination, I joined her mission. Together, we organized workshops and seminars, teaching women how to protect themselves and be more aware of their surroundings. The response was overwhelming. Hundreds of women attended our sessions, eager to learn and share their own stories. As the months went by, our organization grew. We received funding from local businesses and even partnered with the police department to offer advanced self-defense training. The community rallied around us, and we became a beacon of hope for many. One evening, after a particularly successful workshop, Anna and I sat down for a cup of coffee. We reflected on our journey and how far we had come. "You know," Anna said, "sometimes I think that everything happens for a reason. As terrible as our experiences were, they led us to this moment, to this mission." I nodded in agreement. It's amazing how something so traumatic can lead to something so positive. We've turned our pain into power. Anna smiled, and we're just getting started. Over the next few years, our organization expanded beyond our city. We opened branches in other states, reaching thousands of women and making a real difference in their lives. But despite our success, I never forgot that fateful night. It served as a constant reminder of why our work was so important. One day, I received a letter in the mail. It was from the taxi driver, written from prison. In it, he expressed remorse for his actions and claimed to have found redemption behind bars. He thanked me for the work I was doing and hoped that it would prevent others from going down the same dark path he had. I read the letter with mixed emotions. While I appreciated his attempt at making amends, I couldn't forget the terror he had inflicted upon me. But I also realized that people could change, and perhaps he truly had turned his life around. I decided to respond, thanking him for his letter and expressing hope that he would use his time in prison to reflect on his actions and make amends. As the years went by, I continued my work with the organization, always striving to make a difference. And while the memories of that night still haunted me, I took solace in the knowledge that I was helping others and turning a negative experience into a positive force for change. The city's subway system had always been a marvel to me. The intertwining tunnels, the rhythmic clatter of the trains, and the diverse sea of commuters, it was like a pulsating vein of the metropolis. But one late night, my perception of the subway shifted from wonder to wariness. I had been working late at the office, trying to meet a deadline. By the time I packed up, it was well past midnight. The streets were deserted, with only the occasional car passing by. I decided to take the subway home, as I had done countless times before. The station was eerily quiet. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting long shadows on the platform. I could hear the distant hum of a train approaching. I waited alone, lost in thought, until the train pulled up with a screech. The carriage was almost empty, save for a few late-night travelers. I took a seat near the door, plugging in my headphones and settling into my music. A few stops later, a man boarded the train. He was tall and lanky, with unkempt hair and a scruffy beard. His clothes were tattered, and he carried a large duffel bag. He took the seat across from me, and I couldn't help but notice that he was staring intently in my direction. I tried to brush it off, telling myself I was being paranoid, but as the journey continued, his gaze never wavered. Every time I looked up, our eyes would meet, and he'd offer a chilling, toothless grin. Feeling uneasy, I decided to move to another carriage at the next stop. As the doors opened, I quickly made my exit, slipping into the adjacent car. I took a seat near the back, hoping the man wouldn't follow, but to my horror, as the train pulled away from the station, I saw him enter the carriage, his eyes scanning the rows of seats until they landed on me. He began to make his way towards me, his steps slow and deliberate. Panic sudden, I considered pulling the emergency brake, but I was worried about the consequences. Instead, I decided to get off at the next stop and wait for another train. As the train approached the station, I stood up, ready to make a quick exit, but the man was faster. He blocked the aisle, his duffel bag acting as a barrier. "Where do you think you're going?" he asked, his voice raspy and cold. I tried to keep my composure. "Please, just let me go," I pleaded. He chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Not so fast." Suddenly, the train jolted, throwing us off balance. I seized the opportunity, pushing past the man and sprinting towards the door. I could hear him shouting behind me, but I didn't stop. I ran out of the station and into the night, not looking back until I was several blocks away. Out of breath and shaken, I hailed a cab and made my way home. I locked all the doors and windows, double-checking every room to ensure I was alone. The next day, I reported the incident to the police. They took my statement and promised to investigate. A few days later, they called me in for an update. The man, whose name was Victor, was a known criminal with a history of assault and robbery. He had recently been released from prison and was believed to be living in the subway tunnels. The duffel bag he carried contained stolen goods from a recent burglary. The police arrested Victor and recovered the stolen items. He was charged with multiple offenses and sent back to prison. I was relieved to know he was off the streets, but the trauma of that night stayed with me. I avoided the subway for months, opting to walk or take cabs instead. Months turned into years, and while the memory of that night never truly faded, I learned to cope and move forward. The city, with its endless possibilities, was still my home, and I wasn't going to let one traumatic event define my experience. One evening, after a particularly grueling day at work, I decided to face my fears head on. I descended into the subway station, the familiar hum of the trains and the chatter of commuters filling the air. My heart raced as I boarded the train, memories of that night flooding back, but I was determined to reclaim this space. The journey was uneventful, and as I exited the station, I felt a sense of accomplishment. I had faced my fears and emerged stronger. A few weeks later, I received an unexpected letter. It was from Victor, written from prison. In it, he expressed remorse for his actions and claimed to have turned his life around. He wrote about attending therapy and anger management classes and finding solace in religion. He apologized for the pain he had caused and hoped that I could find it in my heart to forgive him. I read the letter with mixed emotions. While I appreciated his attempt at making amends, I couldn't forget the terror he had inflicted upon me, but I also believed in the power of redemption and that people could change. After much contemplation, I decided to visit Victor in prison. I needed closure, and this seemed like the best way to achieve it. The visit was tense, with both of us struggling to find the right words, but as we spoke, I saw glimpses of the changed man he claimed to be. Victor spoke about his troubled past, the choices that led him down a dark path, and his desire to make amends. He expressed gratitude for the second chance he had been given and hoped to use his time at prison to better himself. As I left the prison, I felt a weight lifted off my shoulders. I had faced my attacker, heard his side of the story, and found a sense of closure. Over the next few years, Victor and I corresponded regularly. He kept me updated on his progress, and I offered words of encouragement. When he was released on parole, I was one of the first people he reached out to. We met for coffee, and I saw firsthand the changes he had made. He had found a job, reconnected with his family, and was determined to stay on the right path. Today, Victor and I share an unlikely friendship. We both have scars from our past, but we've chosen to move forward and focus on the future. We often speak at schools and community centers, sharing sharing our story and the lessons we've learned. Our hope is to inspire others to believe in the power of redemption and the possibility of change. Life is unpredictable, and we never know where it will take us. But one thing is certain, with resilience, support, and determination, we can overcome even the darkest moments and find our way back to the light. This city had always been my home, a bustling metropolis filled with life and energy, but sometimes the noise and chaos became too much, and I sought solace in the local park. It was a sprawling green space, dotted with ancient trees and serene ponds. By day, it was filled with families and joggers, but by night, it transformed into a quiet oasis. One evening, after a particularly grueling day at work, I decided to take a walk in the park. The sun had set, and the park was bathed in the soft glow of the streetlights. The air was cool and crisp, and the only sounds were the distant hum of traffic and the chirping of crickets. I followed the windy path, losing myself in the beauty of nature. The trees cast long shadows on the ground, their leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. I felt at peace, the stresses of the day melting away. As I walked deeper into the park, I noticed a figure up ahead. It was a man, standing by the edge of a pond. He was tall and lean, dressed in dark clothing. His face was obscured by the shadows, but I could see that he was staring intently at the water. Feeling uneasy, I decided to give him a wide berth. I veered off the path, making my way through the trees. But as I did, I couldn't shake off the feeling that I was being watched. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest. Every rustle of the leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of fear through me. I tried to convince myself that I was being paranoid, but the feeling of dread only grew stronger. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me. They were soft and deliberate, echoing in the stillness of the night. I dared not look back, fearing what I might see. Instead, I broke into a run, my only thought to get out of the park as quickly as possible. The footsteps grew louder, matching my pace. I could hear the man's ragged breathing, a chilly reminder that he was closing in on me. I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning and my legs aching. Up ahead, I saw a bridge that led to the park's exit. I sprinted towards it, praying that I would make it in time. But as I reached the bridge, I felt a cold hand grab my wrist, pulling me back. I screamed, struggling to break free. The man's grip was like iron, unyielding and relentless. He pulled me closer, his face inches from mine. His eyes were cold and emotionless, devoid of any humanity. "Where do you think you're going?" he whispered, his voice dripping with malice. I tried to respond, but fear had rendered me speechless. I could only stare into his eyes, praying for a miracle. Suddenly, a bright light shone in the distance. The man turned to look, momentarily distracted, and I seized the opportunity, using all my strength to break free. I ran towards the light, not looking back until I was safely out of the park. The light came from a police car, patrolling the area. The officers had heard my screams and had come to investigate. They quickly took my statement and launched a search for the man, but he had vanished without a trace. The police informed me that there had been several reports of a man stalking women in the park. They believed he was a serial predator preying on lone women. They advised me to avoid the park at night and to always be aware of my surroundings. I was shaken by the ordeal, and it took me a long time to come to terms with what had happened. I sought therapy, which helped me process the trauma and rebuild my sense of security. I also joined a self-defense class, determined to never feel helpless again. Months after the incident, the park became a focal point for community action. News of my encounter spread, and soon, other women came forward with similar stories of being followed or approached by a mysterious man during their evening walks. The community rallied together, demanding increased security measures and better lighting in the park. Local businesses and residents raised funds to install surveillance cameras at key points throughout the park. The city council also increased police patrols during the evening hours. A neighborhood watch group was formed, with volunteers patrolling the park in shifts, ensuring that no one was ever truly alone. One evening, as I was attending a community meeting about the park's safety initiatives, a woman named Maya approached me. She was in her early 30s, with a determined look in her eyes. She revealed that she too had had a close encounter with the mysterious man, but had managed to fend him off using self-defense techniques she had learned. Inspired by our shared experiences, Maya and I decided to start a self-defense workshop for women in the community. We partnered with local martial arts instructors and organized weekly sessions in the park. The response was overwhelming. Women of all ages attended, eager to learn how to protect themselves and reclaim their sense of security. As the weeks went by, the park began to transform. The once eerie silence of the night was replaced by the sounds of laughter and camaraderie. Women jogged, practiced yoga, and even organized nighttime picnics, refusing to let fear dictate their lives. The police continued their investigation, and with the help of the newly installed cameras, they were able to identify the mysterious man. He was arrested and charged with multiple counts of stalking and attempted assault. It turned out he had a history of violent behavior and had been released from prison just months before our encounters. years. The news of his arrest brought a collective sigh of relief to the community. The park, once a place of fear, had become a symbol of resilience and unity. Maya and I continued our self-defense workshops, expanding them to other parts of the city. We also started a non-profit organization dedicated to empowering women and promoting safety in public spaces. Today, the park is a testament to the power of community action. Families picnic under the trees, children play on the swings, and couples stroll hand in hand, enjoying the beauty of nature. The memories of that fateful night still linger, but they are overshadowed by the positive change that emerged from it. As for me, I've learned the importance of trusting my instincts and being prepared. I still visit the park, but now I do so with confidence, knowing that I have the skills and the support of my community to keep me safe. The highway stretched endlessly before me, a ribbon of asphalt cutting through the vast expanse of the countryside. It was late, and the only illumination came from the dim glow of my car's headlights and the occasional passing vehicle. The radio played softly in the background, a soothing melody that contrasted with the monotonous drone of the engine. I was returning from a business trip, eager to get home and crawl into bed. The journey had been long, and fatigue was beginning to set in. My eyelids grew heavy, and I struggled to maintain focus. Suddenly, in my rearview mirror, I noticed a set of flashing blue and red lights. My heart sank. I hadn't been speeding, or at least I didn't think I had. I glanced at the speedometer, confirming that I was within the limit. Still, I knew better than to argue with law enforcement. I pulled over to the side of the road, the gravel crunching beneath my tires. The police car, a standard black and white cruiser, parked behind me. I rolled down my window and waited, my hands resting on the steering wheel. A few moments later, a tall figure approached. The man was dressed in a police uniform, complete with a badge and a hat that cast a shadow over his face. He shone a flashlight into my car, the bright beam momentarily blinding me. "Evening," he said, his voice deep and authoritative. "License and registration, please." I fumbled in my glove compartment, retrieving the documents and handing them over. The officer examined them closely, his flashlight illuminating the details. "You were driving a bit erratically back there," he commented, his tone accusatory. "Have you had anything to drink tonight?" I shook my head. "No, officer, just tired from a long drive." He seemed to ponder this for a moment, then said, "Step out of the vehicle, please." Confused, I complied. The night air was cool, and I shivered slightly as I stood by the side of the road. The officer circled my car, his flashlight scanning the interior. "Everything okay, officer?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't respond. Instead, he motioned for me to follow him to the back of his cruiser. I hesitated, a sense of unease settling in. Something felt off. As I approached the police car, I noticed something odd. There was no license plate, and the cruiser lacked the usual markings of a police vehicle. The windows were tinted, preventing me from seeing inside. The officer opened the back door, revealing a dark interior. "Get in," he ordered. Alarm bells rang in my head. This wasn't standard procedure. Why would he want me to get into the back of his car? "I'd rather not," I replied, trying to sound confident. "Is there a problem?" The officer's demeanor changed instantly. His friendly facade dropped, replaced by a menacing glare. "Get in the car, now," he growled. Thrill gripped me. I realized that this man wasn't a real cop. I was in grave danger. Thinking quickly, I reached into my pocket and pressed the panic button on my car keys. The car's alarm blared, its lights flashing wildly. The fake officer was momentarily startled, giving me the split second I needed. I bolted, running as fast as my legs could carry me. I could hear the imposter shouting behind me, his footsteps echoing on the asphalt, but I didn't look back. I ran until I reached a nearby farmhouse, pounding on the door until the startled occupants answered. They quickly let me in, and I explained the situation. They called the real police, who arrived within minutes. The fake cop was nowhere to be found, having fled the scene. The police launched an investigation, and it was discovered that the imposter had been involved in several other incidents, posing as a cop to rob and assault unsuspecting motorists. The cruiser he had been driving was stolen, and the uniform was a convincing replica. In the weeks that followed, my story became a cautionary tale that spread throughout the community. Local news outlets picked up on it, and I was interviewed multiple times, recounting the harrowing experience. While reliving the ordeal was emotionally taxing, I felt it was essential to raise awareness about the dangers of fake officers. The police department, in response to the incident and the growing public concern, initiated a campaign to educate the public on how to identify genuine officers and the correct protocol during traffic stops. They emphasized the importance of looking for authentic badges, proper vehicle markings, and always asking for an officer's identification if something feels off. Community meetings were organized where officers demonstrated the differences between real and fake uniforms, badges, and equipment. They also provided tips on what to do if one suspects they're being pulled over by an imposter, advising to drive to a well-lit, populated area or even the nearest police station, and to call 911 to verify the officer's identity. As time went on, the trauma of that night began to fade, replaced by a newfound sense of purpose. I became an advocate for personal safety, joining community watch groups and even collaborating with the police department on various initiatives. One evening, as I was leaving a community meeting, a woman approached me. She introduced herself as Lisa and thanked me for sharing my story. She revealed that she too had been pulled over by the fake cop but had remembered my advice. She asked for his badge number and called 911, which had caused him to flee. Hearing Lisa's story, I was filled with a mixture of relief and pride. My ordeal had led to positive change, and I was determined to continue my advocacy work. Today, I travel across the country, sharing my story and educating others about the importance of personal safety. While the memory of that night still haunts me, I take solace in the knowledge that my experience has made a difference. The world can be a dangerous place, but with awareness, education, and community support, we can protect ourselves and our loved ones from harm. The open road has always been a source of solace for me. The hum of the engine, the rhythmic beat of tires against asphalt, and the ever-changing scenery provided a therapeutic backdrop for my thoughts. That night, as I drove through the windy roads of rural Montana, the world seemed to melt away, leaving just me, my old Chevy, and the vast expanse of the starlit sky. It was around midnight when I first saw him, a lone figure, standing by the side of the road, his thumb outstretched in the universal sign of a hitchhiker. He was tall, with shaggy dark hair and a beard, wearing a tattered jacket and carrying a worn-out backpack. Now, I've always considered myself a good judge of character, and I've picked up my fair share of hitchhikers over the years. Most were just folks down on their luck, looking for a ride to the next town. But something about this man gave me pause. Maybe it was the way he stood, slightly hunched, as if carrying an invisible weight. Or perhaps it was the intense, almost desperate look in his eyes as he stared at my approaching car. Against my better judgment, I slowed down and pulled over. The man approached, his footsteps echoing in the stillness of the night. Heading to Whitefish, he asked, his voice rough from the cold. I nodded. Hop in, I replied, unlocking the passenger door. He climbed in, settling into the seat with a sigh of relief. Thanks, he said, extending a gloved hand. Name's Jake. We exchanged pleasantries as I resumed driving. Jake explained that he'd been on the road for days, making his way across the country. He'd run into some bad luck in the last town and was eager to move on. As the miles rolled by, I tried to engage Jake in conversation, hoping to learn more about my mysterious passenger, but he was evasive, giving vague answers and often staring out the window, lost in thought. An uneasy silence settled between us, broken only by the occasional howl of a distant coyote. The road grew darker and more isolated, with dense forests on either side. Suddenly, Jake spoke up. Take the next left, he instructed, pointing to a narrow dirt road that branched off the main highway. I hesitated. That's not the way to Whitefish, I replied, my grip on the steering wheel tightening. Jake's demeanor changed instantly. His friendly facade dropped, replaced by a cold, menacing glare. Just do it, he growled, his voice dripping with malice. Fear gripped me. I realized that I was in grave danger, but I also knew that I couldn't show it. I had to think fast. Alright, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, but I need to refuel first. There's a gas station a few miles ahead. We can take the detour after that. Jake seemed to ponder this for a moment, then nodded. Fine, he replied, but no tricks. I drove on, my mind racy. I needed a plan, and I needed it fast. The gas station was my best chance of escape, but I had to be careful. One wrong move could be fatal. As we approached the gas station, I noticed a police cruiser parked by the pumps. Relief washed over me. This was my chance. I pulled in, parking next to the cruiser. Jake watched me closely, his eyes never leaving mine. Stay here, I instructed, grabbing my wallet. I'll be right back. I entered the store, my heart pounding in my chest. The officer was at the counter, chatting with the cashier. I approached them, trying to appear calm. Excuse me, officer, I began, my voice shaking. I need your help. I quickly explained the situation, glancing out the window to make sure Jake hadn't noticed. The officer's face hardened, and he reached for his radio, calling for backup. They formulated a plan. The officer would approach the car, posing as a friend I'd run into. This would give me the opportunity to get away from Jake and ensure my safety. The plane went off without a hitch. The officer engaged Jake in conversation, allowing me to slip away. Within minutes, backup arrived, and Jake was taken into custody. It was later revealed that Jake was a wanted fugitive, responsible for a string of robberies and assaults across the country. The police believed he was heading to Whitefish to lay low and evade capture. I was shaken by the ordeal but grateful to be alive. The experience served as a stark reminder of the dangers of picking up strangers, no matter how harmless they may seem. Today, I'm more cautious than ever. I still enjoy the open road, but I no longer pick up hitchhikers. The memory of that night will forever be etched in my mind, a chilly reminder of the thin line between trust and danger. For some context, my cousin and I are the same age. We are both women and currently 25 years old. She is only 5 days younger than me, and her family rented a floor in my parents' house when we were toddlers, so we basically did everything together and spent all our days together until we turned 5, when her family bought an apartment in another city. Since we had a very strong connection, almost codependent, it was very difficult for us to get used to not living together, and 2 years later we have made an agreement with our parents that we will visit each other each weekend. And during the summer break she will spend 1 week at our place and I will spend the other week at their place, and we will basically exchange like that until the end of the summer break. This went on for years. Since we were spending all our free time together, by the time we turned 10 we have already exhausted all our adventure ideas in the backyard. Tree climbing, building a tree house, setting up tents, camping in the backyard and stuff. And we really needed something new, so we have decided to go fishing together every Friday on the river near my house. Now, of course we had no tools needed for a true fishing experience. We had a butterfly net that we would place in the water, and on a good day we would catch a dozen of tiny fish with it. That was enough for our restaurant game. We would come back home, bake the fish under the sunlight, and then serve it and decorate it in plastic plates that we would later serve to our imaginary customers. We've done this for weeks and always made sure we were safe while doing it, and that wasn't that difficult since it's a very peaceful neighborhood, and there was usually no one else at the river at the time we were there. But one day it was different, very different. How I remember it, a couple of days ago the memory of this encounter suddenly spilled out in my mind. We were either 10 or 11 years old and it was Friday. She was at our place that week, so we took the butterfly net and went fishing on the river. We were alone, sitting under a large willow tree right next to the river. Suddenly a man showed up from nowhere. He was standing a couple of meters away from us. He had a blackish hair with plenty shades of gray, so I'm guessing he was in his late 40s or early 50s. He had a dark blue shirt, a little smudged on the collar. He asked us what we were doing and we said we were fishing. He continued walking back and forth on that part of the shore. Then he came a little closer and we got up. He told us he was having issues with his wife and we just nodded our heads, trying to avoid the conversation and follow the don't talk to strangers rule. We didn't ask him anything. He took a flip phone out of his pocket and opened it in front of us. "I have to show you my wife." He said. "Okay," we replied. When he found what he was looking for, he came even closer and turned the phone towards us. It was a picture of a completely naked woman sitting in a chair with her legs spread. We just nodded. He then proceeded to show us more pictures, and it was quite clear that it wasn't his wife because the pictures were of the same woman. But all of them were naked, from head to toe, with their legs spread or in other very suggestive positions. Now that I think of it, the quality of the images, the fashion, and the aesthetics could be best described as adult content from the 70s. It could be that he took pictures from some old magazine or had them sent by someone. I remember I looked at my cousin and mouthed, "It's not his wife," and she nodded. "Isn't she beautiful?" he asked. "She is," I replied, and my cousin nodded. We then remembered that we have left our net in the river, so we went back to the willow tree and reached for the net. He was standing there in the same spot as before, looking at his phone. He then showed us a very low quality picture of 2 naked men and another naked woman. This picture actually looked like pictures taken with a flip phone camera. "This is me," he said, and pointed at one of the men in the picture. We just nodded and said we had to go home. He then said the words that have been haunting me for days now. "You think my wife is beautiful? She thinks you are beautiful too. She would love to meet you. Come with me to meet her and we can play together." "No, we have to go home," I replied. "You little party breaker. Maybe your friend doesn't want to go home." "Come on, I want to play with you," he said, and turned to my cousin. "No, I really want to go home." My cousin replied. This is where the details of the memory stop. What I remember next is him giving up, just not being there anymore, and us leaving, giggling and laughing as we walked away and mocking his voice and his tone on our way back home. But I found it weird that only after so many years have I remembered this situation, and I've brushed it off as a potential dream or false memory. But since his words kept echoing in my head, I called my cousin and described my memory word for word as I've described it here, and she said that it did happen, just slightly different from how I've remembered it. How my cousin remembers it, it happened. All the details are correct, but once she told him she really wants to go home. He was way too close and we were scared to start running or turn our backs, since we thought that he could catch us, so we stayed there for a while and kept pretending like he was not there. We played with our cat, the tiny fish, in a bucket filled with water, and talked about our fathers who work in the police and how they're so strong that they could kill a man with one punch. The man didn't believe our exaggerated story and he kept walking in circles around us, not too close, but he did keep an eye on us the entire time. And we waited, and waited, and waited, and at one point he went into the bushes behind us to take a piss. This is when we got up and started running. We ran across the bridge and kept running until until we got to the part of the neighborhood where there are lots of houses. When we were already close to my house, I stopped in the middle of the road and said that my legs won't move, so she helped me get down on the side of the road and we sat there until I felt better. Today I know that what I experienced was a state of shock. Once I felt better, we went back home, threw away the fish, and decided to never go fishing again. For some background first, I'm a 29-year-old woman. I live in an apartment in a sketchier side of my town, so I'm not unaccustomed to strange people pulling up and strange things happening. I've been through a home break-in, so I'm very hyper-vigilant when it comes to keeping myself and my home safe. I also smoke cigarettes, nasty habit I know, but having cats and not wanting my house to reek like smoke, I'll walk out to my balcony to smoke. That's exactly what I was doing when this happened. I was sitting on my balcony, smoking and just enjoying my night, when I noticed a car I've never seen before pull into the back parking lot of my apartment right by my balcony. I initially felt a bit off, but I didn't want to come off as being the paranoid neighbor, so I keep sitting and smoking my cigarette. Then I hear footsteps making a beeline through my backyard. There's a large and burly man that I've never seen before walking briskly through my backyard. Again, I still don't try to make much of it because they might be there for my neighbor. My anxiety is definitely on alert, but not in panic mode, until I realize he's going straight for my portion of the backyard. He then does something that is still freaking me out as I type this. He stops right in my backyard and looks up at me on my balcony, not saying a word. Now I'm in absolute panic mode. I audibly say, "Oh no," spring up, slam and lock my balcony door, run to my upstairs bathroom, and dial 911. I listened to every sound from downstairs while I stood panicking in my bathroom, and truthfully it sounded like someone was messing with my back door. I don't know for sure because I was in hypervigilance. I do know he was in my backyard for a few minutes because I was in my bathroom for several minutes until I decided to peek out my balcony window. I saw him walking to his car and getting in. That also tells me that I don't think he was here to rob me, but something more sinister. Luckily he was lazy because again, I live on the cheaper side of town, so you can imagine the quality of my doors and locks. I'm really hoping it was just some guy who was drunk, high, and had the wrong house, but my gut is telling me otherwise. Regardless, I hope we never meet again. I'm a woman in my 30s who lives alone in a small house at the head of a quiet cul-de-sac in the United Kingdom. The street is a maze of roads away from the main road, which means that other than delivery guys and the occasional salesperson, you very rarely see anyone that you don't recognize. I don't exactly know all my neighbors, but I know what they look like and I know where they live. I can recognize their cars and stuff. This weirdness happened over the space of a few months several years back. I work from home, so I'm usually in, and sometimes I don't have a lot to do. The first day was one of those lazy days. It was about 4 in the evening and I'm sitting on the sofa watching some daft stuff about alien cover-ups. Someone knocked on the door. I have a surveillance camera hidden in the wooden canopy above the front door, so I checked to see who it was because I wasn't expecting any deliveries and I couldn't be bothered to deal with a salesperson. It was a woman who looked late to early 50s, very smartly dressed, like really expensive clothes and jewelry, stuff I could never afford. Most people around here generally couldn't afford it either. We're not an affluent area and this lady stuck out like a sore thumb. She looked flustered and agitated, glancing towards the back garden before trying to look through the tiny, frosted glass window on the front door. I noticed she was carrying a dog's lead, but I didn't see a dog. As it happens, at the far side of my back garden there are 2 hedges. There's the hedge that I own within my property boundaries, and there's a second hedge outside my boundary that's council owned along a small grassland where people walk dogs. I know for a fact there is a hole in the council owned hedge, which I've reported it to the council at least a dozen times over the past decade, and they've done the square root of sod all about it. Because of my hedge, I can't reach it to do anything about it myself. Consequently, when I saw the dog's lead I thought, okay, I bet her dog has gone through the hole. If it's a big dog, it's not getting into my garden, but if it's a small dog it might be able to work its way through, and I've always got some cooked meat, so I figured I might be able to lure it out. I am a dog lover, so of course, I want to help this woman if I can. When I was a kid, my own dog went missing for a few weeks and I thought I was never going to get him back. I was heartbroken for those weeks, but fortunately, we did get him back, and ever since I've been extremely sensitive to pets in need. I opened the door and this woman gives me the weirdest look, like she was expecting someone completely different to answer the door and that I shouldn't be there. To be fair to her, my mom used to live here too, so I didn't think much of that weird look to begin with. Maybe she was expecting my mom. I say hello and she just stares at me for the longest 30 seconds before she tries to look past me and asks to see Margaret. I don't know what it is about other people's mistakes, but whenever someone has the wrong number, I always end up apologizing as if it's my fault. So that's what I did, apologized apologized and told her there was no Margaret at this address. Again, she gives me that look, only this time there's anger behind it. Yes, there is. She insists. It occurs to me at this point that I have a relative called Margaret, but she lives about 60 miles away and I haven't seen her in years. Nonetheless, just in case she's got her addresses muddled, I ask, are you looking for Margaret? But she just hisses at me, you know exactly who I'm looking for. What have you done with her? I'm absolutely lost at this point. I've lived here 20 years, and I know the name of the previous owner, so I know she's not asking for them. I also know the names of the neighbors, and the names of the people who have lived on the street in the time I've been here and since moved. None of them are called Margaret, so all I can do is tell her she's got the wrong address. No, this is. You're lying. That was a tad alarming, and she's at the right address. She's not knocked on the wrong door. However, she clearly thinks I've done something to somebody who, to the best of my knowledge, has never lived here. I don't know how long the previous owner had this house, but we must be talking about at least 30 years since anyone called Margaret might have lived here. It's at this point that I notice that she's subtly wrapped that dog lead around her now clenched fist like she's planning to use it as a weapon. In my youth, I did plenty of self-defense training, so I'm not exactly scared of her as such, but I'm obviously getting a bit concerned about the situation that's brewing. I don't particularly wish to get involved in a brawl on my doorstep with a complete stranger. I'm torn between shutting the door in her face or trying to de-escalate the situation. In the end, I close the door a little so she's got less to aim at and tell her, look, I don't know who you're looking for, but if you think something's happened to your friend, maybe we should just call the police and let them sort it out. Sure enough, the woman slams her fist with the lead wrapped around it into my door. I later discovered she'd struck the door hard enough to crack the frosted glass window in the middle of it. She's bleeding from doing it. It must have hurt, but she doesn't flinch or show any sign of pain. Any confidence I had in my self-defense classes started to waver here because I'm not used to people who don't feel pain. All I can think now is that she's on something and having a really bad trip, so at this point I put on my scariest voice and tell her to get back. I let her know I'm calling the police, and if she's still here when they get here, she can deal with them because I'm not dealing with her anymore. She tries to stop me from closing the door, but I shove her back and manage to get it closed and locked. I make a point to stand next to the door while I'm calling 999 so she could hear me. While I'm waiting for the police to turn up, I watch her on the surveillance feed. She moves out of shot multiple times, presumably to check the back of the house, and I hear her calling out for Margaret. A few minutes before the police finally turn up, I see her kick over my wheelie bins in a rage, but then the most chilling thing happens. She walks back to the front door and literally stares directly into my camera. That camera is pretty well hidden. I'm not saying that nobody could spot it, but most people would only know it was there if they'd been looking for it. Most people aren't looking for cameras, right? She knew it was there. She must have eyeballed it previously. When, I don't know, I later reviewed all of the footage I had from that day, and she never made eye contact with it once. She never even looked in that direction. I only had about a week's worth of footage before the oldest footage is overwritten, and I checked everything I had and she was only on camera that day. All I can think is she'd been here more than a week prior. While she's staring right into it, she flips me the finger and then makes a throat-cutting gesture before walking off. I head to the window to watch her leave, and she's walking like she doesn't have a care in the world. She doesn't look back, just wanders away. Police finally show up, take a statement. I give them a copy of the surveillance footage, and that's that. I called a couple of times to follow up, but nothing. Nobody ever called me about it. I won't lie, that had me up for a few weeks. I moved a knife block closer to the door. I started staying up really late and not getting much sleep, which really didn't help. On some nights I was so tired that I started experiencing auditory hallucinations. I'd hear people who weren't there talking, and because this woman was the cause of all my stress, I heard her voice and the name Margaret most of all. Every time I heard the gate open, it put me on edge. I review the surveillance footage every day. Eventually, as the weeks passed and I hadn't heard anything else, I started to regain some of my comfort and just put it down to a weird experience. It didn't last. About 4, maybe 5 weeks after the first encounter, she came back. It was just after midnight. I was in the living room mucking about on my phone with the TV on low volume for some background noise. I heard a car door slam and peeked out the front window. A dark colored car was parked at the end of my driveway. I couldn't see what make or model it was, but it looked like some sort of estate car. I didn't see anyone moving about, but a minute or two later, the front gate swung open with its metallic groaning and there was a knock on the door. Even when I'm not involved in a blood feud over imaginary Margarets, I'm not going to answer the door at that time. I checked the surveillance camera. Its night vision mode is pretty bad, but I'm positive it's that woman again. I can even see what I think is the dog lead. And of course, she knows I'm watching her because because she looks at the camera again, and I tell you, when someone is already giving you the chills, the way night vision makes people's eyes look like soulless black voids doesn't do much to make you feel better. Suddenly, she yells out, "Shut that racket off and come out here." Now, I had the TV on, but as I mentioned, it was on a very low volume. There's no way she could hear it from outside the front door. I couldn't even hear it if I walked into the hallway. I'm convinced at this point she's mentally unwell, so I call the police again. I want them to stay on the line, but they just tell me that someone will be over soon and to call them back immediately if things escalate. So I'm waiting, watching, and just hoping she doesn't start trying to smash a window or something. She kicks over my wheelie bins again and yells something else out, which I couldn't quite make out, but whatever it was enough for one of the neighbors to come and investigate themselves. I watched the neighbor talkie with her for a minute. She's remonstrating about something, wagging her finger towards my front door, but my neighbor is eventually able to get her to leave. He even sticks around for a bit to make sure she's gone. Sadly, that also means she'd gone before the police turned up again and made me feel like I was a bother to them. Another statement, handing over more security footage, or nothing. I caught up with the neighbor the next day, and he apologized because it didn't occur to him to make a note of the registration plate. But he told me that she'd said much the same thing as she'd said to me previously, that she wanted to know where Margaret was and what I'd done with her. I'm grasping for answers at this point, even if she's mentally unwell. The fact she's sticking to this Margaret story and has the right address makes me think there's something more to this than somebody having a breakdown. Then it clicks. Is Margaret her dog? Does she think that I've stolen her dog? Did she have a dog go through the hole in the back? Does she think I've hurt her dog? Is that what this is about? It'd be another few weeks before she came back. This time at 3 in the night, I'm awoken by knocking on the door. A few minutes later, I hear tapping on the bedroom window. I know it's her. I can hear her saying things, but I can't really make them out because they're too muffled through the windows. It's like she didn't want to get the neighbor out again, so she's trying to keep it quiet. I jump out of bed and put some clothes on as quickly as I can. I try and follow her as best I can as she moves around the outside of the house from room to room, knocking, tapping, and muttering. I think I hear a few coherent words like noise, racket, and I'm pretty sure she called me a slur, but maybe I was imagining that. I can't check the surveillance footage this time because she spray painted the lens, not that it'd matter much this time. She's not lingering by the front door. I think about calling the police again, but it's proven a waste of time so far, and I get the feeling if I call them out a third time and she's gone, then they're just going to start accusing me of wasting their time even if I do have the evidence. They've not exactly been that helpful so far. In the end, I wait by the front door and listen for her. Eventually, she knocks again and I call out, "Is Margaret your dog?" Dead silence. Nothing. I can't see anything through the frosted glass because it's too dark. I have no idea where she is and I don't want to turn the outside lights on. I don't even know why. She knows I'm in the house because I've called out to her, but I still don't want to draw any more attention to myself. I end up standing there for who knows how long, at least an hour, probably more because the sun starts coming up. My heart is going a mile a minute pretty much the whole time. Once it's bright enough, I start checking through windows to see if I can see her. Nope, nothing. I tentatively open the front door and look outside. Still can't see her. I grab something to arm myself with just in case, can't remember what now, and check all around my house and the back garden. She's not there. As I'm heading back to the front door, I spot the oddest thing. The gate's closed. That gate is physically attached to the side of my house, and when it opens and closes, it makes a fair bit of noise. You definitely hear it if someone opened or closed it when you were standing next to the front door, but it's closed. So what does that mean? Did she jump it somehow? It's possible, I guess, but I wouldn't want to try it. Anyway, I open the gate and head out to the end of the driveway. I look around and there's no sign of anyone. I turn back to the house and see she spray painted liar on the front of my house and left the dog lead on the floor beneath it. That was, thankfully, the last time I ever heard from or saw this woman, but I think she still comes by sometimes. Ever since all this happened, I get these creeped out feelings occasionally at night and check out the window. I don't know whether I'm imagining it or what, but now and again, I swear I see a dark colored estate car out on the street. Not parked at the end of my driveway these days, but I just can't shake the feeling she's in there, watching my house. Perhaps she was looking for her dog and she keeps thinking that she'll see me with it. I was backpacking in the Balkans, and as I wanted my trip to last long, but I didn't have that much money, I had to sacrifice comfort a lot of times. This was the reason I booked the midnight train in Greece from Thessaloniki to Athens. During my stay in Thessaloniki, I mainly stayed in the center and the Bay Area, which looked nice, just like any other big European city. However, the train station was in a different area. I had to check out from my hotel in the morning, so I spent the whole day out in the city. In the afternoon in the sketchy area where the train station was because I wanted to stay close to it so I could get there in a reasonable reasonable time in the afternoon and spend the night there so I couldn't have to walk around in that area at 11 at night. That part of the city looked a lot less appealing. It was full of garbage, graffiti, homeless people, and sketchy, creepy people. The train station wasn't that much better. It had a semi-closed-in coffee shop in it. I stayed there as long as I could, but it closed at 8 in the night. While I was sitting in that coffee shop and looking down at my phone, I snapped my head around when I heard a loud noise. The guy dressed as a soldier rushed in the coffee shop and he was looking around like if he was searching for someone or something. The coffee shop was really small. It was just maybe like 5 or 6 tables and there was only one guest besides me. He saw me for sure, but didn't do anything. He went to the counter to order. He was speaking very loudly even though it was relatively quiet there. I found it weird but didn't think much of it, especially because he was speaking in Greek which I didn't understand. The coffee shop closed at 8 in the night, so I packed up my bags and went outside. There were a lot of weird people loitering there. They didn't look like they were waiting for a train. I say this because I wanted to take a look on the tracks in advance so I'll know how to get to my train in time, and when I was doing that, a train came to the station and almost all of the people from the waiting room ran to the train, but they weren't getting on it nor greeting someone who got off. They were just walking up and down the track until the train set off. Also, they were all middle-aged men. There weren't any women or children among them. I went back to the waiting area and sat down on a bench. I was a bit nervous, so I plugged in my earphones and I was browsing something on my phone. However, I wanted to still be able to hear the things around me, so I wasn't listening to music or anything, which I'm glad I didn't because not too long after I sat down I heard someone saying next to me, "Nice tattoo. Is it from Up?" I knew they said it to me because I have a tattoo from the movie Up on my forearm, so I pulled out my earphones and looked next to me. There was the soldier from before sitting next to me. It was weird, he started talking to me in English automatically, but I have a little Hungarian flag on my backpack which indicates that I'm not Greek. I replied to his question and we started talking. The conversation at first was pretty normal. We were talking about tattoos and movies, then traveling. When I mentioned I wanted to visit Macedonia in this trip, he got a little political and heated. He started talking about Greek politics and the relationship between Greece and Macedonia very angrily. Through the whole conversation he was acting a bit weird. I can't explain why, but it looked like something was off about him. At first I was relieved that I was next to a soldier in this sketchy place, but after a while I started to question if he really was a soldier or just pretending to be one, because he was creepy and he was constantly checking his bag, but just from the outside he looked like there was a long object in it which could have been a gun. But if he really is a military person, then it could be normal. I don't know the Greek laws if they are allowed to carry their weapons off duty or not. He asked me if I was traveling alone and for how long I planned to stay in Athens. I answered with honesty. I told him I was alone and that I didn't plan to stay for long in Athens as I was planning on catching a ferry from there. He then asked me if I'd like to stay in his place for free, but I declined. He asked this a few more times, but I said no every time, and then the speakers turned on and they announced that the train to Athens will be here soon. So we both got up and started to head to the tracks. He said he needs to get his luggage from the luggage storage, so we stopped there. It was right next to the steps to the train tracks. He took out a big, old, heavy suitcase from there. It looked like even he was suffering from its weight. Then he really loudly slammed the storage metal door. I don't know why he did this. It was unnecessarily loud. Everyone was looking at us. It really was loud. The whole station could have heard it. We then started walking up the stairs, but he stopped and said he needed to use the restroom and asked me to wait for him there with his suitcase. He didn't even wait for my answer. He ran back to the waiting room. It was really odd. Why would he trust a stranger with his luggage and leave it with me? I stood there for a few minutes and was waiting for him, but I started contemplating if I should just leave his suitcase there because I was afraid that I'd miss my train. I even thought about that. What if there was a bomb inside the suitcase? Otherwise, why else would he leave his belongings with a random girl he just met? The fact that he was acting really strange didn't help with it either. I waited a few minutes, then he showed up. He asked me once again if I wanted to stay in his place in Athens, but I said no again. We got up to the tracks and our train just came in. He insisted on sitting next to each other, but I didn't want to sit next to him, so I said I have a seat reservation and that I'm really tired. I probably sleep through the night anyways. He said he'll ask the person working on the train if I can switch seats with a reservation. He left his luggage next to me once again and went to the nearest employee. This time I didn't stay there. I got up the train and looked for my seat. Fortunately, there were a lot of people, so I blended in easily. I took my seat, and a few minutes later a normal looking man sat next to me. Thankfully, the soldier didn't come looking for me, and I've never seen him again, not even in the Athens train station. I know this story is not too extreme, but it still bugs me to this day to what were his intentions. Was he really a soldier and a nice guy, just a bit weird, with some kind of mental illness? Or a crazy psychopath pretending to be a soldier to look more trustworthy? This story takes place a few years ago while I was still with my ex-girlfriend. I, a 22-year-old male, was 17 to 18 at this moment. I was living with my parents and we lived in a little town of 300 people. It's literally the camping with 3 farms in this town, which includes lots of fields. We had the habits of walking in those fields thanks to a little path which is really old. There's a place for only one car, a truck, and a tractor. It was the afternoon, around 5 to 6. We decided to eat some stuff in a field near the road, so we can see the road and people on the road can see us. The field, which belongs to my neighbor, who are okay with the fact that we're here, is separated from the road thanks to barbed wire. We smoke weed, we drink, we eat, and we listen to music. Everything is alright. However, at one point, a car parked on the middle of the road and a guy went out of his car and is doing stuff in the bushes. At this point, I'm thinking, okay, the dude is just picking stuff up like nuts or whatever because it's the end of the summer, but I keep an eye on him. I talk with my girlfriend just like I did all afternoon until then, and I look back at him. The guy is standing still behind his car and he's looking right at us. Motionless, I don't say anything and looked back at my girlfriend. I give another look about a minute later. The guy moved. He's now at the other side of his car and same thing. No bullshit, just looking at us. The same process is about to be repeated 2 or more times with him at different locations around his car. I have chills and thinking this situation isn't normal at all. The guy suddenly went back into his car and moved away. At this moment, I told to my girlfriend, pack up your things, we're moving. She thinks I'm overreacting, thinking I'm paranoid because of the weed we smoked, but she listens to me. We're back on the road, going the other way the guy went. The road is a circle, every way leads back to my house. And guess who has turned around and is coming right behind us with his car? This guy, still looking at us while driving. He keeps his road and turns around to keep staring at us. This process repeats 2 times. At this moment, my girlfriend told me I was right, so we took his plate and tried to call my parents. No one is answering. The last time the guy passed at our level, I can clearly see something on his passenger seat, but I don't know what. But my neighbor came right behind him with his truck. I stopped my neighbor and told her what we just witnessed. She gets us in the truck. We went back to my parents' home. My dad is a cop, so I told him the plate. He looked at it. The car belonged to a grandma and was stolen. A few weeks later, everything is normal. I go take my bus in the next town, which is about a 7-minute ride on my bike. It was still dark because it's pretty early in the morning. When I left my parents' home on my bike, I noticed light behind me. It was his car. I don't know how he knew I was there. Maybe it's pure bad luck for me, but I'm 100% sure it was his car. He followed me until I took a path which a car can't use, only bikes and pedestrians can take. I turned off my light and rode until I went to my bus in the complete dark in order to not be seen by this guy. I kept using this way for the next 2 years, and I've never met him again. I used to work at a pizza shop down the street from 2 in the evening until they closed. I usually didn't get off until 11 at night or so. I had a car, but was close enough to walk, so I did that most days to save gas. This particular night, I was doing my usual thing, jamming to one of my playlists, tired, but happy to have a good job and just generally happy with the way my life was going. Up ahead, about a block from my place, I see an attractive guy in dark clothing walking, but not with a purpose really. He was taller than me, maybe 6 feet tall or so, and had shaggy brown hair. The closer I got to him, the more I could tell he was really good looking. Like, even in the dark of night I was starting to get excited. His features kind of escape me now, but I do remember his hair and his thick eyebrows. I took an earbud out and, because I'm from a dangerous city and never really cared about stranger danger, I decided to talk to him, maybe even flirt a little bit. How is your late night going? It's good, just looking to get drunk. Oh, that I can help with. I've got a mini bar at my place. I lived just down the street. That was, not verbatim, how the conversation went. During the walk back to my place, I got no red flags from this guy. He seemed totally normal and I was honestly thinking, wow, just through sheer luck I meet this super hunky guy and he seems cool and fun. I was beside myself really. So we get to my apartment on the 2nd floor. I jump into host mode and offer him to have a seat and make himself comfortable. The apartment is about 640 square feet, so it's very small. Except for the bathroom, you can see the rest of the apartment from any area. I head into the kitchen and while I'm pouring drinks, I glance back over at him. It was then that I noticed the first red flag. As I was asking him questions, he is more delayed with his answers, especially more so than he just was on our walk there. It was just odd to me. I go back over to the couch, pass him his drink and sit down next to him. So, what do you do for work? I asked. Oh, I'm not here for prostitution. He put his drink down on the table. What do you mean? I'm not after that either. He stands up. What you got? He asks me. His nice guy vernacular muscular and friendly face are now gone. I'm having a hard time processing what he means by this. I said, "What you got?" The second I stand up, he pushes me back. I fly across the room, hitting the floor, but not hard enough to pass out or anything. I get right back up, but he's already grabbed my laptop and my work bag. As I start towards him, he cuts around me and makes his way towards the front door. I'm right behind him when he makes it outside. I manage to grab hold of him and we tussle again in front of the door. Now I shout out, calling on help from the neighbors. It's late at night so no one comes. I'm shouting, "Please help. I'm being robbed." The thing is, he has my laptop. It's not just any laptop. I hate to admit it, but my entire life was on that laptop at the time. Important photos that I did not have backed up, thousands of dollars of music programs, video game programming stuff for a development team I helped, really expensive software, stuff like that. It was, in my mind, irreplaceable. I give chase down the stairs, across the dog walk park, and as I start to gain on him, we tussle again and the only thing I can focus on is my laptop. I knew that I had to, at any cost, get my laptop back. That was absolutely all I cared about. Somehow I get a grip on my laptop. I tug at it again and I guess he decides I'm not worth all of this struggle. He gets up and starts to take off again. I now realize he still has my work bag. It has my cell phone and wallet in it. I take off towards him again and this time, he shouts back at me, "Follow me and I'll stab you again." This makes me stop in my tracks and he gets away. Underneath a street lamp, along the sidewalk, I immediately inspect myself. Was I stabbed? No way. There's no way. Then I see blood running down my leg. I see blood on my arm. 2 places where he cut me good. I'm scared, but the blood makes it look worse than it is. I decide that's enough. I got my laptop and that's all I really wanted anyway. I hobble back home and get inside and lock my door. I called the cops using my neighbor friend's phone the next day and filed a police report explaining the situation, showing the stab wounds and declining medical services. So all that guy got was a crappy cell phone and a wallet with like $40 in it. The cop called my friend back several days later and said that they were not able to find the guy and that he would keep me posted. This was years ago so I don't know where the robber is now, but I have every electronic thing of importance backed up on multiple drives to this day. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. When I was younger and just got into online college, I got my first apartment. I had 3 jobs and one was third shift, but I was more than ready for independence. While I had a great time there, I did have one problem, my new downstairs neighbor. So the other tenants are a bit older than I am, with one of them being an old man who lived there for 20 years. The other was an older woman with a small kid probably been here for 3 or 4 years and an empty apartment downstairs. I keep to myself so I never really spoke to any of them before until I noticed that there was a new move-in. A man that seemed close to my age, maybe a little older, black greasy hair, and a little overweight, but in my experience living here people seem nice and I was happy to possibly have someone to say hello to. That possibility turned sour really quick when a casual hello turned into that trash stinks remarks from him when I was taking out the trash and snide remarks under his breath when I've done nothing, even remarking on my sister's lack of a bra when she came to visit me. Naturally I was grossed out and annoyed that he had to comment on anyone, especially my sister, and told the landlord. Nothing came of it, of course. One day I was asleep and someone came banging on my door. I had no idea who it was and my anxiety was beyond strong. I'm alone and never expect a knock that wasn't planned. It was the neighbor saying that I was being too loud and I need to stop harassing him. I explained through a closed door that I was asleep and that I was not making noise. He left and stomped down the stairs while muttering and calling me a rat for some reason. My heart felt like it was beating out of my chest. I went back to bed, only to hear him coming back up the stairs and bang on my door. When I addressed him again, he said that I was harassing him and that he's calling the cops because I'm still making noise. I told him to ask the other neighbor because there's no way that I could possibly be making noise when he is on the other side of the building. He thanks me politely before stomping off and continuing to call me a rat yet again. I tell the landlord right away that one of his tenants is acting hostile and I don't feel comfortable nor safe, and he tells me he will look into it. I hear nothing for a week. It turned out it was the old neighbor hitting the floor with a stick like one of those classic cartoons because the rude neighbor was playing music too loud. I swear he should have known that, as I'm on the other side. It was like he wanted an excuse to come speak to me. The following months it got worse. One day I walked out in a snowsuit so that I can play in the snow. He had to remark on my clothing being unnecessary, even when there's 3 feet of snow out. I forgot what I said in response, something like it's not his business, but he basically just said screw you. I just walked off to go play in the snow. It gave me little enjoyment because of the earlier interaction, so I went back home to get ready for work. The snowstorm got worse and I had just came back from my night shift. I see him alone in the parking lot with the car on and the windows up. I was on high alert as I carefully walked around and up the alley to my apartment. The second I closed the door to go upstairs, I hear loud, wall-shaking music. It's him. He's blasting his car music at max volume in a snowstorm at 3 in the morning. I was surprised and confused because what was his reasoning? He did it until 8 in the morning, and I found out later it was despite the old neighbor for telling him his music is too loud. Soon it all started getting serious, cursing in the hallway and playing music louder, with the police knocking at our doors asking us about a noise disturbance, and now a mutual hatred amongst the neighbors at the jerk who kept us all up. But that's not the worst part. I just got back from my night shift and it's 3 in the morning yet again. I'm dragging my tired feet over to the mailboxes that are right inside the townhouse door. As I'm looking through the advertisements and letters, his door opens at the top of the stairs. My stomach tightens, hoping I don't have to interact with him, but drops when he starts speaking unintelligibly. At the top of the stairs, he's gurgling and mumbling something. "What?" I said, but he repeats the same weird sounds again, only more aggressive. I felt something was more than off, and got right around and out the door heading back to my car. I thought I'd rather sleep in my car than possibly be attacked in the hallway, and as I'm having the thought, I hear the window above slam open. I freeze and then spin back around the edge of the corner. It's him, and he's looking for me out the window. I stand there for a moment listening to him, and he's speaking gibberish and yelling. I thought to myself that it was my chance to sneak upstairs, past his door, and into my apartment. I sped up the stairs and past his door to the second flight of stairs. Right as I reach the top of second flight of stairs, his door swings open with a big slam that makes me jump, and I hear him muttering and gibberishly speaking loudly while walking up the stairs. My heart is beating out of my ribcage as I am simultaneously walking and fishing my keys out of my bag. I kept fumbling the keys looking for the correct one in the dark hallway as I hear him walking up the last couple steps. I mentally told myself not to panic as I spot the correct key and slide it into the keyhole on the first go. I swing the door open and practically launch myself inside before slamming it shut behind me. I pause and hold my breath as I hear him just 5 feet from my door, muttering gibberish and calling me a rat before walking back downstairs and out the building. I watched him through a crack in my window blind, pacing back and forth, muttering, cursing, and at one point screaming before walking off into the night. With a little bit of relief, I head to bed hoping he doesn't come back. The next day, I get a text from the landlord. He says that guy was arrested and won't be coming back. Seems he was off his medication again and attaches a link in the text. Of course, I raised an eyebrow to that comment thinking, now you tell me. The following link showed a mugshot and a description of his nightly activity to include stealing from a Turkey Hill, threatening cops that he'll shoot them, punching one of them, and previous to all this it said, earlier in the night when he dropped his pants and rubbed himself against a window then ran around the town square while yelling. Never did see him again, just his family coming in and moving his stuff. So about 12 years ago, I was 9 years old, and I was home alone with my 12-year-old brother. We were supposed to go to my aunt's house to have lunch and wait for my mother there. We got up at 10:30 in the morning. I took a shower, then my brother. After that, we were both in the bathroom brushing our teeth and finishing up when we heard someone knocking on our door. Since every time someone knocked at our door they turned out to be salesmen, we kind of waited for them to go away. After a couple of minutes, I went to see if they were still outside through the window, and no one was there. We continued getting ready when we saw a shadow go by through the bathroom window, which was kind of like a small square made with that kind of glass that makes everything behind it really blurry. We waited and saw in case it was just a bird flying by when a hand hit it, clear as day. We got scared. We didn't know what to do. My brother had his cell phone, so he immediately called the police. While it was raining, we heard a loud bang at the door. Someone was brute forcing it. I don't know if they were kicking it or ramming it, but it was one of the most frightening things I've ever heard. My brother told me to lock the bathroom door, so I did. It took 5 bangs so the perpetrator could finally bash open the door. Then the police answered. I remember the exact thing my brother said. He was whispering. His voice could barely be heard. Hello, there is someone in our house. I think they are stealing. Then a pause. We are at our address. Another pause. I'm with my little brother locked in our bathroom. Please hurry. While all that, I was sitting against the wall, hugging my niece. It was one of the most nerve-wracking experiences ever. I could hear the man going through all of our stuff, emptying stands, going up and down the stairs, opening cabinets. He even broke a few cups and plates. Then I heard the sound my cell phone does when it turns off, and I remembered leaving it on the kitchen table. I felt so stupid for leaving it there. Things continued for a couple of minutes when we heard him trying to open the door to the bathroom. My brother got a hold of a big metal rod we had lying around there. He started kicking the door. Who was there? The man screamed. We said nothing. Another kick, then another. I felt I was about to have an anxiety attack. My chest started to ache. I had chills and was really hot. I tried to remain calm, but it was just too much. After that he stopped. We heard the door opening moaning, and then silence. We waited for almost 10 minutes before going out of the bathroom. The living room was a total mess, lots of papers and books on the floor. Thought cabinets were open, cups and plates on the floor. In our mother's bedroom, the nightstand and the closet were open and everything inside them was all over the place. Upstairs, in our room, it was the same thing. In about 5 minutes, the man was able to go through everything we had and left a total mess. After that, my brother called my mom and she ordered us to go to my aunt's as soon as possible, so we did. When we got there, I was a little more relaxed. My aunt was waiting us with ice cream, probably because my mom told her everything and she wanted to calm us down a bit. We went back home at about 7. My mom told her boss she had a home emergency, so she left early. She cleaned up the house and left everything the way it was before so we could be relaxed. I really appreciate her effort and my aunts to calm us down and do everything so we didn't have to think about it. According to my mom, the police got home after she arrived. She explained everything, but because of lack of evidence, nothing could be done. The man was never caught and honestly I don't think they even tried to search for him. The next days my mom was home with us. Now I tell the story as a funny anecdote. Luckily no one was hurt and he only took useless stuff. But at the time, I was really scared. To a 9-year-old, an experience like that can have serious repercussions. I'm lucky it never came to that, and I got over that after a couple of weeks. There's an abandoned house between my town and the town next to me on one of the country roads that connects us. I've been to it before and even went inside twice with my sister and my best friend. It's an old house that dates back centuries, according to the bank records that I was able to find, and you can just tell by the design. The house is 2 stories with a basement, has lots of furniture and objects strewn about inside, and is far from empty. You can tell that it hasn't been lived in for decades, and whoever had previously owned it, it almost seemed like they just disappeared one day, leaving everything behind. The way I was able to get in before was through the cellar door in the basement, which is broken open and propped up with some big sticks. My first visits were around 2 years ago, and I hadn't gone back at all into that time. Another friend had expressed interest in seeing the house when I told him about my experience, and so last summer I told him that I'd take him to it. I never thought it was a dangerous trip and told him that it's just an interesting place to explore. They parked across the street from the house in the parking lot of one of the industrial buildings nearby. The road was a rural road, but it was far from unused, and we didn't want to be questioned by anyone. My friend, being braver than me despite my previous visits, led the way across the street and to the front of the house. He asked me a couple questions about it and what stuff I found in there. I told him that the kitchen still had expired food in it and that the upstairs had a board game set that I ended up bringing home with me. As we walked from the front of the house to the side leading to the back with the cellar, I made note that there was a lot more brush than when I had went last time. I had gone in the spring when I had gone with my sister and best friend, and I never experienced the thick brush that I was now carefully moving through. I made a comment to my friend that there was a lot more foliage than when I had gone before, as we both tried to figure out a path to the cellar. Eventually, we pushed through some branches and found the cellar broken and propped open just as I had last seen it. We talked for a second about being nervous and I really took in the view of the cellar that led into this dark, abandoned house. I remember being really intimidated while looking at the opening, and I made note that some of the sticks propping open the cellar didn't look familiar to me. I didn't state it out loud, however, as I thought it was just my anxiety. My friend and I discussed who should go first, and he said since I'm the expert, I should head in first. I was hesitant, but eventually, after a good 5 minutes of breathing and calming myself down, I started down the few steps of the cellar. It was an awkward entrance, as half the cellar was collapsed and left little room for maneuvering. You had to duck under the part of the cellar door that was still put together, then inch your feet down the steps, and finally turn your body sideways to fit through the small gap into the basement. I took a long time after ducking under the door, since my nerves came back for a second. I made it in fine, and my friend followed very quickly, which I appreciated. We both stood in the corner of the basement now, taking it in. I turned my phone's flashlight on, and he did too. There was a spider web in the path to the stairs up to the first floor. I looked around and found some sort of tool to knock the spider web down, and I took the tool and swiped it through the web. After that, I tossed the tool onto the concrete floor. My friend and I talked quietly. I don't remember what about, but afterwards, we fell silent for a second. Above us, I clearly heard footsteps on the boards above our heads. It almost seemed like they were heading to the stairs that led down to the basement. I remember this part the best, as I looked at my friend, and he didn't seem to react to the footsteps I was hearing. I looked at him, suddenly very worried, and before I could even say anything, he said we need to go. He turned around and practically jumped up the stairs. I remember thinking he got out insanely fast. I could see him turn and reach his hand back to help me up. I was a bit slower, but I also quickly stepped up the stairs and he pulled me through the opening. I landed on my hands and knees after I escaped the cellar, and I immediately stood up facing the weeds. I turned around to my friend, who was crouched, staring down the cellar. I said to him that we should get out of here, and he turned away and told me to go first through the weeds. I pretty much just ran through the brush, definitely getting cut up by something, but we made it through them and back in front of the house very quickly. My friend kept urging me to go in front of him, and he watched behind us before switching to flashing his light in the windows on the first floor of the front of the house. I asked him what he was doing and if he was okay. He didn't really answer me at first, so I asked him if he heard the footsteps before we bolted out of the basement. He turned to me and said that he heard them, and that's why he was watching the cellar to see if anyone was following us out. He continued, saying that after he pulled me up, he turned to guide me away before he let go of my hand, and when he turned back, he saw the bare feet of someone standing at the bottom of the cellar. Because of the cellar's dilapidated structure, he could only see their feet and a part of their legs. At that point, that's when he told me to go through the weeds first. He never saw them come up the cellar stairs or move away from them before he followed me. I didn't believe him at first and thought he was just trying to scare me, but I could tell by the serious tone of his voice and the silent look he gave me after telling me that he wasn't trying to make me laugh or lighten the mood. I still asked if he was lying, and he aggressively said that he wasn't. He told me that I heard the footsteps already, so I knew something had to be in that house. We stood for a second, not really saying anything, before we both then agreed to go back across the street towards our cars. We stood by our cars for a while, watching the house to see if anything or anyone would come out, but nothing appeared. After talking for a bit about how crazy that was, and him reassuring me that he was telling the truth, it started to rain and we decided to call it a night. I fully believe him, and he's always stood by what he saw. I haven't gone back to that house since, and I like to tell myself that whoever was in that house was just a homeless person finding shelter. I still get shivers to this day, however, thinking about how close that person was to me as I scrambled up the cellar. Now this is something I really want to talk about to be sure that everyone is cautious and stays level-headed at all times. Now for context, I lived in the middle of nowhere in Canada. It was an old town that had quite a few abandoned buildings due to absence of residents. Lee and many friends were tired of the lack of entertainment options for us, so what we did was explore these abandoned buildings. Prior to the experience I am about to talk about, we never had anything too crazy happen to us. Occasionally we'd see a small bit of blood like liquid, and we did see a pentagram on the ground from someone who went to a house previously, but nothing too bad, until the last time I had gone exploring abandoned buildings. Now when I was younger I used to go to a daycare that was part mental hospital. Weird combination, I know. It closed down due to a lack of patients and lack of children at the daycare. I decided to go back there with my friends a few years ago. For context, I was 15 when this happened. Most of my friends were the same age. When we did get there, it was rather cliche. There was fog, it was rather dark, and there was a light drizzle of rain. We went to the main gate, which was padlocked shut. We decided to help each other hop over it and made a ton of noise. We were laughing and giggling the whole time, unsuspecting of what was to come. We looked around the small play place with flashlights we had on our person. Even with our somewhat powerful flashlights, our visibility was rather limited. We decided to enter the decaying building. Glass and dirt crunched under our feet as we stepped into the daycare section of the complex. There were still old toys, with chips from previous furniture, old torn dolls, and toys strewn about. The further we walked around the daycare section, we naturally became more and more silent, until all we could hear was the crunch of the dirt under our feet. I found some crayons in a plastic container in the corner of the room. I walked over to pick them up, when all of a sudden we heard a loud crash coming from behind a metal door leading to the psychiatric ward part of the building. My friends and I all looked at each other. As a whole, we were a group of 5, most of them were very bold. We all looked at each other when my friend Brian suggested we go and look to see where the sound came from. Personally, I was not too fond of the idea, but with my group of friends there was no way anyone was going to decline such a thing. We all stacked up on the door and opened it. It was rusted to the floor and we heaved to get it open. As we walked in, the metallic smells and musk became stronger, with a hint of something else which I couldn't put my finger on at that moment. We walked in, our flashlights pointed in every direction with Brian leading the group. The hallways were tight, and to the left and right were the occasional metal doorway, some with doors open. I felt slightly claustrophobic and it felt a little hard to breathe. As we continued, Brian shone his flashlight into a room and recoiled. We all stopped walking as Brian slowly entered the room. "What is it?" I asked him. I thought I saw someone here. It seems all fine now. To be honest, I thought he was just messing with us to increase our anxiety, but looking back I think he was completely honest. He backed out of the room and we continued walking deeper into the psychiatric ward, when another friend swiftly told us to stop. We came to a halt and all listened. In the distance ahead of us we heard the subtle pitter-patter of footsteps echo through the hallway. We all looked at each other, fear in each of our eyes. Brian continued walking toward the sounds. We considered turning back for a second without Brian, man, wondering if some ghost or something was in the building, but we couldn't do that to them. The closer we got, the more I felt like I was being watched. When finally we entered a room on the right which had the smell of rotty meat. In front of us was a dead deer. Its insides were spilled all over the floor, staining the concrete. A friend of mine had a very weak stomach and vomited all over the floor. That's when we heard whispering from somewhere. Brian shone his flashlight to the corner of the room where a man with short hair was standing with his head down. He wore a bright green shirt stained with what I assumed was blood and torn tan pants. He did not have any socks and his feet seemed damaged. He was twitching and continued to mumble even after we saw him. We stared at him for a solid 30 seconds before he made his first true movement. He looked up at us with a haunting grin that sent shivers down our spine. "You guys here for the feast?" He said each word with varying inflection and energy. This kicked us over the edge and we bolted out of that room all the way back to the daycare center. The door was still open and we decided to try and slam it shut, but the rust and pure weight of the door almost kept it open. It took 3 of us pulling with all of our strength to close it, and just before we did I could still see the silhouette of the man watching us, his white teeth being the only other human feature I could see. As we sat behind the metal door catching our breath for a second, all looking at each for confirmation that we all saw the same thing. After a little bit of labored breathing from each of us, we heard a light tapping on the door. That's when we decided that it was time to leave. We booked it out of the vicinity completely and ran home. A year after we visited that spot, police went back to do a routine search of the area and found the man. It was stated that this guy used to go to the psychiatric ward before it closed down. He escaped the facility he was transferred to and lived off of the wildlife around the complex. When the cops brought him in, he had a series of diseases and sickness from eating raw meat. His mental condition was much worse than before. There were future rumors that he did kill someone in the forest while searching for food, but nothing has been confirmed. When I was 10, my parents and I went to visit my grandmother for spring break. My cousin also came to visit and we decided we wanted to go to the gym for the day. My grandmother dropped us off and said she would come and pick us up in 4 hours. On that day the gym was empty. There were a couple of adults in the exercise room, but that's it. We went to the basketball court and after 2 hours of playing tag and shooting baskets, we were bored. I've never been the biggest fan of swimming, but this gym had a pretty cool pool, so we changed into our bathing suits and headed in there. The pool was empty except for the lifeguard. We played a bunch of games and swam laps, but after about an hour, there wasn't much left to do and there was no one except us to hang out with to keep things interesting. So we decided to play a game of seeing how long we could hold our breath underwater. We stood in the shallow end near the clock on the wall so we could time ourselves. Instead of fully submerging, we just stuck our heads face down in the water. We did this a couple of times and I was winning. On our last round, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I figured it was my cousin giving up and telling me that I won, but instead, it was the lifeguard who told me to knock it off or she was going to have to ask us to leave the pool. Since we were tired of being in the pool, we figured we would get out, get dressed, and go back to the basketball court until my grandmother picked us up. We only had an hour left anyways and the water was freezing. As we got out, the lifeguard stopped us and asked if we wanted to go into the sauna to warm up and dry off. The sign said 18 years or older, so of course, we were super excited that she allowed us to do that. She walked us to the sauna and unlocked the door. The door was glass and the interior was made entirely out of wood. Inside, above the door, there was a clock, probably to help make sure you were not in there for an unsafe amount of time. The lifeguard stand was adjacent to the sauna, but if you looked out the door you could clearly see it. She followed us in and went over to the thermometer encased in plastic and unlocked it so she could crank up the heat. I figured that she must have to turn it on each time, so I didn't think anything of it. Both my cousin and I were very short girls and so we couldn't see the temperature that was printed on the thermometer knob, but I know she was turning up the heat. Then she left and shut the door behind her. I felt I saw her lock the door too, but I thought to myself, why would she lock the door when we might want to get out? I checked the clock and decided we should get out in 10 or 15 minutes. It was already plenty warm in the sauna, but now the room was blazing. It felt nice because I was so cold from the pool. After about 15 minutes, it was starting to get a little bit too hot and my cousin agreed that we should leave so we can get dressed. I went to turn the knob on the door, but it wasn't budging. I thought maybe it was jammed, so I shook it, but it still wasn't opening, and then I let my cousin try. She couldn't get it open either. We figured the lifeguard would be back in a couple of minutes, so we sat back down and waited. The room was getting hotter now too, and I really wanted to leave. I got up and started banging on the door and shaking, twisting the knob trying to get the lifeguard's attention. My cousin got up and joined me. We started screaming at the top of our lungs for her to let us out, but she just stared straight ahead. I don't think there's any way that she couldn't have noticed or heard 2 little girls banging and kicking the door and screaming. Now we had been in there for about 25 minutes. It was so hot in the sauna that it hurt to breathe. It felt like my lungs were on fire. My eyes and skin were burning. We sat back back down and put our towels over our heads because they were still a little damp and it made it easier to breathe. I was so worried about my cousin as she is a couple of years younger than me. I looked at the clock and saw that we had been there for 35 minutes. I got up and walked to the door again and saw the lifeguard still just staring straight ahead. Again, I tried to get her attention by screaming that we needed out and banging on the door as hard as I could, but still nothing. I was starting to get pretty dizzy, so I went to go sit back down, but the wooden seats at the sauna burned my skin. My towel was completely dry, so I put it underneath me to sit on. My hair was also dry, but I wrapped it across my face to cover my nose, and I squinted my eyes so that they didn't burn as bad, but I could still watch if anyone walked past the door. It helped a little bit. My cousin was laying face down with the towel over her head, not moving or saying anything, so I nudged her to make sure that she was still okay. She was, but I could tell that we really needed to get out of there soon because she seemed a bit disoriented. It had been 45 minutes now and I was extremely nauseous. There was no way that the lifeguard would forget that we were in there, and I thought she would have to come back soon, but there was this little voice in my head telling me that maybe she purposely locked us in there. Finally, a man walked past the door towards the pool, but for some reason, I just couldn't get up. My whole body was on fire and I felt so dizzy. Luckily, this man wasn't going to the pool. He wanted to be let into the sauna and came back with a lifeguard. I saw them walking this way and immediately jumped up to grab my cousin. I knew now that for sure she had locked us in there because she pulled out her keys to unlock the door and let the man in. I didn't want to take any chances of us being trapped in there any longer, so as the man was trying to walk in, I was trying to shove our way out. As we were going out, the lifeguard started trying to shut the door and push us back with it. The man was clearly confused about what was going on and said, "I think they want out." The lifeguard let out a sigh and opened the door fully, and we ran away as fast as we could into the changing room. We only had about 10 minutes before a grandmother was supposed to pick us up. We were both so shaken by what just happened that we didn't say anything to each other as we got dressed or on the car ride home. When we got back to the house, my parents were making us dinner and I told them the story of what just happened. They thought that I must have been exaggerating and they didn't believe me. I truly think that that woman was going to let us cook alive in there. The only bit of doubt that I have is what would have happened if we actually died. She obviously would have gotten the blame. What was her end game? I'm 21 now, but I think about this interaction all the time, and when I'm in small spaces or I get too warm, I still have panic attacks. No one believes this story, and I get it. It's pretty absurd. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to ask for opinions, but do you think that this could have been some crazy misunderstanding, or do you think that she really just left us in there to die? I apologize if there are some errors or things that may not make sense. This is the perspective my story told from me and a part by a friend. This happened to be the weekend of Halloween and I personally don't like talking about it, but I've been told by my friend to share it to get it off of my chest. We and a friend were invited to a house party just for college students in the richer area of the town, so the house was huge with an acre of land and pool area. This party was themed to be a little naughty, so my friend dressed in a sexy nurse outfit and I dressed as a belly dancer. Majority of the party took place in the house as there was maybe like 70 people, with the house being very spacious, so not too difficult to get around. I'm not much of a drinker, but I did have some juice that was available. Some friends pulled me and my friend in over to take some pictures and I set my drink down. After what felt like an hour of just taking pictures, I found my cup and took another sip, not even worrying that I left my cup alone for a while. Then a man came up to me who looked to be in his late 20s, early 30s. He said my boyfriend's name and said he's been trying to call me. That's when I realized I didn't have my phone on me. I have loads of respect for my boyfriend. We always make sure to stay in contact with each other, and since he had to work, I promised I would contact him, but I had just forgotten. The man said it's urgent and said I can use his phone to call at one of the rooms. So not thinking at all, I followed the man. If my boyfriend really wanted to call me, then I knew it would be something terrible. As we entered the room, I felt as if I just ran a mile and felt winded. The man closed the door behind me and sat me on the bed and gave me his phone. I started to feel more weak, like I just got a migraine and just couldn't call. Then I was helped to lay down and within seconds, I was out cold. I woke up later, not sure where I was or what even happened. I found my friend rubbing a napkin on my tummy while yelling. It took me a bit to come back to reality and I realized I was in a bedroom with my friend cleaning some stuff off of me. That's when I had a panic attack and just realized that I quite possibly have been used. My friend calmed me down and told me that didn't happen. She explained that she couldn't find me anywhere and assumed I went to the bathroom. But after like some minutes, I still didn't show, so she went looking for me, eventually checking the bedrooms and found me laying in bed with the guy sucking something out of my belly button. Apparently he was playing shots with my unconscious body and sucking alcohol out of my belly button, licking salt from my chest, and kissing my lips. She didn't know how long this went on for, but I immediately felt sick and even coughed up from just the thought. Thankfully, my boyfriend got off of work early after my friend told him what happened. He picked me up while my friend asked around about the guy, but of course, no one knew who or recognized him. I was taken to urgent care and looked at. Thankfully, nothing was wrong with me and the drug in my drink didn't cause any further harm than just knocking me out. I wish the story ends here, but I started to receive texts from a random guy. At first, he was just asking me random things and I just didn't reply, but then it showed me a picture of my torso and started saying creepy things to me and even giving me the impression he's stalking me. This is still going on today, just texting me randomly. I've had the idea to try to bait him one of these days to finally have backup to catch him, but I don't know how smart he can be and what he will do to me if things don't go as planned. I have contacted the police and asked what I can do. They took my phone and to copy the texts I received, but I'm sort of doubtful it will go anywhere. I honestly just believe it was a stranger who had bad intentions at the time and acted upon it. I'm not really even upset anymore. I just want to continue with my life and better myself from any other future events. Alright, this happened to me about 3 years ago. It was brought up recently with my friends and they suggested that I post it here. I have gone through therapy for this and trained in firearms because this was the creepiest night of my life. I spent a night in what felt like a horror movie and it's still so vivid. It was a Wednesday night in the summer. I was off work, my husband was out of town, and our son was staying at his grandma's for the night. I was home alone with my dogs, an 80-pound Australian mix and my 80-pound German Shepherd / Pit Bull mix. This particular night I remembered that the trash pickup comes the next day. I decided to turn on Game of Thrones for a bit, then I would take the trash out. All of a sudden, I realize it's 1:30 in the morning and I still haven't taken the trash to the curb. My house has 2 solid iron gates, one in the front and one to the side door / backyard. Lighting on our street isn't that great, but it's a quiet neighborhood with a lot of families and you rarely hear about crime here. I looked out the window by habit before I took the trash out and saw who I thought was my neighbor smoking a cigarette outside of his gate across the street, looking directly at me. For context, this is a normal occurrence. My neighbor across the street hides smoking cigarettes from his wife, so he typically does it late at night in front of his gate. I get off of work late, so I usually see him and we wave, chat a little, then I go inside and he makes the joke he didn't see me smoking if my wife asks. So unbothered by seeing the guy, I go outside, grab my trash cans, open my squeaky iron gate, and take them out to the curb. I did not have my glasses on at the time, so as usual I waved and said hello. However, the guy, who I thought was my neighbor, threw down the cigarette and quickly walked off down the street. It took a minute for me to register that he was not my neighbor. I was a little creeped out because he was clearly staring into my window from the opposite sidewalk, but also maybe it was a guy taking a night walk and just stopped for a cigarette. I thought I probably weirded him out as much as he weirded me out, went back inside and laid on the couch with my dogs to keep watching Game of Thrones. At some point, I fell asleep and I woke up hearing my gate squeak and my German Shepherd mix growling. He's extremely protective of our family at home, but he's also the kind of dog you could take anywhere because he's so friendly in public. My Australian mix is more passive, but his sheer size and scary bark tends to deter people. He's very friendly though. I quickly got up and pulled back my curtain. My gate was still shut and I didn't see anything. My dog, however, continued to growl at my front door. I looked out another window, which had a better view of my front yard and porch. I didn't see anything. Eventually, my dog settled back down with my other dog, but I was still uneasy. I ended up watching television again because I couldn't go back to sleep. About an hour later, I definitely heard my gate squeak. We are the only ones with a heavy cast iron gate and the noise it makes is so distinct. So I look out the curtain while my dogs are continuing to softly growl. My gate is halfway open but I don't see anyone. At this point, I'm panicking. In my panic, I couldn't find my phone. I grabbed my wooden baseball bat out of our room, crouched down, and started going through the couch cushions to get my phone. My dogs are oddly still quietly growling instead of barking, so I assumed no one was there. The minute I find my phone, my front door handle starts shaking. I run to the side door to let my German Shepherd mix out. I know he'll protect me and he can jump the 6-foot back gate. My Australian mix, going crazy, busts out one of our door side lights. I heard the guy say oh crap and immediately I let out my German Shepherd Pit Bull mix. I jumped up to look out the window, saw my dog latch on the guy's hand. The guy starts screaming and takes off down the street, my dog chasing him. I then become terrified he'll hurt my dog, so I run out with my baseball bat, screaming my dog's name over and over. The next thing I know, my dog is prancing down the street back to me, happy with blood all over his face. I called the police. They took another hour or so to show up and didn't seem to take me too seriously. They said they'd call local hospitals, but I never heard back. I called my husband bawling and he got on the next flight home. I stayed at his mom's for a few days, too terrified to go home. I did buy my dogs giant steaks for being so good and saving me. I don't know what that guy wanted, but since then I've been trained in firearms and self-defense. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. A couple of years ago, I lived in a small apartment in the heart of a bustling city. My street was normally lively, filled with friendly neighbors and familiar faces. But there's one particular night I'll never forget, and it's not for pleasant reasons. I was coming home late from work. It was around 11:30 p.m., and the city was unusually quiet. The only sounds I heard were distant traffic and my footsteps echoing off the pavement. As I was walking to my apartment, I noticed a tall man wearing a worn-out brown coat and a wide-brimmed hat standing near my building's entrance. He seemed to be staring at something, but I couldn't tell what it was. Trying to shake off an uneasy feeling, I continued towards my building. Once I reached the entrance, I glanced over at the man and our eyes met, and he gave me an unsettling smile that sent a chill down my spine. I quickly averted my eyes and entered the building, my heart pounding. I told myself that I was just being paranoid. Maybe he was waiting for someone or had some business in the area, but something in the pit of my stomach told me that something was off. Once inside my apartment, I tried to relax. I made some tea and settled down with a book, but the image of that man's eerie smile lingered in my mind. About an hour later, I heard a noise coming from the hallway. I froze, straining my ears to hear better. It was a faint shuffling sound, like someone dragging their feet. I peered through my peephole but saw nothing. I tried to convince myself that it was just a neighbor coming home late, but the uneasy feeling refused to go away. I double-checked my door's lock and decided to call it a night. As I lay in bed, I heard the noise again. This time, it was more pronounced. I got up, heart racing, and looked through the peephole once more. There he was, the man in the brown coat, standing right outside my door. Panicked, I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, explaining the situation in hushed tones. The operator assured me that officers were on their way. I sat in the dark, phone in hand, listening to the man's shuffling footsteps. It seemed like hours passed before I heard the police arrive. When they got there, the man was gone. The officers searched the building and the surrounding area but found no trace of him. They took my statement, but there wasn't much they could do. Over the following weeks, I kept a watchful eye, always looking over my shoulder, expecting to see the man in the brown coat, but he never returned. I eventually moved out of that apartment, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. The image of that eerie smile and the sound of shuffling feet outside my door still haunt my dreams. What was the man doing there? What did he want? I'll never know, and maybe that's for the best. What I do know is that his presence that night left me with a lingering sense of dread that I've never been able to shake. Months had passed since the incident with the man in the brown coat, but I couldn't shake the fear and anxiety that it had instilled in me. I moved into a new apartment, started a new job, and even adopted a dog for both companionship and protection. His name was Max, a loyal German shepherd who became my shadow. Despite the changes, I was still haunted by the memory. Nightmares would wake me up in a cold sweat, with the echo of shuffling feet in my ears and the image of that haunting smile in my mind. One day, as I was walking Max in my new neighborhood, something caught my eye. It was a glint of metal reflecting the sunlight. I approached, and to my horror, found a worn-out brown coat and a wide-brimmed hat hidden in the bushes. My heart stopped. The memories came flooding back. I hurriedly dialed the local police, who arrived promptly to investigate. The officers took the items and promised to look into it, but something told me that they didn't fully believe my story. After all, there were no witnesses, no evidence linking the coat and hat to my previous encounter. I became even more cautious. Every creak, every shadow, every stranger seemed like a potential threat. Max seemed to sense my anxiety, always alert and watchful. One night, as I was locking up my apartment, Max began to growl at the window. I looked out but saw nothing unusual. Still, his behavior put me on edge. I triple-checked the locks and settled down to watch some TV, Max by my side. Hours later, I was awoken by a soft scratching sound at the door. Max was up, ears perked, eyes fixed on the entrance. My heart was in my throat as I approached the door and peered through the peephole. The corridor was empty. I called the police again, but they found nothing amiss. I knew they were beginning to doubt my sanity, and truth be told, I was beginning to doubt it too. Days turned into weeks, and the anxiety was wearing me down. I decided to to consult a therapist to help me deal with the lingering trauma. During our sessions, we explored my feelings of fear and paranoia. Slowly, I began to regain control over my life. The nightmares lessened, the anxiety waned, and I started to feel like myself again. Then, one day, I received a call from the police. They had identified the owner of the brown coat and hat. The man was a known criminal with a history of stalking and harassment. He had been caught in another city, wearing a different coat but carrying a photograph of my old apartment building. Suddenly, everything made sense. My fears were justified. The man had been real, and he had been watching me. The police assured me that he was in custody and that I was safe. But the fear he instilled in me will never entirely go away. That chapter of my life is closed now, but the memories remain. They serve as a constant reminder to trust my instincts and be vigilant. To the man in the brown coat who haunted my life, I hope we never meet again. When I was 23, I moved to a new city for my first real job after college. It was an exciting but nerve-wracking time for me. I found a small one-bedroom apartment in a nice part of town. The place had character and was relatively affordable. The landlord, Mr. Thompson, was an older man, probably in his late 60 seconds, with a warm smile and friendly demeanor. He lived in the building too and would often stop by to chat or help with any minor repairs. At first, I thought of him as a kind, grandfatherly figure. He would tell me stories about his youth, give advice about the city, and even bring homemade cookies sometimes. However, as weeks turned into months, I began to notice odd behaviors. He would knock on my door at strange hours, offering to fix things that weren't broken. He'd linger outside my window, seemingly watching me. When I'd catch him, he'd quickly scuttle away with a mumbled excuse. At first, I brushed it off as the quirks of an old man, but my gut began telling me that something was off. One evening, I came home to find my front door slightly ajar. Panic welled up inside me, and I carefully pushed the door open. My heart was pounding as I scanned the room, but everything seemed in place. I called Mr. Thompson, who hurried over, concern etched on his face. He checked the apartment, reassuring me that everything was fine. He suggested the door might not have latched properly when I left. Still, the incident left me unnerved. I began to pay more attention to Mr. Thompson's behavior, growing increasingly suspicious. I noticed that he seemed to know things about me that I had never shared, like my daily schedule, my family back home, even my favorite foods. I began to wonder if he was going through my personal belongings. The thought was terrifying, but I had no concrete proof. The idea that the friendly old man I'd grown to trust could be violating my privacy seemed absurd. A few weeks later, I went on a short vacation with some friends. Before leaving, I set up a small hidden camera in my living room, more to ease my mind than anything else. I told myself that I was just being paranoid. When I returned, I immediately checked the footage, not expecting to find anything. I was wrong. The footage showed Mr. Thompson entering my apartment multiple times while I was away. He went through my drawers, examined my personal items, even sniffed my clothes. He sat on my couch, watching my television, eating food from my fridge. I was horrified and disgusted. The friendly facade had hidden something dark and twisted. I confronted Mr. Thompson, anger and fear in my voice. He stammered, trying to come up with excuses, but I was having none of it. I called the police, who arrived to take statements and review the footage. It turns out, I wasn't the first tenant to experience this. Previous renters have reported similar incidents, but there had never been enough evidence to take action. Mr. Thompson was arrested, and I immediately moved out, finding a new place across town. But that wasn't the end of it, not by a long shot. As I was settling into my new home, I received a call from Detective Simmons, the officer handling my case. He informed me that they'd found something chilling during their search of Mr. Thompson's apartment. In a hidden compartment, they discovered photographs, journals, and personal items belonging to various tenants, including me. The journals were filled with detailed observations, fantasies, and plans. The realization that Mr. Thompson had been obsessively watching and documenting my life was a nightmare come true. I was left to grapple with the trauma, haunted by the thought of what could have happened if I hadn't discovered the truth. With therapy and the support of friends and family, I began to rebuild my life. But the sense of violation and betrayal lingered. Months after the discovery, my life had started to return to some semblance of normality. Mr. Thompson had been placed under house arrest, awaiting trial. I had a restraining order against him, but I still felt a lingering sense of unease. One day, I was scrolling through social media when I stumbled upon a profile that seemed oddly familiar. The profile picture was a blurred image, but something about it caught my eye. The account was following several people connected to me, friends, family, even colleagues. Curiosity getting the better of me, I began to dig deeper. What I found sent chills down my spine. The account had been posting pictures of me taken from afar at various locations around the city. Some were taken from outside my new apartment, others while I was out with friends or even grocery shopping. I immediately called Detective Simmons, who began an investigation. They traced the account but hit dead ends. friends. It was all very professional, masked through various IP addresses, leaving no direct trace back to Mr. Thompson. But I knew it was him. The court date was drawing near, and I could feel the tension building. Sleep became elusive, and paranoia crept back into my life. One evening, while walking back home, I noticed a car that seemed to be following me. I tried to dismiss it as my mind playing tricks, but the nagging feeling persisted. I took a circuitous route home, glancing over my shoulder every few steps. The car remained, always a block or two behind, never overtaking, never stopping. Panicked, I called a friend who lived nearby and headed to their place instead of my own. The car continued to follow until I reached my friend's building, where I lost sight of it. My friend let me stay the night, and I explained the situation. Together we decided it was time to take more serious precautions. I hired a private security firm to watch my apartment and accompany me to and from work. They installed extra security measures, and I felt a small sense of relief. The day of the trial finally arrived, and I faced Mr. Thompson in court. His eyes, once warm and friendly, now looked cold and calculating. He denied everything, his lawyer painting me as an overreactive, paranoid young woman. But the evidence was solid, the hidden camera footage damning. Other former tenants came forward, bolstering my case. Mr. Thompson was found guilty and sentenced to several years in prison. I felt a weight lifted, but the victory was bittersweet. The social media account was shut down, and the stalking seemed to stop. But I knew that it wouldn't truly be over. I moved again, this time to a different city, leaving behind friends and a job I loved. I started fresh, determined not to let the experience define me. Years have passed, and I've built a new life. But the scars remain. Trust doesn't come easily, and I always find myself looking over my shoulder, expecting to see that familiar face or the glint of a camera lens. I often think about the other tenants, those who didn't realize what was happening, and wonder how many lives Mr. Thompson has silently invaded. I share this story now as a warning and a reminder. Always trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. To Mr. Thompson, the landlord who turned my life into a living nightmare, let's never meet again. I never thought I'd find myself typing out this story, but the events of last summer still haunt me. I need to share this experience with someone, and I hope it serves as a warning to others. I live in a medium-sized town where everyone knows everyone else. It's a safe community, and crime is rare. I work as a nurse in the local hospital, and the night shifts often have me driving home in the early hours of the morning. It was a humid summer night when my life took a chilling turn. I had just finished a particularly draining shift, and all I wanted was to get home and collapse into bed. As I made my way to my car, I noticed a man standing near the hospital entrance, watching me. His gaze was unblinking, and he seemed out of place. I shook off the uneasy feeling, attributing it to exhaustion. I got into my car and drove off, paying no further attention to the man yet. The next day, I had almost forgotten the encounter until my neighbor, Sarah, mentioned seeing a strange man walking around our street. I felt a pang of anxiety, but brushed it off. It's a free country, after all. Days turned into weeks, and life went on as usual. But then, something strange started happening. I began noticing a black sedan following me. At first, I thought it was a coincidence, but the pattern became clear. The car would be there when I left work, keeping a distance but always in my rearview mirror. I never got a good look at the driver. I decided to tell my brother, James, who's a cop. He told me it was probably just my imagination playing tricks on me, but promised to keep an eye out. One evening, as I was heading home, the black sedan was there again. Panic set in, and I decided to drive to the police station instead of going home. The car followed me all the way but abruptly turned away as I pulled into the station. I reported the incident, and the police took it seriously. They sent a patrol car to follow me home that night, but the black sedan was nowhere to be seen. Weeks passed without any incident, and I started to feel silly for being so paranoid. Maybe it was just my imagination. Then one night, everything changed. I arrived home after a long shift, feeling utterly drained. As I approached my front door, I noticed it was slightly ajar. My heart dropped into my stomach, and I immediately called the police. They arrived quickly and searched the house. There was no sign of forced entry, but my bedroom was a mess. Clothes were thrown everywhere, drawers were open, and personal belongings were scattered. Nothing was missing, except for some photographs of me. The police took the incident seriously and started an investigation. They advised me to stay with family, but I couldn't leave my home. I had worked hard for it, and I wouldn't be chased away. I installed a security system, adopted a large dog named Max, and took self-defense classes. But the fear was always there, lurking in the back of my mind. Weeks turned into months without any new incidents, and life began to return to normal. Then, one day, I received a letter in the mail. No return address, just my name written in shaky handwriting. Inside was a single photograph of me taken from outside my bedroom window. On the back, written in the same shaky handwriting, were the words, "I'm still watching you." The police were called again, and this time they managed to find some fingerprints on the envelope. After some investigation, they matched them to a man who had been arrested years ago for stalking. His name was Thomas, and he had just been released from prison. They brought him in for questioning, but there wasn't enough evidence to hold him. I was terrified, knowing that my stalker was out there, still watching me. But then, something unexpected happened. Thomas was found dead in his apartment, an apparent suicide. The police concluded their investigation, and the case was closed. After moving to a new town, I found myself in a peaceful community nestled between beautiful mountains and serene lakes. I loved my new job, my new friends, and for the first time in a long time, I felt a sense of peace. Max, my faithful dog, was with me every step of the way, providing comfort and a sense of security. But that nagging fear never entirely left me. I began volunteering at a local support group for people who had experienced stalking or harassment. Sharing my story with others who had been through similar ordeals helped me, and I became passionate about helping others heal. Months went by, and I was finally starting to feel like my old self. I even began dating a wonderful man named Mike, who knew my past and was incredibly supportive. Life was good. Then one day, while sorting through some old boxes, I stumbled across a newspaper clipping that my brother James had sent me after Thomas's death. I had never really looked at it closely before, but something caught my eye. There was a picture of Thomas, but standing next to him was a woman I recognized. A chill ran down my spine as I realized it was Sarah, my former neighbor. Memories rushed back, and pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. Sarah had mentioned seeing a strange man in our neighborhood. She was the one who had first alerted me to the possibility of someone watching me. My hands were shaking as I called James. I explained what I had found, and he promised to look into it. Days turned into weeks as James dug into Sarah's background. What he uncovered was terrifying. Sarah had been Thomas's accomplice. They had met in a support group for people with mental health issues. Together, they developed an obsession with me for reasons I still don't fully understand. But Thomas's death, the police had closed the case. But now, with this new information, they reopened it and immediately began searching for Sarah. She had moved, changed her name, and seemingly vanished. But I knew that she was still out there, and the fear returned with a vengeance. Mike was my rock during this time, always there to comfort me and keep me sane. But even he couldn't chase away the nightmares that plagued me. Months went by without any news, and I began to lose hope that Sarah would ever be found. Then, one day, a call came from James. They had found Sarah. She had been living in a small town, not far from where I had moved. When they arrested her, she had photographs, letters, and even personal belongings of mine in her possession. The trial was a blur. Sarah was found guilty of stalking, harassment, and conspiracy. She was sentenced to a lengthy prison term, but even with her behind bars, the scars remain. I've continued to work with the support group, turning my experience into a force for good. I've become an advocate for victims, pushing for stronger laws and support systems. Life has moved on, and I'm stronger for having gone through this nightmare, but I know I'll never forget. I share this story as a warning and a plea. Trust your instincts, be aware of your surroundings, and never underestimate the importance of personal safety. And to Sarah, the woman who betrayed my trust and turned my life upside down, let's never meet again. So, this happened a couple of years ago, and I've only just found the courage to write about it. It's something that has haunted me since, and I thought sharing might help me cope. I had just moved to a new city, and I was living alone for the first time. My apartment was located in a reasonably good area, but being new, I didn't know anyone. A month or so into my new life, I began to notice some odd occurrences. It started with small things. Sometimes I would come home to find my curtains drawn when I was sure I had left them open, or lights turned off that I had left on. I brushed it off as being forgetful or the work of my landlord who perhaps entered the apartment while I was at work. A few weeks later, it escalated. I found a picture frame on my bedside table face down. It contained a photograph of my family. This sent a chill down my spine, but again, I rationalized it as maybe the wind knocking it over or something equally benign. Then, the letters started to arrive. The first letter was a simple, "Hi, welcome to the neighborhood." It was unsigned and written in what looked like a child's handwriting. I figured it was a neighbor trying to be friendly and thought little of it. The next letter, however, was not so innocent. "I hope you like living here. I'm watching you." My heart stopped when I read those words. I immediately checked all the locks on my doors and windows. Nothing seemed out of place. I began to keep my curtains closed and double-checked everything before leaving my apartment. A week went by and another letter arrived. This one was even more disturbing. "You look beautiful in that blue dress today." That was the exact dress I'd worn to work that day. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine, realizing that this was not a random occurrence. Someone was watching me. I immediately contacted contacted the police, who took my statement and advised me to keep a record of anything strange. They said they would patrol the area more frequently, but there wasn't much else they could do without more evidence. Days turned into weeks, and the letters continued. They grew more and more personal, describing what I had done during the day, what I had eaten, and even what I had watched on TV. I felt trapped, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every sound. One night, I woke up to the sound of tapping on my window. My heart pounded in my chest as I crept towards the noise. I peeked through the curtains and saw a shadowy figure standing outside, looking up at my window. I screamed and called the police, who arrived within minutes. They searched the area but found nothing. No evidence, no footprints, nothing. I was losing sleep, becoming paranoid, and feeling like I was losing my mind. A few days later, I received a package. Inside was a lock of my hair and a note. I could be closer if I wanted. Be thankful I'm not. I broke down, terrified for my life. The police took the package as evidence, and finally they had something tangible to work with. After an exhaustive investigation, they discovered that a man living in my building had been stalking me. He had access to the building's security cameras and had been following me for months, watching my every move. The man was arrested and charged with stalking and harassment. As it turned out, he had a history of similar behavior, and I was just his latest victim. Life seemed to return to normal, but the deep-rooted fear from that experience still clung to me. I became involved in a local support group for people who had been through similar traumas. It helped, but my confidence in the world had been shaken. The man was found guilty, and a restraining order was issued. Knowing that he was behind bars gave me a sense of security, but I was still looking over my shoulder constantly, always alert to any sign of danger. Months turned into years, and the scars began to heal. I moved into a new relationship and started to rebuild my life. But as much as I wanted to put the past behind me, there were still those nights when I would wake up in a cold sweat, remembering the terror I'd felt. Then, one day, I received a call that sent my world crashing down again. The man had been released on parole. My heart dropped into my stomach as the officer explained the terms of his release, assuring me that he would still be monitored and that the restraining order was still in effect. But all I could think of was him out there, possibly still obsessed with me. My partner, aware of my past, was incredibly supportive. We installed a new security system, and I informed my workplace and friends about the situation. But the nagging fear returned, consuming me once again. Weeks went by without incident, and I tried to convince myself that he had moved on. Maybe he had changed, found help, and was no longer a threat. Then, one evening, I received an anonymous email. The message was short and chilling. "I still remember you." I felt like I was going to throw up. My hands trembled as I showed the email to my partner. We contacted the police immediately, but without concrete proof that it was him, there wasn't much they could do. I changed my email address, deleted my social media profiles, and once again became a prisoner to my fear. Days turned into weeks, and nothing else happened, but the damage was done. I felt his presence in every shadow, saw his face in every crowd. The life I had rebuilt was unraveling once more. I decided to take control of the situation. I hired a private investigator to watch him, to ensure that he wasn't violating the restraining order. The information came back clear. He had a job, was attending therapy, and seemed to be leading a normal life. But I knew better. One night, after months of restless anxiety, I made a decision. I couldn't live like this anymore. I packed my bags, sat down with my partner, and explained that I needed to leave. I needed a fresh start, far away from the city that held so many painful memories. He understood and supported me, promising to visit and keep our relationship alive. I moved across the country, found a new job, and began to rebuild once more. Slowly but surely, the fear began to subside, replaced by a newfound determination to live my life on my terms. Years have passed since then, and I have found peace at last, but the lessons from that time still shape who I am today. I've become an advocate for stalking victims, using my story to help others. I write this not as a victim, but as a survivor, and to anyone who finds themselves in a situation like mine, know this: you are stronger than you think, and you are never alone. As for the man who once stalked me, I hope you found the help you needed, and wherever you are, let's never meet again. Living in a small town, you never really think that anything dangerous could happen to you. That's why, on a beautiful summer evening, I decided to take a stroll to a nearby park. I often went there to read a book, watch the sunset, and enjoy some peace. On this particular day, I noticed something unusual: a white van parked at the edge of the parking lot. It didn't look like any service vehicle I had seen before. It had no windows, and there were no logos or business markings. Something about it sent a chill down my spine, but I shrugged it off as my imagination playing tricks on me. As I settled into into my favorite spot under a large oak tree. I pulled out my book and began to read. The park was quiet, and I was lost in my thoughts. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed movement near the van. A man was standing there, looking directly at me. He was tall, had a scruffy beard, and wore a stained red baseball cap. Our eyes met, and I felt my heart skip a beat. He didn't look away. I tried to return to my book, telling myself I was overreacting, but the feeling of being watched wouldn't leave me. After a few minutes, I looked up again, and the man was gone. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. I heard footsteps. Glancing around, I spotted him again, now walking towards me, his eyes still fixed on me. My instincts screamed at me to leave, and I didn't hesitate. I quickly gathered my things and began walking towards the exit, never looking back. I could hear his footsteps getting closer, so I broke into a run, my heart pounding in my chest. I made it to my car, locked the doors, and sped away. Looking in the rearview mirror, I saw him standing in the middle of the road, watching me drive away. I got home, locked all the doors, and called the police. They took my statement, but said there was little they could do without more evidence. Sleep didn't come easily that night. The next day, I spotted the white van again, this time parked near my workplace. Panic set in, but I told myself it was a coincidence. Days turned into weeks, and I kept seeing the van outside my house near my gym, always lurking. I never saw the man's face again, but I knew he was there watching. I reported each sighting to the police, but they were never able to catch him in the act. My friends and family were supportive, but I could tell they were skeptical. I began to feel like I was going crazy. Then, one evening, everything changed. I was leaving a friend's house, and as I walked to my car, I saw the van parked across the street. Fear gripped me, but I was tired of running. I pulled out my phone and began recording. I approached the van, my hands shaking. I could see movement inside, and as I got closer, I realized the door was slightly ajar. I was about to call the police when I heard a whimper. My blood ran cold as I approached the door, my mind racing with what I might find. The whimper turned into a cry, and I knew I had to act. I pulled open the door and was met with a sight that will haunt me forever. Inside were several children, bound and gagged, their eyes wide with terror. I immediately called 911, my voice trembling as I described what I had found. The operator told me to stay put, but I knew I had to get those children to safety. I quickly untied them and led them to my car, all the while looking over my shoulder for the man. The police arrived within minutes, and the children were taken to safety. An investigation was launched, and the man was eventually caught. He was part of a human trafficking ring that had been operating in the area for years. I was hailed as a hero, but I didn't feel like one. The trauma of what I had experienced and what I had seen stayed with me. I moved away from that town, needing a fresh start, but I know I'll never forget what happened. I'll never forget those children's faces, the terror in their eyes, or the man who stalked me. Months had passed since the harrowing encounter with the man in the red baseball cap, and I had settled into my new life in a different town. I was seeing a therapist to help deal with the trauma, and things were starting to feel normal again. But deep down, I knew I couldn't just move on. The experience had changed me, awakened something in me that I couldn't ignore. I became involved in advocacy work, volunteering with organizations dedicated to combating human trafficking. I shared my story at seminars and workshops, hoping to raise awareness about this heinous crime that lurked in the shadows of our communities. One day, I was approached by a detective named Sarah who was working on human trafficking cases. She had heard my story and wanted my help. At first, I was hesitant. The memories were still fresh, and the idea of getting involved in a real investigation terrified me. But Sarah was persistent, and I realized that I had a unique perspective that could make a difference. I agreed to help. Working with Sarah, I began to understand the depth and complexity of the problem. It was more widespread than I had ever imagined, and it was happening right under our noses. We focused on a particular case that had been troubling the local police for months. Girls were going missing, and there were few leads. The only connection was a series of mysterious social media accounts that lured young women with promises of modeling contracts or lucrative jobs. I immersed myself in the online world, trying to understand how these predators operated. It was a dark and disturbing journey, and I often felt overwhelmed by the sheer depravity I encountered. But I kept going, driven by a determination to make a difference. After weeks of painstaking research and analysis, we began to see a pattern. We identified several key players who were part of an organized ring. They were using sophisticated methods to target vulnerable young women, lure them in, and then exploit them. With this information, the police were able to launch a sting operation. I was involved every step of the way, working closely with Sarah and her team. The day of the operation was nerve-wracking. We had one chance to catch these criminals in the act, and the stakes were high. As the hours ticked by, I watched from a surveillance van, my heart pounding in my chest. The tension was palpable, and I couldn't help but think about the girls whose lives were on the line. Finally, the moment came. The police swooped in, arresting several key members of the ring. The operation was a success, and I felt a surge of triumph mixed with relief. In the following weeks, the full extent of the operation was revealed. Dozens of girls were rescued, and a network of traffickers cameras was dismantled. I knew that our work was just a small victory in a much larger battle, but it felt like a step in the right direction. The experience strengthened my resolve to continue fighting against human trafficking. I knew that I had a role to play, and I was committed to doing everything I could to make a difference. I also realized that healing was possible by facing my fears and channeling them into something positive. I have found a way to move forward. So to anyone who finds themselves in a dark place, know that there is hope. There is a way out, and you are stronger than you think. And to the man in the red baseball cap and all those like him, know that there are people out there who won't stop fighting. We won't back down, and we won't be silenced. Let's never meet again. I live in a relatively quiet suburban neighborhood where everyone knows each other and we all get along just fine. Well, that's what I used to think. At least 3 years ago, I moved into my dream home. It's a quaint 2-story house with a white picket fence and a spacious backyard where my dog, Rufus, loves to play. The neighborhood seemed perfect, the neighbors friendly, and everything was going well. But then something strange started happening. It began with the mail. I noticed that letters were arriving open and some packages seemed to have been tampered with. At first, I thought it was just the postman being careless, but it kept happening. Then there were the phone calls. I would pick up the phone and there would be silence on the other end. Sometimes I could hear breathing, but they would always hang up before I could say anything. I started feeling uneasy and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I would see shadows moving outside my windows at night and hear strange noises coming from the yard. I reported these incidents to the police, but without any concrete evidence, there was little they could do. So I decided to take matters into my own hands. I installed security cameras around the house, hoping to catch whoever was messy with me. I even bought a new, stronger lock for the front door and started being more vigilant about keeping all the windows locked. Weeks went by without any further incidents, and I started to feel safe again. But then, one night, everything changed. I was lying in bed, reading a book, when I heard a noise coming from the living room. It sounded like a soft thud, like something had been knocked over. My heart started pounding, and I grabbed the baseball bat I had started keeping next to my bed. I tiptoed down the stairs, trying to make as little noise as possible. As I reached the bottom, I could see that the front door was slightly ajar. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized someone had been inside my house. I quickly searched the rooms, but there was no one there. Nothing seemed to be missing, but I knew something was off. I immediately called the police, who came and searched the house as well. They found nothing but promised to keep a closer eye on my property. The next day, I reviewed the footage from the security cameras, and what I saw made my blood run cold. There, clear as day, was a man I had never seen before, wearing a hooded sweatshirt and gloves, lurking around my house. He had been watching me through the windows, and then he had tried the front door. Finding it unlocked, he had entered. He spent less than a minute inside, glancing around the living room before leaving the way he came. I handed the footage over to the police, who finally had something concrete to go on. The investigation led them to a man living just 2 streets away from me. This house was filled with pictures of me, my family, and even my dog. There were notes detailing my daily routine, my habits, and my likes and dislikes. It turns out, he had become obsessed with me after seeing me at a local grocery store. He had been stalking me for months, watching my every move, learning everything he could about me. The police arrested him, and he was charged with stalking, breaking and entering, and harassment. He pleaded guilty and was sentenced to several years in prison. Life slowly began to return to normal after the stalker was arrested. I was still on edge, but knowing he was behind bars helped me feel a bit more secure. My friends and family were incredibly supportive, and Rufus, my loyal dog, never left my side. However, I wasn't quite ready to let my guard down completely. I continued to double check the locks and monitor the security cameras regularly. About 6 months after the incident, I received a letter in the mail. It was a formal notice informing me that the stalker had escaped from prison. My heart stopped. All the fears and anxieties that I had been working so hard to overcome came rushing back. The police were on high alert, conducting a manhunt for the escapee, but he was nowhere to be found. They stationed an officer outside my house and advised me to stay with friends or family. I decided to go stay with my sister in a neighboring town. I didn't want to take any chances. Days turned into weeks, and there was still no sign of the man. I followed the news closely, hoping for an update, but all I found were stories about other escaped convicts and criminals. I felt trapped, like a prisoner in my own life. I knew I couldn't hide forever, but the thought of returning home terrified me. Finally, after 2 agonizing months, I received a call from Detective Simmons, the officer in charge of my case. They had found the man. He had been hiding in a secluded cabin in the woods, just a few miles from my house. Inside, they found more pictures of me and detailed plans for for his next move. It was clear he had intended to come after me again. The relief I felt was indescribable. I could finally breathe again. I could finally go home. I returned to my house, accompanied by friends, and started the process of reclaiming my life. It wasn't easy, and the memories of what had happened still haunted me, but I was determined to move on. I became involved in support groups for stalking victims, sharing my story, and helping others who had gone through similar experiences. I realized that I wasn't alone, and that by speaking out, I could make a difference. I also made changes to my home, adding more security measures, and even adopted another dog, a protective German Shepherd named Max, to keep Rufus company. Slowly but surely, I began to feel safe again. Looking back, I could see how much I've grown and changed as a result of this terrifying ordeal. I've become stronger, more resilient, and more aware of the world around me. I've learned to trust my instincts, to take action, and to never underestimate the importance of personal safety. But most of all, I've learned that even in our darkest moments, we have the power to overcome, to heal, and to rebuild our lives. So to anyone out there who's struggling with fear or trauma, know that you're not alone. Reach out for help, trust in yourself, and never give up. And to the man who stalked me, who invaded my life and my home, let's never meet again. I'm moving on, and I'm leaving you behind. I've always enjoyed walking through the park in the evenings. The way the trees would catch the light of the setting sun and the distant laughter of kids playing always filled me with a sense of peace. That is until one summer evening, something happened that I'll never forget. It started as a regular walk through my local park, a big open space filled with trees and small walking trails in the suburbs. On that day, I decided to explore a path I'd never been down before. I figured it would be a nice change of pace, and besides, I was in the mood for some adventure. I started down the narrow trail, flanked by tall, whispering trees. The path was less maintained, with overgrown grass and bushes scratching at my legs. The deeper I went, the quieter it became, the only sound being my footsteps on the worn path. I was about halfway down the trail when I heard something that sent a chill down my spine, a faint rustling in the bushes behind me. I paused and turned, scanning the trees, but saw nothing. It must be a squirrel or a bird, I told myself, and continued on my way. But the rustling persisted, always seeming to be just a few steps behind me. It grew louder and more deliberate, and a sinking feeling settled in my stomach. Something was wrong. I quickened my pace and pulled out my phone, ready to call someone if necessary. My heart was pounding in my chest, and every instinct told me to run, but I forced myself to stay calm. The rustling grew closer, and I knew that I was not alone. I made it to the end of the trail, which opened into a small clearing. I glanced behind me one more time, and that's when I saw him, a man dressed in tattered clothing, his face obscured by a hood. He was lurking at the edge of the trail, watching me. His eyes, pale and wild, were fixed on me, and they filled me with an indescribable terror. I've never run so fast in my life. I sprinted back down the path, not daring to look back, all the while hearing his footsteps chasing after me. My mind was racing, adrenaline pumping through my veins. I knew I needed to find a way out, to get back to the main park area where people would be. The man's footsteps were relentless, always just a few steps behind me. I could hear his heavy breathing and feel his presence like a dark shadow. Finally, I saw the familiar trail that led back to the park. I made a sharp turn, hoping to lose him, but he was still there, always following me. I made it to the main area of the park, where there were still a few people around. I ran up to a group of joggers, my voice trembling as I explained what had happened. They were kind enough to call the police, and I stayed with them until the officers arrived. I gave them a description of the man, and they searched the area, but he was gone. The trail and the clearing were empty, only the whispering trees bearing witness to what had occurred. The police took my statement and advised me to avoid that trail in the future. They said they would keep an eye on the area, but I knew in my heart that I would never go back there again. Weeks turned into months, and the incident became a haunting memory, always lingering in the back of my mind. I would often find myself glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see those pale, wild eyes watching me. I later found out that the trail had been the site of some criminal activity in the past, but nothing like what I had experienced. The man was never found, and the trail was eventually closed off. A few months after the incident, life had mostly returned to normal. I found new places to walk, new trails to explore, always careful to stay in areas where people were around. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, haunted by the memory of those pale, wild eyes. Then something happened that I never could have anticipated. I was driving home from work one evening, following my usual route, when I spotted something out of the corner of my eye. A flash of tattered clothing, a hooded figure figure standing on the side of the road. I felt my heart jump into my throat, but I told myself it couldn't be the same man. It was just a coincidence. But as the days went on, I started seeing him more often, always at a distance, always watching. I began to feel paranoid, looking over my shoulder constantly, checking the locks on my doors and windows every night. I even considered moving, but something told me that it wouldn't make a difference. I decided to go to the police again, telling them what I'd seen. They were sympathetic, but told me that without concrete evidence, there was little they could do. They suggested that it might be my mind playing tricks on me, the trauma of the incident still fresh in my mind. I wanted to believe them, but deep down, I knew what I had seen. I started taking different routes to work, changing my routines, hoping to shake him off. But he always seemed to find me. He was never close enough for me to confront him, always lurking in the shadows. A fear began to affect my daily life. I started to lose sleep, my mind filled with nightmares of being chased, those pale, wild eyes always watching. I became withdrawn, avoiding social events and staying home as much as possible. It was during one of those sleepless nights that I made up my mind. I was going to end this, one way or another. I hired a private investigator, giving him all the information I had, including the description of the man and the locations where I had spotted him. The investigator was skeptical at first but agreed to look into it. Weeks went by and I heard nothing. The sightings continued and my fear grew. I felt like I was losing my mind, trapped in a never-ending nightmare. Then, one day, I got a call from the investigator. We found him, he said, his voice filled with disbelief. He went on to explain that the man had been living in an abandoned building not far from where I lived. He had been watching me, tracking my movements. The investigator found journals filled with notes about me, pictures taken from afar, and other disturbing evidence. The police were called, and the man was arrested. He was identified as a known stalker with a history of mental illness. He had fixated on me for reasons I'll never understand. I felt a mixture of relief and horror, knowing that my instincts had been right all along. The trial was a blur, and the man was sentenced to a psychiatric facility where he could receive the help he clearly needed. The experience changed me in ways I never could have imagined. I had become more cautious, more aware of my surroundings. I no longer take my safety for granted, but more than anything, I've learned to trust my instincts. They were what kept me safe, what led me to take action. To the man with the pale, wild eyes, let's not meet again. And to anyone who finds themselves in a similar situation, trust your gut. You never know when it might save your life. It was the summer after my sophomore year of college when I took a job as a delivery driver for a local pizza place. The job was simple: take orders, load up my car, and drop off the food. I figured it would be easy money, but there was one delivery that changed everything. It started on a regular Friday night. The place was buzzy with calls, and the ovens were working overtime. Around 8:30 p.m., an order came in for a delivery to the outskirts of town, an area I wasn't very familiar with. The instructions were specific: leave the pizza at the back door, ring bell 3 times, cash under the mat. Strange, I thought, but nothing too out of the ordinary. I took down the address, grabbed the order, and headed out into the night. My old car's headlights illuminated the dark roads as I made my way to the edge of town, guided by my GPS. The house was nestled at the end of a long, winding driveway, surrounded by overgrown trees and bushes. The whole place had a neglected look about it, with peeling paint and windows that were too dark to see through. I parked my car and grabbed the pizzas, my mind on the cash tip waiting for me under the mat. As I approached the back door, I noticed how quiet it was. There were no lights on in the house, no sounds of people inside, just the distant chirping of crickets and the rustling of the wind. I placed the pizza boxes by the back door as instructed and rang the bell 3 times. As I reached under the mat for the money, something caught my eye. A glimmer of light from a window, a shadow moving inside. I froze, a chill running down my spine. Who was watching me? I grabbed the cash and hurried back to my car, my heart pounding in my chest. As I pulled out of the driveway, I glanced back at the house one more time. The front door was open. I didn't waste any time getting back to the pizza place, my mind racing with questions. Who lived there? Why did they want the delivery at the back door? And what was that shadow? When I got back, I told my manager about the strange delivery. He laughed it off, telling me I was letting my imagination get the best of me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Over the next few weeks, I continued my regular deliveries, trying to forget about that night. But then, the calls started. At first, they were just hang-ups. I'd answer the phone, hear a breath on the other end, and then silence. But they grew more frequent, always coming from the same number. Then, one night, the caller spoke. 3 rings. Back door. You know where. The voice was low, raspy, almost a whisper. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Who is this? I demanded, but the line went dead. I looked up the number, and my blood ran cold. It was the same address as the strange delivery. I told my manager about the call, but again, he brushed it off. Just a prank, he said, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was something more. Days turned into weeks, and the calls continued. Always always the same message, always the same voice. 3 rings, back door, you know where. I started to feel like I was being watched. I'd catch glimpses of shadows in the rearview mirror, hear footsteps behind me when I was out on deliveries. I became paranoid, always looking over my shoulder, jumping at the slightest sound. One night, I was closing up the shop, locking the doors, and turning off the lights when I heard it. A ring, then another, then a third. My heart stopped. I looked out the window, and there, standing by the back door, was a figure. Tall, hooded, obscured by shadows. 3 rings, back door, you know where. I don't remember how I got home that night. All I remember is the terror, the certainty that I was in danger. I quit the job the next day, unable to shake the fear that had taken hold of me. I moved to a different town, changed my number, and tried to start fresh. Months after leaving the town and the job behind, I found myself settling into a new routine, living in a new place, and making new friends. The nightmares were less frequent, and the memories of that summer began to fade into the background. But something about it still nagged at me. The voice, the shadow, the rings, they were all connected somehow, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something. One day, while browsing online, I stumbled across a news story that made my blood run cold. A house on the outskirts of my old town had burned down. Firefighters had discovered the charred remains of an old man inside. The report said he was a recluse, rarely seen by neighbors, living alone in the decaying house. It was the same house I delivered the pizza to. I felt a chill run down my spine as I read further. The investigators had found something strange in the wreckage, a room filled with photographs, maps, and notes. All of them were of me. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. The man had been stalking me, watching my every move, tracking my routines, even calling me to taunt me with his cryptic messages. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. All I could see were those pale, wild eyes watching me from the shadows. The article went on to say that the fire had been ruled an accident, but something about it didn't sit right with me. The timing, the location, the eerie connection to my own experiences, it all pointed to something more sinister. I began to dig deeper, scouring online records and newspaper archives, driven by a need to understand what had really happened. What I found was a dark web of secrets, lies, and obsession. The man had been a notorious criminal in his younger days, known for stalking and terrorizing his victims before striking. He'd been caught and imprisoned but had been released on parole years before I'd ever set foot in that town. The more I learned, the more horrified I became. His obsession with me had been no accident. He'd chosen me, targeted me for reasons I'll never truly understand. His notes were filled with twisted fantasies, plans for what he wanted to do to me. The calls, the rings, the shadow in the window, they were all part of his game, a way to draw me into his web. The fire, I realized, had been no accident. It had been a cover-up, a way to erase the evidence of his obsession. I went to the police with what I'd found, but they were skeptical. The fire had been ruled an accident, they said, and the case was closed. But I knew the truth. I knew what the man had planned, what he'd wanted to do to me. I've moved on since then, building a new life in a new place, far away from the memories of that summer. But I'll never forget the fear, the terror, the knowledge that I'd been targeted by a madman. I still find myself looking over my shoulder, still hear the ring of the bell in my ears. 3 rings, back door, you know where. To the man who stalked me, who planned to make me his victim, let's not meet again. And to anyone who reads this, trust your instincts. If something feels off, if you feel like you're being watched, don't brush it off. You never know when it might save your life. I've always considered myself observant, someone who notices little details. But it wasn't until I experienced a series of unsettling events that I realized just how much those details can matter. It began with a job relocation that brought me to a new city. As an introverted single woman in my late 20s, I was anxious but excited about starting fresh in an unfamiliar place. I found a charming one-bedroom apartment in a historic building. The landlord seemed pleasant enough, a middle-aged man who lived on the first floor. He assured me the neighborhood was safe and the tenants were quiet, which sounded perfect to me. Things were normal for the first few weeks. I settled into my new job, explored the city, and began to feel more at home. That was until I noticed something odd about my next door neighbor. I'd see him in passing, usually in the evening when I got home from work. He was tall and thin, with a scruffy beard and glasses that seemed too big for his face. He always carried a green backpack, and he seemed to be watching me. At first, I brushed it off as simple curiosity. Maybe he was just interested in the new neighbor. But as the days went on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I'd find him standing in the hallway when I left for work, his eyes fixed on my door as if waiting for me to come out. Once, I even caught him peeking through my living room window. It made me uneasy, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Perhaps he was just socially awkward or lonely. But then things took a darker turn. I started receiving anonymous letters in my mailbox. They were filled with disturbing messages, describing what I was wearing, what I was doing, even what I was eating. At first, I thought it was a sick joke, but when the letters continued, each one more detailed and invasive than the last, I knew it was something more. I went to my landlord, hoping he could help. I showed him the letters, explained my concerns about my neighbor, but he just shrugged it off, saying the man had lived there for years and had never caused any trouble. Frustrated and scared, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I installed a peephole in my door, started keeping my windows closed and blinds drawn, and began carrying pepper spray with me at all times. The letters continued, each one more chilling than the last. They were filled with thinly veiled threats, allusions to violence, and a growing obsession with me. I considered going to the police, but without concrete evidence, I worried they wouldn't take me seriously. Weeks turned into months, and the fear grew. I was constantly on edge, looking over my shoulder, listening for footsteps behind me. My life became consumed by the terror of what might happen if my neighbor decided to act on his twisted fantasies. Then, one night, it all came to a head. I was coming home late from work, my mind on a project I'd been struggling with. As I turned the key in my door, I noticed something out at the corner of my eye. The green backpack. It was in my apartment, tossed carelessly on the floor. My heart stopped as I realized what it meant. My neighbor had been inside my home. I backed away, my mind racing, and called the police. They arrived quickly, searching my apartment and finding evidence that someone had been there. They questioned my neighbor, but he denied everything. Without proof, they couldn't arrest him, but they warned him to stay away from me. I moved out the next day, staying with a friend until I found a new place to live. The terror of that night so haunts me, the knowledge that I'd been watched, stalked, and violated in my own home. But what scares me the most is the realization that I dismissed the signs, ignored my instincts, and allowed myself to believe it was all in my head. Though I had moved to a new apartment and taken all the necessary precautions, the sense of safety I once enjoyed was shattered. The experience with my neighbor had left a mark, and I found myself looking over my shoulder, expecting to see that green backpack or the piercing gaze of the man who had invaded my privacy. Months went by, and the memory began to fade. I immersed myself in work, making new friends, and rebuilding my life. Yet, there was always a nagging feeling in the back of my mind, a lingering doubt that I was truly free from my neighbor's obsession. Then, something happened that brought it all rushing back. I was out shopping one weekend when I saw him. He was standing at a corner, talking on his phone, that same green backpack slung over his shoulder. Panic welled up inside me, and I ducked into a nearby store, watching him through the window. He didn't seem to notice me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still watching, still following me. I waited until he was out of sight before leaving the store, but the fear stayed with me, a constant reminder that he was still out there. Days turned into weeks, and I continued to see him, always from a distance, always when I least expected it. At the grocery store, at the park, even at my workplace. He was there, lurking in the shadows, watching my every move. I went to the police again, but without proof, they could do little to help. They suggested I keep a log of the incidents, take photos if I could, and report any suspicious behavior. I did as they suggested, but the sightings continued, each one more unsettling than the last. I considered moving again, even changing jobs, but I knew that running away wouldn't solve the problem. I needed to face it, to find a way to stop him once and for all. With the help of a friend who was a private investigator, I began to dig into my neighbor's past. What I found was a trail of obsession and harassment, a pattern of behavior that stretched back years. He had stalked other women before me, always watching, always waiting, never crossing the line into physical violence, but coming dangerously close. Armed with this new evidence, I went back to the police. This time, they took me seriously, launching an investigation into my neighbor's activities. It took time, patience, and determination, but eventually they were able to build a case against him. He was arrested, charged with stalking and harassment, and finally brought to justice. The trial was a grueling experience, forcing me to relive the fear and violation I had endured, but it was worth it, knowing that he would be held accountable for his actions, that other women would be safe from his twisted obsession. He was found guilty and sentenced to prison, a fitting end to a nightmare that had lasted far too long. In the years since, I've moved on, rebuilding my life and finding a sense of peace and security that I thought was lost forever. But the experience has changed me, taught me to trust my instincts and to never underestimate the power of obsession. To the man with the green backpack, the one who watched me, stalked me, and nearly destroyed my life, let's not meet again. And to anyone who reads this, remember that no one has the right to invade your privacy, to make you feel unsafe or violated. Trust your instincts, seek help if you need it, and never be afraid to stand up for yourself. You never know when those simple actions might make all the difference. I recently graduated college and landed a job in a small coastal town. I rented a quaint little house that sat on a quiet street lined with tall oaks. The rent was cheap, the landlord was friendly, and the sea was only a stone's throw away. It seemed like a dream. About a month after moving in, I started to notice a pattern. Every Thursday, around 10 p.m., I'd hear a car idling outside my house. It was distant, never loud enough to be alarming, but consistent enough to catch my attention. At first, I thought it was just a neighbor arriving home late, but the sound would linger, sometimes sometimes for hours. I'd lie in bed, listening to the gentle hum of the engine, and a feeling of unease would grow. One Thursday, curiosity got the best of me, and I decided to take a look. I peeked through the blinds and saw a black sedan parked across the street. The windows were tinted, and I couldn't make out the driver. I remember feeling a chill. Something about that car didn't seem right. The next day, I mentioned it to a co-worker, expecting him to laugh it off. Instead, he grew serious and said, "You should report it to the police. We've had some burglaries around town recently." I felt silly calling the police over a parked car, but I followed his advice. The officer I spoke to said they'd send a patrol car to check it out the next Thursday, but the car didn't return that week, or the week after, or the one after that. I started to think I'd overreacted, that maybe it was just a coincidence. Fast forward a few months, and I had all but forgotten about the mysterious sedan. That was until I returned home one evening to find my front door ajar. Panic set in, and I called the police. I waited in my car as they searched my house. Nothing was missing, but they found evidence that someone had been inside. They asked about the black sedan, but I hadn't heard or seen it in weeks. I was rattled, and the police suggested I stay with a friend for a few nights. I followed their advice, and a co-worker kindly offered his couch. A week passed, and I started to feel safe again. That's when the phone calls began. The first call came on a Thursday. I picked up, and there was silence on the other end. Thinking it was a wrong number, I hung up, but the calls kept coming, always on Thursdays, always silent. I reported it to the police, but there was little they could do without more evidence. I changed my number, but the calls continued. By this point, I was genuinely scared. I knew I was being targeted, but I didn't know why or by whom. I began to take precautions, installing security cameras and keeping my doors and windows locked at all times. Another month went by, and I started to receive letters. They were anonymous, filled with cryptic messages and veiled threats. The handwriting was shaky, and the words were chilling. The police were more involved by now, and they began to investigate seriously. They traced the letters and the calls, but hit dead ends each time. I was living in a state of constant fear, knowing that someone was watching me, stalking me, but unable to stop them. Then, one Thursday night, I received a call that was different. The voice on the other end was raspy, and the words were slow and deliberate. "You can't escape." I felt a surge of terror and called the police immediately. They traced the call to a payphone near my house and sent officers to search the area. They found the black sedan, abandoned, with photos of me inside. The realization that I had been so closely watched, that my every move had been documented, sent me into a spiral of fear and anxiety. The police continued to investigate, but the trail went cold. They never found the person responsible. I moved away shortly after, leaving behind the coastal town and the house with the tall oaks. I changed jobs, changed my name, did everything I could to start fresh. Life had settled into a new normal, but the experience continued to haunt me. Despite moving to a different city and taking all the precautions, the terror of those events was something I couldn't shake off. Every once in a while, a car's engine would remind me of those nights, or the ring of the phone would send my heart racing. I even saw a therapist to help me cope with the lingering anxiety, but deep inside, I knew I would never feel completely safe again. About a year later, a break in the case came in the most unexpected way. I was watching the news one evening when a report about an arrest in a neighboring town caught my attention. The police had apprehended a man suspected of a series of burglaries and stalking incidents. The face that flashed on the screen sent a chill down my spine, the owner of that black sedan. I immediately contacted the detective who had handled my case. They reopened the investigation and found the connection. The man had been stalking multiple women, documenting their lives, and breaking into their homes. The pattern of behavior matched my experience precisely. His motives remained murky, and he proved to be an enigmatic figure during the interrogations. However, evidence gathered from his home showed a disturbing obsession with his victims. Notebooks filled with details, photographs taken without consent, and even personal items stolen from the women he stalked painted a terrifying picture. The legal process was long and draining. Testifying against him, facing the man who had turned my life upside down, was one of the hardest things I've ever done. Other victims came forward too, each sharing their harrowing experiences. He was eventually convicted on multiple counts, including stalking, harassment, and breaking and entering. The judge's sentence was harsh, reflecting the gravity of his crimes. The conviction brought some closure, but the scars remained. The ordeal had changed me in ways I couldn't have imagined, and the trust I once had in people and my surroundings had eroded. Years have passed since those events, and I've managed to rebuild my life. I've found love, success in my career, and even bought a house of my own. Let the lessons I learned during that terrifying time continue to shape how I approach the world. I share my story not for sympathy but as a warning. I want others to understand that danger can lurk where you least expect it, and that listening to your intuition and taking precautions can make all the difference. The world can be a beautiful place, full of opportunity and joy, but it can also be dark and frightening. Trust your instincts, protect yourself, and never underestimate the importance of paying attention to those seemingly insignificant details. To the man who stalked me, who made me live in fear and taught me me the hard way that evil can wear many faces. Let's not meet again. And to anyone who reads this, remember that your safety is in your hands. Be vigilant, be aware, and never hesitate to reach out for help if something doesn't feel right. You never know when those small actions could save you from a nightmare you never saw coming. A couple of years ago, I was living in a small town that was a blend of suburban and rural environments. The people were friendly, but like any place, it had its quirks and stories that the townsfolk liked to share. There was this one particular street that was always spoken of in hushed tones. Evergreen Lane. Evergreen Lane was an old, windy road flanked by thick woods on either side. Some houses were scattered along the stretch, each one seemingly older and more worn than the last. People said it was haunted or cursed, but most dismissed those stories as mere urban legends. I didn't believe in those stories either, not until one chilly evening. I was driving home from work, tired and just wanting to get into my warm bed. My usual route was closed due to construction, so the detour took me through Evergreen Lane. It was dark, and the thick trees seemed to swallow up the beams of my headlights. Halfway down the road, my car sputtered and died. I tried not to panic. I told myself it was just a coincidence, not some curse of Evergreen Lane. My cell phone had no signal, which was common in this secluded area. The only solution was to walk to the nearest house and ask for help. I began my trek down the dark, lonely road, every noise amplifying my growing unease. Then, in the distance, I saw a dim light from a window. It was a house, old and seemingly abandoned, but the light was a welcoming beacon. As I approached the house, I noticed that the light was coming from a candle in the window. The door was slightly ajar. My gut told me something was off, but the cold and my desperation pushed me forward. I knocked softly and called out, "Hello, my car broke down, and I need some help. Can I use your phone?" No response. I knocked again, louder this time, but still no answer. I pushed the door open slightly and peered inside. It was eerily quiet. The house was furnished but looked like it hadn't been lived in for years. Against my better judgment, I stepped inside. The floor creaked under my weight, and I could feel the air thick with something I couldn't describe. I found an old landline and picked it up, but there was no dial tone. That's when I heard it, a faint whispering sound coming from upstairs. My heart started to pound, and a chill ran down my spine. I knew I should leave, but something drew me towards the noise. I crept up the stairs, each step seeming to echo through the house. The whispering grew louder, and I could almost make out words, but they were in a language I didn't understand. I reached the top of the stairs and saw a door slightly ajar, the same faint candlelight flickering from inside the room. I pushed the door open, and what I saw will haunt me forever. An old woman, her back to me, was chanting in front of a strange symbol drawn on the floor. Her voice was hypnotic, her words unintelligible. Around her were pictures. Some of them looked like people from the town, and others were unfamiliar. I must have made a noise because she suddenly stopped and turned. Her eyes were black, completely devoid of color, and they bored to me with an intensity that froze me in place. "You shouldn't be here," she rasped, her voice like the wind through dead trees. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. I could only stare into those soulless eyes. "You've seen too much," she continued, her voice growing stronger. "You'll never leave Evergreen Lane." I don't know what broke the spell, but I suddenly found the strength to move. I turned and ran, my only thought to get away from that house and the terrifying woman. I stumbled down the stairs and out the door, never looking back. I ran until I reached my car, my breath ragged and my body trembling. Somehow, my car started right up, as if nothing had been wrong with it. I drove away from Evergreen Lane, vowing never to return. I never spoke of what happened that night. The memories were too raw, too terrifying, but I know that something unnatural resides on Evergreen Lane, something that defies explanation. The terror of that night haunted me for years, and the unease never really left me. It was a chapter of my life I wanted to forget, a road I never wanted to revisit. But fate, it seems, had other plans. A few years later, I found myself returning to that small town for a family gathering. My parents still lived there, and they insisted on seeing me after all the time that had passed. I agreed to come, promising myself that I would steer clear of Evergreen Lane. The reunion with my family was pleasant, filled with shared memories and laughter, but there was a cloud hanging over me, a weight pulling me back to that dark chapter. One evening, as my father and I were sharing drinks, he began to talk about the town and its history. The stories of Evergreen Lane came up, and I felt my heart pounding in my chest. "You know, son, those stories about Evergreen Lane are all made up," my father said, looking at me intently. I tried to laugh it off. "Oh, come on, Dad, it's just an old road with creepy trees. Every town has one." He shook his head, his expression serious. "No, I'm afraid it's more than that. Did you ever hear about that old woman who lived there?" I felt a chill run down my spine, but I tried to keep my composure. "An old woman? No, I never heard about her." My father leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "She was a witch, or at least that's what they say. Some people in town claim to have seen her perform dark rituals, connecting her her to the other side. She vanished one day, and no one knows what happened to her. My blood ran cold, and images from that night flooded back to me. I knew he was talking about the same woman, the same house. Dad, I finally said, my voice trembling, I think I've seen her. He looked at me, his eyes wide. What do you mean? I hesitated, knowing how crazy it would sound, but I had to tell him. I recounted the whole story, leaving nothing out. My father listened in silence, his face pale. When I finished, he looked at me, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Son, we need to find out what's going on there. That house, that woman, it's all connected to something much darker. Despite my terror, I knew he was right. The mystery of Evergreen Lane was calling me back, and I couldn't ignore it. The next day, armed with flashlights and a determination to uncover the truth, my father and I set out for Evergreen Lane. The road was just as I remembered, dark and foreboding. The trees seemed to reach out to us, their branches like gnarled fingers. As we approached the house, I felt the same sense of dread that I had felt years ago. But this time, I was not alone. We cautiously entered, finding the house just as abandoned and worn as before. The memories were vivid, and I could almost hear the old woman's chanting. We searched the house, finding clues to the woman's dark practices, books on witchcraft, strange symbols, and more pictures of people from the town. Finally, we came across a hidden room in the basement, a room filled with evidence of rituals and dark magic. In the center of the room was a book, old and worn, filled with spells and incantations. It became clear that the old woman had been connecting with something evil, something that had a grip on Evergreen Lane. We need to destroy this, my father said, his voice filled with conviction. We need to break the curse of Evergreen Lane. We gathered everything, determined to burn it all, to erase the dark stain on the town's history. As the flames consumed the symbols, the books, and the remnants of the old woman's dark practices, I felt a weight lift. The air seemed to clear, and a sense of peace settled over the house. Evergreen Lane was finally free. As we walked back to our car, I looked back at the house one last time. The memories were still there, the terror still real, but the evil was gone. I had faced my fear, uncovered the truth, and broken the curse of Evergreen Lane. But the haunting image of the old woman's black eyes would never leave me, a reminder that evil can lurk in the most unexpected places. Let's not meet again, Evergreen Lane. Let's never meet again. I used to be employed as a child protection worker. A report came through about a stepfather who was being abusive to his children. I was given the investigation by my team leader. When I interviewed the oldest child with the police, she had very visible physical injuries and told me exactly what had happened. I'll spare the details, but it was horrific. As the children were in his sole care, we knew that they needed to be removed immediately. We sent a team of 2 workers out to the children's school while myself and a colleague called the stepfather into the office. I lead the interview and it was horrible. He didn't even try to deny that he had hurt his stepchild, basically saying, "That's my kid, I'll do what I want and you can't stop me." When I served him with the paperwork, he absolutely lost his mind. He was swearing and screaming and said if we were outside this building right now I would kill you. We ended up running out of the interview room, pressing our emergency alarm, and I even had to make a police report about the whole thing. It got really messy. The next day we had court for the children and my manager decided I shouldn't attend due to everything that had happened the previous day. My colleague who attended told me that this man was at court and yelled several times something to the effect of "Where is that worker who took my kids?" I remember feeling a little freaked out, but it's not uncommon to hear things similar to this when you have to remove a child. It's understandable that emotions are very high. You build a bit of a resilience working in this field, and overall I mainly felt relieved that those children had been placed with an aunt and were safe. About 2 weeks later, I had to stay back late at the office on an unrelated job. It was about 9 at night when I finished and I was the only person there. I walked out the back of the building to my car. It was really dark, but when I got close I thought I saw a shadow moving at the front of my car. Just for a second and then it was gone. I was about 20 meters away at this point, but it startled me. I stood there for a second just looking at my car, wondering if I was just being paranoid. While staring into the darkness, I started hearing tiny rustling noises. Safe to say I freaked myself out and sprinted back to the building. I called my boyfriend to come and pick me up, explaining what had happened. By the time he drove up to the front doors, I had convinced myself I was being silly and asked him to drive me around to my car. He circled around and with the headlights shining on my car, I could very clearly see that all 4 of my tires had been slashed. I was an absolute mess that night and called the police immediately. I was pretty sure that this man was responsible, but as I hadn't seen him, I couldn't say for sure. I took a few days off and came back to a meeting with my manager who had put together a safety plan for me and the other staff. She organized to have a security security guard escorted us to our cars and said very clearly that no one was to stay in the building after hours alone. Then about a week later, a letter was delivered to the office addressed to me. Any mail that comes into the office goes through our reception staff. Our lovely receptionist opened it and it was a note that said, "You're as good as dead." The words were typed and printed. She was an older woman and burst into tears when she read it. It didn't say who had sent it, but I am convinced it was the same man. Over the next few weeks, letters kept coming, each one getting longer. They addressed me as a bit in a home record saying that I kidnap and abuse children. It was just horrible, horrible stuff. The threats in the letters were the worst. The person writing them threatened to torture, kill, find out where I live, and to burn down the entire building. To be honest, the police were less than helpful. They basically said that given the nature of our work, they couldn't conclusively say it was this man, although they had questioned him. To me, it all seemed like a pretty massive coincidence. I'd never had anything like this happen before. They did say they were taking the letters very seriously and tracking down where they'd been posted from, but I never heard anything back about that. My workplace took the threats very seriously too. All of the security was bumped up across the building and all staff completed refresher training on emergency management. One day on the way home from work, I noticed that a car was following me. At first I thought I was being paranoid, so I drove down a bunch of little streets, double backed onto the same route in a way that would make absolutely no sense. Even after all that, a dark green Camry was still paced a little way behind me. I freaked out but had already planned in my head what I was going to do in this situation. I headed straight to the police station, planning to pull right up to the front of the building and beat my horn until I had someone's attention. The second I pulled into the police station, the green Camry drove straight past and disappeared down a nearby side street. I sat there for a good 20 minutes, too scared to get out of the car in case they came back around the corner. It dawned on me that in my panic I'd forgotten to get the license plate. That upsets me to this day. I told the police what I knew, but they told me that the man didn't have any car registered in his name. This was the final straw for me. I was a nervous wreck. I was looking around constantly at work and at home. I knew that he lived relatively close to me, so I even stopped going grocery shopping in case I ran into him. I stayed on stress leave for a month and heard from colleagues that the letters kept arriving. I was very honestly ready to quit, but then COVID happened. It really changed everything. Everyone went into lockdown and all access to the office was restricted. I started back working from home, driving a work car to and from appointments. I didn't go into the office regularly anymore, only allowed in small working groups when absolutely necessary. Over the next year, the letters slowed and eventually stopped. By the time we were allowed back in the office, there hadn't been any sign of this man for almost 7 months. About a year later, I left child protection. I don't know what happened with those children, but my hope is that they are happy and safe with their family. And as for the man who I believe stalked and threatened me for doing my job, let's not meet ever again. A few years back, when I was around 18, I entered a very rebellious phase in my life. I have always been a prodigy child, always did as I was told, never stayed out late, didn't smoke, didn't drink, scored the highest in all my classes. All my family and friends thought I was the perfect kid, but then something changed. I was on a lot of medication due to my health and I started going through depression. I started acting up like never before. I stopped going to school. I would stay in bed all day, didn't talk to anyone, and then slowly I started talking to strangers online. Initially, it was just talking to them online. I would talk to a few people until I found someone interesting, would dedicate all my time talking to them until they no longer held my interest, and then moved on to the next person. This went on for about a year. Then I eventually started meeting these people in person. Most of these meetings were sexual, and I was very reckless. I slept around with more people than I'd like to admit, and regardless of my lack of concern for own safety, I somehow never met anyone that had any evil intentions. We'd meet a couple of times, do the dirty, and that was that, until I met this one guy. I was talking to a couple of guys at that time. I wasn't in any sort of relationship, so this guy starts talking to me and asks me about my hobbies, my interests, what I do. I told him I do not smoke or drink, and he was shocked. I told him it wasn't that I'd never done it. I tried, but just felt like it wasn't my thing. We talked for a couple of weeks. I ended up talking about how I've been going through depression, and at first, he just listened. Eventually, he started telling me I should try smoking. It would help me relieve anxiety and stress, and I always turned it down, but he was relentless. After a month or so of talking online, we decided to mate. We had never had any sort of sexual conversation or anything, so we were just going to meet as friends. I was supposed to meet another guy, an acquaintance, for something I needed, so I suggested to the online chat guy that we meet briefly for lunch and then he can drop me off to the other guy's place. He agreed and we decided on where and when to go. The day we were supposed to meet, we met at a local cafe. We had brunch and then I got in his car for him to drop me off at the place I had to go. It was a good 45-minute drive, so I put on some songs and decided to relax. 5 minutes into the drive, he offered me a cigarette. I declined. He insisted and kept insisting until I gave up and agreed. I opened the box and there was only one cigarette in there. I told him it was his last one and asked if he was sure he wanted me to smoke it since he would have enjoyed it more than he said yes. I took the cigarette out and there was something odd about it. It didn't look like it was store-bought. It rather looked like it had been rolled by hand. But then again, I had never smoked enough cigarettes to be sure, so I lit it and smoked it. I couldn't smoke even half of it. It made me inexplicably nauseous, so I gave up halfway through and offered it to him. Instead of smoking it, he put it out and threw it away. I thought that was weird, but assumed he probably didn't want to smoke while driving. 30 minutes into the ride, I started feeling very sick. My whole body was shaking. I was extremely nauseous, and I could barely keep my eyes open. I kept telling him I wasn't feeling good and that maybe we should go to the nearest emergency room instead of where we were going, but he kept telling me to relax and lay back. Everything about that ride felt off. I told him to stop the car and drop me off wherever we were. He refused. All I could think of was pulling out my phone and calling for the police. When he noticed what I was doing, he immediately stopped the car and I got off. I couldn't stand, so I sat on the roadside and called the guy I was supposed to visit. He immediately drove to where I was and picked me, took me to his place where I threw up all over his living room multiple times. For the next hour and a half, I just laid on the couch, my whole body shaking and constantly throwing up. The guy brought me water, gave me some electrolytes and kept insisting on going to the hospital, but I refused. I had no idea what I had smoked, but I was sure it wasn't just plain old cigarettes. I was scared if it had been some illegal drug, and if the hospital caught on, I would get into trouble, and I absolutely did not want my parents to find out what I had been up to. So I laid there, kept throwing up, and letting whatever that stuff was to get out of my system. All these years later, I am now married to the guy who picked me up from the roadside and helped me through an insanely embarrassing time. This story takes place about 5 days ago. I'm still shaken up over it. I'm an 18-year-old female and my parents and I packed up our stuff and made the long drive to our new home up north from our small and dinky apartment in Central Florida. I can't lie, I was very excited about this move. Attending college in the spring, finally getting to start my dream career, and so many other things I couldn't or didn't get to do in Florida. On the first night of our drive, we stopped at a hotel in what appeared to be a shady area. It was kind of scary as it was set up right outside of a closed down gas station with boards and graffiti written all over them. From my parents' experience and what I've seen on television, these aren't the types of places you want to go lurking around in. My dad, who's usually very calm and collected, was on edge the whole night since the door to our room didn't close all the way. We had to prop one of the hotel chairs against the door and use the deadbolt to have even the slightest bit of comfort. I thought it couldn't get much worse than that, but I was so wrong. The second night, we stopped at a small town in North Carolina. We had our 2 cats with us, so we had to find a hotel that was pet friendly. We came across one of those hotels and booked a room for the night. While my parents were making sure nothing shifted in the car, I sat in the passenger seat of my mom's car with my little buddy, trying to calm him down. He seemed more agitated than normal. About half an hour after pulling into the parking lot, we grabbed the cats and our essentials. Emotions were running high, so we were all on edge about getting to our new home in the next day or two, depending on the amount of sleep we got. We loaded our things into a cart and approached the hotel's side door. My mom pulled out the key card and it took a while for the door to finally unlock, but the second we heard it click, a woman started yelling at us. We all looked up and saw her frantically running towards us. Her voice was frantic. The panic in her voice still sends shivers down my spine every time I think about it. She wore a long dark blue jacket, her hair in a messy ponytail that was tucked inside her hoodie. She either looked really tired, like she hadn't slept in a year, or she had gone through something horrible. She was panting, muttering the words, "Call the police. Call the police. There's something wrong with that baby." There was no child with her, nor did we see any kids in sight. My initial thought was that maybe there was a kid near the front of the building that was seriously hurt, or there was a car accident we were too busy unloading to hear the collision. The woman kept telling us to call police, but my mom told her she didn't have her phone on her. I always carry mine on me, and me being the kind-hearted person I try to be, I offered to call for her. But the moment I pulled out my phone, my dad snatched it out of my hand. The lady then said, "It's really bad. You need to come and say." My mom told her she didn't want to see, and that we should go inside so the lady could go to the front desk and get help. At first, she was screaming, "No, I don't need their help. I need your help." But my mom kept insisting that we go inside. At this point, my little buddy was whining and clawing at his pet carrier, trying to either get out or attack this lady. My boy might look like a sweet ball, but if provoked, he's a scratchy machine. The lady took one look at him and attempted to reach for him, saying, "Yeah, let's get the babies inside." The way she said that was creepy. This time she sounded like she was on drugs or had bad intentions. I scooped up my cat before she could touch him, and we led her to the front desk where she told the hotel hotel worker the same story she told us. The hotel worker tried to calm her down, and while the lady was distracted, my parents and I walked toward the elevator and started getting inside. As I looked back at the lobby, I saw the woman staring at us, her eyes full of anger now. She then started charging at us, and before I even had a chance to react, my mom pushed me and my furry baby into the elevator, them standing in front to protect me. I could see the woman still running towards us as the elevator was closing. I remembered the small screen near the elevator in the lobby showing which floor the elevator was heading to, so to stop this crazy lady from harassing us all night, we pushed all the floor buttons and we stopped on every floor. First the second, the third, the fourth, then the fifth. After the fifth floor, we pressed the button back to our original floor and quickly piled into the room. Silence. My heart was pounding the entire time. My body started shaking at what just happened. As I got my cat out of the carrier, I heard my mom and dad talking about that lady. My dad speculated that maybe she had a mental illness or was on drugs, whereas my mom said she could have been a trafficker with the way she was trying to get us to come with her and see the supposed situation. That's when my heart broke. I try so hard to see the good in people, but at the same time, I try to keep the best distance I can. But this was the first time someone ever approached me. I was so gullible to almost believe her story. My guard had slipped. I tried to hold back my guilt and fear as best I could, but I ended up breaking down. My mom hugged me, saying everything was going to be okay. But no matter how many times she and dad kept saying that, my body continued shaking and my paranoia lasted throughout the night. Even at the slightest creak, I shot up from the bed and looked out the peephole thinking the lady had found us. Luckily, she wasn't there. That night, we all decided we were going to get up around sunrise and reach home before nightfall. No more hotel stops, no more creepy people, and no more shady areas. As we checked out the next morning, the same employee from the last night was there and we asked her what had happened after we got into the elevator. The worker told us after that, the crazy lady left in a huff, her hands clenched into fists. But then the worker revealed a detail that my mind keeps going back to. When she turned to go after us, she saw a syringe in the crazy lady's jean pocket. I don't know if she had already used it or was planning to use it on me and my family. It makes me wonder what the outcome would have been had my parents not been there and if I had given the lady my phone instead of offering to call for her. Would she have sold us into trafficking? Would she have robbed us while we were injected with whatever she was on? Anyway, we made it to our new home 2 days ago, but the fear of that night still eats away at me. It goes to show that no matter how panicked and frightened someone may sound or act, you truly don't know if they're in genuine trouble or if they have bad intentions after gaining a random stranger's trust. Please be careful out there, guys. I, unfortunately, had to learn the hard way that not everyone in this world is a good person. I'm just happy to still be alive and safe. I hope I never see that crazy lady again. I'm a young guy with a nighttime job living in an area of town that has gotten pretty sketchy the past decade or so. The police are here at least once a month to sort out some violent or drug-related crime. I'm a very routine-focused person, so for the past 8 years before going to work at 1:30 in the morning, I always take my dog out for a walk around 1 in the morning. In fall of last year, I went for the routine dog walk one misty night at 1 in the morning like I usually do. I made a right turn after exiting the gate, and just as I passed the corner of my apartment building, I noticed a fuzzy shape on the ground just outside the gate of the neighboring building. I stopped in my tracks and took in what I was looking at. I determined it was just a cat laying on its side on the pavement. I thought this was odd, but since I know my dog would most certainly bark at it and wake up the entire neighborhood, I chose to turn around and take a different route for the walk than usual. For the rest of this walk, I was reflecting on that cat. There was something very off about the cat just laying relaxed on the ground in the middle of the night with no people around. Once my walk had looped me back to my gate, I decided to turn the corner again and see if the cat was still there. Sure enough, it was still there, same position and everything. Now I thought this scene was even more odd. I took my dog up to the apartment, put my work clothes on, grabbed my car keys and headed out. As I exited the elevator, the image of the relaxed cat laying outside was still in the back of my mind, perplexing me. Instead of going into the underground garage, I decided to instead go out of the main gate one last time to check if the cat was still there. I exited, turned the corner, and once again, the cat was still laying there. Since my dog wasn't with me this time, I just approached it this time to check if the cat was okay. When I got to it and looked down, I stared at it for a good long while. The cat wasn't breathing at all. It was dead, no question about it. I had my suspicions this might have been the case, so I wasn't entirely shocked, but something was still so off about it. The cat wouldn't just lay down in the middle of a paved sidewalk to die of natural causes. I thought. There was no noticeable blood on or around it, so I began thinking the cat might have jumped from one of the balconies. Just as that thought hit me, a raspy voice spoke to me from above. "Yeah, there she is." is," the voice said in a very matter-of-fact type of tone. I got spooked and quickly glanced up through the mist. I saw a middle-aged woman on the 5th floor balcony leaning over the railing, looking down on me with a lit cigarette in her hand. When our eyes met, a cold shiver shot through the top of my scalp all the way down to my toes in an instant. I may have misinterpreted her facial expression due to the fog, but I could swear she was smiling when our eyes met. Without responding, I immediately turned and quickly walked over to my gate. As I walked, I could hear her laughing. I practically sprinted to my car in the garage. Once I sat down inside, I considered whether I should call the police or not, as every aspect of what I had just witnessed gave me the impression that this neighbor of mine had killed the cat. I dialed the number but decided not to, as they might want me to stick around for questioning, which might get me late to work. So I went on with my night as usual, doing my best to forget about the incident for now. When I got home later, the cat wasn't there anymore. About a week later, I walked past a neighbor living in the same building as me. We had some usual neighborly small talk, but she interrupted herself to ask me whether I heard about what happened in the other building last week. I said I didn't. She told me that a woman on the 5th floor had thrown her cat down from the balcony in a rage because it peed on the living room carpet. The cat had apparently not died immediately, but all its legs were broken from the initial impact with the concrete pavement. Police were called around 5 in the morning when another dog walker saw the cat. The woman had still been out on the balcony by this point, talking to the guy while he called the police. I believe the woman's other cats were taken away from her and she was fined a few $1,000s. She still lives there and I sometimes see her leaning on the balcony railing when I'm walking my dog. I've never interacted with her after that and I sincerely hope she never speaks to me again. I have this friend, for the sake of the story I'll just call him Ryan, who I believe has been stalking me for the past 2 weeks if not longer. I'll give some background information then get into the problem I'm in. Thanks in advance for any advice and help. We met back in 2014 in high school. He was always a quiet but nice and easygoing guy. We grew very close and I saw him as a brother. He didn't have a very smooth childhood. He saw his parents argue a lot, often for years. His mom even cheated on his dad and he saw the effect it had on him and the whole family. But you wouldn't suspect anything out of the ordinary just meeting him at first. Around 2016 he started to become a bit paranoid and would seem a bit pessimistic at times. He never had many friends, neither did I for that matter. We had 2 other friends together that we saw often, and we were the only ones he trusted. I saw him have this strange panic attack where he ran out of a restaurant we were at and he ran to a nearby park and yelled at people. I called his dad to come get him and he got him in the car and gave him a pill. Apparently this has been the second time this happened recently then. Fast forward to June 2021. In between that last episode / attack to now, Ryan seemed normal as could be, but I noticed he was a bit off and has been since then. He met a girl in college months before that he says he fell madly in love with, but she rejected him when he asked her on a date and blocked him on everything right after graduation. It took a massive toll on his emotional and mental state. He had another episode where he ran outside his house and actually provoked someone and they punched him in self-defense, and then his parents took him to the hospital during that summer and was officially diagnosed with schizophrenia. So from late 2021 until now, I've noticed he's quieter, still cracks jokes, and can have a decent conversation with them and still seems like a nice guy. But there's some stuff recently that I truly think is alarming, and this is why I'm making this post. So I'll cut to the chase. For the last 6 weeks we've hung out 3 times. This was actually after a hiatus where we didn't see each other since February this year because I started working more hours and went to night shift. Each of those 3 hangouts I've noticed he looks at me in a really strange way, like he's horny and imagining me naked or imagining himself hurting me. He also mentions how he's still in love with that girl from school but proceeds to call her names and wants to kill her right after. He has said this numerous times and even mentions going to the elementary school she goes to. He sent me a picture of that school on Google Maps with arrows pointed at it and firework emojis last week. He also admitted to having parked outside her home and sitting there for hours about 5 times back in 2021. For the past week he has been insisting on hanging out several times a day, and when I was at Chili's with my parents on site he sent me a message saying Chili's. He's able to see me since I'm on the Snap map on Snapchat since I use the app often to talk to other friends. When I went to the mall right after he said you're going to the mall again, you were there yesterday, which is true. I went to the mall twice, once with mom and then with both my parents the day later to get some stuff since one of our favorite stores was closing, so we wanted to check out good deals. On the drive home that day he messaged me saying you didn't work today, we should have hung out. I replied maybe Wednesday. So the day after, on Sunday he again insisted on seeing me, but I went to go play soccer instead with other friends and then went to go do laundry afterwards, and when I was at the laundromat he sent me a soccer ball emoji and a laundry emoji indicating he saw me on the Snap map. Here's the thing, he keeps mentioning where I am and it's always within 10 minutes of me being on my phone. He's actually done this for the last 2 years but never this frequent frequently. It used to be like twice a month and I brushed it off, but now I'm noticing something actually concerning. He has also been calling me boyfriend and sending heart emojis the past week, and when I told him I might see him this week, he said, "You think I can wait that long to see my boyfriend?" This past Sunday I didn't reply to him for 4 hours and he kept asking if I'm mad, and then said he wants me to reply no longer than a minute after he texts me each time. I have the feeling he's just constantly on his phone looking for when I'm active on social media, and I really don't know why. He also admitted to me a month ago that he makes fake profiles to be able to gain access to that one girl's Instagram and look at her pictures, and he says he jacks off to them. All of this is concerning. He currently doesn't have a job and hasn't had one for the last 2 years. I'm the only friend he sees and talks to, and I feel he's developed a compulsion or fixation or dependence or a mix of all three on me. And as I mentioned, he has said he wants to kill the girl that used to be in his class, and he knows where she lives and he knows where she works. I have not mentioned my thoughts on this to him again out of fear. He currently takes medication daily, and he said he's been seeing a new therapist for just a month now, but I don't know if any of those are even working. I am asking for any advice on how to approach this and what to do. My concern is that if I tell anyone like the police or the girl, he will find out and retaliate by hurting me or my family, as he knows where I live. Any help is appreciated. This happened about 20 years ago. I was 9 years old at the time, but my parents have also told me their side of the story on a bunch of different occasions, so that should help. My parents are both biologists. They met at work, and from there it's history. The place where they worked at the time was a government building dedicated to biology research used in government projects turned towards the public, meaning they were the ones studying the environment and making environmental protection laws around their studies. This being a massive, old government building, it always had a security guard present day and night. During the day, these security guards would mostly just stay at reception and greet people, but at night they would go do their rounds and make sure there were no intruders because of all the science equipment and computers kept in the building. One of these guards is the let's not meet guy. Initially, he seemed like the nicest person. He was really nice to me, and frankly, all the memories I have from him before this were really nice. He would greet me and talk to me in the nicest way every time my parents brought me to work. He would make me paper planes, which he was surprisingly good at, and throw them around with me, and he would stay with me at reception in the days my parents had to work into the night. Obviously, for me, that would get really boring really fast, so he'd keep me company and entertain me. Mostly we would talk, play with the paper planes, and watch television. It all seemed nice enough for my parents to trust him with me, which was probably their biggest mistake. One night, my parents had to work even later than usual. I think it was around 10 at night and they were still at it, so this guy, who was on the night shift, decided to take me around the building with him to do his rounds. We started on the top floor, checking all the rooms and the exterior part on the roof. Every room was so dark that I'd always stay a little behind and wait for him to turn on the lights. Then we stepped down to the second floor, where my parents' office and labs were. We checked the opposite side of the building, going into labs with massive extractors, microscopes, and every kind of science equipment you might think of. We walked down the stairs to the first floor, where most of the administration rooms were. I still remember seeing some maps on the walls and embalmed fish everywhere serving as decorations. First floor was all clear, so it was time to check the 2 basement levels. I thought it would have made sense to check the labs on the right side first, as the left side had a flight of stairs at the end leading up to where my parents were, but for some reason he decided we'd go check that side first. We checked all the labs, but I noticed his pace was accelerating and he was starting to look and sound happier, excited even. Once again, we checked all the labs, all the quarters from one end to the other, turning the lights on ahead of us and turning them off behind us when we left. When we got to the last area, he turned all the lights on and we went inside. There were 3 separate offices on each side of the lab, and on the first one, he hurried towards the printer, opened it up, took out 2 pieces of paper, and made 2 quick paper planes. That's when everything changed. He picked up one of the planes, went outside of the office, and threw it towards the end of the room. Then he told me the one he just threw was mine and that we could throw them around in there. I ran to the other side of the room to pick my plane up, excited to play with it, and suddenly the lights went off. When I turned around to check what was happening, I saw him getting out of the lab, turning the lights off and locking the door. I ran to the door, punched it and kicked it while screaming for him to open, panic taking over me because of how scared I was of being in the dark at the time. Through the glass on the door, I could see him scurrying away in the corridors, turning the lights off as he went and disappearing after turning a corner. I'm pretty sure that everything I felt and every shadow and creepy monster I saw in there while waiting was part of my imagination because of how scared I was. I balled up against a corner and could see shadows moving around me in the dark. I could only cry, lost, without knowing what was happening and why he was doing that. My parents finished work eventually, and when they did, they packed up their things and made their way to the lobby to pick me up and go home. When they got there, the security guard was at reception, but I was nowhere to be found. found. They panicked, of course, must have shouted 100 different cuss words at the guy, and I'm not sure how my dad didn't murder him right then and there, but when they first asked the guy where I was and what he had done with me, he simply said that he had gone to do the rounds with me and I must have gotten lost somewhere. This is a building that would take you about an hour and a half to check from top to bottom, even if you're rushing, so must have gotten lost somewhere is not exactly helpful. They looked for hours without finding me. It was only when I saw a light far at the end of the corridors leading to the lab I was in that I got the courage to stand up, rush towards the door and start punching it as hard as I could. They finally found me there and made the guard unlock the door to get me out. I don't really remember sleeping that night, and if I did, it must have been out of exhaustion, but I know I made my mom stay in the bedroom with me the entire night. Of course, my parents made a complaint against the guard, and when they did and the guy started being investigated, he was fired and arrested, not because of locking me away where he probably hoped no one would find me, but because he had been partnering up with other criminals to steal computers and equipment from the building to sell in some shady market along with the information in the hard drives and make money off it. By then, he had stolen a lot of old computers without anyone realizing, and who knows what his plans were for me that night. I'm not convinced that locking a crying child in the middle of the darkness, hidden away in some room is exactly the most normal behavior if you're not trying to hide them and come get them later when everyone has left and sell them as part of your product. Luckily, he never had the chance to do that, and I really hope he never got to do it to any other kid. This is about weird encounters I've had with a music teacher when I was a kid. I, a 20-year-old female, took orchestra classes when I was in middle school. Now, it's important to mention that I was an incredibly quiet and shy kid back then and had trouble with confrontation. When I was in 6th grade, our first orchestra teacher left the position and they rehired our new teacher. Our new teacher, I'll call him Mr. Smith, was generally disliked by everyone. He was in his 50s to early 60s, and to an 11-year-old, very tall. He was already imposing because of this, but what made it worse was how he treated his female students. One day in class, we were all struggling to play a song correctly. Mr. Smith became frustrated and didn't think any of us understood the beat of the song. He looked around the class, saying he needed a volunteer. Everyone became silent, including me, but I had the misfortune of locking eyes with him. He then called my name and waved me up to the front of the room. What happened next was not something anyone was expecting. I picked up my instrument to take up fraud with me, and he said, "No, leave your instrument. Just you." I was very confused, but did as he said. I walked up to his side, and he instructed me to stand in front of him. At this point, the class was beginning to snicker, and I was just very uncomfortable. Move closer. I took a small step towards him, and at this point I was too scared to look at his face. All I could see was his buttoned shirt in front of me. He made me walk closer until I was inches from him. Then, he moved my arm up and put my hand in his. He proceeded to make me slow dance with him for what felt like forever as he counted the beat. I let go of his hand at one point and tried walking back to my seat, but he grabbed my arm and pulled me back, saying not yet. After this was over and I went on to my other classes, I learned that in each period of the day, he had chosen a female student to dance with him, regardless if the class was struggling to understand the beat. Unfortunately, this was not the end of what felt like I wanted attention from him. He would somehow find me in the hallways and would try to have talks with me about anything, even though I mostly kept to myself and didn't cause trouble in class. It got to a point that my friends understood how I felt and knew to say something to me when they saw him. And every time, without fail, he always managed to put his hands on my shoulders when he talked to me, even if I was already backed against a wall. He wouldn't let me leave, and I was too scared to say anything. He could find me in a crowd easily. He didn't do anything to my knowledge that was punishable, but to me, something always felt off about him. So to my creepy music teacher, let's not meet again. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I work at a truck stop in Massachusetts in the United States. There is a 24-hour bathroom and gas station in this truck stop. One day after work, where my restaurant closed at 12 at night, I decided to go and sit with my friend who works at the gas station. His name is Jake for this story. He's 30 years old, as I usually did from about 12 at night to 2 and 3 at night. It was an average night at the beginning as there were not many customers. I sat there and drank my beer and relaxed while he fared with the customers buying gas and scratchers. At about 1:30 at night, there were some more customers coming in. I saw 2 cars park around the same time, one at a gas pump, one in front of the store. Obviously this is normal as we always look toward the front door when somebody drove up, especially because we'd either be smoking pot or doing something else. I remember hearing the vehicles pull up and looking upwards toward the customers a few seconds later. I saw a lady walking from the pumps with what looked like a young girl who was likely related to her, and another car parked in front of where the clerk's window is. I saw the woman walk up to the door with her daughter, and another gentleman was walking behind them into the store. As the older woman opened the door after walking over from a pump, her daughter took a left turn, seemingly headed to the bathroom, as a lot of customers on our rest stop are travelers, and a 24/7 restroom is pretty rare in my stay. I saw a man get out of his vehicle, which was parked right in front of the cashier's window, which is Jake's window. The mother walked in and we greeted her as usual, whereas right after we watched the man walk up and open our front door, the man pulled on the gas station / store's front door and then looked to his left. I was watching both customers with both eyes, and it was indeed strange when I watched his eyes veer to the left. Suddenly he let go of the front doors as he quickly decided to speed around the corner. Like I said already, I saw this woman's daughter go in that direction, which is the only way to any other section of the truck stop at this point, and the bathroom. So I looked at my friend who I was keeping company during his 10 at night to 6 in the morning shift. I said quietly but also decently loud, "Does that look weird?" He looked at me with eyes that said more than words, with the swift saying it does to me. Keep in mind, a lot of Massachusetts states trooper pull up to this location as there are very little rest stops within 20 miles as we are in a more urban area. No trooper pulled up this time, however. I didn't know much of what to do, so I turned around as the mother bought items and I opened the doors that led into the dining room of the rest stop. Since I worked at the fast food restaurant here at 4, I knew about almost everything. I just walked slightly around the corner and peeked past the cash machine where both of the bathrooms were. When you first walked into the 24-hour restrooms, the immediate left is the men's restroom. If you continue to walk about 8 feet farther past the wall and look to your left, you'll see the women's room. So I slightly hid myself and looked through the glass door, which we had locked about 3 hours and 30 minutes before. I didn't really see the woman's daughter pass. When I looked up, I could see the same man, clearly passing right by the first hallway where the men's restroom was, into the hallway where there was no room, except the women's room. I waited until I really knew he had certainly entered the restroom. I really did not want to take any chances. I unlocked the door and I pushed myself through, and the women's restroom door was already closed. On the camera footage, all you can see is me push the door open with an arm cocked back, slightly moving, then the door closes. I ended up punching a man in his face, then I kicked him with the side of his head. He fell backwards and hit the back of his head on the sink. I got completely terrified and called the police. I told them I had assaulted a man in the women's restroom of our local truck stop, but thought it was for a good reason. State troopers had arrived after not even 3 minutes. I already had my hands up in the gas station and air section. They asked me what had happened and I told them everything. After the state troopers witnessed the camera footage recorded by the gas station into the rest stop bathroom, they made a decision. The state troopers came up to me and said any driver who is stopped by a law enforcement officer for a traffic violation and is not wearing a safety belt can be fined $25. They charged me a $20 fine. I will not name any officers that were involved in this situation. I do not know what happened to the possible creep, and frankly, I really will never care for the rest of my life. I don't think I really saved anybody, but I hope that day I made somebody really rethink their decision in doing what they wanted to. This happened at a travel hockey tournament. I've never had an experience like this before, so it was shocking as somebody who has been playing for 13 years. At the time, I was a 13-year-old female. However, at 13, I gained the privilege of being able to walk around in public without having an adult's eyes on me 24/7. In hindsight, probably not the best decision of my dad. I was on a co-ed team this year and all of the kids were 13 and 14. We were headed down nearby DC for a tournament in December. Our team manager booked a hotel that was in the projects. I'm talking hearing a gunshot and seeing abandoned houses nearby when I pulled into the parking lot of this hotel. This was already a red flag, but I continued to unload my suitcase from my dad's truck and grab my backpack too. As we were headed towards the doors of the hotel, I heard a man behind me calling some girl's name. I think he was screaming Annie or something that sounded like that. I turned around just to see if he was anywhere near us, and he was standing next to a large pillar connected to the hotel. This man had bloodshot red eyes. It was definitely on some sort of substance. I decided to start walking faster, and my dad must have thought the same thing as me because we started hightailing it to the hotel doors. Less than a minute had passed once we reached the hotel doors, probably about 10 seconds. I decided to look back to see if this man was still there, but he disappeared. Eventually, my teammates all texted the group chat saying they had arrived and they were hanging down in the lobby. I rushed to the elevator to go join them. I clicked the start button, which leads to the lobby, but when the door opened, it wasn't the lobby. The elevator had taken me to the basement. I was frightened because it kind of looked like the back rooms except tile flooring. with some 60s music playing faintly. I took a peek outside the elevator door and there was absolutely nobody in sight. I tried the start button again, absolutely horrified from that. I didn't feel myself go up or down. The door opened to the basement again. I figured maybe the start button was the basement and it was just different from other hotels. Maybe I just had made a mistake and was supposed to press floor 1 to get to the lobby. I hit the floor 1 button. This time it took me to a hallway. The button led me to the first floor of hotel rooms, still not taking me to the lobby. At this point I started to get confused and an eerie feeling overcame me. I decided to head back onto the elevator, go to my floor and walk down the stairs. I knew my entire team was roomed on the 3rd floor, so I felt more comfortable walking down the stairs from there. I went up to floor 3 and got off of the elevator. On my way to the stairs I saw weird crumbs in front of a hotel door and bent down to take a look at what it was. It was weed on the floor. I was kinda taken aback a bit. The person on the inside must have heard me because the door opened. The crazy man from the parking lot was the one behind the door. After seeing this, I bolted to the stairwell and ran down the stairs. I was running so fast that I was skipping some steps. I even ended up accidentally tripping at one point, but I got up as fast as my little legs could carry me. I made it down to the lobby and my team saw me in a panic. They all asked me what's wrong and I explained my story. I got a few looks from them and they probably thought I was delusional, but one of the boys convinced the whole team to follow me onto the elevator so I could show them in person what happened. I clicked the start button and lo and behold, the door reopened without any movement from the elevator. This was the same elevator and same button I had pressed previously. I still have no explanation behind this. The weekend ended up continuing but being completely normal until we had to leave for our last game. We all were standing in the lobby about to leave. We walked out into the parking lot to see that one of the cars had been broken into and it was my teammates. This car had a back window that was pretty big so you could see what was inside of the trunk. Well, turns out that somebody had broken into the vehicle thinking it was full of something valuable. The only thing left behind in the trunk was both of my teammates' sticks, so he definitely wasn't looking for equipment. Joke's on him though, because hockey equipment smells absolutely rancid and he probably had a not so nice surprise when opening up the bag. The hotel workers actually checked the cameras and guess who it showed? The crazy man from the parking lot. So crazy man, let's not meet. This happened not too long after I moved to England. Back then, and still to this day, my country's living conditions weren't great, with everything getting worse every year, low salaries and high cost of living, so I decided I had enough. Not too long before that, my best friend had moved to England with her boyfriend and her dog. They lived in a house with a spare room, so we planned it out, and I moved to their house and shared the rent while I tried to find a job in my own place. We didn't last too long in that house, though, and 2 weeks after I moved in, we moved into a different house. The house itself was supposed to be better, but the neighborhood it was in, well, let's just say it had a lot to improve on. The problem, though, was that my friends had the dog, and most nights they would get into huge fights about who was the most tired from work, who worked the hardest, who did the most at home, and other nonsense I didn't have the patience for, so I would end up offering to take the dog for his walk just so I didn't have to listen to them anymore. They would usually go pretty well, I think especially because this was around the pandemic time, so there were a lot less people on the street. One night, though, was different. When I offered to take the dog and walked out of the house with him, I had this strange feeling going on, like that night I shouldn't have offered to go and should have just stayed home. Then again, maybe it's best it was me and not my friend. Back then I was 25 going on 26, well built and broad shouldered and could easily take a fight, even though I'm not a very tall guy, so would probably present a bigger threat than my friend. I went down the stairs, walked out of the building with a trash bag in hand, dumped the bag and went on my way to the close entrance. As always, when I got to the main road, because I like to keep the walks different and fresh for the dog, I looked both ways to decide which way to go. That's when, to my left, I noticed this guy jogging in my direction. What troubled me, though, was that he was jogging in completely normal day-to-day clothes, not dressed to go out for a run at all. Thinking I didn't want to be judging people and didn't want to be feeling uneasy, I decided to just walk the other way and try to ignore the guy running my way. If it was the case, I would cross the road and see what happened. I wasn't the only one feeling uncomfortable, though, as the dog was refusing to just go about her way. He was an intense dog, with a massive focus when it came to trouble and was a mix between a bulldog and a Portuguese hunting dog breed, so he was medium-sized, muscular, and had this habit of staring people down in a way that would make everyone uncomfortable. And that's just what he did then. I turned to my right, started walking down the street, having to pull the dog along every 5 seconds because he wouldn't stop turning around and observing the guy. who was still about 30 seconds jogging away from us. Of course, I kept my eye on the guy as well, taking advantage of having to pull the dog along to keep measuring how far the guy was from us, and when he was starting to get too close for comfort, I decided to cross the street. If he was just running past, he would be on his way. If there was something else happening, he would cross the street as well. Of course, that's exactly what happened. When I started crossing the street, the guy crossed it behind me, and then I decided to actually stop and let the dog stare the guy down to see what would come out of this. It was like I had messed everything up for him. He looked surprised, stopped running, and walked past us with both me and the dog eyeing him. He then lifted his hands like he was surrendering and said, "Hey brother, all good, all good," to which I just replied, "All good, you?" "Yeah, boss, yeah," he said. Then he walked ahead of us and finished crossing the road, and I went back to the same side of the road I was on to begin with and thought that would be it. No trouble, just a slight misunderstanding. That's when the guy stopped, turned around, saw I was not on his side of the road anymore, and did the weirdest thing. He took 2 steps back up the road and hid behind a tree like he was hiding from someone else that was ahead on the street. This made me even more uncomfortable, and I was now having to control my shaking legs, adrenaline, and increasing heartbeat, and not let any signals give my discomfort away. I ignored it, kept walking ahead, walked past the guy on the opposite side of the road, looked him in the eye again to warn him without having to say anything, and kept walking. 10 more steps was all it took. With this weird guy behind me, I heard something shuffle ahead in the street. Initially, I thought this could be a fox, but stopped when I decided the shuffling sounded like it was coming from something way bigger than a fox or a dog. Another person, maybe. Then I saw it. There was someone else hiding behind one of the upcoming house's trash can, waiting for me to get there. I could see a part of their back showing up from one of the sides. I don't know if me and the dog could have taken them on or not, but I decided then I wouldn't risk it for me, let alone risk the dog's life. I turned around and started walking up the street again, walked past the first guy, who was still huddled behind the same tree, nodded at him, said goodnight, and left. The surprise in his face confirmed everything to me. They were not expecting me to understand what was going on, were not expecting me to turn around and simply walk away, and the first guy was not expecting me to still interact with him at all. For the night, I decided to just let the dog do his business in the little grass area behind our building, and that was it, considering that this was a very dangerous and high crime neighborhood which keeps getting worse, and a month later my boss's son and his friends were mugged at knife point with a machete just up the road from where this happened. I think I made the right choice that night. So this happened a while back. I was probably around 10 or 11 years old. Meeting my brother, Alex, was around 8 to 9 years old. We were walking home from the bus, which takes about 7 minutes to do, when I noticed something was off. I didn't see anything at first, but I just knew that something was wrong. So my brother and I start walking home, as the only two who got off at our stop were him and I. This blue and silver beat up truck drives past us, and I think nothing of it. It never slowed down or stopped. It just kept going. Alex and I were holding hands, as my grandmother always told me to do with him, as he's my baby brother and I want nothing to happen to him. Nothing happens at first, but then the same truck drives around again, driving our way this time. There was a cul-de-sac at the end of our road. It was driving slower this time. It went up the road and turned out of sight. Now Alex and I were nearing the 3-way intersection that connected the cul-de-sac road to the other side road. Right off the main road the man just drove down. I happened to look down the street and see the truck driving real slow down the street towards us again. I knew we had to run. I knew there was no other option. I knew that if we didn't, my brother and I would not be safe. I don't know how I knew, but I did. As soon as we passed a house that blocked us from view, I turned to Alex and spoke to him exactly 4 words. No questions, just run. And we did. In our driveway, which is about 100 feet long, there is a row of bushes and pine trees that divide our home from the next door neighbor. I dragged him in there and told him to be quiet, and I'd explain later. I watched as the same truck drove down and around the cul-de-sac again before coming to a stop right in front of our house. I had to hold my brother's mouth shut because he was crying, and I was scared that whoever was following us would hear him and hurt us. I was more worried for him than for myself at this point. I was in fight or flight mode. I was the big sister. I had to protect him. I looked at him and said that the truck was following us, and I told him to not be scared. I said I wouldn't let anyone hurt him, and it seemed to calm him down a little. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the door to the truck opened and out came a man. He was tall, skinny, and messy. Short hair covered by a torn baseball cap, ripped jean shorts, and a puke green tank top. He entered our yard and looked around a bit. that. Alex and I were still in the bushes and I was trying to find a way to get to our house safely without getting this dude's attention. The guy left after what felt like forever and entered his car. He started it and drove away slowly. I waited a few minutes to make sure he was gone before turning to my brother and saying, "We need to run." When I count to 3, "We are going to run behind the house to the back door." "Okay," he agreed, and we waited a few more seconds before I started counting. I still didn't have a good feeling about this, but I knew we had to move. I started counting. As soon as I hit 3, we booked it across our driveway and into our front yard to go around the house. As soon as we left our spot, I heard it. The sound of accelerating. He saw us. He was waiting for us to leave. He chased us up our driveway as we ran around the side. I grabbed Alex's hand and practically dragged him around the house and made him run ahead to the garage door to see if it was locked while I searched for my house key, which was about 20 feet away from me. The garage door was open. I swear to God I saw this man round the opposite corner of the house that we did as I entered the house. We entered and I slammed it shut, locking it and deadbolting it. I didn't stop running until I opened the house door and ran downstairs with Alex, screaming our safe word. My grandmother made a safe word for us that was a normal everyday word that we could use if we were in danger, just had to scream it basically. It woke my aunt who worked the night shift and was sleeping. We told her everything and she stayed up with us until my grandmother got home. They called the police and that was my first ever interaction with an officer. The man was never caught. To this day I don't know what he wanted, but I'm sure it wasn't good. I'm just glad my grandma drilled stranger danger into my head. I don't know where my brother or I would be right now if she hadn't. So, to the messy man in the blue and silver truck, let's not meet again. So I'm a new Uber Eats driver, only been going about a month. I was just completing an order in the middle part of town, not too suburbs but also not too bad. I live in a major city, so going in and out of varied income level places is normal. As I walked up to my customers, I see there's a man and woman in the doorway and another woman across from them on the sidewalk. The woman in the doorway is standing timidly behind the guy and his jaw looks firm. She doesn't break eye contact with me as I walk up, but I tried not to pay it much mind. The guy accepted it, said thanks and rushed him and his girl into the building. I started to walk back to my car when I noticed the woman from before gently calling for me to stop. She was gently saying hey and I almost didn't catch it. However, I did notice her trying to keep pace with me on my way to my car. That sent my haunches up and I did a quick little 1-2 step to get a bit in front of her. Jumped into my car without breaking eye contact with her, quick pushed the lock button on my door and she still proceeded to try and reach for my passenger side door as if to open it. She heard the door click and stopped on her way to grab it. She bent down to look at me through my window and her eyes looked far off and bleary. She kept mouthing something, but just like before her voice was very quiet and I couldn't hear her. I cracked my window just a bit so I could hear her, but not enough that she could get a hand inside. I said hello. I was pretending to be callous and hard, but I am very soft and easily intimidated. I'm not good with confrontation and in most dangerous situations I tend to panic. I'm really proud of myself at this point that I was quick enough to think of all of these safe solutions. She starts just talking in circles about what are you doing, where are you going, and you can't deliver for Uber, you're in high school. Keep in mind that I do have a baby face, but I am 30 years old. I'm polite but curt with her and tell her yes, I am doing deliveries and now I have to go. Did you need something or did you need any help? She keeps trying to talk in circles, but as I'm about to insist that I am peeling out, she says, hey, let me come with you. I get this weird feeling in the back of my neck because she looks like what she said was a perfectly sane request and still did not break eye contact with me. Also keep in mind that this entire time she's been speaking with a very gentle and quiet voice as if she was talking to a small scared animal. I say no thanks. She insists saying just trust me, I'm going to go with you, just trust me. Again, this point getting more nervous, I say no thanks, I'm about to drive off, you should step back so I don't run over your feet. She tries to get closer, maybe thinking that if she doesn't move I won't move. She's sadly mistaken and I start rolling slowly forward saying you better step back, I'm about to crush your feet. She kept laughing to some unknown joke in her own mind saying you're so funny, you're so funny. I peeled out of there and confusedly looked back in my rearview mirror. I never come across someone like that before and I've been in much rougher neighborhoods than this, so I was very confused. I called my husband, who was used to living in the rougher part of my large city, and said that she could have potentially been trying to trap me so that another person or car could roll up on my driver's side and potentially jump me or try to steal my car. I'm always glad for his insight. Because of my shelteredness, I have no idea about all of these strategies that people have to get one up on you. Hello, I wish to tell you where my fear of going in water comes from. It's something I was never ashamed, but I never told the real details to anyone. To begin with, I never had a fear of water when I was young. I was a good swimmer with a lot of imagination who loved The Little Mermaid, the Disney and Anderson versions, but after meeting someone when I was 13 years old, it changed everything. Now, a little introduction to my childhood to understand the context. My mom couldn't have a baby because she had an illness, so she and her husband adopted me when I was a baby. I never had difficulties regarding that and had a happy childhood being an only child. They are my mother and father, that's all. However, one day, they divorced. My dad had an affair with a younger woman, she got pregnant, and he told my mom when the pregnancy was almost done. I was 9 and it broke the relationship I had with my dad and gave me insecurities about being unloved by him. My parents stayed friends only for me, and for many years, I spent half of the summer holidays with one and the other half with the other. This summer, I was with my dad, his new wife, and my half-little brother, and I hated it. Being a teenager who despised this new side of my family and being forced to go with them to a beach, I was always grumpy and dramatic. It was a small nudist beach, a new thing my father discovered while having a new partner. I didn't really care since I could wear a swimsuit. One day, my dad came back to us with a guy around 50 who introduced himself as an English teacher. Let's call him Alex. Usually, I had nice grades, but I wasn't very good in English, which wasn't my first language, so my dad told me Alex agreed to teach me a bit and help me do my summer homework. I was happy, seeing their opportunity to not have my father helping me do them. So, the next day, Alex came back to us and helped me do a few exercises while my dad went away to go swimming. After an hour or so, Alex proposed to go in the water and I accepted. I said to my father's new wife where I was going and followed Alex. He gave me a tuba and a mask to watch the fishes. Now, I know it was stupid. I was well aware of stranger danger, but I was happy to have a distraction and didn't think this guy was dangerous because he got introduced by my father. There were a lot of waves and the sea was so clear I remember watching in fascination all the colorful fishes around me. I followed Alex without difficulty and we turned around some big rocks. There, he gave me the sign to go up and told me we could rest here. Like I said at the beginning, I was a good swimmer, so I put the tuba away from my mouth and said that I wasn't tired at all. I don't know if he didn't hear me or didn't care because the next moment, I felt hands around my hips forcing me onto his naked lap. I panicked, my head got under the water while the guy was pinning my back against his front. I don't remember if I had the tuba back into my mouth, but my feet couldn't touch the sand at the bottom and I couldn't get to the surface. I thought I was about to drown. I was so scared I don't even know if he was hard or was trying to touch me. I kicked and struggled until he let go of me. I climbed on the rocks and got onto the shore before going back to the beach on foot. The rest of the day, I was silent but nobody seemed to notice, except during the evening when my mom called me on my phone and she immediately knew something was wrong. I briefly explained to her what happened and she told everything to my father, who confronted Alex the next day. We never contacted the police and I never met him again. Maybe he wasn't an English teacher to begin with and was looking for an excuse to meet a naive teenager. The moment Alex grabbed me was so quick, maybe 20 seconds, but it left a huge scar on me. I can't go totally underwater while being unable to touch the bottom without panicking. I don't swim anymore. I know it could have ended way worse and that's the only thing I'm glad for. About 3 years ago, I, a 21-year-old female, was a waitress during the height of the pandemic. It was my first ever job and I remember being so excited to start as soon as possible. After all my training was finished and I got my certifications, I was put on the closing shift. We closed at 10 at night every night. At the time, and typically it was just my cook, a 20-year-old male, and I rarely would there be another waitress with me and I liked it that way. I always worked better alone and I didn't really get along with most of the other waitresses anyway, so it was nice. I can remember it was near the end of my time there that this experience happened and I'm really happy I had the circumstance I did at the time. I never could really trust my gut very much because I had mild anxiety and couldn't tell if what I felt half the time was valid or not. I mentioned this because when all this went down, it felt real and I had an absolute feeling. I had started my shift that evening around 3. I said goodbye to the last waitress and I was on my own with my cook. Everything was pretty slow and normal until I got a call about one of the specialty items on the limited time menu we had. The food couldn't be ordered as takeout and the lady over the phone really didn't take it well. After a little debating, she finally decided to sit in and eat instead. I'd say around 10 to 20 minutes later is when I spotted an older looking car pull up and 3 people came out. 2 men and a woman who looked to be in their 30s to 40s. I could tell it was the same lady I spoke to over the phone, judging by her attitude coming in. I further confirmed it by asking since I already had a pretty good idea of what she wanted to eat. What I thought was an act of mild embarrassment and pettiness was actually something much more sinister later on. Her attitude toward me changed when she saw me. She was much nicer and more cooperative. This didn't ring any bells at first because it was something that most people who wanted to look good in front of others would do. I sat them at a booth and took their orders. I noticed they had a red binder and a black pen. Remember this? I then waited 10 to my other customers as there were a couple other tables I was waiting on. Once I brought their food out to them, they asked me if I knew any realtors. I found this to be normal, as this being the tourist vacation state it is, it wasn't uncommon for outsiders to be looking for getaway homes. I would say this was reasonable for me to assume it was nothing if they didn't already look like the unsavory type of people, if you get what I mean. Nonetheless, I gave them the phone number to a realtor I knew closely and well, since I often went to church with her. There wasn't any other notable interactions I really had aside from occasional small talk if I wasn't doing anything or refilling their drinks. It was around 4:30 now, and they were the last of my tables to leave the restaurant. If any of you were in the food industry, you know that as a server, you don't really get breaks. Just a lunch most of the time, and sometimes not even that if it's super busy all day. So my cook and I took this as an opportunity to take a well-deserved break. We walked out behind them and had a small chat with them. I should mention by now that the front of the restaurant had a disabled ramp coming up to the doors. It was long because the building was on a raised foundation. This is important. Now, I didn't really notice it at the time, but one of the men took my cook to the other side of the ramp, down near the end, and was chatting with him over a cigarette. I was behind the railing at the top of the platform where the ramp plateaued. Luckily, the other man and the woman were on the other side of the railing about 5 feet below but in front of me. We were having some small talk and they started to ask some personal questions such as if I lived in the area, if I smoked weed, how old I was, stuff like that. I hadn't quite learned yet that telling strangers such personal things wasn't a good idea. However, this for some reason was starting to raise some red flags. I gave very vague answers to all her questions as best as I could. Unfortunately, they still persisted in trying to have some sort of communication with me outside of my work, whether or not I said no. I suppose when they finally realized that I wasn't going to give that information up, the woman finally got to her point. She had told me that she had a business offer for me. It was for a cleaning service. I don't like cleaning anyway, so regardless, I would have said no. However, what she said next solidified my answer. She proceeded to tell me that she owned a maid service called the Pretty Kid is Maid Service. She said she needed pretty and young girls like me, that she had 10 girls now as it was that she wanted to expand. She mentioned how they get paid $30,000 and how it would be a great opportunity for me to help her with her business. I instantly knew at that point that it certainly wasn't a maid business and I was in danger. However, I didn't understand just how much danger I was in. I politely declined her offer and told her I liked my job as it was, that I was satisfied working for my boss. She tried to further convince me by telling me how easy it was and reiterating how much I'd make under her supervision. She mentioned how she had a van for her business and described it to me. I can't exactly remember what she told me, but I do remember how she told me to follow her to her car. She said she'd show me a picture of her van in her car, but her phone was in her hands. I knew for certain I wasn't going anywhere with her or near that car. I declined yet again and said that I was fine right where I was. I said she could show me on her phone instead, but she was hesitant. After which she proceeded to end the conversation and left with the two men. A little shaken, I walked back into the restaurant with my cook and told him what I had just experienced. He joked about how I'd have good money if I went with him. Because I didn't take the situation as seriously as I should have, I laughed with him. At the end of that night, when the cook's grandmother came to pick us up, I mentioned the weird interaction. A panicked look came over her and she sat silent, staring at me. I got confused and asked her if everything was okay. That's when I learned the signs of human trafficking. She broke it to me that I was almost trafficked and I was incredibly lucky I didn't get kidnapped. My stomach dropped and I started to panic at the realization of just how much danger I was in. Nothing really happened after that, except for the red binder and the black pen I told you remember. I went to work the next day and a customer walked in. Now normally in my part of town, not many people like to sit and relax for a while. They're mostly there to just eat and leave, as it wasn't exactly a cafe. While I get into my apron and sit this gentleman. He was well dressed, not in a suit and tie, but just nicely dressed. He was alone. I sat him at a single booth and took his order of one single coffee. He had a red binder and black pen with him. I didn't even notice until my cook from the night before reminded me of it. I was so shocked at the fact, and it unsettled me even more that he proceeded to sit there for 3 hours, watching me as I tended to my tables. I kept asking him if he needed anything else, and he asked me if people never just sat and relaxed with coffee. I sort of shrugged and said no, not here. Now this might come as a surprise to some of you, but servers, believe it or not, do listen in on some of your conversations. I'm lucky I did with this one. I specifically remember him speaking over the phone about finances and how he needed to find another house. He spoke about moving money and how he was going to pay his girls that night. I ran to the back of the kitchen and told my cook. Thankfully, he came out with me to help deliver some plates in order to throw the guy off. It worked, I think. He ended up leaving not long after that, and I haven't seen or heard anything since. I'll tell you though, I've been much more on guard since since then, though I wasn't able to report them because their car was facing forward toward the building's cameras and we couldn't see the license plate. Yes, I told my manager and he never allowed any of the servers to leave the building without someone else walking them out. I made it known throughout the whole staff about what happened since I didn't want any of them to get hurt. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. After a grueling week of work, I was eager to visit my parents in their countryside home. Living in the city had its perks, but the serenity of the countryside was unmatched. The drive usually took about 4 hours, and I often left in the evening to avoid traffic. One Friday, I started my journey a bit later than usual. By the time I hit the highway, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. The road was familiar, flanked by dense woods and the occasional passing car. About 2 hours into the drive, I noticed a car tailing me closely. I brushed it off, thinking they were probably in a hurry. I switched to the slower lane, expecting them to overtake, but they didn't. Instead, they continued to tail me, their headlights glaring at my rearview mirror. Feeling uneasy, I decided to test the waters. I increased my speed, and so did they. I took a random exit, and they followed. Panic began to set in. Who were they? What did they want? I remembered a police station in a small town about 10 miles away. I decided to head there, but first, I needed to make sure they didn't catch on. I took random turns, went in circles, and even turned off my headlights briefly to throw them off, but they persisted. As I approached the town, my phone buzzed. An unknown number. Hesitantly, I answered, "Hello." A raspy voice responded, "Why are you running? We just want to talk." Chills ran down my spine. "Who are you? What do you want?" The voice chuckled, "You'll find out soon." I hung up, my heart pounding. The police station was just a few minutes away. I sped up, praying I'd make it in time. Suddenly, the car behind me accelerated, ramming into my rear bumper. I struggled to maintain control, my mind racing. They were trying to run me off the road. I swerved into a side street, hoping to lose them. The narrow road was lined with old houses, their lights casting eerie shadows. I spotted an alleyway and quickly turned into it, killing my headlights and engine. I ducked, hoping they hadn't seen me. Moments later, their car sped past the alley. I waited, holding my breath, counting the minutes. After what felt like hours, I cautiously started my car and headed to the police station. The officers were sympathetic and concerned. They took down my statement and sent a patrol car to search for the mysterious vehicle. I called my parents, explaining the situation. My father insisted on driving down to escort me back. The following morning, the police informed me that they had found an abandoned car matching the description a few miles out of town. Inside, they found ropes, duct tape, and a collection of sharp tools. The realization hit me hard. Their intentions had been sinister. I was grateful for my narrow escape and decided to move closer to my parents. The trauma of that night lingered, but with time and therapy, I began to heal. Months later, I received a call from the police. They had apprehended 2 suspects involved in a series of highway abductions. My testimony helped solidify the case against them. The trial was set for a few months later. The prosecutor's office contacted me, asking if I would be willing to testify. The thought of facing those men in court was terrifying, but I knew it was crucial for ensuring they couldn't harm anyone else. As the trial date approached, I was a bundle of nerves. I sought counseling to prepare myself mentally and emotionally. My therapist, Dr. Reynolds, was a godsend. She equipped me with coping mechanisms and strategies to handle the stress of the courtroom. The day of the trial, the courtroom was packed. News of the highway abductions had spread, and the case had garnered significant media attention. As I took the stand, I could feel dozens of eyes on me. The weight of the situation pressed down, but I took a deep breath, remembering Dr. Reynolds' advice. The prosecutor began by asking me to recount the events of that night. As I spoke, I avoided looking at the defendants, but out of the corner of my eye, I could see that they sat emotionless, their cold eyes occasionally meeting mine. When the defense attorney began his cross-examination, he tried to poke holes in my story, suggesting that I had overreacted or misunderstood the situation. But I held firm, confident in the truth of my experience. The trial lasted several days, with multiple victims and witnesses sharing their harrowing encounters with the 2 men. The evidence against them was overwhelming. Finally, the jury delivered their verdict, guilty on all counts. The judge sentenced them to life in prison without the possibility of parole. A collective sigh of relief filled the courtroom. After the trial, life slowly returned to normal, but the experience had changed me. I became involved in advocacy work, joining a non-profit organization dedicated to supporting victims of violent crimes. Sharing my story and helping others became a therapeutic outlet. One day, I received a letter with no return address. Hesitantly, I opened it. It was from Clara, the woman from the apartment next door. She had heard about my ordeal and wanted to reach out. She wrote about her journey of healing and how she had started a support group for survivors of domestic violence. Inspired by her resilience, I decided to collaborate with her. Together, we organized workshops, workshops, counseling sessions, and community outreach programs. Our combined efforts made a significant impact, providing a safe space for survivors to heal and rebuild their lives. Years later, as I reflect on those events, I realize that while darkness exists in the world, so does hope, resilience, and the indomitable human spirit. Through unity and support, we can overcome the most daunting challenges and turn our traumas into a force for positive change. I've always been a night owl. The tranquility of the night, with its cool breeze and the soft glow of streetlights, has always been therapeutic for me. I used to take long walks around my neighborhood, headphones in, lost in my thoughts and the music. But after that night, I never walked alone again. It was a typical summer evening. The sun had set, and the streets were bathed in a dim, orange hue. I decided to take a longer route that day, one that would take me through the park and around the lake. The park was usually deserted at this time, which was perfect for me. I loved the solitude. About 20 minutes into my walk, I reached the lake. The water was still, reflecting the moonlight, creating a serene atmosphere. I paused to take in the view, and that's when I noticed him. A man, standing on the other side of the lake, was staring directly at me. He was too far away to make out any distinct features, but his silhouette was unmistakable. I brushed it off, thinking maybe he was just enjoying the view too. I continued my walk, but every time I glanced back, he was there, maintaining the same distance. My heart rate began to pick up. I told myself I was being paranoid, but the feeling of being watched was undeniable. I decided to test my theory. I took a sudden turn into a smaller path that led to a dense wooded area. If he followed, I'd know my suspicions were correct. To my horror, he did. The path was narrow and winding, and the trees overhead blocked out most of the moonlight. I quickened my pace, my footsteps echoing in the silence. But no matter how fast I walked, his footsteps matched mine. Panic set in. I decided to confront him. "Hey, why are you following me?" I shouted, trying to sound brave. No response, just the sound of our footsteps in sync. I had to think fast. I remembered there was a small cafe near the end of the path. It was probably closed, but it had a back door that led to a main road. If I could reach it, I could escape. I sprinted, my heart pounding in my ears. The footsteps behind me grew louder and faster. I could hear them closing in. The cafe was just ahead. I reached the back door, praying it was unlocked. To my relief, it was. I burst through, locking it behind me. I found myself in a dimly lit alleyway. The main road was just a few meters away. I ran towards it, and as I reached the road, I flagged down a passing car. The driver, a middle-aged woman, could see the panic in my eyes. "What's wrong?" she asked. I quickly explained the situation, and she offered to drive me home. As we drove away, I looked back and saw the man standing at the entrance of the alley, watching me. I thanked the woman profusely and rushed into my house, locking all the doors and windows. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I reported the incident to the police. They patrolled the area for a few days but found no one matching the description. Weeks turned into months, and the incident faded from my memory. Life returned to normal, but one evening, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard a soft tapping on my window. I pulled back the curtains, and there he was, the same man, staring at me with cold, emotionless eyes. I screamed and called the police. By the time they arrived, he was gone. They searched the area but found no trace of him. They suggested I stay with a friend or family member for a few days. I decided to stay with my sister, who lived in another city. The change of scenery was good for me, and I felt safe. But one evening, as I was returning from the grocery store, I saw him again. He was standing across the street, watching me. I realized then that he wasn't just a random stalker. He was obsessed with me. I decided to take matters into my own hands. I hired a private investigator to find out who he was. The PI did some digging and discovered that the man was a former patient from a mental institution. He had been released a few months ago and had fixated on me for reasons unknown. The PI advised me to get a restraining order. With the evidence gathered, I was able to get a restraining order against him. The police also increased their patrols around my area, but the fear never left me. Every shadow, every unexpected sound made me jump. A few months into my new life, I started attending group therapy sessions for trauma survivors. It was there that I met Emily, a woman around my age who had gone through a similar ordeal. We quickly bonded over our shared experiences and became close friends. Having someone who understood the constant fear and anxiety was comforting. One evening, after a particularly intense session, Emily and I decided to grab a coffee. As we sat in the dimly lit cafe, sharing our stories, Emily mentioned something that sent chills down my spine. "He always wore a red scarf, right?" she asked hesitantly. I stared at her, my heart pounding. "How did you know that?" I whispered. Emily took a deep breath. "Because I think he's been following me too." She went on to describe incidents eerily similar to mine. The silent figure in the distance, the feeling of being watched, the tapping on the window. The only difference was the red scarf, which I had never mentioned to the police or the PI. We realized that this man wasn't just fixated on one person. person, he had multiple targets. The thought was terrifying. We decided to join forces and gather as much information as we could about him. With the help of the PI, we discovered that the man's name was Robert. He had been institutionalized after a series of violent incidents in his youth. His obsession with the red scarf stemmed from a traumatic event involving his mother, who always wore a similar scarf. Armed with this information, Emily and I approached the police. They reopened the investigation and, with our combined testimonies, were able to track Robert down. He was found living in a dilapidated house on the outskirts of the city, filled with photos of his various targets, including Emily and me. Robert was taken into custody and sent back to a mental institution. The relief was indescribable. For the first time in years, I felt safe. Emily and I continued to support each other through our healing process. We started a support group for stalking victims, providing them with a safe space to share their stories and find solace. Life slowly returned to normal. The nightmares became less frequent, and the fear began to fade. But the experience changed me forever. I became more cautious, more aware of my surroundings. I realized that safety is a privilege, one that can be taken away in an instant. Today, I'm a stronger, more resilient person. I've learned to trust my instincts and never underestimate the importance of community and support. And while the scars of the past will always remain, they serve as a reminder of the strength and courage that lies within us all. I've always been a light sleeper. The faintest noise or change in the environment around me would jolt me awake. I used to think of it as a curse, but one night, it may have saved my life. I lived in a small, one-bedroom apartment on the ground floor of an old building. The neighborhood was generally quiet, with the occasional sounds of cars passing by or children playing in the distance. I had a routine: come home from work, make dinner, watch some TV, and then head to bed. One particular night, I was feeling more exhausted than usual. I had just settled into bed, the soft glow of the streetlights filtering through my curtains, when I heard a faint scratching sound coming from my living room window. I brushed it off as a stray cat or a tree branch, but the sound persisted. Curiosity piqued. I slowly got out of bed and tiptoed to the living room. As I approached the window, the scratching grew louder and more frantic. I peeked through the curtains and was met with a chilling sight. A man, dressed in all black, was trying to pry open my window with a crowbar. Panic set in. My heart raced, and my mind raced even faster. I didn't have a landline, and my cell phone was charging in the bedroom. I considered shouting or banging on the window to scare him off, but I feared that might provoke him. As I weighed my options, the man suddenly stopped and looked around, as if sensing he was being watched. Our eyes locked for a brief moment, and I saw a cold, calculating look in his eyes. He resumed his efforts with renewed vigor, and I knew I had to act fast. I dashed back to my bedroom, grabbed my phone, and dialed 911. I whispered the situation to the operator, who assured me that help was on the way. She advised me to stay on the line and find a safe place to hide. I quickly locked my bedroom door and hid in the closet, clutching my phone tightly. The minutes felt like hours as I listened to the sounds of the intruder making his way into my apartment. I could hear him rummaging through my belongings, opening drawers, and moving furniture. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, followed by a string of curses. It sounded like he had knocked over a lamp or a vase. I held my breath, praying he wouldn't come into the bedroom. After what felt like an eternity, I heard the distant wail of sirens. The intruder seemed to hear them too, as his movements became more hurried. There was a rush of footsteps, and then the sound of the front door slamming shut. A few minutes later, I heard the familiar voices of the police officers. I cautiously emerged from my hiding place and was met with a scene of chaos. My apartment was in shambles, with belongings strewn everywhere. The officers took my statement and assured me they would do everything they could to catch the burglar. The following days were a blur. I was constantly on edge, jumping at every sound and shadow. I installed security cameras and reinforced my windows and doors. I even considered moving, but I couldn't afford it at the time. One evening, as I was returning home from work, I noticed a car parked outside my building. It was an old, beat-up sedan with tinted windows and a familiar figure sitting inside. He was the burglar. Our eyes met, and he gave me a sinister smile. Panic set in, and I quickly ran inside, locking the door behind me. I called the police, but by the time they arrived, the man and the car were gone. The police increased patrols in the area and advised me to stay vigilant. They also provided me with a panic button, which would alert them immediately if I felt threatened. Weeks turned into months, and the fear began to subside. I started to feel safe again, believing that the burglar had moved on, but I couldn't have been more wrong. One evening, as I was getting ready for bed, I received a text message from an unknown number. It read, "I'm watching you." My heart sank as I realized the burglar was still out there, taunting me. I immediately called the police, who traced the number to a burner phone. They advised me to change my number and be cautious about sharing it with others. The following weeks were filled with more texts, each more menacing than the last. "You can't hide from me. I know where you live. I'm coming for you." I lived in constant fear, always always looking over my shoulder, always expecting the worst. One night, as I was lying in bed, I heard a soft tapping on my window. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I slowly turned my head and saw the familiar face of the burglar, his eyes wide and unblinking. He held up his phone, displaying a text message that read, "I told you I'd find you." I screamed and pressed the panic button, the shrill alarm echoing through the apartment. The burglar fled, but not before leaving a chilly message scrawled on my window, "I'll be back." The police launched a full-scale investigation, using the evidence I had provided to track down the burglar. It turned out he was a career criminal with a long history of break-ins and harassment. He was arrested and charged with multiple offenses, including burglary, stalking, and threatening behavior. The trial was swift, and he was sentenced to several years in prison. I finally felt a sense of relief, knowing that he was behind bars and couldn't harm me. I moved to a new city shortly after, leaving the memories of that terrifying ordeal behind. I've since taken self-defense classes and become more vigilant about my safety. I've also become an advocate for victims of stalking, sharing my story to raise awareness and help others. The new city brought with it a fresh start. The tall buildings, the hustle and bustle of city life, and the anonymity it offered were a welcome change. I found a job at a local library, a peaceful place that allowed me to heal and rebuild my life. Months turned into years, and the memories of the burglar began to fade. I made new friends, adopted a cat named Luna, and even started dating again. Life was good, and I felt like I had finally moved on. However, one evening, as I was closing up the library, I noticed a familiar-looking car parked outside. My heart raced as memories of that old, beat-up sedan came flooding back. I quickly locked the library doors and peered out the window. The car was empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I called the police, who arrived promptly and searched the area. They found no sign of the burglar, but they did discover a note tucked under my car's windshield wiper. It read, "You can't escape your past." The police took the note as evidence and assured me they would keep an eye on the area. They also advised me to be cautious and report any suspicious activity. The following days were filled with anxiety. I constantly checked my surroundings, always expecting to see the burglar lurking in the shadows. I installed security cameras around my apartment and informed my neighbors and coworkers about the situation. One evening, as I was returning home from work, I received a call from an unknown number. I hesitated for a moment, then answered. A familiar, chilly voice greeted me. "Did you miss me?" He was the burglar. He taunted me, saying he had been watching me for months and that he would never let me go. I tried to keep him on the line, hoping the police could trace the call, but he hung up before they could. The police launched a new investigation, using the latest technology to track down the burglar. They discovered that he had been released from prison on parole and had been stalking me ever since. One night, as I was lying in bed, I heard a soft tapping on my window. My heart raced as I recognized the familiar sound. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, but before I could speak, the power went out, plunging the apartment into darkness. I heard the sound of glass shattering, followed by heavy footsteps. The burglar was inside. I quickly hid under the bed, clutching my phone tightly. The footsteps grew louder, coming closer and closer. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated the room, followed by the sound of shouting. The police had arrived, responding to my 911 call. They arrested the burglar, who was armed with a knife and had a sinister plan to exact revenge. The trial was swift, and the burglar was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge commended me for my bravery and resilience, saying I was a true survivor. I finally felt a sense of closure, knowing that the burglar was behind bars for good. I decided to use my experience to help others, becoming a victim's advocate and sharing my story to raise awareness about stalking and personal safety. Today, I live a peaceful life, surrounded by loved ones in a supportive community. I've learned the importance of trusting my instincts and being proactive about my safety. I've also learned that, no matter how dark the past may be, there's always hope for a brighter future. During my college years, I worked as a pizza delivery driver for a local pizzeria. The job was straightforward: take orders, drive to the location, hand over the pizza, and collect the cash. Most nights were mundane, but one particular delivery still haunts me to this day. It was a chilly Friday evening, and the pizzeria was bustling with orders. As I was preparing to leave with a stack of boxes, my manager handed me one last delivery slip. The address was on the outskirts of town, a place I wasn't very familiar with. But with the promise of a good tip, I set off. The drive took me through windy roads and dense woods. The further I went, the fewer houses I saw. The GPS led me to a dilapidated house at the end of a long, gravel driveway. The place looked abandoned, with overgrown grass, broken windows, and a general air of decay. Hesitating for a moment, I decided to proceed. I grabbed the pizza box and approached the front door. Before I could knock, the door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit hallway. A voice from inside beckoned, "Come in and leave the pizza on the table." Every instinct told me to turn around and leave, but the thought of getting a bad review interview or losing my job pushed me forward. I stepped inside, placing the pizza on a dusty table. The air was thick with the smell of mold and dampness. As I turned to leave, I noticed a figure at the end of the hallway. It was a man, tall and gaunt, with wild eyes and a disheveled appearance. He was staring intently at me, not saying a word. Feeling uneasy, I muttered, "That'll be $15.50. The man didn't move. Instead, he continued to stare, his gaze never leaving mine. I repeated the amount, trying to keep my voice steady. Still, no response. Growing more anxious, I decided to leave. "You can call the pizzeria and sort out the payment," I said, heading for the door. But as I reached for the handle, it wouldn't budge. I tried again, pulling with all my might, but it was as if the door was sealed shut. Panic set in. I looked around for another way out, but all the windows were boarded up. The man began to approach, his steps slow and deliberate. I backed away, searching for anything I could use as a weapon. Suddenly, I remembered the pepper spray I kept in my pocket for safety. I pulled it out and aimed it at the man, warning him to stay back. He paused for a moment, a smirk forming on his lips, then lunged at me. I sprayed him directly in the eyes, causing him to scream in pain and stagger back. Seizing the opportunity, I ran towards the back of the house, hoping to find another exit. I stumbled upon a kitchen with a back door. I tried the handle, and to my relief, it opened. I bolted out, not stopping until I reached my car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably, and sped away from that hellish place. Once I was a safe distance away, I pulled over and called the police. They arrived at the house within minutes, but the man was gone. Inside, they found evidence of someone living there, despite the house being declared abandoned years ago. The police took my statement and launched an investigation. A few days later, they informed me that the man had been captured. He was a wanted fugitive with a history of violent crimes. The pizzeria was his latest target, luring delivery drivers to his hideout with the promise of a large order. I quit my job the next day, vowing never to work in delivery again. The aftermath of that harrowing experience was a whirlwind. Local news outlets caught wind of the story, and within days, I was thrust into the spotlight. Reporters wanted interviews, and the pizzeria was flooded with both concerned customers and those morbidly curious about the incident. The owner of the pizzeria, Mr. Rixai, was deeply apologetic. He offered me compensation and even a different position at the restaurant, but I declined. The trauma was too fresh, and I needed to distance myself from anything that reminded me of that night. As weeks turned into months, the media attention died down, but the impact of the event lingered. I became more reclusive, avoiding social gatherings and often opting to stay indoors. My friends and family were supportive, but they couldn't truly understand the depth of my fear. One evening, as I was aimlessly scrolling through social media, a message notification popped up. It was from a woman named Clara. She introduced herself as a therapist specializing in trauma and explained that she had read about my ordeal. She offered her services, free of charge, believing she could help me navigate my feelings and fears. Skeptical but desperate for some semblance of normalcy, I agreed to meet her. Our sessions began at her cozy office, filled with books and soft lighting. Clara was a gentle soul, her voice soothing and her demeanor kind. She allowed me to open up at my own pace, never pushing or prodding. Over time, I began to trust her. We delved into the events of that night, dissecting every moment, every emotion. Clara introduced me to various coping mechanisms and techniques to handle my anxiety. Slowly, I began to heal. One day, during a particularly intense session, Clara shared a personal story. She too had been a victim of a traumatic event in her youth. Her journey to recovery had inspired her to become a therapist to help others like herself. This revelation created a deeper bond between us, knowing that she truly understood my pain. Months turned into years, and with Clara's guidance, I rebuilt my life. I went back to college, earned my degree, and started my own business. The memories of the pizza delivery and the man in the dilapidated house faded, replaced by new, happier memories. Clara and I remained close, our relationship evolving from therapist-patient to genuine friends. We often met for coffee, discussing everything from our personal lives to our shared passion for mental health advocacy. One day, Clara approached me with an idea. She wanted to start a support group for trauma survivors, a safe space for people to share their stories and find solace in one another. She believed that our combined experiences could make a real difference. Together, we founded Healing Together, a non-profit organization dedicated to helping trauma survivors. We organized weekly meetings, workshops, and events, creating a community of support and understanding. The response was overwhelming. People from all walks of life joined our group, sharing their stories and finding comfort in knowing they weren't alone. We received letters and messages from members expressing their gratitude and detailing their journeys to recovery. Looking back, I realized that the terrifying ordeal with the pizza delivery was a turning point in my life. It led me to Clara, to a deeper understanding of myself, and to a purpose greater than I could have ever imagined. Today, as I stand in front of a room full of trauma survivors, sharing my story and listening to theirs, I'm filled with gratitude. Gratitude for the second chance at life, for the opportunity to make a difference, and for the knowledge that even in our darkest darkest moments, there's always a glimmer of hope. I wake up at 6 a.m., morning run, breakfast, work, dinner, a bit of reading, and then bed. My life was predictable, and I liked it that way, but everything changed when I noticed him, the man who would become my persistent shadow. It started innocuously enough. I was on my morning run, taking my usual route through the park, when I felt the sensation of being watched. I glanced around and spotted a man on a bench, his gaze fixed intently on me. He was of average height, with unkempt hair and a scruffy beard. Our eyes met briefly, and then I continued on my way, brushing off the encounter as a mere coincidence. But as days turned into weeks, I began to see him everywhere. At the coffee shop, outside my office, near my home. He was always at a distance, never approaching, just watching. At first, I tried to convince myself that I was being paranoid, but the frequency of our encounters was too high to be mere happenstance. One evening, as I was leaving work, I found a note tucked under my car's windshield wiper. It read, "I'm always watching." The shiver ran down my spine. This was no longer a series of coincidences. I was being stalked. I reported the incidents to the police, providing them with a description of the man in the note. They promised to keep an eye out, but mentioned that without any direct threats or evidence, there wasn't much they could do. Determined to take matters into my own hands, I decided to change up my routine. I switched coffee shops, took different routes to work, and even joined a gym to avoid my morning runs in the park. For a while, it seemed to work. The sightings decreased, and I began to feel a semblance of normalcy return. But one night, as I was settling into bed, I heard a tapping sound on my window. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I mustered the courage to peek through the blinds. It was met with the chilling sight of the man, his face pressed against the glass, his breath fogging it up. Our eyes locked, and he mouthed the words, "You can't hide." I screamed and dialed 911. The police arrived within minutes, but the man had vanished. They conducted a thorough search of the area but found no trace of him. They advised me to stay with a friend or family member for a few days. I took their advice and moved in with my sister, Sarah, who lived across town. She was supportive and understanding, offering comfort and a listening ear. For a week, I stayed with her, hoping that the distance would deter my stalker. But one evening, as Sarah and I were watching a movie, her phone buzzed with a notification. It was a message from an unknown number with a photo attached. The photo was of me, taken from outside the window, with the caption, "I found you." We immediately called the police, who advised us to stay indoors and lock all doors and windows. They dispatched a patrol car to our location and began tracing the origin of the message. The next few hours were a blur of fear and anxiety. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the trees outside sent us into a panic. We huddled together in the living room, waiting for an update from the police. Finally, in the early hours of the morning, we received a call. The police had traced the message to a nearby motel. They had arrested the man, who turned out to be a former coworker of mine. He had become obsessed with me after I had rejected his advances at a company party. Unable to cope with the rejection, he had spiraled into a dangerous obsession, tracking my every move and documenting it with photos and notes. The relief I felt was indescribable. The nightmare was finally over. The man was charged with stalking, harassment, and breaking and entering. He was sentenced to several years in prison, with mandatory psychological counseling. Months after the ordeal, life began to regain a semblance of normalcy. The trauma, however, had left its mark. I became more cautious, always double-checking locks and being wary of unfamiliar faces. My relationships with friends and family deepened, as they had been my rock during the darkest times. One day, as I was leaving a therapy session, I bumped into a woman named Emily. She was in the same support group as me, and we had shared our stories with each other. Emily had been stalked by an ex-boyfriend and had faced a similar journey of fear, recovery, and empowerment. Over coffee, Emily and I discussed the idea of turning our support group into a more structured organization. We envisioned a safe haven for victims, offering resources, counseling, and legal assistance. With our shared passion and determination, Safe Steps was born. Safe Steps became more than just a support group, it was a movement. We organized workshops, self-defense classes, and awareness campaigns. We collaborated with law enforcement agencies, providing them with insights and training on handling stalking cases. As the organization grew, so did our team. We hired counselors, legal advisors, and security experts. We also launched a helpline, offering 24/7 support to victims in distress. One of our most impactful initiatives was the buddy system. Recognizing that many victims felt isolated and vulnerable, we paired them with volunteers who would accompany them to places they felt unsafe, like court hearings or even just grocery shopping. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive. Many expressed that having someone by their side, someone who understood their fears, made all the difference. years. It was heartwarming to see the bonds that formed between buddies, with many evolving into lifelong friendships. As years passed, Safe Steps expanded nationally. We received endorsements from celebrities and even partnered with tech companies to develop safety apps for victims. Our story was featured in documentaries, talk shows, and news segments, bringing attention to the silent epidemic of stalking. One day, during a Safe Steps event, I was approached by a young woman. She introduced herself as Lisa and shared her story. She had been stalked by a classmate and had lived in constant fear, but after discovering Safe Steps, she had found the courage to report her stalker and seek therapy. With tears in her eyes, she thanked me, saying that our organization had saved her life. That moment was a stark reminder of why I had started this journey. It wasn't just about my healing, it was about creating a ripple effect, empowering others to reclaim their lives. Today, as I reflect on my journey, I'm filled with gratitude. Gratitude for the support I received, for the lessons I learned, and for the opportunity to make a difference. My ordeal with the stalker was undoubtedly the darkest chapter of my life, but it led me to my life's purpose. In the face of adversity, I had found strength, resilience, and a community that stood by me. And while the scars of the past will always remain, they serve as a reminder that even in our darkest moments, there's always a glimmer of hope. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. The allure of Europe had always beckoned me. The rich history, diverse cultures, and stunning landscapes were things I had only read about or seen in movies. So when I finally saved enough for a month-long trip across the continent, I was ecstatic. My journey began at the bustling streets of London, meandered through the romantic avenues of Paris, and then led me to the sun-soaked coasts of Spain. But it was in Italy and a small town on the Amalfi Coast that my dream vacation took a disconcerting turn. I had rented a small apartment through a popular home sharing site. The host, Marco, was friendly in our online interactions, providing me with detailed instructions and local recommendations. The apartment was a dream, a quaint little space overlooking the azure waters of the Mediterranean. On my second day, after a long excursion exploring the town, I returned to find a fresh bouquet of flowers on the dining table. Assuming it was a kind gesture from Marco, I sent him a thank you message. His reply was swift: "I didn't leave you any flowers." A bit puzzled, I thought perhaps it was a mix-up or a gift from a neighboring apartment. I brushed it off and went about my evening. The next morning, I discovered a small note tucked under the front door. "You look beautiful in the market today," it read. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I hadn't told anyone about my plans, and Marco was the only person who knew I was staying there. Growing concerned, I decided to be more vigilant. I started noticing a man, probably in his late 30 seconds, with dark hair and a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow. He was always there, at the cafe when I had my morning coffee, on the beach when I went for a swim, and even at the local pizzeria in the evenings. His presence was subtle, but the pattern was undeniable. One evening, as I was returning from a day trip to a neighboring town, I felt an unsettling sensation of being followed. Quickening my pace, I darted through alleyways and doubled back several times. When I finally reached the apartment, out of breath and shaken, I bolted the door and checked all the windows. That night, I received a message on my phone from an unknown number. "Why were you running?" I just wanted to talk. Panic sudden, I contacted the local police and showed them the messages and the note. They promised to patrol the area and advised me to stay indoors for the night. The next morning, I decided to confront Marco, thinking he might know the man or have some explanation. To my surprise, Marco was genuinely concerned and claimed he had no knowledge of the man. He even offered to let me stay at his family's place for added safety. Reluctantly, I agreed. That evening, Marco introduced me to his family, and we shared a traditional Italian meal. The warmth and hospitality were a welcome distraction from the unnerving events. Later, as we sat on the porch sipping wine, Marco's grandmother shared stories of the town's history. When I described the man who had been following me, her face turned grave. She spoke of a local man, once smitten by a tourist who had tragically died in a boating accident years ago. Since then, he had become reclusive, occasionally fixating on visiting women who reminded him of his lost love. The story was heartbreaking, but it didn't excuse the man's behavior. The next day, with Marco by my side, we approached the man. We found him at the same cafe, his eyes distant, lost in thought. The confrontation was emotional, with the man expressing his loneliness and grief. While sympathetic, we firmly told him his actions were unacceptable and that he needed professional help. The remainder of my trip was uneventful. Marco and his family became my guardians, ensuring I felt safe and welcome. As I prepared to leave, Marco handed me a letter. It was an apology from the man, expressing his remorse and revealing he had sought counseling. Upon my return home, the memories of Europe were a constant topic of conversation. Friends and family were eager to hear about the historic sites, the food, and the people. But when I recounted the unsettling events in Italy, the atmosphere would always shift from one of excitement to concern. The experience experience, while unnerving, had also given me a profound insight into the complexities of human behavior. It made me realize that behind every action, no matter how unsettling, there's often a story, a reason, a past. A few months later, I received an unexpected email from Marco. He updated me on the happenings of the town and his family, but what caught my attention was the news about the man whose name I learned was Antonio. He had been attending therapy and had even joined a local support group for people dealing with grief and loss. The community, initially wary of him due to the stories circulating, began to see the change in him and slowly started to accept him back. Marco also mentioned that Antonio had taken up painting, channeling his emotions onto the canvas. He had even held a small exhibition in the town, showcasing his work, which depicted the beauty of the Amalfi Coast and portraits of a woman, presumably his lost love. Reading about Antonio's journey towards healing was bittersweet. While I could never condone his actions, I felt a sense of relief knowing he was finding his way back to a semblance of normalcy. The years rolled on, and life got busy. I advanced in my career, moved cities, and traveled to new destinations. But the Amalfi Coast and its memories remain etched in my heart. On a whim, 5 years after my initial trip, I decided to revisit the town. I reconnected with Marco, who was now running the family's vineyard, and was welcomed back with open arms. The town, with its familiar streets and stunning vistas, felt like returning to an old friend. One evening, as I was wandering through the town square, I stumbled upon an art gallery. The paintings displayed in the window were strikingly familiar. Upon entering, I realized it was Antonio's studio. Our eyes met, and there was a moment of recognition. The atmosphere was thick with unsaid words. He approached me, his demeanor calm and composed. I wasn't sure if we'd ever meet again. He began, "I owe you a deep apology. Your confrontation, your words, they were a wake-up call for me." We spoke at length, with Antonio sharing his journey of self-discovery and healing. He expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that our encounter, however distressing, was the catalyst for his transformation. As I left the studio, a sense of closure washed over me. The town, which had once been a backdrop for fear and anxiety, had transformed into a testament to human resilience and the power of second chances. My trip to Europe, meant to be a simple vacation, had evolved into a profound journey of understanding, forgiveness, and growth. It was a stark reminder that life, with all its twists and turns, has a way of coming full circle. I've always been an independent spirit. Growing up in a small town, I often found myself yearning for the excitement and unpredictability of city life. So, when I got a job offer in a bustling metropolis, I didn't think twice before packing my bags. The city was everything I had imagined and more. The constant hum of activity, the diverse mix of people, and the endless opportunities for exploration kept me on my toes. I quickly settled into a routine, making friends, and exploring my new surroundings. One evening, after a particularly grueling day at work, I decided to unwind at a local bar. It was a cozy place, with dim lighting and soft jazz playing in the background. I took a seat at the bar, ordered a drink, and lost myself in the ambience. A few drinks in, a man took the seat next to me. He was in his mid-30s, with sharp features and a charismatic aura. We struck up a conversation, discussing everything from our favorite books to our travel adventures. He introduced himself as Alex. As the night wore on, I began to feel a bit lightheaded. I attributed it to the alcohol and decided to call it a night. Alex offered to walk me to my apartment, which was a few blocks away. Given the late hour and my slightly inebriated state, I hesitated but eventually agreed. We walked in comfortable silence, the city's nighttime sounds echoing around us. As we neared my apartment, Alex made a suggestion. "There's a great view from the rooftop of my building. Would you like to see it?" In my tipsy state, the idea seemed appealing. I nodded, and we diverted our routes. His building was a few streets away from mine, a tall structure with a modern facade. We took the elevator to the top floor and then climbed a flight of stairs to the rooftop. The view was indeed breathtaking. The city's skyline stretched out before us, a sea of lights against the inky blackness. We sat on the ledge, our feet dangling over the edge, lost in the beauty of the moment. Suddenly, I felt a strong hand grip my wrist. Startled, I turned to see Alex, his friendly demeanor replaced by a sinister glare. "You shouldn't trust strangers," he whispered, his grip tightening. Panic set in. I tried to pull away, but he was too strong. My mind raced, searching for a way out. I remembered the self-defense techniques I had learned in a workshop a few months ago. Mustering all my strength, I drove my elbow into his stomach, causing him to momentarily loosen his grip. I then kicked him in the shin and made a run for the stairwell. My heart pounded in my chest as I descended the stairs, the sound of Alex's footsteps echoing behind me. I burst out of the building and into the street, screaming for help. A passing patrol car heard my cries and came to my aid. The police apprehended Alex, who, as it turned out, had a history of assault and had been on probation. They commended me for my quick thinking and bravery. In the aftermath, I grappled with a mix mix of emotions: relief at my narrow escape, anger at Alex for his actions, and guilt for letting my guard down. I sought therapy to process the trauma and joined a support group for survivors of assault. The weeks following the incident were a blur. My friends and family rallied around me, offering support and comfort. My apartment, once a haven, now felt tainted with the memory of that night. I decided to move, finding a new place in a different part of the city. Work became my refuge. I immersed myself in projects, using them as a distraction from the trauma. My colleagues, aware of my ordeal, were understanding and supportive. They often checked in on me, offering words of encouragement and ensuring I felt safe. One day, as I was leaving the office, I was approached by a journalist from a local newspaper. She had heard about my story and wanted to interview me. Initially hesitant, I eventually agreed, seeing it as an opportunity to raise awareness about personal safety. The article was published a week later, detailing my experience and highlighting the importance of self-defense training. The response was overwhelming. I received messages from strangers thanking me for sharing my story and expressing their admiration for my courage. Encouraged by the positive feedback, I decided to take things a step further. I collaborated with a local self-defense instructor and organized workshops for women in the community. The sessions covered basic techniques, situational awareness, and the psychological aspects of self-defense. The workshops were a hit, with participants ranging from college students to elderly women. The sense of empowerment and camaraderie was palpable. Many shared their personal experiences, finding solace in the knowledge that they weren't alone. As months turned into years, my life began to regain a semblance of normalcy. The memories of that night faded, replaced by new, happier ones. But the impact of the experience remained, shaping my outlook on life and my sense of purpose. I founded a non-profit organization, Empower Her, dedicated to promoting personal safety and empowerment for women. We expanded our workshops, partnering with schools, colleges, and corporations. We also launched a helpline, offering support and resources to victims of assault. One of the most rewarding aspects of my work was the stories of impact. I received countless letters and emails from women who had attended our workshops, sharing how the training had helped them in real-life situations. Their testimonials were a testament to the importance of our mission. Looking back, I realized that while the encounter with Alex was undoubtedly the darkest chapter of my life, it also led me to my life's purpose. It taught me the value of resilience, the power of community, and the importance of turning adversity into advocacy. Today, as I stand in front of a room full of eager participants, ready to embark on another workshop, I'm filled with gratitude. Gratitude for the second chance at life, for the opportunity to make a difference, and for the knowledge that even in our darkest moments, there's always a glimmer of hope. It was a typical Friday evening. I had just finished a long week at work and was heading to my parents' house for the weekend. They lived in a rural town about 3 hours away, and I often made the drive to visit them. About halfway through the journey, as the sun began to set, I realized I was running low on gas. I pulled off the highway and into a small, run-down gas station. The place looked like it hadn't been renovated in decades, with peeling paint and flickering neon lights. But it was the only station for miles, so I didn't have much choice. As I began to fill up my tank, I noticed a man standing by the entrance of the convenience store attached to the station. He was tall, with greasy hair and a tattered jacket. He seemed to be staring at me intently, which immediately put me on edge. Trying to shake off the uneasy feeling, I quickly finished pumping gas and decided to head inside to grab a snack for the road. As I entered the store, I noticed the man had moved closer to my car, still watching me. The store was empty except for the cashier, a middle-aged woman who looked just as weary as the store itself. I grabbed a bag of chips and a soda and made my way to the counter. As I paid, I mentioned the man outside to the cashier, hoping she might know him or have an explanation for his behavior. She glanced outside and her face turned pale. "That's Dale," she whispered. "He's been hanging around here for the past few days. Keeps to himself mostly, but he's given a few customers the creeps. I've called the cops, but they say unless he does something, there's not much they can do." Feeling even more uneasy, I thanked her and quickly exited the store. To my horror, Dale was now leaning against my car, his face pressed up against the window, peering inside. "Can I help you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He slowly turned to face me, his eyes vacant and glassy. "You shouldn't be here," he murmured, his voice low and gravelly. I felt a rush of adrenaline. "Please move away from my car," I said firmly. He continued to stare at me for what felt like an eternity before slowly backing away. I quickly got into my car, locked the doors, and sped away, my heart racing. As I merged back onto the highway, I glanced in my rearview mirror and saw Dale standing in the middle of the road, watching me. The image of his silhouette against the dimmy light was one I would never forget. I drove the rest of the way to my parents' house without stopping, constantly checking my mirrors, half expecting to see Dale following me. When I finally arrived, I was a bundle of nerves, recounting the ordeal to my parents. My dad, always the protective type, wanted to drive back to the gas station and confront Dale, but I convinced him it wasn't a good idea. Instead, we reported the incident to the local police, who promised to look into it. The next day, as I was having breakfast, my mom showed me a news article on her phone. The headline read, "Local man arrested for assault at gas station." The article went on to describe how Dale had attacked a customer at the same gas station later that night. Thankfully, the victim had managed to escape and call the police, leading to Dale's arrest. The article also mentioned that Dale had a history of mental illness and had recently stopped taking his medication. He had been living on the streets and had taken to hanging around the gas station, where he felt drawn to the lights, as he later told the police. I shuddered, thinking about how close I had come to a potentially dangerous situation. I was grateful for my intuition and the warning from the cashier, which had likely saved me from a similar fate. The incident served as a stark reminder of the unpredictability of life and the importance of always being aware of one's surroundings. It also reinforced my belief in trusting one's gut instincts, no matter how seemingly trivial they might be. In the weeks that followed, I often thought about Dale and hoped he would get the help he needed. I also made a point to always fill up my gas tank during daylight hours and to avoid isolated places, especially when traveling alone. The incident at the gas station became a turning point in my life. The close call made me reevaluate my priorities and the way I approached everyday situations. I became more involved in community safety initiatives, attending town hall meetings and advocating for better lighting and security measures in public spaces. One evening, after a community meeting, I was approached by a woman named Clara. She introduced herself as a psychologist who worked with individuals suffering from mental health issues. She had read about my encounter with Dale and was interested in collaborating on a project. Together, we conceptualized a community outreach program aimed at bridging the gap between mental health awareness and public safety. The program, named Safe Minds, offered workshops that educated the public about mental health, the importance of early intervention, and how to respond in potentially dangerous situations. Safe Minds gained traction quickly. Local schools, businesses, and community centers expressed interest in hosting our workshops. We also partnered with local law enforcement, ensuring they were equipped to handle situations involving individuals with mental health issues. As the months rolled on, Clara and I became close friends. We often shared personal stories, and I learned that her interest in mental health was deeply personal. Her younger brother had schizophrenia and had faced numerous challenges, from misdiagnosis to societal stigma. Clara's passion for the cause was palpable, and it fueled our mission. One day, as we were wrapping up a workshop at a high school, a student approached us. Tearfully, she shared that her mother suffered from bipolar disorder and that their family often felt isolated and misunderstood. Our workshop, she said, had given her hope and a sense of belonging. It was moments like these that underscored the importance of our work. Word of Safe Minds spread, and we began receiving invitations to speak at conferences and events across the state. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive, with many sharing their personal stories and expressing gratitude for the resources and support our program provided. 2 years after the inception of Safe Minds, I received news that Dale had been released from custody and was undergoing rehabilitation at a mental health facility. With Clara's encouragement, I decided to visit him. Our meeting was emotional. Dale, now on proper medication and therapy, was a shadow of the menacing figure I had encountered that fateful evening. He expressed deep remorse for his actions and shared his struggles with mental illness. The conversation was cathartic, offering closure to a chapter that had profoundly impacted my life. Today, as I reflect on my journey, I'm filled with a mix of emotions: gratitude for the second chance at life, pride in the positive impact of Safe Minds, and hope for a future where mental health is understood and prioritized. Life has a way of presenting challenges when we least expect them, but it's how we respond to these challenges that defines us. My encounter at the gas station, while terrifying, set me on a path of advocacy, awareness, and personal growth. It was a stark reminder that every experience, no matter how harrowing, offers a lesson and an opportunity for growth. I've always enjoyed my trips to Target. There's something about the store's organized layout and the variety of products that makes shopping there a pleasant experience. But one evening, my routine trip turned into an ordeal I'd never forget. It was a Thursday evening, around 7 p.m. The store was relatively empty, with only a few shoppers scattered throughout. I had a short list of items to pick up: some toiletries, a birthday card for my niece, and a new pair of headphones. As I was browsing the headphones section, I felt a presence behind me. I turned around and saw a man, probably in his late 40s, staring intently at the headphones. He had greasy, unkempt hair, a scruffy beard, and wore a tattered jacket despite the warm weather. I gave him a polite nod and continued browsing, but I couldn't shake off the feeling that he was watching me. I decided to move on to the toiletries section, hoping to shake off the uneasy feeling. But as I walked down the aisle, I noticed the man was following me. He kept a distance, but it was clear he was tailing me. I tried to convince myself that it was just a coincidence, but my gut told me otherwise. To test my theory, I made a sudden turn turn into the toy section, a place I had no intention of visiting. Sure enough, he followed. I felt a chill run down my spine. I decided to confront him. "Can I help you?" I asked, trying to sound firm. He looked taken aback, his eyes darting around. "Just shopping," he mumbled, avoiding eye contact. I decided to head to the front of the store, hoping to find a security guard or an employee. But as I walked, I noticed the man was no longer following me. I felt a momentary sense of relief, thinking he had given up. I quickly grabbed a birthday card and made my way to the checkout. As I was paying, I glanced towards the store's entrance and saw the man again. He was talking to another man who looked equally disheveled. They both kept glancing in my direction. Panic set in. I decided to ask the cashier for help. "Excuse me," I whispered. "Those two men by the entrance have been following me around the store. I'm really scared." The cashier, a young woman probably in her early 20s, looked concerned. "Stay here," she said, picking up the store phone. Within minutes, two security guards approached the men. I watched from a distance as they spoke. The men seemed agitated, pointing in my direction. After what felt like an eternity, the guards escorted the men out of the store. The cashier, whose name tag read Mia, came over to me. "Are you okay?" she asked. I nodded, still shaken. "Thank you," I whispered. Leah explained that the two men were known to the store's security. They had been caught shoplifting multiple times and had been banned from the premises. She suspected they were up to no good tonight. I thanked Mia and the security guards profusely. They offered to escort me to my car, which I gratefully accepted. As we walked out, I noticed a beat-up van parked near the entrance. The two men were inside, watching me. The security guards made sure I got into my car safely and waited until I drove off. That night, I lay in bed, replaying the events over and over. I was grateful for Mia and the security guards, but I couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched. I decided to report the incident to the local police, just in case. A few days later, I received a call from a detective. He informed me that the two men had been arrested for a series of burglaries in the area. They had been using the Target parking lot as a base to scout potential victims. I was horrified to think of what could have happened if I hadn't trusted my instincts. A few weeks after the incident, I decided to drop by Target again. This time, I went during the day, thinking it would be safer. As I entered the store, I was greeted by familiar faces. Mia was at the checkout, and she gave me a warm smile. "Hey, good to see you back," she said. "Thanks, Mia. I couldn't stay away for too long," I replied, trying to sound upbeat. I went about my shopping, feeling a sense of normalcy, but every so often, I'd catch myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see those two men lurking in the shadows. The trauma of that night still lingered. As I was browsing the home goods section, a store announcement came on. "Attention shoppers, we'd like to remind everyone to always be aware of your surroundings and report any suspicious activity to our staff. Your safety is our top priority." I felt a pang of gratitude. It was clear that the store had taken the incident seriously and was making efforts to ensure the safety of its customers. Later, as I was checking out, Mia pulled me aside. "Hey, I wanted to let you know that after what happened, the store has ramped up its security measures. We've installed more cameras, and there's always a security guard on duty now." I nodded, appreciating the store's efforts. "Thank you, Mia. It means a lot." She smiled. "Just doing our part. And remember, always trust your gut." I left the store feeling a renewed sense of confidence. The world can be a scary place, but there are also good people out there, like Mia, who are willing to step up and help when needed. Over the next few months, I made a conscious effort to overcome my fear. I attended a self-defense class, started carrying pepper spray, and always made sure to park in well-lit areas. I also became more vigilant, always being aware of my surroundings. One day, as I was leaving Target, I noticed a woman looking anxious. She kept glancing around nervously and seemed hesitant to walk to her car. Remembering my own experience, I approached her. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked. She looked up, startled, and, yeah, I thought I saw someone following me earlier." I nodded, understanding her fear. "Would you like me to walk you to your car?" She looked relieved. "Yes, please. Thank you." As we walked to her car, I shared my own experience with her. She listened intently, nodding and understanding. "It's so scary," she said, "but I'm glad there are people like you who are willing to help." I smiled. "We have to look out for each other." That day, I realized that while we can't control the actions of others, we can choose how we respond. By being vigilant, trusting our instincts, and looking out for one another, we could create a safer environment for everyone. And while I'll never forget that fateful night in aisle 7, I've also learned that fear doesn't have to control us. With the right mindset and support, we can overcome anything. My wife, Lisa, and I had always been avid hikers. The thrill of conquering new trails, the serenity of nature, and the bond it forged between us were things we cherished. For our 5th anniversary, we decided to tackle a trail we'd heard about but never ventured on, the Whispery Pines Trail. It was said to be one of the most beautiful yet least traveled trails in the Rockies. The morning of our hike was crisp and clear. We started early, our backpacks loaded with essentials and a picnic lunch. The trail lived up to its reputation with breathtaking views of the mountains and valleys. The dense pine forest that surrounded us seemed to whisper with the wind, giving the trail its name. Around noon, we found a picturesque spot overlooking a valley and decided to stop for lunch. As we ate, Lisa pointed out a figure in the distance, making its way up the trail. It was a man hiking alone. We didn't think much of it. After all, we weren't the only ones who knew about this trail. However, as the afternoon wore on, we began to notice the man was always there, maintaining a consistent distance behind us. Every time we stopped for a break or to take in the view, he'd stop too. It was subtle, but there was a deliberate pattern to his movements. Lisa whispered to me, "Do you think he's following us?" I tried to brush off the concern. It's a public trail, Lisa. Maybe he's just hiking at the same pace. But as the hours passed, my unease grew. The man never got close enough for us to see his face clearly, but he was always there, lurking in the background. By late afternoon, the trail had become more rugged, and we decided to head back to our starting point. But when we turned around, the man was gone. We scanned the trail and the surrounding woods but saw no sign of him. Relieved, we quickened our pace, eager to get back to our car. But as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the trail, we heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind us. We turned around and saw the man, now much closer. He was tall, with a scruffy beard and wore a tattered jacket. His eyes, cold and unblinking, were fixed on us. Panicking, Lisa and I began to run. The trail was treacherous, with loose rocks and steep drops, but fear propelled us forward. We could hear the man's footsteps, steadily gaining on us. Suddenly, Lisa tripped, twisting her ankle. I helped her up, and we tried to keep moving, but our pace was slowed. The man was now only a few meters behind us. In a desperate bid to escape, we veered off the trail, plunging into the dense forest. The underbrush was thick, slowing us down, but we pushed on, hoping to lose him. After what felt like hours, we stumbled upon an old cabin hidden amongst the trees. The door was slightly ajar, and we quickly went inside, barricading the door with a wooden plank we found inside. The cabin was dark and smelled of mold. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling, and a thick layer of dust covered everything. It was clear no one had been here in years. We listened intently, but all we could hear was the wind rustling through the trees and our own ragged breaths. It seemed we had lost him. As night fell, we decided to stay in the cabin. Going out in the dark, injured and exhausted, was too risky. We found some old blankets and huddled together, trying to stay warm. But just as we were drifting off to sleep, we heard it, a soft scratching at the door. Then a voice, slow and raspy, whispered, "I know you're in there." We held our breath, praying he'd go away, but the scratching continued, growing louder and more insistent. Then, with a sudden bang, the door burst open. The man stood there, silhouetted against the moonlight. In his hand, he held a large knife, its blade gleaming. But before he could take a step, a loud growl echoed through the cabin. From the shadows, a large bear emerged, its eyes fixed on the intruder. The man's eyes widened in terror, and he turned and fled, the bear in pursuit. We waited, paralyzed with fear, until the sounds of the chase faded into the distance. When dawn broke, we cautiously made our way back to the trail and eventually to our car. We reported the incident to the local authorities, and they launched a search for the man. A few days later, they found an improvised campsite deep in the woods, with evidence suggesting the man had been living there for months. But there was no sign of him or the bear. Lisa and I were shaken by the ordeal, and it was a long time before we ventured into the wilderness again. But when we did, we were always cautious, always aware of our surroundings. Months turned into years, and the traumatic memories of that fateful hike began to fade, replaced by the demands of daily life. Lisa and I moved to a new city, started new jobs, and welcomed our first child, a beautiful daughter named Mia. But the wilderness, with all its beauty and terror, still called to us. We often shared stories of our adventures with Mia, making sure to leave out the more harrowing details. One summer, when Mia was 7, we decided to take her on her first camping trip. We chose a well-known, family-friendly site far from the Whispery Pines Trail. The trip was wonderful. Leah's laughter as she chased butterflies and her wide-eyed wonder at her first campfire filled our hearts with joy. On the last night of our trip, as we sat around the campfire roasting marshmallows, Mia suddenly looked up, her face pale. "Mom, Dad," she whispered, "who's that man watching us from the trees?" Lisa and I froze, our hearts pounding. We turned to look, and there, at the edge of the clearing, stood a tall figure barely visible in the dim light. It was impossible to tell if it was the same man from years ago, but the chilling sense of deja vu was undeniable. Without a word, I grabbed a burning log from the fire, its flames casting an eerie glow. The figure didn't move. "Stay away from my family," I shouted, my voice filled with rage and fear. The figure remained still for a moment longer, then slowly retreated into the darkness. We quickly packed up our camp and left, not stopping until we reached the safety of our home. The next day, I contacted the park rangers and reported the incident. They promised to investigate, but we never heard back. That was the last time we went camping. The trauma of our encounters with the mysterious man was too much to bear. We sold our camping gear and focused on other hobbies, always staying close to the safety of civilization. Years later, as Mia prepared to leave for college, she asked us about that night. Lee finally shared the full story of our encounter on the Whispery Pines Trail. Mia listened, her eyes wide with fear and fascination. "I can't believe you never told me," she said. "We wanted to protect you," Lisa replied, tears in her eyes. "We never wanted you to live in fear." Leah hugged us tightly. "Thank you," she whispered. "But you know, I've always felt like someone was watching over us, protecting us. Maybe it was that bear from your story." We smiled, taking comfort in the thought. Perhaps, in the vast, mysterious wilderness, there are forces, both good and evil, that we'll never understand. But one thing was certain, our family's bond, forged through love and adversity, was unbreakable. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. It was the middle of summer and my parents had left for the weekend to go to our house in the Cape Cod. It's about a 2-hour drive away, so it's no big deal for them to leave me alone for a few days. My mom had made some pulled pork and pasta for me to heat up to eat whenever, and I had some money if I wanted to order a pizza. Things were all good. The first night I was alone, I stayed up until 3 in the morning playing my console, so I woke up really late the next day. I checked my phone when I woke up and saw it was a little past 1. I had made plans to play some street hockey with my friends at 3, so I threw myself out of bed and stumbled into the shower. I take really long showers, so when my parents are gone I go mental. I was in there for about 45 minutes on my phone scrolling through social media when I heard my front door open. The bathroom is directly up the stairs from the back door, and the thing is pretty loud when it opens and closes. I immediately froze, since obviously I was supposed to be alone. I waited for about 2 minutes, ears trained and trying to hear anything else. Nothing. I figured it was just the wind or maybe my parents were home early, so I turned off the shower, wrapped my towel around myself, and slowly walked down the stairs to check it out. So the stairs to the kitchen are pretty tight and walled in. I can't see into the kitchen when I walk down. Even though my house is very old and each step on the stairs makes a super loud creak, I still took my time and tried to be as quiet as possible. I probably took 45 seconds walking down all 12 of the stairs. So when I get to the second to last stair, I take a little breath to compose myself. In my mind, I knew I was being stupid. There obviously wasn't anything in the kitchen. There's no way I wouldn't have heard another noise, and there's no reason for them to still be in the kitchen even if there were burglars or something in the house. After sort of mentally chastising myself for being such a scared cat, I sort of chuckled to myself for being so stupid and just normally walked the last 2 stairs and turned the corner into the kitchen. Standing about 2 feet away from me in the middle of my kitchen is a man staring straight at me, perfectly still, with a massive smile across his face, just staring at me. The thing I remember most vividly wasn't his face or his smile but his arms. They weren't just at his side. He held them in the strangest, most abnormal position I've ever seen. I don't know why I remember this so much, but it's just the weirdest position someone could put their arms in I've ever seen. Honest to God, I think I almost had a heart attack right there. Looking back, I can realize how creepy this situation was, but in the moment I just took a step towards him and punched him as hard as I could in the jaw, sort of half slapping / pushing him towards the ground. The second I connected, I ran up the stairs, dropping my towel in the kitchen with my heart beating out of control. I sprinted into my room and locked the door behind me. I quickly put a chair up against the doorknob. Almost without thinking, I immediately called the cops and, nearly in tears, told the operator what happened. As I sat on the floor of my room, in practically the fetal position, staring at the door praying that a cop would be here soon, I noticed the light coming from the gap between my door had stopped. The guy was standing outside of my door. There's no words to describe the feeling I had. I was paralyzed with fear, watching the shadow across the bottom of the door shift in tiny ways. I stayed balled up, staring at the gap, praying the man would go away for what seemed like an hour. All the while, the operator on the phone was asking asking, "Hello, are you there? Hello." I didn't want to make a noise, and even if I wanted to move my arms to bring the phone to my mouth, I don't think I could have. Eventually the light returned to the gap and I heard the faintest of footsteps, slowly creaking the wooden floorboards as he walked down the hall. It was silent for minutes as I just sat there curled up, unable to even speak. I heard banging on the front door and the sound of 2 officers entering my house. I finally felt safe, and I opened the door to the 2 of them standing there. I almost cried. Nowadays my parents don't even leave me home alone anymore, thank God, and I check every lock on the house before going to bed. Even working with sketch artists and a few lineups, the police never found whoever was in my house. I have no idea what he wanted or who he was, but regardless, let's never meet again. So this happened in 2011, so the exact dialogue may have escaped my memory a bit, but the situation is something I'll never forget. Also, AIM was still pretty active during this time, and so was video chatting. This is important for later. I was on an online dating site and was talking to this guy. I was 31 at the time, he was 28. We talked for about 6 weeks before I gave him my phone number, and we took it online to calling and texting for another couple of weeks. 2 months after our initial chat we were texting, and he told me that he was out having a few beers at a bar near my house. He asked what I was doing and asked if I wanted to come out, but I had a very long day at work and didn't feel like going to a bar. I invited him over to my place, which was stupid in hindsight, and after he finished at the bar he accepted. I figured I would be okay since I do keep firearms for protection and know how to defend myself if needed. I also had a webcam. I took a shower so I wouldn't smell like a water buffalo on a hot day, put on some makeup and got dressed to wait. He then called and said he was outside of my house. I clicked record on my computer's webcam program and turned off my monitor and wait to let him in. It's around 10 at night and he comes in and we go back to my bedroom because my living room was being remodeled. We're sitting on the bed chatting for about an hour, talking about everything under the sun. The conversation flowed. He was very handsome and so easy to be comfortable with. We got on the subject of firearms and I showed him mine. About 15 minutes later he asks for some water, so I go to the kitchen to get him a bottle. When I came back, he said he got a phone call and had to leave. After he left, I looked on my nightstand where I put the firearm down after showing him and noticed that it was gone. I looked everywhere for it, thinking I had put it down somewhere else. Nope, not there. I then played back the recording from my webcam program and sure enough, it shows him grabbing it and putting it in his hoodie. I was terrified at that point. He knew where I lived, he had my firearm, and he left his phone on my bed. Right then his phone rings and I answer it. Come to find out, he's married. His wife was calling him wondering where he was. I told her everything, including the fact that he stole my firearm and I had video evidence and was calling the police on him. Next thing I know, he's banging on my door, my firearm in his hand, asking me for his phone. The conversation went like this: him, I need my phone, give me my phone. Lee, not opening the door but yelling through the window, take the magazine out of my gun, empty the chamber, throw the magazine into the bushes, the one in the chamber across the road, and put it on the ground. Him, no, give me my phone. Lee, I'm on the phone with your wife at the moment and I have you on video stealing from me. I put his wife on speaker. Wife, a whole bunch of expletives. He gets shocked, runs and gets in his car, then comes back, telling me he threw my gun in the ditch. At this point, I make him empty his pockets, take his pants off, take his hoodie off, and show me that he doesn't have my gun on him. All the while, his wife is on the phone and I go outside and get in his car in the driver's seat and tell him to take me to where he threw my gun. He proceeds to tell me that I don't know how hard it is for him, being a felon, not being allowed to own a gun ever because of a mistake he made. The mistake, domestic violence, with a gun. We get up the road. He tells me my gun is there in the ditch. Then I realize the situation I'm in. I can get out of the car and go get it, leaving him to do whatever to me if he chose. He was about 6'4" and I am 5'3", or I could make him go get it and take a chance of him seriously hurting me. I took that chance since I was on his phone with his wife and my phone with the police. He retrieves my gun, brings it back to the car, and I drive back to my house and wait on the police. I get out of the car and he gets in the driver's seat. I'm still on the phone with the police. I walk around the back of his car to get his license plate number and he just puts his car in reverse, hits me and takes off. They found him later that evening. He still had the magazine and one in the chamber in his pocket, so now he's enjoying time in prison. My mom's dog, Pucky, was a very sweet, loving dog. She was an emotional support animal dog, but trained to be a service dog for post-traumatic stress disorder before she lost her leg. I had never seen her get aggressive with anyone in the entire 12 years she lived. She never growled or nipped anyone, and she had no sense of smell, so she loved all animals and people, a real gentle giant among our little terriers at 60 pounds. What I'm getting at here was that her barking at something and being aggressive was so wildly uncharacteristic that I only saw it once. I, an 11-year-old girl, was was at home with my siblings who are 2 and 6, and my then stepdad is at work, and my mom ran up to the gas station to grab a pack of cigarettes. For reference, we lived in a 2-bedroom trailer in the middle of the woods on a dead-end road at the time, and you had to really make an effort to get down our road, find our house, navigate down our narrow driveway, and find the door. I'm sitting at the computer having a grand time watching videos when all of a sudden all of our dogs, about 2 Boston Terriers and 1 Chihuahua, perk up, bark a few times, and start investigating down the hall. My siblings were napping in the bedroom at the end of the hall at the time, so I figured they just stirred and scared the dogs. But then Punky sits up suddenly, stands up on the couch, and puffs her chest out. Her ears are perked up, her fur standing on end, her tail straight up, and then she barks. Loudly, I mean, the bark booms through the living room and echoes around, and all of a sudden she lunges off of the couch and goes tearing down the hallway. I'm already on edge because I don't think I've heard her bark, ever. She's a Basenji mix, so her bark is more of a baying sound, but this was a big, loud, alert bark. I stand up and go to look down the hallway, ready to fight off what I'm assuming is a shadow monster in the hallway based on how the dogs are acting. But then I hear it. Knock, knock, knock. We didn't get visitors because of how weird our house was location-wise, so my 11-year-old mind had no clue what to do here. The only people who showed up were family, and they didn't knock, so I slowly walked towards the door. The knock drew the attention of the dogs, and they came running back down the hallway, all except for Punky, and I felt better with our 3 yappy dogs in the room with me, even if they were all the size of New York City sewer rats. I opened the door just a bit, and standing on our porch is the sketchiest man I think I've ever seen. I can still picture him perfectly. He was a really thin, taller man with dark hair and a sunken face, bags under his eyes, and this half-managed hair, sort of like he just gave it a quick brush and then figured it was good enough. Everything about him seemed just a little too thin, a little too shallow, and his clothes were all off too. They were nice, but fake nice, you know, like a clean, newer looking shirt and new jeans, but he had what looked like a suit jacket on. All his clothes were dark too, despite the fact that it was summer in Texas and the weather was definitely in the hundreds of degrees that day. He also had this plain, unlabeled bottle in his hand. It looked like the label had been covered up and taped over. I stare up at him in confusion because I definitely don't know this man, and I ask what he wants. He smiles at me in this way that's way too fake, like this exaggerated and forced grin, and he spoke in the same voice retail workers do. Hey there, kid. I'm trying to sell this here carpet cleaner, and he shakes the bottle at me. Mind if I come in to show you how good it works? Alarms are going off in my head because he just seemed so off. Looking back with an adult perspective, the fact that he didn't ask if my parents were home was unnerving, because he probably knew they were, and that's why he was here in the first place. I should have told him to get off our property, that I'd have to go get my mom, something except what I did say, but I didn't. Instead, I just shook my head and said, no, we don't have carpet. Well, it works on other things. And he took a big step towards the door and shook the bottle at me. I start to freak out and think to close the door, but the thing is, our front door didn't even lock, so that's basically useless. I'm sure there's something very wrong about to happen, and I'm terrified as I think about what to do in the few seconds I think I have before it does happen. When all of a sudden I hear it, Punky had crept up from the hallway, lowered towards the ground with her teeth bared and snarling like she was feral. She had slobber just dripping from her mouth, her ears were down, and she was ready to pounce. The guy hears it too, and as I look towards Punky, she tries to lunge past me, and I just barely catch her with my leg as she tries her hardest to duck past me and attack this guy. He freaks out and runs off the porch without another word, booking it down the driveway as I let Punky out along with the rest of our dogs, and they start chasing him. Our small dogs chase him down the driveway and stop about halfway, barking and jumping about, but Punky stops just on the porch and watches him with her ears perked, just staring in the distance until he disappears. I swear I saw someone join up with him running when he got onto the road. The second he disappeared, Punky's entire body language changed and she went back to being the sweet dog I knew, no barking or growling, just laying around, mouth and throat covered in slobber still. I realize my siblings are still down the call and run to check on them, and when I get to the bedroom, my siblings were sleeping soundly still, but the bedroom window was wide open, the curtains pushed all to one side, and the items on the dresser in front of the window all shoved around. Someone had tried to climb through the window, no doubt in my mind about it. From what I can gather, the bedroom window was visible from the couch where Punky was sleeping, so I think someone was trying to climb through the window before Punky went after them and scared them off, and the man at the door was meant to distract me. They definitely didn't expect Punky, a bigger dog, because most of the time she was with my mom inside while her small dogs were the ones that saw public eye more often. I don't know what they intended to do, but after my mom got home, she took all of us to my aunt's house, and on our way there we saw the men walking up someone else's driveway. Men plural, because we watched a second one split off to wait by the road. So, to the 2 men apparently going door to door to sell their unlabeled carpet cleaner, I'd really rather not meet again. At the time this happened, I was a 13-year-old girl, so this happened 2 years ago and I was fairly naive. I was a major introvert and only friends with a few people in my class. I wanted to be social, but I preferred to be alone and read or write, classic nerd things. In early November, I got a text on my phone that was from a few classmates whose phone numbers I had, and around 1 or 2 I couldn't recognize. It was a group chat, asking if we wanted to hang out at night near a park at our school. My parents, being strict and paranoid, would never let me go. Luckily, or what I thought was luck, they were heading out for an overnight trip. They would be back around 4 in the morning, and everything fell into place. Once my parents left around at about 8, I ran out the door and made my way to the park. The one thing I made sure to do was lock the door. My parents were paranoid after all, and it was their biggest thing that they engraved into me. Once I arrived at the park, I noticed a creepy figure near the edge of the woods. No one else seemed to notice it. I didn't mention it though to anybody else there. The night drew on and on. I was having the time of my life, ignoring the gut feeling I had telling me to run. Every so often I would look over my shoulder and the man would still be standing there. Around 9:45, 4 out of the 10 people there had to leave due to their curfew. It was getting cold and was nearly pitch black with a few street lights every so often. The rest of us decided to go as well, since it felt more eerie and quiet. The place we were hanging out at was a field that was fenced in with a few exits and entrances. A large wide field with a small park in the back and our giant middle school behind us. The front of the field faced the empty road and the right and left sides were surrounded by forest. All of the people left were getting picked up by cars, meaning that they went the opposite way of the road since that's where the parking lot was. The man stood by the right forest/road exit that I needed to take to get home. I walked away from my group. The man was probably early 40s, late 30s, dark hair with a beard. He was probably around 5'9", but at the time it seemed like he was 6 foot. He stood about 10 feet from the exit I had to take, so when I got close enough to it, I ran for about 30 feet through the exit and through the woods. Once I felt safe enough, I started to quickly walk through the woods, or at least get to the road. I heard a snap and a crunch from behind me. I stopped walking for a second and quickly checked over my shoulder. Around 15 feet behind me stood the very same man. He was walking slowly behind me, almost as if he was trying not to be suspicious, but it only made my fear worse. I turned around and walked so quickly I was basically jogging. I lived about 10 minutes away from the park we had hung out at, and I wasn't athletic enough to run home. After around 7 minutes of walking fast, I was in my neighborhood. I knew that I could run to my house if I had to, so I checked to see if he was still trailing behind me. To my horror, he was only 5 feet away. I ran faster than I've ever ran. I could hear his footsteps behind me thumping across the concrete as he ran too. I dove down an alleyway I knew well and tried to lose him in a park, making my way home longer. I could hear his heavy breath followed by his footsteps as he tried to keep up. I cut through houses, backyards, and front yards. I finally made it to my house and flew up the steps. I looked behind me and he had just arrived at the bottom of my stairs. I unlocked the door and burst through it, shoving it closed behind me, and I heard him hit the door with his whole body. I ran around the house and locked all the windows, turned off the lights, and hid in my bedroom with a kitchen knife, just in case he got in. He didn't, luckily. If this was a better world, that's where my story would end, but it doesn't. After a few months, I haven't really told anyone what's happened since I don't want to get in trouble with my parents for sneaking out or anything. I didn't go out with anyone or any group anymore, and my loner status returned. I began to write horror stories as a coping mechanism and never went out past 7. It was around February when a classmate of mine was sharing a story of some random man following her home on the bus. She described him almost the exact same as the man who had chased me home. Another girl mentioned that he sounded like the guy who stood outside the school and tried to follow her home. I didn't join him, but everyone agreed that he was just a weird guy. He was kind of forgotten, and eventually I moved on too. Around May, I was getting ready to walk to school when my mom pulled me aside and showed me a picture of a man. The guy who stalked me, actually. She told me that he had been taken into custody 2 weeks ago for assaulting a child and had escaped last night. She told me to keep an eye out for him and to call the cops if I saw him. I was shaking the whole time I walked to school. It haunts me to know that if he had caught me, I would most likely be in her position or even dead. So, creepy nighttime stalker who liked to hunt down young girls and assault them, let's not meet again. For context, I'm in school still and work for my family member on certain weekends at a local college selling concessions at the stadium. It's about once or twice a month and the stadium is off towards the edge of town. It's Friday night. I just had gotten out of school and I had to go straight to work. I get to work for 4 hours, a half shift tonight, and my boss, who is my aunt, tells me we need more spoons for tomorrow's event. We sell ice cream, and these events have like 5,000 plus people at them. I say okay, I'll go grab them on my way home. The only store open with heavy duty spoons is all the way on the other side of town, and I still wanted to go meet up with some of my friends and mess around. I decided to take the faster but more sketchy way around the outskirts of town. I live in a weather bipolar state. It snowed last night, but I figured the roads would be fine enough even if they weren't plowed. I take off to the store, and the first 5 minutes go by and nothing is wrong. I haven't seen a single car or any buildings the entire time, but keep in mind it's approaching 9 in the night and I'm on the outskirts of town, and no one really takes this way in case they really have to. All of a sudden I see something in the corner of my eye, and it looks like a man, roughly 5'8" I'd say, wearing shorts, a shirt, and a backwards hat. He's in the ditch, walking in snow when it's 10 degrees out. My first thought is to pull over, but I'm on the phone with my mom at the time and she warns me not to, as some things have happened before in this town. An example, a couple years ago a college girl was kidnapped and found dead rolled up in a rug in 2014. I consider stopping, but for some reason I tell myself not to. I wasn't really worried about anything. I'm a young dude driving a big pickup truck. Last type of person anyone would want to harm, right? I pass the man, going about 40 miles per hour. I drive not even 500 feet past him, and immediately a car that I did not see at all before turns on and pulls out of a field entrance off the road and starts to follow me. At first I thought I just was focused on the man in the ditch and didn't see a road, and that's where they come from. But I later found out there was not a road there. Now, again, I'm not super worried. I didn't feel it was a threat yet. I start to approach the town again and have to take some turns to get where I'm going. I turn left, the car turns left. I turn right, car turns right. I go around a roundabout and skip my turn and go twice as no one else was there. Car follows. At this point, I start to worry a little, but maybe they just need to go to the store also. I then pull up to a stop sign. Keep in mind I wasn't on the best side of town either, may I add. I turn without my turn signal. The car follows. Now, at this point I should have went straight to the police station, but I still didn't think much of it. I'm 2 miles from the store where plenty of people will be. I take a few more turns and the car continues to follow me. I completely blew a stop sign at a non-busy intersection and the car does a quick stop and go and catches up. At this point, I'm 2 turns until the store, so I'm still not worried. I turn into the store and the car turns also. The store also has a gas station, so I pull there first to act like I was getting gas. The car sets off to the side of the road in between the gas station and store and just sits there. I wait about 10 minutes and the car doesn't move. At this point, I start to get worried. I'm a young kid alone at night near the bad side of town. I call my friends I'm supposed to meet up with later on and give them the license plate for worst case scenario, then take off to the store. I cross the street and the car comes straight behind me. I'm freaking out on the phone, not knowing if I should call the cops or not. I go and park as close as possible to the store, and the car parks 3 rows behind me and a couple down. It's getting late at this point and the store's closing soon. There's only a couple others in the lot. I turn my truck back on and go park on the complete opposite side of the lot, get out, and I completely bolt inside of the store. I'm not super overweight, but I'm not skinny either. I'm about 6'1" and 200 pounds. Who would want anything to do with me? I get spoons, take my time in the store. I go to call my friends to walk back outside, and my phone is dead. I look out the sliding doors and suddenly there's a white van next to my driver's side. Looks like no one's in it, but the back windows are covered and it's running. Big red flag. I run to customer service and explain everything, but they think I'm some young kid messing around. At the time I didn't see the original follow car, but no way am I going outside with that van next to my truck. After waiting what seemed like hours, in reality about 30 minutes, the van pulls forward and the original car appears from the side of the building. They came from the in-store Starbucks window and talked, and both drove off. I wait another 10 minutes and dash outside. I speed to my friend's house, and when I get there I park in his garage. My one buddy asked why there's a big orange mark on my tire, and my heart sinks. When I was inside, the follow car must have marked my tire. After inspecting rest of truck, we find a small pipe dropped in the bed of my truck surrounded by snow. It was about 2 inches wide and I'd say about 18 inches long, wrapped in duct tape. It was not Mike. I was alone, no phone, scared, in a part of town I'm not familiar with. I try to laugh it off, but now that everyone's asleep I can't help but think what would have happened if I walked outside. I've always been sort of ego boosted on the fact I'm a chubby fat dude that no one would want to mess with, but after tonight I realize anyone can be targeted. This takes place around 10 years ago when I was like 8 or 9. I lived in a pretty bad neighborhood in what was at the time a really run-down city. It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad at the same time, just a few bad apples in the tree. Anyways, enough background on the neighborhood, now onto the main story. My friends and I loved to play outside. It was the only thing we could do. No one in the neighborhood could afford any sort of electronics or any sort of fun machine to play with. We loved to just run through people's yards, cutting through houses if they just so happened to leave their door open. Now looking back on it, it It is probably the dumbest thing kids our age could have been doing in a neighborhood like that. This story has nothing to do with running at people's houses, just wanted to let you know how dumb of kids we were. Well, on one fateful day, we were playing hide and seek with 4 of us hiders and 1 of us a seeker. We thought it would have been a funny idea to go to the other side of the neighborhood so that the seeker could never find us and we'd win. We like to call that part of the neighborhood the rich part because they had 2-story houses over there and a forest with a creek in it. We were just doing our usual thing, cutting through people's yards and jumping fences, when we heard the loudest scream maybe 4 or 5 houses down. After hopping off the fence that we had just jumped, we all stopped and looked around wondering where it came from. I noticed that one of our hiders weren't with us anymore. 3 of us left. "Where's Isaac?" I exclaimed. We heard the scream again. I pointed towards where the sound came from and we all jumped back over the fence we just jumped from and ran towards the scream. When we thought we got to the spot where the screaming was coming from, there was nothing there but an empty plot of land in the forest. We all started to get scared. Did Isaac get lost in the forest? Did he get taken back there? Then we heard the scream again. It was definitely Isaac. I decided to be the man of all the other 8-year-olds and go into the forest to make sure Isaac was okay. As I started my way into the trees, I did one last look at my friends and saw how horrified their faces were. I knew at the moment that I was definitely the only one that could go down into the forest. Making my way in, I could feel all the heat in my body fading and some sort of dread starting to take over. As I walked further and it started getting darker and harder to see, I was whisper yelling my friend's name. He responded in the most shaken up voice down here. "Be quiet." I finally got to him and asked him what happened. He told me this story of how he got tired of running and decided to take a break on the curb to catch his breath, and that instead of being out in the open and risking the chance of being caught, he decided to go into the woods and hide. He said that after like 5 minutes after he sat down he heard talking, nothing that he could make out, just random nonsense. He looked around to see a man in a black hoodie hiding behind a tree on the other side of the creek staring at him, but the man took off before my friend could even get up to run away, and this is where he said he started screaming at the top of his lungs and hid somewhere else in the forest, which is where both of us are now hiding. And I kid you not, as soon as he told me this, we heard a twig snap. We both look up to see the man looking for us in some of the shrubbery on the forest floor. I couldn't make out any facial expressions or anything on his face. For a matter of fact, I could see he was holding some sort of blade. I couldn't tell if it was a stick or a machete. All I knew is that we needed to run, so when he turned his back we got up and started running. We didn't care how loud we were, we just knew that we needed to run. We got out of the forest and told all of our friends to run as fast as they could down the street. We kept running until we got to the other side of the block and we all turned around to see the street empty. No one, not a single car, and from a distance you could hear a roar, or like a very loud engine. Shortly after that initial roar, a silver Mustang with the darkest windows comes peeling around the corner faster than I've ever seen a car go, headed straight towards us. I've never had my body tighten up like it had at that very moment when I knew it was the same guy from the forest. I told all my friends to split up and run into people's yards to hide, so as we were all hiding and running through alleyways and jumping fences you can still hear his engine. It was like he was targeting only me. I can't even tell you how far I ran. I got to the point where I didn't even think I was in my neighborhood, but still I hear his engine coming up on me, so I ran more. I was exhausted. The sun finally started to set and I could hear his engine fade, almost like he had forgotten about me or just had given up. I start making my way back home scared out of my mind, checking my back every so often to make sure I wasn't being followed. Once I made it home, I went right to bed to cry myself to sleep, and for months after that, that silver Mustang would follow us, stalking every corner that we played on. We'd see it at our school, at the grocery store. It could have been a coincidence that our little minds are now perceiving things around us, but either way I think he was stalking us. Nothing actually came of him following us. He never did what he did that first day, but it was still so scary seeing that car everywhere we went. This happened to be last summer. I'm a 20-year-old woman. I went to the thrift store with my boyfriend who is 20 years old, and as we were heading back home, I suggested we pick up some sushi for dinner at our nearby grocery store. As my boyfriend works night shifts, he was already feeling tired and suggested that I go to the grocery store while he goes back home. We live in the busy part of our city where the mall, library, city hall, restaurants, and major stores are. They're all a couple of minutes away from our home. Not to mention, I live in a relatively safe city with little crime, so I was more than alright with going by myself. Now, I truly wish I hadn't. As we parted ways, I was walking through the parking lot of the grocery store when a stocky man, about 6'5", probably in his early to mid-40s, approached me. With a wide smile and wider eyes, he said, "Wow, you are stunning." I simply thanked him and tried walking away. He cut me off, saying, "I have never seen someone as beautiful as you before." I was immediately filled with dread. I looked back, hoping my boyfriend was still in sight. No luck. I was starting to feel cautious. Not to mention, with his eyes and smile, he honestly reminded me of a buffer Art the Clown from Terrifier, minus the clown costume and lack of talking. The man roped me into a one-sided conversation, asking me my name and how old I was. I gave him a fake name and told him I was Nintid. He laughed and said, unnaturally excitedly, "That's good. That means you're a true woman now." My boyfriend later told me I should have lied and said I was under 18, as this may have made the man not interested. From the red flags I got from the man, I seriously doubt that. He then stuck his phone out, asking for my number. I refused, saying I had a boyfriend, and "I just want to talk to you." I repeated that I had a boyfriend. It was unnerving how his smile never wavered, despite showing that I wasn't interested, like he wasn't understanding, or he just didn't care. He sounded confused, but still grinning. He stepped towards me and asked, "So you don't want to cheat on your boyfriend?" As if to say, "What do you mean you don't want to go out with a scary man that's double your age?" Speechless, I stepped back and gave pleading looks to the people walking in and out of the grocery store. After the last time I refused, his smile suddenly dropped, while he placed his hand on my back, saying in a now cold, firm tone, "Come on, I have a nice car I can drive you around in. Let's check out one of these restaurants." Seeing a person's entire demeanor change with the flip of a switch was something I only saw in movies/television shows, and seeing it in this situation terrified me. Going into panic mode, I somehow found the courage to push myself off of him and almost shouted, "Sorry, I really have to go buy my groceries." Noticing that people were staring at us, his sick smile reappeared and said with a low voice, "Alright then, I'll see you later. Insert the fake name I gave here." I practically ran into the grocery store with so much relief. I glanced back, hoping to see him get in his car to try getting his license plate number, only to see the man just standing in the middle of the parking lot, leering at me. I called my boyfriend in the store, but he kept going to voicemail. I figured he was sleeping, and I was seriously scared to walk back home. I managed to calm myself down in the store, figuring the man must have been long gone. Yet, I was on high alert the entire walk home. It was starting to get dark, but I figured if I just stayed cautious and walked quickly I would be fine. I couldn't be more wrong. When I was approaching the crosswalk that led to my street, I heard a car pulling up to the sidewalk, followed by a sickeningly familiar voice barking, "Hey, hi, hey, hi." My heart dropped into my stomach. I glanced sideways at the car. With his unmistakable, now malicious looking grin plastered on his face, the man's upper body was leaning out of his car window as if he was trying to reach out to me. He tauntingly called out, "So where's your boyfriend?" While cackling, I figured it was best not to acknowledge the man. My mind racing while trying to appear composed, I knew I couldn't lead him to my house, and turning back to go to the mall or stores may have given away that I was terrified and trying to escape. Bless whoever designed my neighborhood, as the city's center was conveniently right next to my complex. I ignored him and casually crossed the street, quickening my pace as I headed into the center. I tried not to look back, scared that I would see the man running up on me with his wide grin, but I made it to the center and finally looked behind me. I assumed the man would have followed me in or waited for me in his car. Instead, he sped away down a street opposite from my house. With so much relief, I called my boyfriend, who woke up to my call. I was on the verge of breaking down, but managed to fill him in on everything. He rushed to the center, and after he helped me calm down, we walked home. My boyfriend asked if I got the man's license plate number, to which I felt like an idiot. Not only was it too dark, but I was too consumed with fear for my own life that it didn't even cross my mind at the time. At the very least, I called the police, giving them a description of the man and the make and model of his car. They said they would do what they could, but I haven't heard back from them. I haven't seen that man since, not in person at least. At the same time, I feel so grateful that the man never found out where I live. But for all I know, he could be lurking around, trying to harm other women like he tried to that night he almost trailed me home. For mine, and the women in my city's sake, I hope I don't have to find out. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. Almost a year ago, I was an opener at a resort, clocking in before 5 in the morning each day. The resort is located inside of an affluent neighborhood in a very wealthy town/suburb. Employees had to park in one of two parking lots at either ends of the property, and the lot I chose was adjacent to a long and windy road outside the resort which lead to the rest of the neighborhood. The road and resort were separated by a short range of brush and trees that no one ever walked through. I'd arrived one morning per usual and put the car into park with my headlights still on. The lights in the lot were ever on in the morning since No one else really showed up before 6 in the morning when the sun was out, so it was usually always dark at the start of my walk. Save for security, I was one of the first employees to arrive on the property each morning and was usually completely alone in this particular parking lot at this time. This morning didn't seem any different. I had my hand literally at my keys, my brain in the process to turn off my car, when I noticed a young girl, maybe like 14 or 15 years old, come scampering. Her body language was the exact definition: roam with quick light steps, especially through fear or excitement. Through the span of trees that separates the resort from the outside road, she was directly in front of my car, and my headlights illuminated a clear view of her in the pitch black. She looked like she was in high school, had long, blonde hair, and was wearing a jacket with pajamas, maybe, like she just walked out of a house. One thing about her that bothered me was that she wouldn't stop laughing and smiling. I couldn't hear her laughing from outside the car, but she was visually giggling at something I wasn't aware of or could see, and it was so unnatural. She occasionally glanced behind her as if someone else were there waiting away from the headlights. She then waved at me like it were a normal gesture at this time and then immediately ran to my passenger side door. This all happened in a matter of seconds, and I wasn't really sure what was even happening besides my anxiety spiking. I know I simultaneously yanked the speaker cable from my phone to shut whatever song had been playing off while grabbing for the lock button. I remember feeling panicked for never remembering if it's up or down to lock when the girl began pulling violently and incessantly on the door handle on the passenger side. I realized because I didn't turn my car off, it had stayed locked. She began pounding on the window, and I was screaming at the top of my lungs for her to leave before pressing on my horn. I could see her laughing outside like this were some type of game, as if I were a silly friend not letting her in as a joke. After a few seconds, she stopped the pounding and trying to open my car door. Her face fell flat like I disappointed her, and she started to walk away from my car back the way she came. She waved at me again before squeezing through the trees, out of the view of my headlights. This whole encounter confused me almost as much as it scared me. Most people I told the story to just chalked it up to her being on drugs, but that narrative hasn't felt right to me despite her behavior. Maybe she was just being an extremely out of touch teenager whose parents need a firmer grip on her. I didn't call the police, and I regret that. I'll never get out of my brain though how off the feeling was watching a stranger, seemingly alone, pop out from the trees in the darkness laughing, and then try to violently enter your car in an empty parking lot. I do think the possibility of someone else being present the whole time is a lot more scary, and I wonder who else was there and where exactly. My mother was stationed at Kadena Air Force Base around the late 2010s, and being a military child at the age of 12, my life had reset once again. I didn't have friends again, and I had to learn an entire new neighborhood. I didn't really have anything that made me ecstatic, that is, except the Pokemon League held on base. It was ran by a few people who earned their judge cards from Nintendo and held tournaments and just open game nights. It was really fun picking up the card game, playing in the video game. They even had a small gym and Elite Four system. I made a lot of friends, and one of them was one of the judges, who I am thankful still to this day, because if it wasn't for him, I may not be here right now. The judge in question, who we will call the professor for the sake of anonymity, was a nice dude. He was the youngest of the three and wore a white professor getup. He looked maybe on the edge of his teens, early 20s with dark hair and glasses and a skinny frame. He was extremely helpful to newcomers, sort of like the big brother we could all look up to and strive to be in our children's cars and video games, even if his game name of the professor was a bit nerdy even for me. He was always one of the last people to leave, helping to clean up, and he supposedly lived nearby. This last thing is important for what's about to happen. It was a bit of a colder night when the event ended. I was sitting outside in the parking lot, scrolling through memes my friends texted me as I waited for my parents to arrive to pick me up. I was just kinda zoning out as the time clicked by when I heard someone nearby. Hey girl, you play Pokemon? I would look up at some really big dude, kinda chubby looking. I saw him every now and then in the events, and he didn't really stand out too much. I give a small nod, said yeah I do, as he gives this wide smile, like creepy wide. He starts walking forward, and I am hit with this nasty stench, like bad body odor. I blink a bit as I see he's walking from a black sedan with its back door open. I got this cool card collection. Come here, let me show you. Now, my parents have always taught me stranger danger, but my kid brain thought hey, he went to events and I saw him, so he should be fine, at least so I thought, until he grabbed my wrist and started to drag me to the sedan. To say I immediately started screaming is an understatement. Stinky didn't care though. He was still dragging me, saying how I will have fun and throwing out things about trading cards, like someone listening would think that he was dealing with a whiny kid. I honestly thought that I was going to be taken and I would never see my mom and dad again, that I would be on the back of a milk carton and never seen again. Silly, I know, but I was rather sheltered about dying and death at that time. Thankfully, the professor had walked out at that very moment, presumably on his way to walk home. All I know is I hear the sound of fabric hitting this dude's face as the professor had swung his professor coat right into the dude's face. I feel his hand go to where the dude's grabbing my arm, and I see his hand grab Stinky's pinky finger and yank back. Hard, Stinky let go and yowled like an animal as Professor pushed me back behind him as he yanked his coat off of the dude. He then kicked at the back of the dude's knees as he caused him to buckle as Professor grabbed his wrists and pulled back on them. Stinky groaned and even more pained as Professor looked at him with just a cold look in his eyes. The big brother figure was gone and something else in its place, and I think I was a bit scared of it. Professor's tone of voice when he spoke didn't help either, like icy daggers lingered with his words against Stinky. If I see you back here or doing this stuff to my charges, this will pale in comparison to what Japanese prisons will do to you. Stinky would scramble away and get into his car and peel out of the parking lot, Professor glaring at him until he was out of sight. He would then guide me inside of the venue and buy me some fish and chips and sit down with me until my parents arrived. That cold persona he had when he kicked that dude was gone, back to being the big brother I knew. To be frank, that frightened me. I didn't quite understand why the teenager was so aggressive. I only later learned that the professor was a black belt who taught kids how to defend themselves with his mother at the local activity center. I suspect he had something of a protective persona or something in his own life led him to act in such a way. He explained the situation to my folks when they arrived. I wasn't allowed to go to the events and leak as much as I used to but did from time to time. The professor was still his normal self at the events and helping people, but he would stop coming to the events a year afterwards, his license having expired and his father moving out of the country soon. Reaching about the same age as he was, and with a little sibling on my own, I sympathized with how, for a brief moment, he became something terrifying just to make sure I was safe. Oh, and as for Stinky, he never showed up to the events and he was either banned or just scared of the professor. I wish the professor a good life and I hope he is doing well. As for the Stinky guy, I wish that we never meet ever again. I was a 17-year-old girl at the time, and my boyfriend, who was named Joe, is 19, his brother Joe is 16, and his friend Doug is 20. Lee and my boyfriend just did a major cleaning of my house. To celebrate, we wanted to go to the creek on our day off to relax and enjoy ourselves. The creek we went to was secluded, outside of the town and in what we call distracts. There's never very much traffic and not many houses in the surrounding area. This creek is amongst the more popular hangout spot when it gets warmer, but it's government property and open to public. It's really hard to get into in almost a mile walk to make it going through ruts and big pond like mud puddles, so you were forced to walk it if you didn't have a truck that was especially good at mudding and easy to maneuver. The last person we heard attempting to drive down the path flipped their truck and no one ever attempts to drive down it. It was later in the evening and getting dark, so we were going to try to build a fire to warm up after we swam. We were there maybe 30 minutes when we start hearing trucks and seeing lights in the woods like someone was driving down the path to the creek. When we arrived, no one was there and the last car was leaving. We soon see this lanky man stumble down the path with a bottle of whiskey. At first, we thought he might have been a teenager around our age just trying to find someone to hang out with and stumbled across our path. It was just a coincidence. We soon learned he was a 26-year-old guy and we told him our respected ages, which was the first flag because he offered us alcohol even though we're underage. Although proven not to be poison or anything, it was just strange. He was very persistent with helping us start our fire. He mentioned how he could go grab his machete out of his truck to chop the branches or to go to his camp where he had 5 gallons of hand sanitizer. But soon after he mentions going to get the hand sanitizer, he mentions that he hasn't been to the creek in a while lately, about a year. My question is though who has hand sanitizer in large quantities stored at a camp that is not permanent or permitted since it's government property. As we continue to talk and kind of learn a little bit about each other, this man was meticulously not telling us who he was but with anything we said he would relate to, like living on the same road as my boyfriend when he lived with his dad, but my boyfriend didn't know who he was even though we live in a small town with a small population. Only after my boyfriend had mentioned it. Also said he was from the same town I grew up in, which was almost 2 hours away in a very populated town, so seemingly like a serial peer or trying to relate to us to gain our trust. Eventually he asked why we haven't asked him his name yet, and we proceeded to not tell us anything about his name or who he is, but claimed that we have done this all before, like we have been in the same place with him before doing the same thing. We have not been to this creek in almost a year and I only went one time before and do not remember him. He acted like he was stuck in a time loop. He claimed that he knew us all already. I just moved to this town and don't know very many people and stay very much so to myself, so I remember a lot of the people I meet. What made it worse was the smiles he was giving all of us when no one else was looking. It was bone chilling, and he knew we were kind of freaked out of him, and he would make sly comments that we didn't really pick up on. After that, we decided it was time to leave as Joe had school in the morning. As we were walking up the bank of the river, the man whispered into Doug's ear that if we kept asking questions we were going to find out something we didn't want to, and mentions how we are all scared of him and that he can tell, and tries to more sarcastically defend himself, seemingly making it worse because we could sense the danger. This man persisted that we get in the truck and ride with him, and when we denied he wanted us to sit on the tailgate, which we denied again, he wanted to have us walk in front of the truck so we could use the headlights to see. We eventually convinced him that we would walk behind, and he said he would go walking speed and let us keep up. He then starts making my boyfriend help him jump his newer model truck at the time that was beat up. We finally get the truck going, and Joe at this point is shaky with me and starts getting noticeable uncomfortable when the man starts making persistent remarks about how he should get in the truck with him and ride so he didn't have to walk. We didn't allow him to get in the truck, and the man stopped asking. After that, we start walking at a slow lurch, not seeming to look away from him through his back glass. When a bigger mud puddle comes up, he stopped and told us to back away from the truck and turn around, like he didn't want us to get covered in mud, but said it in a remarkably weird name that set off about 100 buzzers in my brain. I personally didn't look away from the truck, not even a second, and when the truck was far enough away where it was slinging mud, we went back to following. At that point, he is driving faster, so we are having to use flashlights to keep going to catch back up. He stopped and let us keep up and then sped off again to where he would wait until we were about vision distance away and skirted out to the road. We still had about a 5-minute walk, extremely anxious because we didn't know if there were people with him waiting for us to make it to the car. We made it to the car and not seeing a trace of the guy or his truck and quickly get into the car to leave. As we are pulling out to leave, we see the dude seemingly been parked at the bridge waiting for us to leave. He then followed us down the road and we eventually lost him and all made it home safely. We still don't know his intentions were for that night, and nobody else knows who he is, and I can't seem to find him online. And the only other information I know of him is that he is known to creep around town and tries to hang out with other teenagers in town. Whether or not he was harmless but drunk and coming of wrong, or an escapee from a mental institution, I hope me or anyone else ever have to cross paths with him again. We will no longer be going to the creek after dark or back to that creek in general. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. When this took place, I, a 20-year-old woman at the time, was finishing my degree in the city and working as a casual receptionist at a firm. One of the employees, Nick, told me one day that one of his clients, who he said was a stand-up guy, thought I was very cute and wanted to see if I would be okay to give him my number. We went to dinner and he was charming enough. He was in the medical field and was about 7 years older, but I didn't mind as my own parents had a similar age gap between them. We talked about my studies, and he told me he thought my rather run-of-the-mill family life was amazing because his life was so different. He was adopted as a baby and his father was abusive. When he was 15, his mother left and he never saw her after that. He was kicked out at 18 and ended up in a terrible car accident in his early 20s. For a long time, he stayed at a relative's house and worked to support himself. Yeah, a heavy conversation on the first date, but all I felt was this overwhelming no-eye compassion for this poor human who had been through so much. He seemed nice, was smart, handsome, and though he was just a touch too serious, given his life, I figured that was understandable. We ended up dating, but by about the 3rd week, things started feeling a bit weird. He refused to introduce me to any of his friends because his last ex had left him for a friend. He also hated that I had male friends because of the same reason, and he would insist on reading any texts I sent or received from them. I made excuses in my head for him like, people need to heal, or sometimes they need a crutch before they learn to trust, or well, it's not like I have anything to hide. He started being critical of the way I spoke or acted and dressed. He was also super insistent we move in together, but I felt it was way too soon. In arguments, sometimes he would get a weird look in his eyes that made me feel unsettled, and I once tried to break the tension by half joking, "You look like you want to hit me," to which he responded, "I wouldn't bother if it came to that. I would just kill you." I was so shocked I didn't even react to that until days later. Recounting it, red flags everywhere, but though it might be hard to believe, I was actually convinced I was falling in love with him. Most of the time he was perfect, until he wasn't, but he would explain that was only because he had so many issues from his past, and I would believe him. Then one day, I told told him what I thought was a funny story about a random guy in my class who asked for my number. This guy had asked under the guise of getting notes for classes he'd missed, but I only offered my college email address, explaining that I had a boyfriend. Hilariously, as soon as class ended, I saw this guy annoyedly throwing the paper I wrote my email on in the bin on his way out of the lecture hall. I expected my boyfriend to laugh, but he lost it. He accused me of leading the guy on, accused me of wanting to cheat. I was furious because I knew I had done nothing wrong. When he angrily threw a mug at the wall which shattered, the whole argument came to an abrupt halt. I was scared and angry, so I grabbed my bag and bolted out of his apartment. I thought he would stop me, but he didn't. I went home, cried about it to my cousin, who was 30 and who I was living with, and assumed it was over. Days passed and I hear nothing from him, and within those days I started questioning everything. Suddenly it was clear as day that this relationship was toxic and very unhealthy. Even if he did have a tough past, it wasn't my job to fix it, and it wasn't an excuse for the way he treated me. I was starting to accept that this was just a horrible near miss and get over it when he texted me, groveled apologies and how much he missed me, and I made the mistake of responding. He called and I picked up, but it was because I wanted to tell him I still thought it wasn't going to work out. He cried, yelled at me, asked me how I could do this to him when I knew that everyone he loved in his life had abandoned him, and how could I do the same? He told me he would never be able to love again and that it was all my fault. I had broken him. He told me that he had given me everything, but I was leaving over such a small argument. Then he apologized and told me he was trying to change and to give him another chance. I was bawling my eyes out. I felt like the worst human in the world, but I held tight to saying that it was best we moved on and that I was sorry. He ended the call by telling him I had ruined his life. Nothing happened for a while except for texts here and there where my ex would apologize, tell me he missed me, explain that he realized he made so many mistakes. Stuff like that. I would tell my cousin who I was living with about him, and she would firmly tell me to not respond. She was sure it would stop eventually. One day I finished work as usual and headed to the station. It was a busy day and the streets were scattered with other people. As I walked I had this weird urge to look behind me, and when I did I saw my ex. There was a little distance behind between me and him, but when I saw him, our eyes locked. He looked different, a bit out of it, and I thought maybe he was drunk. I decided I would deal with him at the train station as it was always crowded, and I wanted to talk to him only in a place where there were lots of people. I figured the yelling and crying would not be as intense that way. When I reached the station, I stopped and waited for him to catch up to me. He stopped about 2 feet away and I expected him to start apologizing again, but he said nothing. He just stared at me. Awkward seconds passed and I said, "Look, but that's all I got out," because his arm moved slightly as he took his hand half out of his pocket and I saw he was holding a very small knife. I froze and vaguely remember thinking that I wanted to run, but it was like my brain and body shut down. I can only describe it as if there was a fog in my brain and I just couldn't move for what felt like ages. I just stared at him, and I still remember how his eyes just looked so blank. I don't know how long that lasted, but then without saying anything, he turned and left. Nobody else had noticed. I remember numbly getting on the train. I started second guessing if that even happened. Hindsight tells me I was in shock. As soon as I got home though, I burst into tears. My cousin calmed me down and helped me call the police. In the end, the security cameras were placed in a spot that could clearly show that he had a weapon, so the police couldn't do much. Thankfully, I didn't see my ex again. I ended up quitting my job, changing my number, and eventually moved away to another city. To my ex, let's never ever meet. To the guy who asked for my number in class, thank you. You might have saved my life and definitely changed it. This story happened a few months ago. At that time, I had moved out of my house for a professional reason, but I had to wait a couple of months before moving into my next house. To spend this time span, and since I could work from anywhere, I rented my very close friend Amy's holiday family house, which is otherwise empty, located in a village I grew up in the countryside. I know this family and their house very well since I was a small child. The house is rather large. It has 2 floors and 5 bedrooms. It is located in a quiet, or even remote, area of the village, only surrounded by forest and other empty holiday houses. While planning this, I was aware this setting could be scary being a single 27-year-old woman, but I hate to restrain myself in life because of unjustified fears, so I instead took a few measures to feel more safe. Before moving in, I had planned to go on a complete checkup of all the doors and windows. Once done, I would look into every room, under every bed, and inside all the wardrobes. This way, I could be certain that the house was perfectly empty at that moment, and would stay so, as I would be very careful with closing doors and I knew there were no spare keys, so that when at night I would be scared, I could reason with myself and know that it is only in my head. I was accompanied by my mother to proceed to the checkup, as she lives close by. We faced a problem rather quickly while verifying doors and windows. 2 glass doors from the patio were malfunctioning, and one could just slide them open. The layout of the two doors was the following. One was looking towards the garden, the second one was between the patio and the rest of the house. This meant someone could not only get inside the patio from outside, but also in the rest of the house. After this discovery, I called my friend Amy and we agreed I would find a locksmith. Amy's family's financial situation isn't at its peak, so depending on the price, either only the door leading to the garden, either both doors would get fixed. But the price was reasonable, thus the locksmith lady could change both locks. The patio was then perfectly sealed. However, according to her, the glass door leading to the garden was weak and one could easily open it if motivated. But since the glass door between the patio and the rest of the house was safe, I did not mind that remark. One could have as much fun as they pleased in that patio as long as I was safe in my house. After that, in a successful second checkup, I was happy to move in. The first days were a bit scary, but since I was careful with doors and the house's surroundings were so peaceful and lovely, it quickly became bliss to live there. I was heating myself with the fireplace, eating good food, breathing fresh air. I felt very free and happy, only I had to notice a small odd detail in the very first days. A third glass door was not locking anymore. I got very surprised since I checked so carefully every single door during my checkup. This third door was right next to the one I got repaired, between the patio and the house. So this meant that the patio was not perfectly sealed anymore, but fine, I thought. All the doors leading to the outside were still locked, so no need to worry. I quickly moved on since I felt so happy there. I did not want any useless fear to bother me. I came to the conclusion I must have missed it, and I was a bit ashamed that I got Amy's family to spend money on 2 locks whereas it should have been 3, because of my carelessness. After 2 wonderful months living a dream, mostly on my own, since all my childhood friends moved out from the village, a friend came to visit me. We spent some time outside, and we had a drink at my place before I drove him back to his village, about an hour away. While we were leaving my house, he even emphasized how meticulous I was with closing all the shutters behind ourselves. I told him it was key for me to feel so good in there. I was back home at around 10 at night. I entered my perfectly sealed house and locked the door behind myself. While turning the key, out of the blue, sudden and intense goosebumps ran all over my scalp. I had never experienced such a feeling, and I was not even aware that the human body could get goosebumps onto the scalp. With that came a very instinctive feeling of danger and being on my guard. I felt all of this so intensely that I was not able to not ignore it, yet I knew that my house was kept perfectly closed. So I stayed cautious, but I walked through the entrance and came into the kitchen. Here, on the floor, was laying a rectangular plastic bag. It was small and blue on the orange floor. I was surprised. I recognized it being a plastic bag to be filled with water to make ice cubes. It had nothing to do here. I had already seen these bags earlier. Once I was looking for freezer bags to put my food, and I mistook them. I knew they were stored at a drawer at the very other side of the kitchen, and I knew we did not use them, nor anything from that drawer, with my friend earlier. This uncanny discovery confirmed my gut feeling, and I began to feel very uneasy. I sent a picture to my friend asking if he had touched or used these. He said no. I grabbed a knife and I started walking in the living room. Usually, whenever I would feel afraid in this house, I would go on a little checkup tour in every room to reassure myself. That is what I had in mind at that moment, but this gut feeling was literally forbidding my body to do so. Instead, it walked me out of the house. I drove to my mother's place and slept there. A few days after, during a sunny afternoon, my mother and I came back and did a checkup thoroughly. Nothing was missing, door broken, and no one was there. Everything stayed exactly as I had left it. With such evidence, I came to the conclusion it must have been my friend who, by accident, took those bags and forgot about it. Then they must have fallen on the floor while I opened the door or something like that. I came back in and kept living a dream in this beautiful place for another month after that. Then something else happened. For a few days, I had been hearing unusual noises which began to scare me, so I decided it was time for a checkup. It was around 9 at night. I began going in every room, looking under every bed. Downstairs, all clear. I walked upstairs, opened the first bedroom, and surprise, the light was on. This caused me a small flinch. I never go to these rooms upstairs and they remain closed all the time. Nevertheless, I walked towards the wardrobe, but before opening it, I get a second flinch as an unknown object is now laying on top of the furniture. I open it, nobody. I close it, and I look at the object. It is an elongated black fabric sheath, rather big, with a hook to carry it on a belt. A terrifying idea crosses my mind that it may be a knife sheath, but I brush it off, as I don't need my imagination to get crazy in such a situation. I finished my checkup, but despite nobody being found, I could not help but feeling weird about the sheath and the light. I went to sleep at my mother's place that night too. The day after, I checked with my friend Amy. No family member came into the house while I was away, nor did they recognize this object as belonging to any of them. I dropped it at the police station, and according to them, it is likely a hunting knife sheath indeed. Then, I started thinking again at the patio's third door. It had been coming in my mind for some weeks, but I had been dismissing the idea to avoid unnecessary fear. Reflecting back at my thorough entrance checkup, it is very unlikely that I would have missed a door. As well, the locksmith had changed the lock of the door right next to this one, and even stared at it to see how a well-functioning lock looked like. With Amy, we had first imagined that an old Airbnb tenant could have made a copy of the keys and the locks had to be changed. But more and more I was sure the person was coming in the house from the patio. Another locksmith came and looked at the third door's lock. She said, oh yes indeed. The lock part screwed on the door frame, where the lock embeds itself, had been screwed off. She also checked the door leading to the garden, and her colleague had pointed out as easy to open. She said that's obvious, meaning in her laconic way there was very little chance for all that to be a coincidence. I left the house for good after that. I believe a person had their little habits in this house, using the way I shut when I arrived, and they made sure to be able to reach inside the place despite my changes. Thinking that all this time I was living my life peacefully, reasoning with myself not to be scared, that the place was safe and locked, it actually was not. This story takes place in a very small town in the northeast region of the United States in the summer before I went off to college in 2015. After I graduated high school, my parents decided to move to a smaller, more affordable house about 40 minutes north into the mountains. We stayed in my childhood home because the public schools in my area were the best in the state, and my parents really valued my education. I ended up going off to an amazing university, and now I have an incredible career because of my excellent education. As most people in the United States know, amazing public education usually means higher property taxes. My parents got to the point where they could not afford the taxes on their 4,000 square foot home anymore and decided to sell it just after I graduated from high school. Their home is humble, and it sits on a beautiful piece of land on the side of a beautiful mountain. The trees are always so green, and there is a lot of wildlife around. They don't have many neighbors either, as their driveway is about 1.5 miles long, but this is what they chose to live in after I went off to college. In August of 2015, we moved into this new house. I wasn't planning on staying long as I was getting ready to head off to college as a freshman for the first time. We decided to have a little housewarming party with a bunch of family friends and my best friend at the time as well. My dad was manning the barbecue, my mom was making drinks, we were playing with our dogs. It was a grand time, and everyone had so much fun. My dad had built a brick fire pit in our backyard. Just to set the scene for you here, the fire pit was about 30 feet from our back patio door, and we had a picnic table and other seats all around. Behind the seating was the tree line. It was so dark sometimes at night, you needed a flashlight to see 10 feet in front of you. With the fire pit lit, you couldn't see someone unless they were either sitting next to you or across from you in front of the pit. My best friend decided to stay the night, and we asked my dad if we could make s'mores. As it was getting a little chilly as it does in the late summer in the northeast at night, my parents left us outside with my dog, Nino. Nino was a huge 100-pound black lab / pit bull mix. He was such a loyal and incredible dog that my dad trained as his right hand. He was our protector as he could run extremely fast, was very strong, and alerted us when something went bump in the night. Side note, he passed away a week before I got married in 2022. He was 17 years old and lived an adventurous life with my parents, hunting squirrels, laying out in the sun, and running amok. Nino laid in between us, facing the tree line, and my best friend was to my right. Our backs were to the dark, dense tree line. Our first mistake, we were laughing, joking, and eating s'mores together, planning for the future, and generally excited about going off to college together. She decided to play some music, and we just relaxed, feeling content and at ease. It was the perfect summer night until Nino started growling. I saw his ears perk up and his head jerk to the side. He then sat up and continued to growl. My best friend and I both looked at each other, thinking Nino just saw a stray animal or something non-threatening. This area was known for lots of deer and rarely a coyote or wolf. As he was trained to help my dad hunt deer, we assumed it was a buck or fawn in the distance behind us. We went back to singing along to the music playing and talking about our fall 2015 class schedule. Again, Nino started growling. Our second mistake, we did not call out for my dad. We didn't even think there was a problem until Nino started barking repeatedly. This time, louder and more vicious. He stood up and started barking as if alerting us to activity beyond the tree line that we could not see. We stood up as well, the fire obscuring our view. My best friend took her phone, paused the music, and turned on her flashlight. She started to walk towards the edge of the tree line with Nino by her side, still growling and barking, alerting us to not go any further and to call for help. We stood still in silence, listening. I was too afraid to even breathe at this point. She started walking into the woods, and when she shined her flashlight, she saw a figure, someone peering behind a tree. A man with a green shirt and green pants on, about 5'11" with glasses too. We screamed and ran as fast as we could inside, leaving the fire unattended and this creepy man behind the tree. What we did not know at the time is where this man came from. They crashed through our front door, breathless with Nita Taylor behind us, and startled my mother, who was washing dishes and cleaning up from the party. She was talking to my dad about something they saw on the news, and I think we cut him off mid-sentence to explain that there was a man dressed in all green lurking behind a tree in the woods. We didn't know how long he was there or if he was still there, but we were both crying. I remember feeling extremely sick, like I was going to throw up. My dad jumped up, grabbed his shotgun and headlamp, and ran outside with Nino. My mom gathered us into the living room, shut all of the lights in the house off, and locked the doors. She told us to be quiet and that she was going to call 911. As she did that, my best friend and I shook in fear. We were anticipating gunshots and screaming, but never heard any. My mom, now on the phone with 911, described what we saw to the operator. I heard my mom say "oh" in an alarming way. At this point, my dad came back inside, and my mom let him know that the police were on their way to us. Being in a small town on the mountain with less than 10,000 people means that we don't get our own police force. We get the state police every time there is a call made to emergency responders. My dad put his gun away and waited outside for the police to show up. To our bewilderment, they didn't just send one police officer, but 10 and an entire SWAT team and helicopter to circle the area. We were rightfully terrified. I was practically having a panic attack at this point. The police officers came inside our home and asked my best friend and me what the man was wearing, what he looked like, if we were able to discern any scars or tattoos. We explained the weird matching green outfit and the glasses. The officer excused himself and alerted the police and SWAT members outside of our description. They started to search the woods behind our home with guns drawn, flashlights, and the helicopter circling above. They advised us to stay inside and that they would let us know when / if they found something. After about 25 minutes, we got another knock on our door. It was not one but two officers this time, and my dad let them in and they began to explain the situation. One officer explained that we must have seen on the news that a convicted felon from the prison about 20 miles away escaped into the mountains. The police set up a perimeter 10 miles around the prison, but the convict escaped them yet again. The outfit the man was wearing as well as our description signaled to them that the escaped convict was 100% lurking through our remote, densely wooded backyard that night. The all-green outfit was a standard issue for prisoners in my state then. They did not, however, find the man near us after 25 minutes of searching. He was still out there. The officers let us know that they were going to have a squad car stay and watch our house for a few days as they were unable to locate the fugitive, and believe he is still an active threat to our safety. That night and for 3 nights after that, we all slept in the living room together. My dad's shotgun was within arm's reach of him at all times. Later that week, we got another knock on our door from the officers stationed outside of our home. They let us know that the man was back in police custody and that we were safe. They advised us to get security cameras and how sorry they were that this happened to us. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I've always been an adventurer at heart. The thrill of discovering new places, especially those untouched by the modern world, has always been irresistible to me. This passion led me to explore many off the beaten path locations, but none was as haunting as the old road in the outskirts of my hometown. It was a road that everyone seemed to have forgotten about. Overgrown with weeds and barely visible, it was said to lead to an abandoned village that had been deserted for reasons no one could remember. Local legends spoke of strange occurrences, of people who ventured there and were never the same again, but I dismissed these as mere tales to keep curious kids away. One summer evening, armed with a backpack, a flashlight, and my camera, I decided to explore this forgotten road. The sun was setting, casting long shadows that danced with the gentle breeze. The chirping of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl were the only sounds accompanying me. As I walked further, the surroundings became eerier. The trees seemed denser, and a thick fog began to roll in, reducing visibility. But I pressed on, driven by curiosity. After what felt like hours, I stumbled upon the remnants of the abandoned village. Dilapidated houses, overgrown with ivy, stood as silent witnesses to a time long gone. I began to explore the houses, each telling its own story. Old photographs, children's toys, and other personal belongings were scattered around, as if the inhabitants had left in a hurry. But as I delved deeper, an unsettling feeling grew within me. It felt as if I was being watched. Shaking off the feeling, I continued my exploration. But as I entered one particular house, the atmosphere changed drastically. It was colder, and a pungent smell filled the air. In the living room, I found a journal, its pages pages yellowed with age. The entries spoke of a happy family, of daily life in the village. But as I flipped through, the tone became darker. The writer spoke of strange figures seen at night, of whispers in the wind, and of villagers disappearing without a trace. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the house. I jumped, my heart racing. I strained my ears, trying to identify the source. It sounded like footsteps, but not of a human. They were uneven, heavy, and seemed to come from all directions. Panicking, I grabbed my belongings and rushed out of the house. The fog was now so thick that I could barely see a few feet ahead. The footsteps grew louder and closer. I ran, my breath ragged, my mind racing. Every shadow, every rustle of the leaves made me jump. After what felt like an eternity, I saw the familiar outline of the main road. Relief washed over me as I sprinted towards it, but just as I was about to reach safety, a figure emerged from the fog. It was tall, with long, spindly limbs and glowing eyes. It stood there, watching me, its presence paralyzing me with fear. Mustering all my strength, I screamed and threw my flashlight at it. The figure recoiled, and I seized the opportunity to run. I didn't stop until I reached my car, parked at the beginning of the forgotten road. The weeks following my encounter were filled with paranoia. Every creak in my house, every unexpected knock on the door sent my heart racing. I became a recluse, avoiding social gatherings and staying indoors as much as possible. My friends and family grew concerned, but how could I explain the unexplainable? One evening, as I was trying to distract myself with a movie, there was a knock on my door. I froze, every fiber of my being screaming at me not to answer. But then I heard a familiar voice. It was Jake, my childhood friend. Relieved, I opened the door. Jake looked worried. "Hey, I've been trying to call you. Everyone's been talking about how you've changed since that trip to the old road. What happened?" I hesitated, then decided to tell him everything. As I recounted my experience, Jake's face grew pale. When I finished, he took a deep breath and said, "I've heard stories about that place, but I never believed them until now." He then shared a tale his grandmother had told him. The village, she said, was once a thriving community, but one day a stranger arrived. No one knew where he came from or what he wanted. He kept to himself, living on the outskirts of the village. But soon after his arrival, villagers began to disappear. Panic spread, and one by one, families left, leaving behind their belongings and memories. The stranger was rumored to be a practitioner of dark arts, seeking eternal life. He was said to have made a pact with malevolent forces, sacrificing the villagers in exchange for immortality. Over time, the village was forgotten, but the stranger, now a cursed entity, remained bound to the land. Jake's story sent shivers down my spine. It all made sense now. The journal, the footsteps, the figure with the glowing eyes, they were all pieces of a dark puzzle. Determined to find answers, Jake and I decided to visit his grandmother. She was a wise old woman, known for her knowledge of local legends. As we narrated my encounter, she listened intently, her face grave. When we finished, she spoke in a hushed tone. "The entity you encountered is bound to the village, but it can latch onto anyone who ventures there, following them, feeding off their fear." She then gave us a small amulet, claiming it had protective properties. "This might keep him at bay, but remember, such entities are cunning. Always be on your guard." Grateful, we left, the weight of the revelation heavy on our shoulders. I wore the amulet everywhere, and over time, the disturbances reduced. The footsteps grew fainter, and the overwhelming sense of dread began to wane. Months turned into years, and life returned to normal. But I never forgot that fateful night. The amulet became a constant companion, a silent guardian against the darkness. The old road and its sinister secrets remain, a chilling testament to the past. But one thing's for sure, some places, no matter how intriguing, are best left unexplored. I've always been fascinated by urban exploration. The thrill of discovering forgotten places, of uncovering stories lost to time, was an addiction. My city, with its rich history, provided ample opportunities for such adventures. But one place, in particular, had always eluded me: the old subway station beneath Fifth Avenue. Decommissioned in the 1960s due to structural concerns, the station had become the stuff of legends. Rumors spoke of it being haunted, of homeless people disappearing there, never to be seen again. Naturally, such tales only fueled my curiosity. One evening, armed with a flashlight, a camera, and a map of the old subway system, I decided to venture into the station. Accessing it was tricky. The main entrances had been sealed off, but after some research, I found a maintenance tunnel that would lead me there. The descent into the station was eerie. The air grew colder, and the only sound was the distant drip of water. As I stepped onto the platform, I was taken aback by how well preserved it was. The tiles, though grimy, still bore the intricate patterns of yesteryears. Old advertisements, faded with time, adorned the walls. I began to explore, snapping pictures, and taking in the atmosphere. But as I ventured deeper, an unsettling feeling grew within me. I felt watched. Every so often, I'd hear faint whispers or see shadows darting just out of my line of sight. Trying to shake off the unease, I continued my exploration. That's when I stumbled upon an old train car. It was in surprisingly good condition, given the years of neglect. Curiosity piqued. I decided to take a look inside. The interior was pristine, as if the train had been in use just yesterday. The seats were intact, and the overhead lights, though dim, still worked. But what caught my attention was a newspaper on one of the seats. The date was from over 50 years ago, and the headline spoke of a train that had mysteriously disappeared in this very station. As I read, the temperature in the car dropped drastically, the lights began to flicker, and the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Panic set in. I rushed out of the train. My flashlights beamed dancing wildly as I tried to find my way back to the platform. But the station had changed. The once pristine tiles were now cracked and broken. The advertisements were gone, replaced by graffiti that read, "Leave while you still can." I ran, my breath ragged, the whispers now deafening screams in my ears. Just as I thought I was lost, I saw the maintenance tunnel up ahead. I sprinted towards it, not daring to look back. Emerging into the night, the cold air never felt so good. I made my way back to the surface, the events of the night replaying in my mind. Had I imagined it all, or had I truly stumbled upon the resting place of the lost train and its passengers? I decided to research the missing train further. The record spoke of a train that had vanished without a trace, along with all its passengers. Despite extensive searches, no trace of it was ever found. The incident was one of the reasons the station was decommissioned. The days following my harrowing experience were filled with unease. Every creak in my apartment, every unexpected shadow made me jump. Sleep was elusive, with nightmares of the station and its ghostly inhabitants plaguing my nights. One evening, as I was trying to distract myself with some TV, there was a knock on my door. I approached cautiously, peering through the peephole. To my surprise, it was an elderly woman, her face lined with age but her eyes sharp and alert. I opened the door, and she introduced herself as Mrs. Alina Gray. She claimed to be a historian, specializing in the city's subway system. Word had gotten around about my exploration, and she wanted to hear my account firsthand. Reluctantly, I invited her in and recounted my experience. As I spoke, her face grew pale, and she seemed lost in thought. When I finished, she took a deep breath and said, "I believe you, because you see, my grandfather was on that train." She went on to explain that her grandfather had been a businessman returning home after a late meeting. He had boarded the train at the 5th Avenue station, and that was the last anyone ever saw of him. His disappearance had devastated the family, and the mystery had haunted them for generations. Alina had dedicated her life to uncovering the truth. She had heard the legends, of course, but had always dismissed them as mere urban myths. But my account had changed everything. Together, we decided to delve deeper into the mystery. Alina's research led us to old city records, which hinted at a cover-up. The station's closure, it seemed, was not just due to structural concerns. There were reports of other strange occurrences, of maintenance workers hearing voices and seeing apparitions. Our investigation caught the attention of local media, and soon, others came forward with their stories. It became clear that the station was a hotspot for paranormal activity. Determined to find answers, Alina and I, along with a team of paranormal investigators, decided to venture into the station once more. Armed with state-of-the-art equipment, we set out one fateful night. The station was just as I remembered, its eerie silence amplifying every sound. As we explored, our equipment picked up on various anomalies. Cold spots, electromagnetic fluctuations, and even faint EVPs that sounded like distant conversations. But the most chilling discovery was in the train car. Our thermal camera picked up on multiple figures, seated as if on a journey. Alina, tears in her eyes, whispered that one of the figures resembled old photographs of her grandfather. We left the station with more questions than answers, but our findings reignited interest in the old subway system, leading to calls for its preservation as a historical site. Alina and I remained close, bound by our shared experience. We often spoke of that night, of the souls trapped in an endless journey, and while we never found definitive answers, we took solace in the fact that we had shed light on a forgotten chapter of the city's history. The 5th Avenue station remained sealed, a silent testament to the mysteries of the past. Let those who know its story speak of it with reverence, a reminder that some things are beyond our understanding. The first time I noticed him was on a crisp autumn morning. I was on my usual jogging route through the park, lost in thought, when a sudden movement caught my eye. A man, standing a little distance away, was watching me intently. His gaze was unwavering, and even from that distance, I could feel its intensity. Brushing it off as a random occurrence, I continued on my way. Over the next few weeks, I began to see him more frequently. At the coffee shop, the library, even outside my workplace. He was always at a distance, never approaching, just watching. His appearance was nondescript, nondescript, average height, brown hair, always dressed in a plain gray hoodie and jeans. But his eyes, those piercing blue eyes, were unforgettable. Concerned, I mentioned it to my friends. They suggested it might be a coincidence or perhaps he had a crush on me. But something deep down told me this was different. This wasn't admiration, it was an obsession. One evening, as I was leaving work, I felt an eerie sensation like I was being followed. Quickening my pace, I darted into a nearby store and watched discreetly from the window. Sure enough, he was there, standing across the street, his gaze fixed on the store's entrance. Panicking, I called the police. They arrived promptly, but by then, he had disappeared. They took my statement and assured me they'd keep an eye out, but without any overt threats or actions, there was little they could do. Determined to take matters into my own hands, I decided to confront him. The next time I spotted him outside my gym, I walked straight up to him, my heart pounding. "Why are you following me?" I demanded. He looked taken aback, his cold demeanor faltering for a moment. I just wanted to be close to you," he stammered. His response sent chills down my spine. I warned him to stay away and informed the gym's security about him. They assured me they'd be on the lookout, but things escalated from there. I began receiving anonymous letters at my home, filled with ramblings about our connection and how we were meant to be together. Disturbingly, they contained details about my daily life, things only someone who had been watching closely would know. One evening, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard a noise coming from my living room. Cautiously, I peeked out and was horrified to see him standing there, going through my personal belongings. I locked myself in my bedroom and dialed 911. The police arrived within minutes, arresting him on the spot. It turned out he had been stalking me for months, documenting my every move. He had a history of similar behavior with multiple restraining orders against him. In the aftermath of the ordeal, my trust in people was deeply shaken. Every stranger became a potential threat, every unexpected glance a cause for alarm. My once vibrant social life dwindled as I withdrew from friends and activities, seeking solace in the safety of my new apartment. But as the weeks turned into months, a realization dawned on me. I couldn't let one person's twisted obsession dictate the course of my life. I began attending therapy, where I met others who had faced similar traumas. Their stories, while unique in detail, echoed the same themes of violation, fear, and resilience. One woman, Lisa, had been stalked by an ex-boyfriend for years. He had used technology to track her every move, even hacking into her personal accounts. Another, Raj, had been harassed by a former colleague who believed they were destined to be together. Their stories were harrowing, but they also spoke of hope, of reclaiming their lives from the shadows of their stalkers. Inspired by their strength, I decided to start a support group. We met weekly, sharing our experiences, coping strategies, and resources. The group became a lifeline for many, a safe space to heal and empower one another. Word spread, and soon we had members from all walks of life joining us. We organized workshops on personal safety, digital security, and legal rights. We collaborated with law enforcement, ensuring that stalking cases were taken seriously and that victims had the resources they needed. One day, during a group session, a young man named Alex shared his story. He had been stalked by a woman he had met online. She had become obsessed with him, sending him hundreds of messages daily and showing up at his workplace. His story highlighted the fact that anyone, regardless of gender, could be a victim of stalking. Together, we launched a public awareness campaign, debunking myths about stalking and highlighting the importance of early intervention. Our efforts were recognized by local media, and soon we were invited to schools, colleges, and community centers to share our stories and educate others. The support group evolved into a non-profit organization dedicated to helping victims of stalking and raising awareness about the issue. We advocated for stricter laws and worked with tech companies to develop tools to protect users' privacy. As for me, the trauma of being stalked will always be a part of my story, but it's no longer the defining chapter. Today, I stand as an advocate, a beacon of hope for others facing similar nightmares. I've learned that while we can't control the actions of others, we can choose how we respond, and in that choice lies our power. I had always been drawn to older buildings. There was something about their history, the stories they held within their walls, that fascinated me. So, when I found an affordable apartment in a century-old building in the heart of the city, I was ecstatic. The building had its quirks, creaky floorboards, drafty windows, and an old-fashioned elevator that groaned with every ascent. But it was filled with character, from the ornate moldings to the vintage tiles in the hallway. My neighbors seemed friendly enough. There was Mrs. Patterson, an elderly woman who had lived in the building for decades, and a young couple, Mark and Lisa, Lisa, who were always up for a chat in the hallway, but it was the man in the apartment next to mine, apartment 3B, that piqued my curiosity. I rarely saw him, but I often heard him. Late at night, I'd hear soft whispers coming from his apartment as if he was talking to someone, but whenever I passed by his door, I never heard any other voices. It was always just him, whispering softly, his words indecipherable. One evening, as I was returning home from work, I bumped into Mrs. Patterson in the hallway. We exchanged pleasantries, and I casually mentioned the whispering neighbor. Her face turned pale, and she glanced nervously at apartment 3B's door. That apartment has a history, she said in a hushed tone. Many years ago, a young woman lived there. She disappeared under mysterious circumstances, and no one knows what happened to her. Some say the apartment is cursed. I chuckled, dismissing it as an urban legend, but Mrs. Patterson's words stayed with me, and that night, as I lay in bed, the whispers seemed louder, more insistent. Curiosity getting the better of me, I decided to introduce myself to the mysterious neighbor. I baked some cookies and knocked on his door. After a few moments, the door creaked open, revealing a man in his late 40s with disheveled hair and a gaunt face. His eyes, however, were the most striking, deep blue and filled with sadness. I introduced myself and handed him the cookies. He thanked me, his voice soft and melodic. We chatted briefly, and I learned that his name was Robert. He had lived in the apartment for a few years and kept to himself due to personal reasons. Feeling a bit more at ease, I returned to my apartment, but that night, the whispers grew louder. I could hear Robert's voice clearly, but there was another voice, a woman's voice, responding to him. The conversation was heated, filled with anger and sadness. Concerned, I approached Mark and Lisa the next day. They too had heard the whispers, but had dismissed them as the ramblings of a lonely man. But the mention of the woman's voice unsettled them. Determined to get to the bottom of this, we decided to approach Robert together. We knocked on his door, and after a few moments, he opened it, his face pale and eyes red, as if he had been crying. We expressed our concerns, and after a moment of hesitation, Robert invited us in. His apartment was filled with old photographs, all of a beautiful young woman with raven black hair and a radiant smile. "That's Emily," Robert said, his voice breaking. "She was my fiancée. We lived in this apartment together. One day, she went out and never returned. No one knows what happened to her." Tears streamed down his face as he recounted the days of searching, the sleepless nights, and the overwhelming grief. "I hear her voice," he whispered. "Every night, she speaks to me, telling me she is still here, waiting for me." We left Robert's apartment, our hearts heavy with sympathy. The whispers, it seemed, were a manifestation of his grief, a way for him to cope with the loss of his beloved Emily. But that night, as I lay in bed, I heard the whispers again. Only this time, they were coming from inside my apartment. I froze, my heart racing, as the soft voice of a woman whispered, "Help me." Terrified, I turned on the lights and searched my apartment, but there was no one there. The whispers, however, continued, growing louder and more desperate. The next morning, I approached Mrs. Patterson, seeking answers. She listened intently, her face grave. "The spirit of Emily is restless," she said. "She is trying to communicate, to tell her story." With her guidance, we held a seance in Robert's apartment. As we sat in a circle, candles flickering, the room grew cold. A soft voice, unmistakably Emily's, filled the room. "I never left," she whispered. "I'm still here, trapped, waiting to be set free." Tears streamed down Robert's face as he reached out, trying to touch the spirit of his lost love. "I'm so sorry," he whispered. "I never stopped looking for you." The room grew warm again, and the presence of Emily faded, but the atmosphere was filled with a sense of peace and closure. Life in the city continued its usual hustle and bustle, but for the residents of the old building, things had changed. The whispers of Emily's story spread, and soon, our building became a point of interest for many. Paranormal enthusiasts, journalists, and the simply curious would often stop by, hoping to catch a glimpse or sound of the mysterious Emily. Robert, however, found it hard to move on. The seance had provided some closure, but the weight of his grief was still palpable. He would often be seen sitting by the window of his apartment, lost in thought, gazing at the old photographs of Emily. One day, as I was returning from work, I found a small crowd gathered outside the building. Whispered conversations and hushed tones filled the air. Pushing through, I discovered the reason for the commotion. Robert's apartment door was ajar, and inside, the room was filled with lit candles, casting flickering shadows on the walls. At the center, surrounded by old photographs of Emily, was Robert, lifeless. The shock and grief were overwhelming. The building, which had already seen its share of tragedies, was once again plunged into mourning. The police ruled it as a suicide, a final act of a man overwhelmed by his grief. In the days that followed, the residents came together, supporting each other in their shared grief. Mrs. Patterson, ever the pillar of strength, organized a memorial for Robert. People from all walks of life attended, sharing their memories and stories of the kind, gentle man who had loved so deeply. The building, with its rich history and tales of love and loss, became a symbol of the city's past. Efforts were made to preserve it, and soon it was declared a heritage site. Tours were organized, with the proceeds going to mental health charities, ensuring that Robert's story would serve as as a reminder of the importance of mental well-being. As for me, the events of the past few months had taken their toll. I decided to move to a quieter town, seeking peace and a fresh start. But the memories of the old building, of Robert and Emily, and the lessons they taught me about love, loss, and resilience stayed with me. Years later, I returned to the city for a visit. The old building stood tall, a testament to the passage of time. As I walked its hallways, memories flooded back, but amidst the nostalgia, there was a sense of peace, a feeling that the souls who had once inhabited these walls had finally found their rest. And as I stood by the window of apartment 3B, I could almost hear the soft whispers of Emily, a gentle reminder of the love that once was in the legacy it left behind. Every morning, I'd take the same route to work, order the same coffee from the same cafe, and sit at the same park bench during my lunch break. This routine brought me comfort, a sense of stability in the chaotic world of city life. But it was this very routine that led me into the unnerving path of someone I wish I'd never met. It began subtly. I started noticing a silver sedan parked near my office building. At first, I thought nothing of it. The city was sprawling, and cars came and went. But then I began seeing it near my apartment, at the grocery store, and even by the cafe I frequented. The same car, always parked at a distance, never too close to arouse suspicion, but close enough for me to notice. One evening, as I was leaving work, I decided to approach the car. As I neared, the engine revved, and it sped away, leaving me standing on the sidewalk, my heart pounding. The next day, I reported it to the police. They took note, but mentioned that without a license plate or a clear description of the driver, there wasn't much they could do. Days turned into weeks, and the presence of the silver sedan became a constant in my life. I tried changing my routine, taking different routes, and even staying over at a friend's place. But like a shadow, it always found me. One day, as I was sipping my coffee at the cafe, an unfamiliar face approached me. A woman, probably in her early 30s, with jet black hair and piercing green eyes. "Is this seat taken?" she asked, pointing to the chair opposite me. I shook my head, and she sat down, introducing herself as Elise. We struck up a conversation, and I found myself drawn to her. She was articulate, witty, and seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me. Over the next few weeks, our casual cafe chats turned into dinner dates, and soon, we were spending a lot of time together. But as our relationship deepened, so did my sense of unease. Elise seemed to know a lot about me, details I had never shared. She'd casually mention a childhood memory or bring up a favorite book of mine, always brushing it off as a lucky guess or a shared interest. One evening, as we were watching a movie at her place, I excused myself to use the restroom. On my way, I stumbled upon a room with the door slightly ajar. Curiosity getting the better of me, I peeked inside. The room was filled with pictures of me, from my childhood, my college days, and even recent ones from our dates. There were notes detailing my daily routines, my likes and dislikes, and even transcripts of our conversations. But the most chilling discovery was a set of car keys on the table. Car keys to a silver sedan. I felt a cold hand on my shoulder and turned to find Elise, her green eyes no longer warm but cold and calculating. "I knew you'd find out eventually," she whispered. Panicking, I pushed past her and ran out of the apartment, not stopping until I reached the safety of my own home. I immediately called the police, who arrested Elise on charges of stalking and harassment. The subsequent investigation revealed a chilling backstory. Elise had been obsessed with me for years, ever since we had briefly met at a college seminar. She had followed me, documenting my life, and had even moved to the city to be closer to me. The silver sedan, it turned out, was just one of the many ways she kept tabs on me. The weeks following Elise's arrest were a blur of police interviews, court hearings, and sleepless nights. The media caught wind of the story, dubbing it the obsession of the silver sedan. My once private life was now a topic of public discussion, with reporters constantly trying to get an exclusive. My friends and family rallied around me, offering support and a listening ear, but the weight of the ordeal made it difficult to connect with them. I felt isolated, trapped in a bubble of paranoia and fear. One evening, as I was aimlessly channel surfing, I stumbled upon a support group for stalking victims. The group, Safe Haven, offered counseling, legal advice, and a platform for victims to share their stories. Desperate for a sense of understanding, I decided to attend their next meeting. Walking into the community center, I was greeted by a diverse group of individuals, each with their own harrowing tale of obsession and violation. As I listened to their stories, I realized I wasn't alone in my trauma. The group became a lifeline, a place where I could be vulnerable without judgment. Through Safe Haven, I met Maya, a vibrant woman in her late 20s. She had been stalked by an ex-boyfriend who couldn't accept their breakup. We bonded over our shared experiences and soon became close friends. Together, we navigated the complexities of healing, often leaning on each other other during our lowest moments. As the months went by, Maya and I decided to turn our pain into purpose. We started a podcast, Whispers in the Dark, where we shared our stories and interviewed other victims, experts, and law enforcement officials. The podcast quickly gained traction, shedding light on the often overlooked issue of stalking and providing resources for those in need. Our efforts caught the attention of local authorities, who collaborated with us to organize workshops on personal safety and the importance of recognizing the signs of stalking. Schools, colleges, and workplaces began implementing our guidelines, ensuring that individuals had the tools to protect themselves. Elise's trial was a grueling process. The defense tried to paint her as a misunderstood lover, but the evidence was overwhelming. She was sentenced to several years in prison and mandated to undergo psychiatric evaluation and treatment. As for me, the experience with Elise forever changed the trajectory of my life. From a victim, I had become an advocate, using my voice to raise awareness and support others. His silver sedan, once a symbol of my trauma, was now a reminder of my resilience and strength. Today, as I walk the streets of the city, I do so with a renewed sense of purpose. The shadows of the past still linger, but they are overshadowed by the hope of a brighter future, a future where no one has to live in fear of the unfamiliar familiar. I had just moved to a small town in Oregon for a fresh start. The town, nestled between dense forests and rolling hills, was picturesque, with a tight-knit community that welcomed newcomers with open arms. I rented a quaint little house on the outskirts, surrounded by towering pine trees and the soothing sounds of nature. The first few weeks were uneventful. I settled into my new job at the local library, made a few friends, and enjoyed the peace and tranquility the town offered. But things took a strange turn one chilly autumn night. I was jolted awake by the shrill ring of my landline. Groggily, I glanced at the clock. It was exactly midnight. Confused and slightly irritated, I picked up the receiver. Hello, I mumbled, silent. Then a soft, raspy voice whispered, "You shouldn't have come here." Before I could respond, the line went dead. I sat there, the weight of the call sinking in. It was probably a prank, I reasoned, trying to shake off the unease. But the next night, at precisely midnight, the phone rang again. The same voice, the same chilling message. This became a nightly ritual. Every night, at the stroke of midnight, the mysterious caller would deliver the same warning. I unplugged the phone, but the calls continued, now coming through my cell. I changed my number, but it made no difference. Desperate for answers, I approached the local police. They were sympathetic, but mentioned that without more concrete evidence, there wasn't much they could do. They suggested I keep a log of the calls and try to trace the number. One evening, after another unsettling call, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I drove to the town's only phone booth, located near the old gas station. To my horror, I found it off the hook, the receiver swinging gently in the breeze. I approached the town's historian, Mr. Jenkins, hoping he might shed some light on the situation. Over a cup of tea, he recounted a tragic tale. Many years ago, a young woman had moved to the town, much like myself. She lived in the same house I had rented and worked at the library. But one fateful night, she disappeared, never to be seen again. The only clue was a series of mysterious phone calls she had received, always at midnight. The story sent chills down my spine. The parallels were uncanny. I decided to delve deeper, visiting the town's archives and speaking to its oldest residents. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. The young woman, Clara, had been in a relationship with a local man, Tom, but when she tried to end it, he became obsessed, stalking her every move. The midnight calls were his way of tormenting her, a game of cat and mouse. One night, in a fit of rage, he confronted her at her home, and she was never seen again. Tom was the prime suspect, but with no evidence and no body, he was never charged. Armed with this knowledge, I approached Tom, now an old man living on the fringes of the town. Our confrontation was intense. He initially denied everything, but as I pressed on, he broke down, confessing to the crime. Clara's body, he revealed, was buried in the woods behind my house. The police were notified, and Tom was arrested. Clara's remains were found, finally bringing closure to a mystery that had haunted the town for decades. The aftermath of Tom's confession sent ripples throughout the town. The community, which had for so long prided itself on its close-knit bonds and safety, was forced to confront the dark secret it had unknowingly harbored for decades. Many older residents remembered Clara, and the revelation brought a mix of relief and profound sadness. The local newspaper ran a series of articles on Clara, piecing together her life and the events leading up to her tragic end. I was approached for interviews multiple times, but I declined, wanting to maintain my privacy and process everything in my own time. However, the events had ignited a spark within me. The experience, as harrowing as it was, made me realize the importance of giving a voice to the voiceless. I decided to start a community group dedicated to revisiting cold cases and unresolved mysteries in the region. investigation. With the help of some friends and local enthusiasts, Echoes of the Past was born. Our group met weekly, poring over old newspaper clippings, police reports, and conducting interviews. They collaborated with law enforcement, providing fresh perspectives and resources to help solve long-forgotten cases. One case, in particular, stood out. A young boy, Jamie, had gone missing in the late 70 seconds after a day out fishing. His disappearance had always been attributed to a tragic accident. Perhaps he had fallen into the river and been swept away. But as we dug deeper, inconsistencies began to emerge. Witnesses were called seeing a strange car in the area that day, and there were reports of a man acting suspiciously near the riverbank. With renewed interest in the case, the police reopened their investigation. Using modern technology, they were able to identify and locate the car, leading them to a man now in his 60 seconds. Under questioning, he confessed to abducting Jamie all those years ago, a crime of opportunity that had haunted him ever since. The town hailed our group as heroes, but for us, it was never about the accolades. It was about justice, about ensuring that stories like Clara's and Jamie's were never forgotten. Years passed, and Echoes of the Past grew in size and scope. We collaborated with similar groups across the country, sharing resources and information. Our efforts led to the resolution of several cold cases, bringing closure to families who had waited decades for answers. As for me, the town of Oregon became my permanent home. The memories of the Midnight Caller and the discovery of Clara's fate would always be a part of me, but they no longer define me. Instead, they served as a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit and the power of community. Today, as I sit on the porch of my new home, overlooking the serene landscape, I'm filled with a sense of gratitude. Gratitude for the second chance at life, for the friendships forged in adversity, and for the opportunity to make a difference in the lives of others. I've always been a city girl. The hustle and bustle, the never-ending energy, the myriad of cultures and experiences, it was home. So, when my job required me to relocate to a remote town in Montana for a 6-month project, I was apprehensive. The town, named Hollow Creek, had a population of just under 1,000 and was surrounded by vast stretches of forests and mountains. My new home was a cabin provided by the company located on the outskirts of Hollow Creek. It was rustic and charming, with a beautiful view of the dense woods. The first few days were an adjustment. The silence of the night, the lack of city lights, and the sheer isolation were both eerie and fascinating. One evening, as I was settling down with a book by the fireplace, I noticed something odd. A faint light, like that of a flashlight, was moving amidst the trees. It seemed aimless, zigzagging between the trunks, occasionally pausing and then resuming its erratic path. I watched it for a few minutes, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was a hiker or a local out for a late-night stroll. I brushed it off and returned to my book. The next morning, I mentioned the incident to Mrs. Harper, the elderly lady who ran the local grocery store. She paused, a concerned look crossing her face. "It's probably nothing," she said hesitantly, "but be careful. These woods have stories, and not all of them are pleasant." Her cryptic warning stayed with me, and that night, I made sure to lock all the doors and windows. As darkness enveloped the cabin, I once again noticed the light. This time, it seemed closer, its movements more deliberate. I turned off the lights in the cabin and watched. After what felt like hours, the light finally retreated, disappearing into the depths of the forest. This became a nightly occurrence. The light would appear, sometimes close, sometimes far, but always there, always watching. I tried to dismiss it as a trick of the mind, a result of the isolation and the countless horror stories I consumed over the years. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. One evening, as I was returning from the town, I found a bouquet of wildflowers on my doorstep. There was no note, no indication of who had left the flowers, though beautiful, sent a chill down my spine. I felt watched, observed from the shadows. Determined to get to the bottom of this, I set up a camera facing the woods. If someone was out there, I would catch them. The next morning, I eagerly reviewed the footage. The night was quiet until around 3 a.m. when the familiar light appeared. But this time, there was something more. A silhouette of a man, standing at the edge of the woods, just watching the cabin. He stood there for hours, unmoving, until the first light of dawn, when he retreated into the forest. The footage was undeniable proof that I wasn't alone. I handed it over to the local sheriff, a burly man named Officer Daniels. He promised to look into it and advised me to stay vigilant. That night, as I lay in bed, every sound was amplified, the rustling of the leaves, the creaking of the cabin, the distant hoot of an owl. And then another sound, footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps on the wooden porch. I held my breath, paralyzed by fear. The doorknob rattled, followed by a soft, persistent scratching, like someone dragging their nails on the door. The ordeal felt endless, but eventually the sound ceased. Morning came, and with it, the discovery of a note pinned to my door. "I just want to be close to you," it read in a scrawled, uneven handwriting. Officer Daniels increased patrols around my cabin and advised me to consider relocating, at least until they could identify the mysterious observer. But I was determined not to be driven out of my home by fear. A few nights later, the inevitable confrontation happened. I was awakened by the sound of shattered glass. Grabbing a baseball bat, I cautiously made my way to the living room. The sight that greeted me was the stuff of nightmares. A man, tall and gaunt, with wild eyes and a disheveled appearance, stood amidst the broken shards of the window. Our eyes met, and for a moment, time stood still. "You're even more beautiful up close," he whispered. Adrenaline kicked in, and I swung the bat, connecting with his arm. He howled in pain and lunged at me, but I managed to dodge and make a run for the door. The cold night air hit me as I sprinted towards the town, the man's enraged shouts echoing behind me. By the time I reached the sheriff's office, I was a mess of tears and exhaustion. The man, it turned out, was a drifter with a history of stalking and obsession. He had fixated on me from the moment I'd moved to Hollow Creek. The return to city life was both a relief and a challenge. The towering skyscrapers, the cacophony of traffic, and the sea of familiar faces provided a comforting cloak of anonymity. Yet, every shadow, every unexpected sound, and every glance from a stranger brought back memories of that fateful night in Hollow Creek. My friends and family were supportive, but they couldn't truly understand the depth of my trauma. Nightmares plagued my sleep, and I often found myself double-checking locks and peering out of windows, always on edge. One evening, as I was attending a support group for trauma survivors, I met Alex. He had been through a harrowing experience of his own, having been held hostage during a bank robbery. We connected instantly, finding solace in our shared experiences and the understanding that only someone who's been through a similar ordeal can offer. Together, we embarked on a journey of healing. We attended therapy, took self-defense classes, and even traveled, pushing ourselves out of our comfort zones. With each challenge we overcame, the shadows of our past began to recede, replaced by newfound strength and resilience. Alex introduced me to the world of blogging. He had started a blog to document his recovery and found it therapeutic to share his story. Encouraged by him, I started my own blog, Whispers from the Woods, where I detailed my experiences in Hollow Creek and the path to recovery. The blog resonated with many, and I began receiving messages from people all over the world, sharing their own stories of survival and seeking advice. What started as a personal outlet grew into a platform for change. Alex and I collaborated, hosting workshops, webinars, and even a podcast focusing on personal safety, mental health, and empowerment. Our efforts caught the attention of various organizations, and we were invited to speak at schools, colleges, and corporate events. We emphasized the importance of being aware of one's surroundings, trusting one's instincts, and seeking help when needed. As the years went by, Hollow Creek became a distant memory, a chapter in my life that had shaped but no longer defined me. Alex and I, bound by our shared experiences, decided to take our relationship to the next level. We got married in a beautiful ceremony surrounded by loved ones, a testament to the fact that love and support can heal even the deepest wounds. Today, as I reflect on my journey, I'm filled with gratitude. Gratitude for the second chance at life, for the love and support of those around me, and for the opportunity to make a difference. The silent observer from the woods, though a dark chapter, led me to discover my true calling and purpose. Life is unpredictable, filled with challenges and unexpected twists, but it's also filled with moments of joy, love, and resilience. And as I've learned, even in the darkest moments, there's always a glimmer of hope, a chance for a new beginning. Wren Street was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone. A quiet suburban lane lined with cherry blossoms and well-kept homes. It was the last place you'd expect anything out of the ordinary to happen. But as I soon discovered, even the most idyllic places can harbor dark secrets. I had moved into number 23, a cozy 2-story house, after landing a job at the local high school. The neighbors were welcoming, often dropping by with baked goods or inviting me over for barbecues. It was the perfect fresh start. Unlocked into my new life, I began to notice something odd. Every morning, as I left for work, I'd find a single red rose on my doorstep. No note, no indication of who it was from. At first, I brushed it off as a kind gesture from a neighbor, but as days turned into weeks, the roses kept appearing, and curiosity piqued. I decided to set up a camera to catch the mysterious benefactor in the act. The next morning, I eagerly reviewed the footage. At precisely 3:17 a.m., a figure, hooded and barely visible in the dim light, approached my doorstep, placed the rose, and stood there for a few minutes, just staring at my front door before retreating into the shadows. The video sent chills down my spine. This wasn't a friendly gesture, it was something far more sinister. I approached the local police, showing them the footage. Officer Mitchell, a stern-looking man with years of service under his belt, promised to increase patrols in the area and advised me to be cautious. The roses stopped appearing, and for a while, life returned to normal, but the sense of being watched never truly left. I'd often catch glimpses of someone standing across the street, always obscured by shadows or hidden behind trees. Whenever I tried to approach, they'd vanish, leaving me questioning my sanity. One evening, as I was grading papers, I received a call. The voice on the other end was distorted, almost robotic. "You're so beautiful when you're focused," it whispered before hanging up. I looked out the window, and there, standing under the streetlight, was the hooded figure, phone in hand, watching me. Panicked, I called Officer Mitchell, who arrived within minutes. A thorough search of the area yielded no results. The watcher had vanished once again. Mitchell suggested I stay with a friend or family member for a few days, but I refused. This was my home, and I wouldn't be driven out by fear. The next day, I came home to find my front door ajar. Inside, my belongings were scattered, pictures taken off walls, and in the center of the living room, a bouquet of red roses with a note, "You can't escape me." The violation of my personal space was the last straw. I decided to take matters into my own hands. With the help of a tech-savvy friend, I set up a series of security cameras and alarms around my property. If the watcher dared to approach, I'd be ready. Weeks went by without incident. Just as I began to let my guard down, the alarms blared one fateful night. Rushing to my security feed, I saw the hooded figure trying to enter through the back door. I called the police and, armed with a baseball bat, decided to confront my stalker. The backyard was bathed in the glow of the security lights. The figure, caught off guard, turned to face me. For the first time, I got a clear look at my tormentor. It was a woman, probably in her 40s, with wild, unkempt hair and a manic look in her eyes. "Why are you doing this?" I demanded. She laughed, a chilling, unhinged sound. "You took everything from me," she hissed. Before I could react, she lunged at me, a sharp knife glinting in her hand. We struggled, the knife coming dangerously close. But before she could land a blow, sirens wailed in the distance, and she fled, disappearing into the night. The police launched a manhunt, and within hours, she was apprehended. The story that unraveled was both shocking and tragic. The woman, named Lydia, was the previous owner of my house. She had lost it due to financial troubles and had grown resentful of anyone who moved in, watching them, tormenting them, trying to reclaim what she believed was rightfully hers. With Lydia behind bars, peace returned to Wren Street. The neighbors rallied around me, their support unwavering. I decided to stay, refusing to let one person's madness taint my love for the community. I was approached for interviews multiple times, but I declined, wanting to maintain my privacy and process everything in my own time. The community, protective and tight-knit, shielded me from prying eyes, often forming human barriers when reporters got too intrusive. Lydia's trial was a somber affair. As details of her life emerged, a picture of a deeply troubled woman took shape. She had faced a series of personal tragedies, from the loss of her husband to a debilitating illness, culminating in the foreclosure of her beloved home. While her actions were inexcusable, there was a palpable sense of pity for her in the courtroom. She was sentenced to a mental health facility where she would receive treatment and counseling. The judge, in his closing remarks, emphasized the importance of community support and understanding mental health issues. Life on Wren Street slowly returned to normal. The media circus moved on, and the cherry blossoms bloomed once more. But the events had left an indelible mark on the community. Neighbors became more vigilant, often checking in on each other and organizing regular community watch meetings. I, too, underwent a transformation. The ordeal had shaken me, but it also made me realize the importance of understanding and compassion. I started volunteering at a local mental health organization, offering support to those in crisis and raising awareness about the importance of mental well-being. One day, as I was conducting a workshop, I received a letter. The handwriting was familiar, and my heart raced as I opened it. It was from Lydia. She wrote of her remorse, her struggles, and her journey to recovery. She thanked me for my understanding and hoped that one day we could meet, not as victim and tormentor, but as two individuals seeking closure. I pondered over the letter for days. Finally, with a heavy heart, I decided to visit Lydia. The meeting was emotional, filled with tears, apologies, and, eventually, forgiveness. We spoke of our lives, our dreams, and our shared love for Wren Street. It was a cathartic experience, one that allowed both of us to find closure and move forward. Today, as I walk the streets of Wren Street, I do so with a renewed sense of purpose. The memories of the watcher, the roses, and that fateful confrontation will always be a part of me, but they no longer define me. Instead, they serve as a reminder of the complexities of the human mind, the importance of compassion, and the resilience of the human spirit. Wren Street, with its blossoms and close-knit community, remains a beacon of hope, a testament to the fact that even in the face of adversity, love, understanding, and community can heal the deepest wounds. My daily routine was predictable, from the morning jog around the park to the evening tea at my favorite cafe. It was during one of these routines that I first noticed him. He was tall, with salt and pepper hair, always dressed in a crisp suit. At first, our encounters were fleeting. I'd spot him across the street while waiting for the bus or in the reflection of a shop window as I passed by. But as days turned into weeks, his presence became more pronounced. He'd be seated a few tables away at the cafe, pretending to read a newspaper but stealing glances in my direction. Or he'd be at the park, always on the same bench, watching me as I jogged by. Concerned, I confided in my friend, Jenna, who worked as a detective for the city police. She advised me to document these encounters, suggesting it might be a case of stalking. The next day, armed with my phone, I discreetly began taking photos of the man whenever I spotted him. The evidence was undeniable. He was everywhere I went, always maintaining a distance but always watching. One evening, as I was leaving work, I felt an overwhelming sense of being followed. Quickening my pace, I darted into a nearby alley, hoping to lose him. But he was relentless. I could hear his footsteps echoing behind me, getting closer. In a moment of desperation, I hid behind a dumpster, dialing Jenna's number. She answered on the second ring, her voice calm and reassuring. "Stay where you are," she instructed. I bumped my way. Minutes felt like hours as I crouched in the shadows, the man's footsteps growing louder. Just as he was about to discover my hiding spot, a car's headlights illuminated the alley and Jenna's voice rang out. "Police, stay where you are." The man froze, his face a mask of surprise. Jenna, along with two other officers, apprehended him, reading him his rights. At the precinct, the truth unraveled. The man, identified as Robert Langley, was a private investigator hired by my estranged father. My father, diagnosed with a terminal illness, had wanted to reconnect but was unsure how to approach me. Instead of reaching out directly, he had hired Robert to gather information, hoping to find the right moment to reconcile. While Robert's intentions were not malicious, his methods were undoubtedly invasive and unsettling. He was charged with stalking and given a restraining order. My father and I eventually reconnected, working through years of misunderstandings and hurt. While the circumstances were far from ideal, they served as a catalyst for healing and rebuilding our relationship. The aftermath of the incident was a whirlwind of emotions. My colleagues at work, having caught wind of the story, were a mix of concerned and intrigued. They dropped by my desk, offering words of comfort or asking for details. The local news even reached out for an interview, but I declined, wanting to keep the matter private. Jenna and I grew closer after the ordeal. Our weekly coffee catch-ups turned into daily phone calls and frequent dinners. She became my pillar of strength, guiding me through the legal processes and ensuring Robert adhered to the restraining order. One evening, as we were having dinner at a local bistro, she handed me a letter. "This came in for you at the precinct," she said, her expression unreadable. The envelope was plain, with my name neatly written on the front. Inside was a letter from Robert. He wrote of his regret and how he had let his professional judgment be clouded by the emotional weight of the task. He had seen the pain in my father's eyes and I wanted to help, even if it meant overstepping boundaries. He apologized for the fear and distress he had caused and hoped that one day I could find it in my heart to forgive him. The letter was a mix of emotions. While I appreciated his sincerity, the trauma of being followed and watched was still fresh. I decided to put it behind me, focusing on mending my relationship with my father and moving forward. Months turned into years, and life settled into a new normal. My father and I took a trip together, exploring the countryside and rediscovering our bond. The time away was therapeutic, allowing us to address past grievances and build new memories. Jenna, ever the protective friend, occasionally checked up on Robert, ensuring he kept his distance. She informed me that he had left the private investigation business and was now working as a counselor, helping others navigate the complexities of relationships and personal boundaries. As for me, the experience taught me the importance of trust and the value of second chances. I began volunteering at a local community center, offering support to those who had been through similar experiences. Sharing my story and hearing others helped in the healing process. Today, as I walk the streets of the city, I do so with a renewed sense of purpose. The memories of the silent observer, the fear, and the reconciliation serve as reminders of the unpredictable nature of life. But they also highlight the resilience of the human spirit, the ability to overcome challenges, and the importance of understanding and forgiveness. In the end, it's not the events that define us, but how we choose to respond to them. And as I've learned, even in the darkest moments, there's always a glimmer of hope, a chance for a new beginning. When I moved to the quiet town of Maplewood, I was seeking solace from the bustling chaos of city life. The town, with its tree-lined streets and friendly neighbors, seemed like the perfect escape. I settled into a quaint cottage at the end of Birch Lane, surrounded by a thick canopy of trees. The first few weeks were idyllic. Mornings were spent sipping coffee on the porch, listening to the chirping of birds, while evenings were reserved for long walks, exploring the town's hidden gems. However, things began to change one foggy evening. As I was returning from my walk, I noticed a figure standing in in the driveway of the house next to mine. The house had been vacant for months, so the sight of someone there was unexpected. The man was tall, with a gaunt face and piercing blue eyes that seemed to study me intently. I offered a friendly nod and continued on my way, but a sense of unease settled in. Over the next few days, I'd often spot the man, always at odd hours, either staring at my house from his window or standing in his yard. His gaze never wavering. I tried to brush it off, telling myself he was probably just a curious neighbor, but things escalated one evening when I found a note pinned to my front door. It read, "I see you. Do summon it." The handwriting was erratic, and the message sent chills down my spine. Concerned, I approached Mrs. Henderson, an elderly lady who lived a few houses down and had been a resident of Maplewood for decades. Over a cup of tea, I described the man and his odd behavior. Her face turned pale as she listened, and she finally whispered, "That sounds like Albert." Albert, she explained, had grown up in that house but had moved away years ago after a family tragedy. Rumors had it that he struggled with mental health issues and had developed an obsession with the house, believing it held some secret about his past. Armed with this knowledge, I decided to confront Albert. The next morning, I walked over to his house and knocked. There was no answer, but I could hear faint whispers from inside. Taking a deep breath, I tried the door, and to my surprise, it creaked open. The interior was dark, with a thick layer of dust covering everything. Old photographs lined the walls, many of them featuring a younger Albert with a woman who bore a striking resemblance to me. My heart raced as I realized the depth of his obsession. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the top of the stairs. "You shouldn't be here," Albert hissed, his blue eyes now wild and unhinged. I backed away slowly, trying to calm him down, but he advanced, muttering about how I was the key to unlocking his past. In a moment of desperation, I grabbed a vase from a nearby table and hurled it at him, giving me just enough time to escape. I ran to my house, locking all the doors and windows, and called the police. They arrived within minutes, and after a brief standoff, Albert was taken into custody. It was later revealed that he had been off his medication and had indeed developed an unhealthy fixation on the house and me, believing I was a reincarnation of his deceased sister. In the weeks following the incident, the town of Maplewood was abuzz with whispers and speculations. The once peaceful community was shaken, and the story of Albert and his eerie obsession became the stuff of local legend. Parents warned their children about the dangers of talking to strangers, and there was a noticeable increase in security measures throughout the neighborhood. I, too, was grappling with the aftermath. Sleep became elusive, with nightmares of Albert's piercing blue eyes haunting my dreams. Every creak of the floorboards or rustle of leaves outside sent me into a panic. The sanctuary I had once found in Maplewood now felt like a prison. Jenna, my best friend from college, insisted I come stay with her in the city for a while. "A change of scenery will do you good," she said. And she was right. The hustle and bustle of city life, which I had once sought to escape, now provided a welcome distraction. The towering skyscrapers and crowded streets made me feel anonymous, safe. Jenna introduced me to her circle of friends, and I soon found myself immersed in a world of art galleries, theater shows, and late-night coffee sessions. Among them was Alex, a therapist who specialized in trauma counseling. Sensing my distress, he offered to help. Our sessions were intense, filled with tears, anger, and moments of clarity. Alex taught me coping mechanisms, ways to confront and process my fears. He also emphasized the importance of community and support, urging me to reconnect with the residents of Maplewood. With time and therapy, I began to heal. The memories of Albert and that fateful day started to fade, replaced by new experiences and connections. I decided to return to Maplewood, not as a victim, but as a survivor. The community welcomed me back with open arms. Mrs. Henderson, ever the doting neighbor, organized a potluck in my honor. Stories were shared, laughter echoed, and for the first time in months, I felt a sense of belonging. I also started a support group for individuals who had experienced trauma. The group met weekly at the local community center, providing a safe space for sharing and healing. Through these sessions, I met others like me, each with their own story of resilience and hope. One day, as I was sorting through my mail, I came across a letter from the state's mental health facility. It was from Albert. He wrote of his remorse, his struggles with mental illness, and his hope for redemption. He thanked me for the compassion I had shown him, even in the face of danger, and wished me well. The letter was a stark reminder of the complexities of the human mind and the thin line between sanity and madness. It also underscored the importance of understanding, empathy, and the power of second chances. Today, as I sit on my porch, sipping coffee and watching the world go by, I'm filled with gratitude. Gratitude for the journey, for the lessons learned, and for the chance to rebuild and start anew. Maplewood, with its tree-lined streets and tight-knit community, remains a beacon of hope, a testament to the fact that even in the face of adversity, love, understanding, and community can heal the deepest wounds. The highway stretched out before me, a seemingly endless ribbon of asphalt cutting through the vast expanse of the desert. It was late, and the only illumination came from the dim glow of my car's headlights and the occasional passing vehicle. The radio played softly in the background, a late-night talk show discussing the mysteries of the universe. I had been driving for hours, making my way back home after a business trip. The monotony of the journey had lulled me into a trance-like state, my thoughts drifting to the upcoming weekend and plans with friends. That's when I noticed it, a pair of headlights in my rearview mirror, drawing closer. At first, I thought nothing of it, assuming it was just another traveler making their way through the night. But as the minutes ticked by, I realized the car was tailing me, maintaining a consistent distance regardless of my speed. A sense of unease settled in. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself I was just being paranoid. But the car continued to follow, its presence becoming more ominous with each passing mile. Deciding to test my theory, I took a sudden exit, leading to a smaller, less traveled road. To my dismay, the car followed, its headlights now glaringly bright in the darkness. Panic surged through me. Who were they? What did they want? I reached for my phone, intending to call the police, but to my horror, I realized I had no signal. The isolation of the desert, which had once seemed so serene, now felt suffocating. Desperate to lose my pursuer, I floored the gas pedal, my car roaring to life as I sped down the windy road. The mysterious car kept pace, never faltering, its headlights casting eerie shadows on the barren landscape. Up ahead, I spotted a gas station, its neon sign flickering in the distance. Relief washed over me. I could seek help, find shelter, but as I drew closer, I realized the station was abandoned, its windows boarded up, and the pumps long since dry. With a sinking feeling, I knew I had to keep moving. The road ahead split into two, and on a whim, I took the left fork, leading deeper into the desert. The terrain became rougher, with large rocks and dunes making navigation challenging. But still, the car followed, its persistence unwavering. Hours seemed to pass, the chase becoming a nightmarish game of cat and mouse. My fuel gauge was nearing empty, and I knew I couldn't keep this up much longer. In a last-ditch effort, I veered off the road, driving into the vast desert. The car's tires struggled to gain traction on the sandy terrain, but I pushed on, hoping to find some semblance of cover. Finally, I spotted a cluster of large boulders and quickly maneuvered my car behind them, killing the engine and lights. I crouched low, trying to control my breathing, praying the car would pass by. Minutes felt like hours as I waited in the darkness, straining to hear any sign of movement. Just when I thought I was in the clear, the sound of an engine roared to life, followed by blinding headlights. The car had found me. I braced myself for the worst, but to my surprise, the car sped past, its occupant seemingly unaware of my hiding spot. I waited for what felt like an eternity before cautiously emerging, my heart still racing. With my fuel nearly depleted, I made my way back to the main road, the first light of dawn breaking on the horizon. The mysterious car was nowhere in sight, its presence now just a haunting memory. I finally reached a populated area, pulling into a diner to gather my thoughts and refuel. The waitress, seeing my disheveled state, offered a sympathetic smile and a hot cup of coffee. As I recounted my harrowing ordeal to her, she listened intently, her expression growing more serious. "You're lucky," she said. "There have been stories of people going missing on that stretch of road. Some say it's a gang looking for easy targets, while others believe it's something more sinister." That night had a profound impact on my daily life. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at the slightest of sounds. Night drives, which I once enjoyed, became a source of anxiety. Every pair of headlights in my rearview mirror sent my heart racing, memories of that relentless pursuit flooding back. Ashley, my roommate, noticed the change in my demeanor. "You've been distant lately," she remarked one evening as we sat in our living room. I hesitated, then decided to confide in her about the harrowing chase in the desert. She listened intently, her face a mix of concern and disbelief. "That's terrifying," she whispered when I finished. "But you know, there might be a way to find out who was behind it." Ashley worked as a tech analyst and had a knack for digging up information online. With my permission, she began her investigation, starting with local news articles and police reports related to incidents on that stretch of highway. Days turned into weeks, and Ashley's search yielded some disturbing findings. There had been multiple reports of similar chases over the past year, all involving a mysterious car tailing lone drivers in the dead of night. Some had managed to escape, like I had, while others weren't so lucky. Their cars were found abandoned, the drivers never to be seen again. The pattern was clear, and the implications chilling. We were dealing with a serial predator, one who had evaded capture for far too long. Ashley's next step was to track down survivors, hoping their testimonies would provide clues. Through online forums and support groups, she managed to connect with 3 individuals, each with their own harrowing tale. We organized a meeting, choosing a public place for safety. As we sat around a table, sharing our experiences, a pattern began to emerge. The car, the pursuit, the tactics, all bore striking similarities. But the most chilling revelation came when we compared the dates of our encounters. They were all spaced exactly 2 months apart, suggesting a calculated modus operandi. Armed with this information, we approached the local police. While initially skeptical, the weight of our collective testimonies and Ashley's findings was hard to ignore. A task force was set up with the goal of apprehending the perpetrator. The next scheduled date was approaching, and a plan was hatched. Using a decoy, the police hoped to lure the predator into a trap. I volunteered, feeling a sense of responsibility and a burning desire for closure. The night of the operation was tense. I drove down the familiar stretch of highway, the police hidden from view but close by. Hours passed, and just when we were about to call it off, a pair of headlights appeared in my rearview mirror. The chase was on. With the police in pursuit, the mysterious car was finally cornered and forced to a stop. The driver, a middle-aged man with cold and motionless eyes, was arrested. A search of his car revealed a cache of weapons and restraints, leaving no doubt about his sinister intentions. The subsequent trial was swift, with the weight of evidence and testimonies against him. He was sentenced to life in prison, ensuring he'd never pose a threat again. The ordeal brought the survivors closer, forging a bond forged in adversity. We started a support group, helping others who had faced trauma, turning our negative experiences into a force for good. Today, as I drive down the highway, the memories of that night still linger, but they're no longer a source of fear. Instead, they serve as a reminder of resilience, of the strength that comes from unity, and the importance of standing up against the darkness. Backstory: I started using drugs in 2015 and figured out that if I sold my body I could make easy money. I know not ideal, but I was deep in addiction, and at that point I didn't care about anything. But in January 2017 I met Tyler, who also smoked with me but worked every day, so I no longer had to do that. I was going on like 8 months free from selling my body and soul. When I met Tyler, he had a place in this big city and he did a lot of work for people in this city. I was left on the street by the man I thought I had loved at the time. I must have said something wrong because he flipped out and left with everything I owned in his truck. We just spent days getting high, and I was sure he was just throwing a fit, so I went over to my friend's. Let's call him Edward. He was my home away from home, and I felt safe there. Edward was an older, maybe 60-year-old man who liked to get high, and over time he became one of my best friends. I was able to take a shower and put on clean clothes. When I was all done, I remember sitting on the couch with disbelief that Tyler would leave me like that. I started crying and wishing things had been different while Edward held me and comforted me. I knew deep down that I needed a fresh start, to depend on myself and live a happy life. Across the street from Edward's house was a hometown bar where rappers and musicians would perform, and on that particular night the bar had been filled with people from the bigger city about a half an hour away. Let me explain. Where I come from, there isn't really a place for addicts to go and get clean. They do have a women's shelter, which I had been to before. About 30 minutes away is a bigger city where they have all the help you can ask for if you are willing to do the work. At this point I was ready to get away from everyone and everything. I had no hope of cleaning up my life if I stayed anywhere close to where I was using. Remember, you have to remove old playmates, playthings, and playgrounds, so that's what I needed to do. I went right over to that bar and found a semi-good looking guy heading back to the city I needed to go. I told him I had planned to go to the shelter in the morning, and he told me I could just go in with him and he will take me in the morning. On the ride, I remember feeling like a whole 100 bricks was lifted off of my shoulders. I had nothing but the clothes on my back and a phone with no minutes. I asked the guy I was with that what he was driving had pretty sweet ride. I said, "You don't screw with this, right?" And I pulled out my crack pipe. He shook his head, so I rolled down the window and just let it go. I knew that going into this shelter I had to get better, not just for me, but I had kids and a family that at that time still hoped I would get better. I wanted to start over. I just didn't know how hard it was gonna be. Me and this random dude go to his friend's house. We smoke a blunt and I don't remember anything after that. I woke up on the floor of a clean room. I mean clean, there was nothing in it. It smelled like paint. As I looked around, I realized this was the place the dude was talking about moving into and renting. I got up and he took me to get a coffee and right over to the shelter. I was really terrified of what I was walking into. I had no idea what to expect. All I knew was I needed to better my life and I needed to do it now. As we drove into downtown, I got a little nervous because I knew downtown was full of crime and drug dealers. Big buildings and confusing signs, tons of people and traffic. I then realized I was going to have to work really hard to get my life back. We pulled onto the street and before I knew it, he was dropping me off. There I was standing in this big beautiful clean lobby just feeling lost and broken. I had been with Tyler for almost 7 months and this was the first time he left me like this, so I was kind of hurt over that. I knew he had been seeing someone else in our recent month breakup and he wasn't afraid to show it. It smelled like lime with spotless white walls. I walked up to the desk and I was asked if I was homeless. Yes, I said, and she didn't even ask any questions. She just looked at me with sad eyes and said, "Okay, let's get you set up." She took me to a small room full of boxes as she hands me one. She explained it was for my personal things. I looked at her with unsettling eyes and replied that I didn't have any belongings, that I had lost everything the night before. The nice lady gave me some toiletries groceries, and a pair of leggings. Next was the intake, where I had to answer a bunch of questions and was handed a paper with all the rules on it, and on the top of the paper it stated there was no internet in or around the building. You had to go down to the stop sign to get internet. I knew Tyler was already probably staying with that other girl. Michelle was her name, so I didn't feel it was necessary to even try to use my phone. I decided to cut off everyone and try to be different. When she was done giving me the rundown on how things worked, she took me into the day room. Walking from the lobby was weird, and I remember feeling sick going through the double doors with stairs off to the left. Under the stairs was a pile of mats. I was told to grab one. I followed her through another set of double doors into the day room, which was huge. It was filled with at least 50 women, a lot of older ladies with nowhere to go, but it was loud and bright. The wall to my left was full of lockers, which I was told I would get one if I stayed there long enough, and in front of that wall was about 10 or 15 round tables set up where most of the girls were sitting playing cards, coloring, and talking. On the other side of the room was the shower and bathroom, and a small television that sat on a cart with wheels on it. Next to the cart was the end table that had an electrical strip full of chargers and phones. In the far back right corner was a door that led outside to go smoke. It was nice. There was picnic tables and lawn chairs set up with a huge fenced-in yard for the kids to play in. When 7 at night hit, the whole dynamic of the room changed. Everyone was moving around, people were running in, and then you hear over the speaker roll call. Then we were instructed to go and get one mat to sleep on. They passed out blankets and pillows to those who were without them, and they let us keep the television on. The first night was scary and lonely. Here I was in a strange place, not even 2 full days clean off a week-long crack binge. I was up half of the night with my head just racing. I finally fell asleep when the other girls started to get quiet. The morning came way too fast, and the rule was you had to get up at 7 in the morning. You didn't have to leave, but you had to get up. A lot of the older ladies didn't even leave the shelter. They knew they had a place to stay and had nothing else to do all day, so they hung out together at the shelter all day long. I had to go upstairs for breakfast, which was okay. I'm not really a breakfast food person, but that morning I was starving. I had the whole deal: eggs, bacon, milk. After breakfast, I went out to smoke, and I noticed this tiny black girl with cornrows in her hair had some cards in her back pocket. I had been playing cards since I was a kid. My dad taught me a few games. I played with friends, and I also had done some time in jail in the past. I was lonely. I didn't know where anything was, and it was obvious I needed help. I asked her for her name and if she wanted to play cards, and after 2 games we had a connection. She was cool and she liked me, so I was okay with that. I could be awkward around new people, and women tend to not like me, so I find it hard sometimes to make friends. She asked me after we played a few more games of cards if I wanted to go to McDonald's with her. I was cool with that because I needed to learn the area anyway. On the walk there, as we were talking, something caught my eye, so I looked up, and there he was, Tyler, with all of my belongings in his truck, drives right by us. I tried to call, but he ignored me every time. Guess he was done with me for good this time. That crushed me. I wanted to fall to the ground and just sink until I disappeared, but instead I had about 10 different emotions running through my body all at once. I was so angry that he was just looking for a reason to leave me since the month before when we broke up, and I stayed with my dad for a while. He started seeing this Michelle. I was just absolutely devastated. We continued our walk to McDonald's as I was silent and broken. That night was easier to sleep because I was exhausted from not having any sleep and just feeling done. I slept like a baby, to be honest. The next day, my new friend wanted to show me this place she goes to get a good free lunch. The only thing was it was a church, and we had to sit through a 30-minute sermon, which was cool with me. We were standing outside waiting on the church to open their doors, and this blacked out Mercedes-Benz with a trailer hauling a nice looking Harley pulled up and parked in front of the church. I then heard my loud mouth say, "That's a nice setup." I looked at my friend and then looked back at the Harley. That's when I saw him. I specifically remember everyone knowing who he was. William is what they called him. I remember getting excited to meet new people and be a part of a new community. Everyone was really nice going into the church. A guy at the door walking and gave us a pamphlet of meal times and services offered. I followed my friend to one of the back pews and slid in behind her. The church was pretty, different colors everywhere, and there was a choir singing in a low and almost quiet tone as people around us taking their seats. I kind of froze when that guy I saw come in. William sat next to me. I looked at my friend, and then I quickly noticed his gold watch. It could have been fake, but it almost looked like a Rolex. He was an older black gentleman, talked real smooth when he introduced himself with his hand out. I was shocked that he wanted to shake my hand. No one in my life does that, so I shook his hand. He was nice dressed and had this hat on like a fedora. It even had a feather in it. His collar was strong but smelled good, like a man. He was handsome and smooth. He was also very confident. Sitting through this sermon, I found it hard to pay attention to the preacher. I remember looking at his clean, shiny black leather shoes, and the socks were black and thick. When the service was finally over, people started heading into the dining area. I just followed my friend through and we got our food. She picked an empty space to eat on one of the ends of the long tables full of chairs. Not even 5 minutes, not paying attention to our surroundings, just eating. William came over and sat 3 seats away from me. He looked at my friend and said, "Do you mind?" I don't know why I didn't see the red flags. Of course I see them now, but looking back I was so clueless. He hardly said a word the whole time we were eating, and when he was done he got up, threw his stuff away, and I assumed he left. My friend and I decided to go home and play some cards and go to a closed bank she knew about. We were walking home and talking when William pulled up next to us. He rolled down his window and he asked if we needed a ride home, but he was looking at me with a deep stare. I looked back at my friend and she refused. Smart girl, and I went with him. Dumb girl. I think I was more curious than anything. I had to know how he made that kind of money, and I remember wanting that. We drove around until my curfew and just talked. I don't know what it was. I think we had a lot in common and we related a lot. He asked me how I ended up at this shelter and just asked questions, so I told him I don't know what it was. I am not sure if I trusted him, but I told him about my past anyway, how I sold my body for drugs and how horrible it was, and I even said I was glad I didn't do it anymore. He didn't say much about it, and we agreed that we would continue our talk the next day and he would help me put in a couple applications, and he had some errands too. I woke up in the morning to a text from William that said, "What if you made that kind of money but spent it on yourself, not drugs? Everything you make will go to you building your life. Just think about it." I thought about it. I'm not going to say why I agreed, and went with the idea that this would work and I could actually get my life together and get my kids back. $200 every half hour. I could be free. I chose to go with him. At that time I think he thought I wanted to be with him, but really I just wanted a way out of the situation I was in. I hated that stinky, loud shelter. I wanted out. He got a rook at a motel and we dropped off my stuff, and he told me that I needed some new clothes. He did tell me that he was just fired from a trucking company. He was a truck driver. He was currently trying to find another job as far as I knew. He took me shopping and got me a few new outfits, more or less outfits to take pictures and to bring the money. I knew what I was getting into and I was preparing my mind to handle everything that was about to happen. William did tell me that if I went with him I had to stay clean and have a clear mind to make money and be smart. Looking back at how manipulative he was, and made me believe that I would do this to make my life better. We get back to the hotel and I do my thing, take my pictures and post them. It didn't take long before I started to get calls. I did make some money and I kept every penny, and William took me shopping. I remember the shoes I bought. They were black and gold. I love those shoes. I got like 6 or 7 cute outfits, some makeup and hair dye. Remember, I came to the shelter with nothing, so being able to get all this stuff made me feel so good. I was confident in myself and hopeful that I could get a place and start a new life within a few weeks if days like that repeated itself. Remembering how things went, I am starting to think that was a part of this game. Making girls think they can do it and keep all the money and then just trap them and make them need you. It's like, he tricked me. He made me think I could finally live a clean life. Yeah, I was escorting, but I treated it like a job. I bought another phone, so I had a new number and used the other phone for work and turned it off at like 5 in the evening. I felt rogue. I later that day went back over to the shelter and grabbed the one shirt I had and some personal things, and I left with William. That night was cool. He was super chill. We talked in separate beds. We got a 2-bed and he didn't act like he had interest in me like that, which I was happy about because I didn't want to be with anyone. I needed a break from emotional attachment. After Tyler left me, I felt like I wouldn't trust anyone like that in a long time, so I was happy that I was comfortable in a bed, watching television, freshly showered, with money in my pocket. I had the best night's sleep and woke up to breakfast and time to get up and get myself together. He got up early, went and got us breakfast and coffee. He ate with me and then left. He said he will be back in a couple hours, take my time and do what I gotta do. So I did just that. While he was gone, I dyed my hair, did makeup, and the works. Not long after I was done and waited for him, the door opens and a woman walks in. She's pale and has a beautiful face, long pretty blonde hair that ran down her shoulders. She was carrying a black trash bag that contained all her possessions. William walked in behind her and introduced her as Anna, and she needs some help too. He instructed me to get her together, get her pretty and take some pictures and post them. He then told her to go on and take a shower and then asked to talk to me outside. We went outside the door, and as I was shutting it, his voice got real stern and said, "I see you have not made any money yet, and why is that?" I tried to explain that some days were the slowest days and I would be lucky to make any money today. Before I could finish, he cut me off and said, "I don't care. You need to make some money. What do you think? This hotel pays for itself. I will pay for it tonight, but for now only pay half and half of all expenses. Now go make some money." I couldn't even believe he was talking like this. I had never seen him so mad and his voice scared me. I looked at him when he cut me off and I could see him get angry. His eyes got wide and the white just disappeared and they became all black. I was scared, but I did what he said. He then left me alone with her while he went out and got food and whatever he did. When Anna got out of the shower and her skin was more exposed as she walked out of the bathroom in a small towel, I knew she was addicted to syringe use. I assumed heroin. She confirmed it after I asked her if it was going to be a problem to not do drugs because that was his rule for me. Why wouldn't it be a rule for the other girls? After my kid's father passed away from an overdose, I didn't like to surround myself with girls I knew I could get close to, try to help and something happened, so I cut all that out. and when she told me, I was like, okay, no girl, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to make some calls because you can't stay here. At that point, I didn't even care what William has to say. I don't want her here, period. As soon as he came through the door, I stopped him and took him outside. I just told him I didn't think I could work with her. I didn't want to be around a heroin addict, or any kind of addict at that matter. He did make her pack her bathroom and close up and took her home. I think he was trying to please me for some reason. Looking back, William and I then took a ride to Main Street, where all the girls walk and work. It was so weird. I remember how I said he knew everyone at the church. He knew all those girls, business owners, police officers, and other men who drove drug dealer cars. I don't know why I didn't just run then. I'll never know. About an hour or two of driving around talking to a bunch of different girls, this random girl jumps in the car. It was crazy. They had known each other for years, I guess, and she had been looking for him and wanted to make some money. She was quite a bit older than me, but still really pretty, like beautiful. She had long, thick, curly, jet black hair. I didn't really get a look at her until we got back to the hotel. William told me he wanted to get a few girls together and make some big money. I was always going to be number one, and I will never post with another girl because I am the number one. He told me I was important and we were building our own family. Amy was tall and thick, but she was gorgeous. Big blue eyes and pretty skin. It wasn't long before I couldn't help but watch her. She was popular, and then at night she would be falling out and nodding off. It drove me crazy. I think I even started a fight with William about it once. I didn't think it was fair, honestly. Look, she can get high, but I can't. What William would do was during the day he would leave me at the hotel to make money, and he took Amy to the street and worked her. Well, it wasn't 2 days before they came home with another girl. Young one, a tub, her choice, no family. I only know what they tell me. Her name was Amanda. She was sweet and didn't say much. I tried to get to know her a little better, but she wasn't around for long. I posted her with Amy and she didn't get much feedback. More people were calling for Amy. Amanda stayed with us for a few days before she decided she wanted to go home. Will, Amy, and I didn't stay at that hotel for long. We ended up deep into the city, the farthest away from my hometown, in a bigger room and a little nicer hotel with a view of the whole city. It had a little microwave and a drive-up entrance to your room. Will and Amy brought home 2 girls that night. I don't remember them much because I wasn't involved with them much. I posted them, and the next few days we made money. Every time a girl would make money, they would give it to William because he had them believe he was saving it for them and getting them anything they wanted. I continued to make money on my own, and I also gave him my money. I got conspicuous, and I will never forget the moment I knew I was not safe. I was outside smoking a cigarette. I wasn't out there long, but when I came back into the room, William had all 3 girls posing on the bed as he was coaching them on how to pose and taking pictures of them. I didn't say a word and closed the door slowly. I don't know why I felt the way I did, but it just didn't feel right. I don't know if he heard me open and close the door, but I heard him yell my name and said he needed me. He handed me his phone and told me to post the pictures. When I got on the website and tried to post the pictures, it now wanted money instead of posting ads for free. William unhappily ran to wherever and put money on a card. When I tried to put the card in, it wouldn't accept it and said it wanted bitcoins. I informed William and even showed him the page that it wasn't gonna post. He got furious and yelled at me. He turned and walked out of the room. I looked at everyone else and tried to apologize for his actions and to stay calm. It will be okay. He came right back in with a gun in his hand. I didn't even know he owned a gun. He hit me in the face with it and said I needed to find somewhere to post the ad. Do it or I am done, and then left. I don't know if he realized he did that in front of 3 other girls, and I didn't know what I'm done meant either. I was terrified, and that's when I knew I had to find a way to escape. I learned real quick that I wasn't able to just leave anytime I wanted anymore. After Amy got involved, William changed. He started talking about taking us girls to New York and make big money and travel and go here and there, and that alone scared me. I wanted to build a life, to get my kids back, not leave state to trick and maybe killed or abandoned. No, screw that. I got fearful for my life when he hit me with the gun. I have been hit before, punched like a man, but I have never been hit with a gun. That night I had a couple dates set up and William knew he had to take the girls and leave. I decided to try to make a plan to get away. The first date I made $200. I put $50 in my purse and then put $50 in a pocket and a bra, headed away, and I left the rest on the table. The second date I made $150. I put half and hid away the rest on the table. William came in the door not long after I was finished and grabbed the money off the table. My purse was sitting right there and I didn't see him do it, but he took that money out of my purse and said he had to do something and left again. That was when I made my escape. I made 100 calls before I finally reached someone who was willing to help me. He had a friend come and pick me up and bring me to his house. I will never forget the feeling I had when I was running out to the car with a trash bag full of stuff I had collected in the past 3 weeks. I was scared to death that he would come pulling up and see me. That feeling didn't leave me until we hit the highway. I wanted to tell this story because I never have been able to get through telling it. That couldn't help to think where I would be if I stayed and if I would even be alive. So William, let's never meet again. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. It has taken me many years to tell this story out of both fear and embarrassment. I share this today as more than simply therapy for myself, but as a warning to all people, be careful who you meet on social media. In 2018, my ex-husband and I were at the end of a very tumultuous marriage. He and I had been polyamorous for about 3 years before I met this guy. His name was Jim. I met Jim on a dating app. I was 28 and he was 42. We hit it off very quickly. After a few weeks of talking, I agreed to meet up with him at a restaurant close to my house. We sat and talked for a few hours before I invited him over to meet my husband. Things went very well and they seemed to get along, so Jim and I started dating. This guy completely swept me off my feet. Jim was sweet and caring. He enthusiastically listened to every little thing on my mind, engaged, and validated me. Over and over again, he absolutely revered me for my strength and wisdom. He practically worshipped me for all that I was and all I was becoming. He showered me with gifts, flowers, and random good deeds just to make me feel safe, wanted, and cared for. I had never been in a relationship that felt quite like that. It was wonderful. It was as though we had been looking for each other for years. After the first few weeks, he had a meltdown over my polyamorous nature. He pulled the plug because he said he was already falling for me and couldn't handle sharing me. I stood my ground and accepted this boundary and the fact that I would have to let him go. I left that night sad but confident that I had done the right thing for the both of us. That next week, he sent me flowers and a card to my workplace, begging for another chance and reassuring me that he would rather try than not and end up regretting it. Even though it was scary, he wanted to take this journey with me. We continued dating and it was just as wonderful. Long nights we spent awake talking, sharing, laughing, lovemaking, and planning. We went places and did things that I had always wanted to do. Then in the deepest, most intimate moments where we would just sit in silence, he would grip my hand to his face in solidarity and astonishment, asking where I've been all this time. Our time together was effortless. We fit together like puzzle pieces. By August of 2018, my marriage had ended by no fault of Jim, and by October, my husband had moved out. I was on a lease at the time and knew I couldn't afford the place on my own, so finding a roommate was essential. I had no support system to fall back on, nor did anyone else I know need a place at the time, so Jim offered to move in. Even then I was hesitant. We had only been together about 4 months and I knew everything always changes when you move in with a partner. Despite my hesitation, I agreed. He was wonderful to me. How bad could it be? I was not prepared for the change that was to come. It was literally like night and day. Jim suddenly became a different person. He was extremely controlling, jealous, and lazy, nothing like the person I thought I had met, and the way he treated me progressively got worse and worse. Hanging out with friends became a burden, if not impossible, because he would blow up my phone, guilting me about leaving him alone or not involving him in some way. Yet when I tried to, it was also treated as a burden and inconvenience, as he would huff and puff his way through even the concept of leaving space for anyone but ourselves. In December of 2018, we attended my work Christmas party. I had given him the option whether he wanted to go or not. It was really neither here nor there for me, especially because I had already learned that he really didn't do well if he felt pressured into social situations. I opened the invitation to him because he had expressed to me over and over that it was important for him that he was involved in my social life. For the full month he knew about it, he insisted that he wasn't going. I took it as him being introverted and didn't push the issue. I let him know that I would make sure he felt welcome if he decided to go, but not to feel obligated. I was surprised when he changed his mind at the last minute and insisted on going, and even more stunned when we went and he actively acted as though he did not want to be there. Everyone there was incredibly welcoming and included him in the festivities and conversation. However, he still practically grumbled the entire night about the whole thing, mumbling insults and critiquing every little part of the party under his breath, as though being there was absolutely awful to have to endure. No one really seemed to notice the low whispery insults and gripes. At one point, after a couple of glasses of wine, my direct manager leaned into Jim and started praising him. She and I were very close, therefore she was intimately familiar with what I had gone through with my ex-husband. "I am so happy she has you," she pleaded through wine, happy you have been absolutely transformative for her. It's so nice to see her finally happy and appreciated. Without missing a beat, Jim grimaced at the comment and quickly snapped back, "You don't know me." I honestly didn't believe my ears. It was one of those moments where time stops and you just know you couldn't have heard that correctly. I sat brewing on it for a minute before another light-hearted interaction with Jim prompted him to suddenly snap at me through grit teeth. "Stop it." This triggered me and I lost it. I pulled him outside and asked him what his problem was. I called out his behavior and told him if he was going to act that way then he could just leave. That if he didn't want to be there, he should have stayed home. He ended up giving a sort of half-effort apology and we went back inside and finished the party. I remember the drive home that night, staring out the dark window at nothing in particular in worried silence. I might have messed up, was my only thought through the entire drive. This all started out slow, of course, like waving me away or invalidating my experiences and ideas due to my age, that I was just dramatizing my experiences because I was young. The man who, not 6 months months prior had validated me, my trauma, and experiences to the ends of the earth. Now every time I started a story or tried to share anything, even trying to plan out meals for the week, he would openly show annoyance as though I was violating his time and attention. Before I knew it, he was snapping at me over every little thing. If I asked how his day was or talked about my day, I would aggressively shut it down. Why do you always ask me that? I don't want to talk shop at home. I really don't care about your work. It's work. Before I knew it, I couldn't even bring him a plate of breakfast without being snapped at. It was as though he was testing me. When Jim and I first started dating, he flat out refused to talk about most all of his exes. He refused to name them or discuss any of their issues or lessons learned. They didn't matter, he would claim. They weren't in his life for a reason. It was the same reasoning he also used in reference to my more recent exes. Talking about them, including my now ex-husband, may as well have become off limits. Anytime I brought up either of our exes, he would become incredibly agitated, belittling, and just overall very aggressive. I took this as both an age gap issue, as I have a tendency to dwell, as well as insecurity and a threat to the life he was trying to build. However, after he moved in and this hot button topic had been established, several times he would bring up his exes and how they looked, telling me on more than one occasion he would have never dated me back in the day, and that I was lucky he lowered his standards. I didn't even really know what to say to this. I would laugh it off and shove it in my back pocket. Noted. He then started bringing up my looks and accusing me of catfishing him. I had stopped taking care of myself due to the isolation and had also put on some weight, so most of my clothes that I had once felt great in no longer fit. And since Jim had also been dishonest with me about his financial position, he was always needing extra money here and there, leaving me broke almost all of the time. A horrible tragedy happened that following summer while Jim and I were together. I received notice that a good friend I went to art school with shot himself in the head while tripping on drugs. Our whole class was devastated. He was, without contest, the best photographer of our class and one of the most kind-hearted individuals I have ever had the pleasure of knowing. Also, as someone who is very familiar with drugs, I was rocked. Jim, however, was far from supportive. He pretty much immediately shrugged it off. That's life. I guess that's what he gets for screwing around with drugs. I was baffled at such an unsympathetic response, and even more later when Jim started to interrogate me about my relationship with this guy, asking when the last time it was that I had even talked to this friend. You don't even know this guy anymore. Who cares? I broke up with him the first time after he called me at work raging. I was busy, so I wasn't able to answer right away, but once I was finally able to answer, I was met with intense anger. It was storming and one of my dogs was having an anxiety attack due to storm and separation anxiety. This wasn't the first time, and he was well aware of what she needed in those moments. Why aren't you answering my calls? You answer when I call you. I don't care where you are. He went on for a few minutes, calling me a bad girlfriend and laying it to me over my sudden distance and lack of communication while I was at work. At this point, I was done and I lost it. I tore into him over everything, especially causing problems for me at work. That being in my life is a privilege, and if he's going to wake up every day acting like he hates me, then I don't know what on earth he's even doing with me. I told him that I expected him to get his things and leave. I didn't want him there when I got home and we could coordinate times for him to come and get the rest. He flat refused, suddenly victimizing himself, claiming he had nowhere to go. How dare you make me fall in love with you? How dare you take me to meet your father and then dump me? My manager and her husband ended up following me home that evening because she was concerned for my safety and had offered to let me stay with her for a few days. I will never forget the scene I walked into. My boss stood next to me, watching as this 42-year-old man crawled on his knees before me, begging for mercy and communication. At one point, wrapping his arms around my legs, crying into them, "I can't believe this is happening. She's the love of my life. You know that," he cried to my boss. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing. This was the antithesis of the heartless person I had been spending my days with. I shook him off and went to the back of the house, gathering enough of my things to get me through the next few days, as well as any and all valuables I could think of. It took a few days, but after about a week, Jim started blowing up my phone, apology after apology. Suddenly, he was the man I met again, full of humility and self-awareness. He acknowledged the awful way he had treated me and sent me walls and walls of well-thought-out messages, psychoanalyzing his own behavior, where it comes from, and the ways he knows it needs to change. I took him back. Like a dumb, desperate girl, I took him back. It wasn't long into the second round that he started to guilt me over the breakup. My panic had damaged his relationship with the people in my life, and he made sure that I knew it was my responsibility to fix it. It wasn't long after this that my car ended up breaking down at a gas station close to home. There was a very nice couple in the vehicle next to me that came to my rescue and checked things out under my hood. The gentleman turned out to be a mechanic for a living, so he had a pretty good theory about what could potentially be going on. By this time, I had already attempted to contact Jim to let him know what was going on and where I was. It wasn't long until he got off work, so he told me to sit tight and he would be there shortly. Meanwhile, this sweet couple stayed put and kept me company while I waited. Jim barreled in about 15 minutes later, completely ignoring the couple that had helped me. Touching base, the gentleman handed me a slip of paper with a name and phone number on it, reviewing what he thought was going on with my car. Before Jim butted in, cutting him off, I said she's fine. He snapped. I could see the woman out of the corner of my eye slink away at this comment and get into the passenger seat of their car. I could feel the sudden tension, like maybe she's been here before. The gentleman didn't move and shifted his attention to me as Jim walked into the store. I could see he was clearly concerned. "Are you okay?" he asked in a low, almost whisper, "You don't have to answer that, but if you need anything." He looked down at the number in my hand and nodded to it seriously. With that, he got into the driver's seat of his car and drove away. I've thought about that couple countless times since that night. Everything went right back to the way it was before, as though the initial breakup never even happened. The same eggshells, the same belittling. If anything, it was worse, because I had permanently damaged our relationship. If I had just not been so dramatic, if I didn't run away from everything, then maybe he wouldn't have to work so hard for respect in my life. One night we got into an argument. I don't even remember what it was about, but I had to be up early for work the next morning, so I paused the argument in order to get some sleep. When I went to lay down, I heard the television turn on. I have a soundbar, so the volume could get pretty loud. Jim proceeded to turn the volume up and up and up, far past any volume I ever pushed those same speakers to, even for parties. The very walls were reverberating with the sound of the television at astronomical volumes. Jim then started laughing hysterically. It was a laughter manic with anger, as though something might be funny on television, but he might also jump through a window right now. I remember laying in bed absolutely horrified at what was happening. I knew things had gotten bad, but now I was scared. I got out of bed and asked him to turn it down, to which he responded, scoffing, "I'll watch television if I want to," and turned it up even louder. I started crying at this point, begging him to please just let me sleep. He started mocking me and calling me names for crying. "Oh, poor baby is crying again. That's your card, isn't it?" Cried. This caused the fight to start again, and he started screaming at me, followed me to my bedroom, where he suddenly punched a door not 2 inches from my head. His eyes were black and he looked me in the eye, sending the clear, unsympathetic, and hostile message that was a warning and next time he wouldn't miss. My whole system had shut down at this point, and I sunk to the floor in a panic attack. My ex-husband had issues with violence. Jim knew that. All our rentals prior to that one had holes in walls and doors peppered throughout our unit due to my ex-husband's inability to handle his emotions. But he never hit me, or even came close to it. I crumpled to the ground feeling powerless, trapped, and afraid. As my thoughts continued to race, he continued to berate and mock my panic state. Most of our argument from that night was a blur, but ended abruptly once he threatened to put my social security number on the dark web. At this point, all that was left in me was to fight. I blacked out and went ballistic, screaming at him to get out. I felt rabid and dangerous as I screamed like a banshee for him to leave my home. It was over and I was ending it that second. I contacted my landlord and explained what had been going on. Jim would also end up contacting her, weaving his own tale that I was moving out, and tried to have the lease transferred into his name. Luckily, since I was several steps ahead of him, my landlord didn't fall for it and contacted me immediately. She personally came and changed my locks for me, gave me the personal contact of a police officer close by in case he showed up again, and took half off my rent for the next month. I am forever grateful to her for these simple acts of kindness that were above and beyond anything I would ever expect from a landlord. It took weeks for him to stop messaging me. The only reason I didn't block him was out of fear that he would show up at my house. Though I had contacts for protection, I knew I would rather get a daily apology video than have to deal with him on my doorstep. So they persisted. For well, the same act from before, the love bombing, the promises, grasping at straws trying to find the weak spot where I would let him back in. But I ignored it. It continued for weeks before he finally gave up. He bowed out gracefully, stating boldly that he will always love me. I left him on read. The illusion was destroyed. In one of our last discussions, I asked him desperately what happened to the guy I fell in love with. Jim looked me dead in the eye, smirked, and said that guy doesn't exist. I told you what I had to tell you in order to get you away from that bad husband of yours. You're just stupid and fell for it. Jim, let's not meet ever again. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I used to participate in a group that did activities intended towards children. We usually went to neighborhoods to make games for the kids and so on. On Halloween, we usually went to give candy to children while on costumes. That night I was dressed up as the Joker, so I went to the rally point and met the other guys and girls with whom we were going to give candies. We were about 30 or 40. The night went as planned. We did some games, then we handed out some candies, and then we said goodbye. 3 of my best friends were there, and after the activities were over we sat on a bench and talked about random stuff. Eventually, we got to the topic of Halloween parties and how we never went to one. We really wanted to go to a Halloween party, dance, drink, do teenager stuff. I'm kind of an introvert, but I've always tried to live my life so when I'm old I don't have to regret not doing stuff. And party was one of them, so I, too, wanted to go to a Halloween party. They called our friends, but no one knew of any party. Eventually, we got in touch with our friend Lewis, who was 18 at the time, asking him if he wanted to do something. He told us he was going to round up a few people and then we could go out in 20 minutes. In those 20 minutes, we went to a friend's house, we cleaned up, changed clothes, and then Lewis called us back. He told us to go to a park nearby to get together. We went, and we reunited with 6 of his friends. 4 we knew, the other 2 we didn't, but they were nice. Thinking on what to do next because his house was now unavailable, we decided to go to a skateboard park nearby to see one of them do some sick tricks with his kind of eccentric skateboard. We were all in awe, but after a few minutes we got tired down. After that we went to the cemetery to tell horror stories. Disrespectful, I know, but we were teenagers doing stupid teenager stuff. After that, Lewis said, "Dude, wanna go to drink?" We all said let's drink, and we went to a convenience store to buy some alcohol. I think I have to say that in Chile people from that are 16 are expected, yet not legally allowed to drink unless they are with an adult, and we were with people from 18 to 21 years old. Legally adult age is 18, which is also the drinking age. So we had the alcohol, but we didn't have a place to go to drink, so we went to a forest that was about 15 minutes outside of town. We couldn't see nothing, so we were with our phones' flashlights on. When we got to a nice quiet spot, we lit up a fire. We made sure that there was no flammable material nearby. In front of us was an open field, and behind us was a wall of bushes. So as the night went on, we spent hours listening to music and drinking, telling funny stories, laughing, playing tag. It was a really good while until it wasn't. Anyways, it got to be about 3 in the morning after a while of dancing and drinking. We were kind of wasted, except for Lewis, his girlfriend, and her sister, all which decided to remain sober in case something came up. We played hide and seek and tag. It was really funny and a very good time. Then, while we were dancing, we heard something in the bushes. We thought it was an animal, like a rat or a bird, so we didn't think none of it. Then, we continued dancing around. I remember seeing clear as day a stone going a few centimeters away from my leg. I thought Lewis kicked it, and I told him, "Dude, stop kicking rocks this way." He laughed at it off and thought I was drunk and joking. While I was kind of wasted, I was still in my senses. Then I saw another rock going in front of my eyes. It was like in slow motion. I looked up, and I saw on Lewis' face a sheer expression of horror. I got scared as well. The only thing he said to me was run. I was like, what? And he screamed at me, "Run, dude. Someone is throwing rocks." I ran back to the town, to the houses and the lights. Behind me people were screaming, "Run," and hurry. I ran as fast as I could. I was kind of drunk and the terrain was really muddy. It was really dark and I couldn't see where I was going. All I knew was that I was running towards the lights. I ran until I reached the same spot where we came from, already in town, then waited. I was alone, and no one came. I didn't know where my friends were. After a while, a friend of mine showed up. He screamed at me, "Dude, give me your jacket or something." They hit Fred on the head. When they came closer to the light, I saw him helping the others to walk. Upon seeing his face, blood was running down and dripping. I immediately gave him my jacket and called an ambulance. Then some of my other friends came, one by one. They all went to Lewis' place because it was nearby. Then Lewis came. "Where's my girlfriend and my sister-in-law?" He said. I told him she didn't come through. We sent everyone to his house and waited for the 2 missing people. We were ready to go and face the people throwing rocks in case they were doing something to them. But then they appeared. His girlfriend was hysterically screaming, "They hit my sister, they hit her, she is bleeding." We went to her and the whole side of her face was covered in blood. We rushed her to Lewis' house and made sure we were all there. So we calmed down, and when the ambulance came, the 2 who got hit went there. We then called the cops. I remember some of us being in shock, others were angry, and others were kind of in the middle ground. Lewis was raging. "These kids," he kept saying. We didn't know who threw the rocks. I thought we got in the terrains of someone without knowing, and the owner tried to scare us away. but my friends told me they saw a group of people hiding in the bushes. We left everything at the bonfire, the skateboard, the speaker, some wallets. For me, I had everything safe. Lewis then told me and my friends, dude, let's find these guys, let me call some guys and let's go after them. I was mad, but wanted to retrieve some of the stuff, so I told him that we would go, but if there were too many of them, then we would turn back. He called 2 of his friends and in 5 minutes they were with us. I knew them because of some school stuff, but they were very loyal and they both went to the gym. They were some big guys, so I felt safe when they came. Eventually, we went out to look for the people who threw rocks. When we were about a block away from the forest, we saw them walking with our speaker, the skateboard, and other stuff we left there. We were a block away from them and we just stared at each other. There was like 15 of them and only 6 of us, so we didn't do anything and just turned back. As we got a good look at them, they were clearly gang members, so they probably had guns and knives. When we came back home, we ran into the police car. There were 2 of them. One got out of the car. We told them we called and explained the situation very fast because we didn't want the guys to run away. However, the officer told us you were telling me you were drinking, being minors, and then got attacked. We told him yes, and then he responded with the most upsetting stuff ever. So you minors were drinking, doing a bonfire at the forest in the middle of the night, and are now asking me to give you justice. Don't you kids realize how hypocritical you are? I responded with we were in supervision of 3 adults, and not because we were drinking we deserve rocks being thrown at our heads, dude. He looked at me with an expression of pure hatred. I was really scared but angry as well. He then repeated himself. We told him the guys were running away as we spoke, but he kept saying it was our fault we were in that situation. After a few minutes, the one inside the car told the other, hey, let's find the other people and then we could question these kids, and the other got inside. We waited at the house, but they never came back. Eventually, we all went to our respective homes. Lewis told us the next day that the policemen never returned. Before I had even graduated from high school, I knew I wanted to live in apartments. I was a bit naive at the time, drawn in by the many amenities I would never use, but I primarily wanted to live there because the complex was pet friendly and within my small budget. When the time eventually came for me to get my own place, I sublet the only apartment that was available and moved in. Unfortunately, I came to realize the apartment wasn't as nice as I'd originally thought. The building was old but remodeled, so it had all the typical plumbing issues and thin walls. I also learned it was not the safest part of town. I was primarily an online student, but I had one class that met in person twice a week around 8 in the morning. I'm a bit of a homebody, so I rarely left during the day except for that class, the occasional shopping excursion, or to spend time with my boyfriend in the evening after he got off work. My apartment was a bit of a Bermuda Triangle, even though it was only 600 square feet, and I lived alone. Things had a way of growing legs and walking away. I had 2 kittens at the time and blamed them regularly for things disappearing. Something odd that kept reoccurring, however, was that I'd find my underwear box out and sitting in the center of my bedroom floor on days when I had class. I didn't have a proper dresser, instead using a shelf with some boxes for designated clothes, socks, underwear, pants, pajamas. I always could have sworn I put the underwear box away after getting ready for class, but I chalked it up to me forgetting as a result of having to get up early and being focused on getting to class on time. Arguably paranoid, I started to think that some of my laundry was disappearing as well, as favorite articles of clothing would go into the laundry hamper and seemingly never come back with the clean clothes. Towards the end of that semester, I was working one evening on a homework assignment when my boyfriend called to let me know his roommate had accidentally locked him out of their apartment. I had a key to their place, so he asked if I could run over real quick to let him in. Before I left, I made a mental note that I had left literally every light in my apartment on. Because I was living on a pretty tight budget, I normally made a point of turning off all the lights when I left, but my boyfriend only lived about 5 minutes away, so I knew I'd be there and back very quickly. Sure enough, I got back less than 15 minutes later. I immediately sensed something was off, as I could see the lights were off through the blinds. I called my boyfriend and he drove over to meet me. We unlocked the door and went in. All the lights were off in my apartment. Thinking maybe I'd had a power outage, I flipped on the main light and it came on. My boyfriend checked the entire apartment. No one was inside, but someone had gone through and systematically turned off every light at their switch, including my lizard's basking light, the only light I always left on because it was on a timer, and my laptop, which I left open on my assignment, but now the computer had been powered down and closed. We called the emergency maintenance number and I explained that someone had been inside my apartment and that they had to have used a key because there was no sign of forced entry. The manager called me back and told me I had to be imagining things. Maybe I had forgotten that I had turned off the lights before I left. I assured him that I wouldn't have turned off the computer or the lizard light. Someone had been in my apartment. I told him I was extremely worried because obviously this person had a key to get in. Either they worked for the complex or maybe it was a previous tenant/guest. I asked if they had changed the locks after the previous tenant moved out, and they assured me they changed the locks after every move out. The manager suggested maybe it was a friend pranking me, someone else I had given a key. The only other people I had given keys were my boyfriend. His key to my apartment had been locked inside his apartment on the same keyring as his own apartment key. And my mom, she lived 3 hours away. In any case, neither of them would have pranked me in this way. The manager finally agreed to send someone out immediately to change the lock for my peace of mind. I brought up my concern that it was someone on the staff since they would be the only other people with keys. The manager claimed the keys were locked in a special safe that required a personalized code to track who took what keys and when in an office with a security camera. They changed my locks, but I had my doubts that it would do much good. As far as I was aware, there were only 2 maintenance men that worked at the complex, one nice, older man that didn't seem all that skilled, and a younger guy with a scruffy beard that gave me a bad feeling. I suspected he had to be the one that had come in. When I had first moved in, the manager had told me I would be getting a new kitchen counter within the first 3 days. I waited to move in my kitchen stuff, but after a week they had it come, and then after a few months I had completely forgotten about it. One day I was sitting in my living room and this scruffy maintenance guy walked in without knocking or announcing himself, and I hadn't received a notice to expect him. He said he was there to replace my countertop. It took him 2 days to install one small piece of counter. A few weeks later, I was getting out of the shower and heard a single knock at the door. I called out, "Just 1 minute," and hurried to get some clothes. Not 2 seconds later, the door started to open and I had to slam it shut, still wrapped in a towel, to stop him from coming in. He claimed he hadn't heard me call out, but I had my doubts. I don't remember what made up excuse he had for coming in. Another time I found a note from him that he had come in. Again, he didn't give it a reason as to why, but that he'd made sure not to let my cats out. He also made a note about my third cat being cute, except I didn't have a third cat. I did however have a picture of my childhood cat in my bedroom on the shelf where I kept my clothes. At that point I went to the office to ask them to make a note in my file that I wanted at least 24 hours notice before entry going forward, and I wanted to always be present for future entry. Now that I knew without a shadow of a doubt that someone was coming in secretly, it all made sense. It hadn't been long after the surprise maintenance visit stopped that things had started moving around in my apartment. He was also on site all the time. Everyone on staff also lived at the apartment complex, so he would know when I came and went. After the night with the lights, I put my own lock on the door, but still didn't totally trust the apartment. I ended up buying a condo shortly after with help from my parents, subleased the apartment, and moved. Right around that time, I also got my first job working in a different apartment complex. In the final days before I left, my mom came into town to help me move my stuff. While she was home alone, I was at a class. She caught the scruffy maintenance man trying to get his key to work in my lock. She demanded to know what he was doing, and he said he was there to paint the front door. I hadn't received a notice, and he didn't have any paint or supplies. She told him he could wait until after I had moved out. A few years later, I was stopped by the owner of the apartment complex while working at another complex in town. Shopping is when an employee from one apartment complex takes a tour at another apartment complex under the guise of wanting an apartment for the purpose of gaining information they might not otherwise easily give up. It can also be performed by your own management company to make sure you're doing a good job. There were certain tells a shopper always gave, like asking specifically worded questions. Is this safe here? I'm a felon, can I live here? That required specifically worded answers and were easy to trip up on. Being too wealthy for the complex, Rolex watch, sports car, nice suit, and being too flexible on what they were interested in. They were interested in all the layouts and were open to move in whenever. This guy seemed too old and too well off to be randomly considering an apartment here. We were geared towards lower income people. While I was giving the tour, he asked if I had any opinions on other apartment complexes in town and mentioned the old one I worked at specifically. Normally I wouldn't badmouth any other complexes. I prefer to win them over by showing them the positives of our community, but I told him that I probably wasn't the best person to answer that question because I was probably the only person to give the old apartment complex I worked at a bad review in the last 5 years. He asked me to elaborate, and I told him my apartment had been broken into and I suspected it was someone on their maintenance staff. At that point, he revealed that he was the owner of the old complex and that he was very disturbed to hear I had this experience. He asked me to describe the maintenance man in detail. I assured him it was in the past and I was over it, but he insisted on calling the manager over at the complex, still the same guy, to ask him over speakerphone if they had had any issues with the maintenance staff back in the year I had lived there. He answered yes, there had been a scruffy young maintenance man he'd had to fire because he'd been caught multiple times breaking into the apartments of single women. Satisfied, the owner proudly proudly told me the issue had been resolved and asked if I would be willing to change my review. I told him no, none of this had changed the fact I'd experienced this and actually validated what I had suspected. In the years I worked as a leasing agent, I learned a lot about where complexes will cut corners to save time and money. From my experience, a lot of complexes did not switch out the locks if the tenant was good, and a lot did not require background checks for employees even though they did require them for tenants. Keys also got passed out willy-nilly to vendors and maintenance during turns, and employees frequently got master keys that would open all doors. I won't go so far as to say every complex operates this way, but every complex I worked at was doing this when I started there. Because of my own experiences, once I began managing a complex, I enforced strict rules about changing locks, tracking keys, posting proper notices, and requiring background checks for all employees and tenants. If you're renting an apartment, stay diligent. If you have reason to believe someone is coming into your home, document it and let the staff/police/family/friends know. You never know who might have a key to your apartment. Several years ago, I was in the midst of an acrimonious divorce from my then husband, full of crazy allegations and typical angry filings centered around custody of our child. As with many divorces, friends and professional colleagues seemed to pick one side or the other. In my case, there was one sort of professional contact who reached out to me after hearing about the divorce, who offered to be a witness for my case because of some experiences he related that I had been previously unaware of regarding my ex's behavior out at networking events. After this initial call, he started calling on a semi-regular basis to make sure I was okay. This wasn't someone I knew well prior to the separation, and he was much older than I was, but claimed to have experience with divorce and custody, and I figured it was a good idea to be polite and not alienate him, since his testimony was important. Per my lawyer, I kept things friendly, but I always had a weird feeling about him. After a few months, he called one day that my son was very sick, and when I told him I couldn't talk and explained why, he offered to run to the store for me, which I honestly appreciated. But after that, he was dropping by the house uninvited, or he would stop by with cookies for my son. Again, I kept telling myself to keep things polite. The divorce is coming soon. Don't make this guy mad. He had called me out of the blue, and I was worried at this point that I was walking a very fine line being polite but clearly not interested, and that if he got mad, he might decide to go testify for my ex and say who knows what. During this time, he had also helped me set up a security cam system my dad had mailed me, and at one point, I needed someone to walk my dog, and he had offered to do it. He used and returned a spare key the same day. One evening he showed up while I was painting and insisted on sticking around to help, even though I was having my starting over catharsis and wanted to do it alone. Just after the painting day, he came around, uninvited and unannounced, with magazine photos of decor, and started carrying on in this manic way about how we could finish decorating the house. I was so weirded out that I made an excuse to leave, started ignoring his calls, and took my son and dog to stay with my parents for several weeks to avoid a drop-in. I came home just for custody exchanges. I came home a few weeks later, thinking he would have gotten the hint, and it was a quiet day. The following morning, I took my son on an outing, something like the zoo, and we both came back hot and tired. I put my kid down for a nap in my bed, and decided to close my eyes with him. I woke up maybe an hour or so later, and it took me a moment to realize something was way off. As I'm blinking off the sleep, I realized there was a rose bush sitting on my bedside table that I most definitely had not put there. There was a post-it note on it, something about planting it in the yard. I started shaking immediately because I recognized the handwriting, and stood up to go splash some water in my face and decide whether to call my parents or the police. I didn't want any trouble because of the divorce. As I stepped into my bathroom, I realized that the mirror was covered in post-it notes, all with super creepy messages that were intended as like love notes or with affection, but which all scared me. I was still waking up and trying to figure out how these notes could possibly have gotten into my house. My front door was definitely locked, but as I went from room to room, there were notes everywhere. I mean hundreds of post-it notes covering the walls and my cabinets. There was even one inside my coffee maker. I started grabbing all of them and putting them into a pile when I got to one in the kitchen that made my blood run cold. It said, "You're cute when you think no one is watching you." And I realized that there was a security camera pointed right where that note was left, the one he had helped me set up months earlier when I didn't think he was a psychopath. I called my parents in hysterics, sent them a bunch of photos, and my dad insisted I should not call police, remember custody battle, but that he would drive over and change the locks and put a chain on the door. We also immediately changed the passwords on the security cameras, which had been installed to document if my ex tried to break into the house, So there was one on the front porch, but 3 inside the house, including one in my bedroom. This man could apparently see and hear everything going on inside my house for months. The security cameras, I realized he had just paid attention to my passwords when I was setting up the system. But the only way I could figure out that he got into my house is that he must have made a copy of my house key the day he had it. And because my dog had gotten to know him, he wouldn't have barked to warn me, which also scared me. I was absolutely horrified. This man had been in my house for a long time. There's no way he could have put that many notes up quickly, and he was right next to my face at feet from my son while we were sleeping, and somehow thought that was okay. I left and stayed with my parents again for a few days, afraid of what he was going to do when he realized that he was now both physically and digitally locked out of my house. When I came home, my son had gone to his dad's for the night, and I was home alone on the phone with another friend from out of town. At about 10 at night, this man showed up at the door, pounding on it, trying the locks, screaming obscenities, and demanding to be let into his house. Gone were all the niceties. This was someone completely furious and derailed. All I could do was hide in my bedroom until he left. What felt like an hour later. This was St. Patrick's Day, so I am sure he had been drinking. After that, there were several other times someone would start knocking on the door in the middle of the night, always when my son wasn't home. I think he was crazy, but not that crazy, and figured if I called police he would get in more trouble if my son was there, but he knew the schedule, so I know it was him. He tried reaching out using fake social media accounts several times, always getting blocked. Years later, I discovered that he had friended my mom on Facebook and was therefore still able to see all the photos of us that she posted or shared, and there was a huge argument when I saw she had left her computer logged in, a conversation they were having about me and how he could get back into my life. I sold that house 2 years later, still finding new notes even as I was packing, and I am more than relieved that he no longer knows where I live. I don't post photos of my new house online, not the front anyway, and I have changed the privacy settings on my social media accounts. I avoid all the places he used to go, the networking events he attends, and I stay as under the radar as possible. I could never bring myself to play back the security camera videos because I was traumatized enough and didn't want to see just how much danger we could have been in. This roller coaster of a story is still ongoing 2 years later with no end in sight. It all started when I wanted to further my education and get a bachelor's in information systems. To give a little about myself to help paint the picture, I'm a 26, 4'8" woman. I get called jailbait often because I look way younger. During the beginning of my studies, my current boyfriend and I had broken up, so I told myself it would be best to stay single until I finished school. I took to the internet after my breakup, as most do, just looking for company. I had found this one group on Facebook where I felt like I belonged. I got along well with everyone, and I loved to flirt in this group. That's where I met him. Let's call him Kemper. Like many others before him, I had latched my claws into him and began flirting. I even had a little crush on him. Things began innocently. I flirted, and he flirted back in the group. He seemed very mysterious though. I guess that's what drew me to him. He didn't have a profile picture, not of him at least. He never told me his age or what he looked like. After a few weeks of flirting, a woman in the group we were both in had mentioned that it was his birthday. I knew I wanted to do something for him, but I was pretty limited on what I could do. Now, before I get flagged for this, just know I have never sent an unsolicited topless picture to another man, not until that day at least. On the picture, I wrote happy birthday, insert his name here, and press the send button on Messenger. Just that split-second decision had changed my life the past 2 years. It's so easy looking back and thinking what you could have done differently, but there is no going back now. Within a week of talking non-stop to Kemper, he was already telling me he loved me. He was working as a truck driver, but at the time he had broken his knee at work, so he was out of commission for a few months, which allowed him to talk to me as much as possible. During this time, I was working as a delivery driver with DoorDash. It was easier for me to make my own schedule since I wasn't done with school just yet. The first few months were great. We would talk constantly over the phone and through Messenger. Also, let me point out quickly that this was a long-distance relationship between Kemper and myself, so I remember the first fight we ever had. Heck, even before then I could see the red flags slapping me in the face at every turn. However, our first fight was because I was texting him while driving. He flipped his lid and totally went crazy on me. It was very unexpected, and it made me cry. I can't tell you how many times I tried to apologize and tell him it wouldn't happen again. After the incident, I was blown away how easily something so little, or at least I thought it was little, would make him do a complete 180. Months go by and the fights continue more frequently. One point, he had mentioned how cool it would be to have an app where we could see each other's location. In my naive and in love state, I did some quick search and found an app called Life 360. We both downloaded the app and now he could see everywhere I go. At first, it was a neat idea to say the least, to follow him around everywhere he went to feel closer and more connected to him. That's what I used it for. He, however, wanted to use it for different reasons. I learned over time how controlling, manipulative manipulative, and how psychotic he was. We would argue about things, and even when I get mad, he would somehow turn things around on me and make me feel like I'm the bad guy. The first time we broke up, it was a bad show. He had broken up with me on the group we were both in just because I had flirted with another guy and he didn't like it. He was telling the other guys in the group how much of a bad person I was and how they could have me. He even threatened to give out my address to the guys in the group so they can come to my house and, well, I'm sure you get the idea. My friend, let's call him Adam for the sake of the story, he was a member of the group and he could tell how upset I was in the group comments, and he messaged me personally for the first time. Kemper and Adam are both well-off men with the world at their fingertips. I guess that's part of the controlling bits or showing aggression when they don't get their way about things. Before I go into more detail about Adam, I just want to recount a few incidents with Kemper to give the readers a better understanding of what kind of man he is, and how dumb I am letting things to continue the way they have. One incident happened months ago. He and I were fighting seemingly over nothing, and I was driving home from a long day of work and school, and Kemper just blurts out I wish she would just run off the road and into a ditch and died. I was speechless, the tears welled up in my eyes, and the driving became harder because I couldn't see, so he almost got his wish. I had to stop at the Dollar General in my town to compose myself. I couldn't breathe, I was wheezing. The man I had thought I loved was wishing I would die. If he hated me that much, why is keeping me around? I just wanted to curl into a ball at that moment and just disappear for a while. I didn't want to go home, but I couldn't just stay parked at Dollar General. I was really at a loss for what to do. It wasn't until a while later where I told my mom and dad what he said. They were already getting their pitchforks ready, and ever since then, they haven't liked him. Kemper has anger issues along with so many other issues as well. I know I'm not perfect, but at least I don't act like he does. I'm very friendly and I get along with almost everyone. I guess that's part of his problem with me. We are complete opposites when it comes to that. During our time together, I had gotten 2 other jobs at different times besides the DoorDash gig. Just part-time though. Notice I said I'd gotten 2 jobs. Well, the first one was at Walgreens. The very first day on the job, I was doing certifications for the job, and during the whole time, he was blowing up my phone, telling me I don't need another job, or telling me that I won't have time for him, or that he would need to find someone else to replace the time I had spent with him while also keeping me around. I just couldn't take it, so I quit. Fast forward a few months later, I get another job. This one was at Dollar General just at the town over. I did work there more than a day, but his nagging ultimately made me quit that job as well. I just recently had a talk with him about graduating soon and how I will find a job at a hospital working normal hours with better pay. Well, he didn't like that too much. He found some reason to be mad at me and start a fight, and he has gotten in the habit of ignoring me for a day or 2. He's even ignored me for a whole week, and honestly, that was the most peace I had gotten in a long time. As of right now, Kemper and I will have the chance to meet this coming January 2023, although I'm really not sure about it. 2 years of ups and downs, and him having my heart and ripping out when it's convenient for him has me thinking it may not be the best idea. Also, it may be the fact that he has told me of his violent past with an ex-girlfriend of his. This happened many years ago, but it scares me knowing he could be this violent. What had happened was, his girlfriend at the time was putting on makeup. He hates makeup, and they got into an altercation with him blacking out, and him pinning her down to the bed and choking her. He didn't even realize what he was doing until he came to his senses. He's told me lately that if he ever caught me in his bed with another man, he would punch me in the face, not the guy simply because the man didn't know better, and I did. I've spent a lot of time and effort into this relationship and wanting it to work out in the end, but honestly, not sure if meeting would be the best thing to do, now or ever. So let's talk about Adam. He's a tad bit older than me. He's 49 years old while Kemper is 48 years old. You would think they would be mature for their age. Well, Adam is very mature, Kemper not so much. Adam and I began talking the first time Kemper and I had broken up. He was being a concerned friend and messaged me asking me what was going on. I spilled everything to him. He was like a best friend I didn't know I had. He was so easy to talk to, and he even began opening up to me about his troubled upbringing. We would talk about everything, and the topics would become more intimate. After a month or so of talking, he too would begin to tell me he loved me, but only as a friend. I knew better than that, and it made me uncomfortable knowing that someone I've only had a handful of conversations with would tell me he loved me. Over time, I felt bad for talking to this man, but he was a comfort when Kemper and I had broken up. But our conversations went from semi-normal just to weird. Let me mention real quick, just like Kemper, he too didn't have a profile picture, but he would post pictures of himself on the group, so I knew what he looked like, and he was a very handsome man. After a while of talking to him, he would send me some other pictures which seemed to be newer pictures which looked nothing like the pictures he had posted in the group. I didn't make a fuss out of it, just assumed the pictures in the group were older pictures. One day he had told me he was getting a haircut. I was trying to be polite and asked for a picture to see the new haircut. Days later, later, he finally sent me that picture. I wasn't sure who this person in the picture was. It looked absolutely nothing like the previous pictures he had sent. At the moment, I assumed I was being catfished, but it didn't matter to me because looks really don't matter. So this is my story so far. Not sure how things will turn out, but as of right now, let's not meet. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. Living in a big city has its ups and downs, and as someone who grew up in a small town, adjusting to the chaotic pace was challenging. My name's Jane, and a few years ago, I started working in the city, making the hour-long subway commute a daily ritual. The office crowd in the mornings was a bustling hive of activity, but returning home was a different story. My shifts often had me leaving work past midnight, boarding the last subway, which was usually vacant except for a handful of passengers. One Thursday night, as I nestled into my regular corner seat, pulling out a book to read, I noticed a man a few compartments away. He was tall, with long unkempt hair, and wore a tattered coat that had seen better days. His face was hidden in the shadows, but I could feel his eyes on me. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling, telling myself I was just being paranoid. However, as the stations went by and passengers dwindled, my discomfort grew. He began to shift seats, always moving closer to me but never overtly so. It was subtle, an aisle crossed, a seat moved forward, always maintaining the indirect line of sight. By the time we reached the second last stop, it was just the two of us in the carriage. The fluorescent lights flickered intermittently, casting the car in alternating moments of illumination and darkness. My stop was next, and my heart raced as the train slowed. As soon as the doors opened, I bolted out, not even looking back. The station was deserted, echoing with the soft hum of vending machines and distant city noises. I made my way to the stairs, trying to shake off my paranoia. Just as I began to ascend, a chilling voice echoed from behind, "Where are you rushing off to?" It was him. Panic flooded me. Instead of going up to the main exit, I turned and ran towards the other end of the platform, leading to a lesser used exit. My heels clicked loudly on the tile floor, each echo magnifying my fear. As I risked a glance back, I saw his silhouette approaching, his pace unnaturally calm. Reaching the exit, I pushed through the turnstile, only to find the exit door locked. Despair washed over me, but then, in the dim light, I spotted a maintenance door ajar. Without a second thought, I slipped through. The room was dark and filled with the rhythmic hum of machinery. I could hear the distant sound of his footsteps echoing in the corridor outside. I found a corner behind some equipment and crouched down, trying to quiet my breathing. Minutes felt like hours as I strained my ears for any sign of him. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and the faint light from the corridor spilled into the room. I could hear him, softly humming a tune as he searched. Tears welled up in my eyes as I thought of all the worst-case scenarios. But then, a distant sound broke through my despair, the familiar chug of an approaching subway train. Seizing the distraction, I made a break for the door. As I ran back onto the platform, a subway train was pulling in, not the last one as I thought. Without looking at its destination, I jumped aboard just as the doors were closing. As the train pulled away, I finally looked back. He stood there, on the platform, staring at the departing train, his face finally illuminated. There was no anger or frustration, just a cold, unnerving smile. Once I was sure I was safe, I reported the incident to the authorities. They examined the CCTV footage and found him lurking in the subway station's shadows for hours, seemingly waiting for someone like me. The next day, an officer informed me that they had identified the man. He had a history of stalking and had served time for aggravated assault. They promptly arrested him. I later found out from a colleague that the train I'd boarded was a special service, not on the regular timetable, deployed due to an earlier disruption. It was sheer luck that it had been there. The experience left me shaken. I moved closer to my workplace, cutting out the long subway commutes from my routine. But more than the move, it changed my perspective on personal safety. Despite the harrowing encounter, life had to go on. But every time I approached a subway or heard the distant sound of a train, a pang of anxiety would seize me, pulling me back to that dreadful night. The bustling streets, the throngs of commuters, the distant hum of city life, everything seemed to remind me of the lurking dangers in the shadows. As days turned into weeks, my friends noticed the change in me. Where I once loved exploring new places, I now opted for familiar spots, preferably within walking distance. Night outs became less frequent, and when I did go out, it was always with a group, never alone. Lily, a close friend and colleague, was the most concerned. "You can't let him steal your joy, Jane," she told me one evening as we shared a quiet dinner at her place. "I know, but it's not that easy," I replied, my voice quivering. "Every shadow, every stranger, it's like I'm constantly waiting for the other shoe to drop." She paused, thinking for a moment, then said, "You know, my grandma used to say that the best way to overcome fear is to face it head on. Maybe you need to confront this trauma directly." The thought of facing my fear sounded like a cliche self-help mantra, but there was some truth in Lily's words. I remembered my self-defense classes, the empowerment I felt Help wasn't just from the physical techniques, but from facing my vulnerabilities and building strength. Determined to reclaim my life, I began taking therapy sessions with Dr. Rosalind, a renowned psychologist specializing in trauma. Our sessions delved deep into my fears, analyzing and dissecting them. Dr. Rosalind introduced me to exposure therapy, where, in controlled environments, I confronted the triggers of my trauma. She accompanied me to subway stations during off-peak hours, standing by my side as I faced the rush of trains and the echoes of underground tunnels. Over time, and with repeated exposure, my anxiety began to wane. Once at 4 months after starting therapy, I took a major step. I boarded the subway alone and traveled the same route I took that fateful night. I could feel my heart racing as the stops went by, but when I finally reached that dreaded platform, a newfound sense of peace washed over me. The haunting memories were still there, but they no longer held power over me. News of my assailant's capture and subsequent trial filled the local papers. The evidence against him was overwhelming. The testimonies of his past victims, coupled with the security footage from that night, ensured a long prison sentence. As the trial came to an end, I felt a chapter of my life closing. The city, once a menacing maze of threats, transformed back into a vibrant hub of opportunities. One evening, as I was returning from work, a young woman approached me near the subway station. "Excuse me," she said, "I've seen you before in my self-defense class. I wanted to thank you. Your story inspired me to join, and it's made a world of difference." Touched, I realized that my ordeal, while deeply personal, resonated with many. My journey of recovery had inadvertently become a beacon of hope for others facing their own demons. With renewed purpose, I collaborated with my self-defense instructor to start a support group for survivors of stalking and assault. The group provided a safe space for sharing stories, coping techniques, and resources for healing. As the months rolled on, our group grew, and our stories of resilience began to weave a tapestry of empowerment. We organized workshops, partnered with local law enforcement, and raised awareness on personal safety. Life has a way of coming full circle. While I would never wish my experience on anyone, it shaped me in profound ways. From the depths of vulnerability, I found strength. From the shadows of fear, I discovered a voice. And in the echoey chambers of a subway station, I found a purpose that resonated far beyond its walls. After graduating, my best friend Mark and I embarked on a cross-country road trip. We planned to drive from the East Coast all the way to California, making stops at national parks, quirky motels, and roadside attractions. The trip was both a celebration of our new independence and an attempt to create lasting memories before our lives became ensnared by 9-to-5 jobs. Our third week on the road found us in the heartland of America, cruising along endless stretches of asphalt that dissected vast farmlands. Mark and I often took turns driving, ensuring the other could rest. But today, with the summer sun casting long shadows on the road, he seemed lost in thought, his gaze distant. "You good, Mark?" I asked. "Yeah, just thinking about the detour I found on the map last night. There's this town, Bristlewood, not too far from here. The reviews mentioned a family diner there that serves the best apple pie in the Midwest. Given our shared love for pie, it didn't take much convincing." We veered off the main highway, following a series of smaller roads that seemed less traveled. Fields of golden corn stretched out on both sides, their tassels dancing in the breeze. We reached Bristlewood by evening, and true to the reviews, found the charming family diner. The scent of freshly baked pies wafted out, welcoming us in. Inside, the ambience was nostalgic, with checkered tiles and vinyl seats. An older lady, probably in her 60s, greeted us with a warm smile, introducing herself as Clara, the owner. The apple pie was indeed delightful. As we relished it, Clara regaled us with tales of Bristlewood, how it used to be a thriving town in the 70s, with its annual pie festival attracting tourists. But as the younger generation moved to bigger cities, it had become more of a quiet, forgotten place. After bidding Clara goodbye, we decided to spend the night in Bristlewood. Mark had found a listing for a bed and breakfast run by a local family. The B&B, an old Victorian house, was beautifully preserved. Mr. and Mrs. Higgins, the proprietors, were friendly, treating us more like long-lost relatives than paying guests. Over dinner, they spoke about their children who had moved away and how they turned their home into a B&B for the company and a little extra income. Late that night, while Mark was showering, I decided to take a walk. The air was cool, and the town was bathed in the soft glow of streetlights. But as I strolled, I noticed something odd. A black SUV with tinted windows was parked a short distance away. I could have sworn I'd seen the same vehicle earlier that day, tailing us a few times. Brushing off the thought, I headed back to the B&B, but the seat of unease had been planted. The next morning, as we packed and loaded our car, I noticed the black SUV again. This time it was parked a couple of houses down. I pointed it out to Mark, who also found it strange. Maybe someone's just visiting. He suggested, twice, in 2 different places, in both times near us. He thought for a moment, let's just get on the road, and if we notice it following us again, we'll call the police. Agreeing, we set off. For the next few hours, everything seemed normal. We laughed, sang along to our favorite songs, and shared road trip snacks. But as we approached a particularly desolate stretch, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The black SUV was there, maintaining a consistent distance. Our playful mood faded. Mark tried to reassure me, suggesting it might just be a coincidence. But when we took a sudden exit and the SUV followed, it was clear we were being tailed. Panicking, I called the local sheriff's office, describing our situation. The operator advised us to drive to the nearest police station while they dispatched a patrol car to intercept the SUV. The following minutes were tense. The SUV seemed to realize we were onto them and began to speed up, drawing dangerously close. At one point, they tried to force us off the road. Suddenly, blue flashing lights appeared on the horizon. A police car sped towards us, sirens wailing. Seeing this, the SUV made a hasty U-turn and sped off. The police took our statements and said they'd be on the lookout for the vehicle. We never did find out who was in the SUV or their intentions, but we didn't stick around to find out. Opting for main highways and well-traveled routes, we continued our journey, always vigilant. Mark and I often reflected on that eerie encounter as the years passed. Our road trip, which spanned a couple of months, was mostly filled with breathtaking views, hilarious misadventures, and the shared joy of exploring unfamiliar terrains. But that episode with the mysterious SUV was a reminder of how unpredictable life could be and how danger could lurk even in the most unexpected places. A few years later, while attending Mark's wedding, I met his cousin, Lisa, who had recently joined the police force in a neighboring state. As we chatted, I brought up our Bristlewood experience, curious to see if she'd heard of similar cases in her line of work. Lisa's face turned serious. Actually, I did come across something similar. About a year ago, we arrested a group involved in a series of robberies. They tailed tourists or outsiders, studied their routines, and robbed them. A few incidents got violent. The most sounds eerily similar. The thought sent chills down my spine. While our encounter had been unsettling, hearing that such incidents weren't isolated was deeply disturbing. Did they use a black SUV? Mark asked, joining the conversation. Lisa nodded. Yes, among other vehicles. They had a whole operation going on. We busted them after they targeted an undercover cop. Grateful as we were to escape unharmed, it was comforting to know that those responsible had been apprehended. Mark and I exchanged glances, silently acknowledging our bond, one that had only strengthened after facing danger together. Years turned into decades, and while the pace of life accelerated, our friendship remained unwavering. We both settled in different states, started families, and pursued our respective careers. But every year, on the anniversary of our road trip, we'd meet up for a short vacation, often with our families in tow. As our children grew, they'd listen, wide-eyed, to our many adventures, the stunning vistas, the hilarious mishaps, the eccentric people we'd met. And, of course, the mysterious black SUV. The story became a cautionary tale, a reminder for them to always be vigilant and trust their instincts, especially when traveling. As much as we loved exploring, Mark and I wanted to ensure our children understood the importance of safety. One summer, nearly 30 years after our road trip, Mark and I, along with our families, decided to revisit some of the places we'd been to. While Bristlewood wasn't on the itinerary, Clara's Diner was. To our surprise, it was still standing, a little more worn but exuding the same charm. Walking in felt like stepping back in time. We half expected Clara to greet us, but instead, a young woman, probably in her 30s, approached with a smile. Welcome to Clara's Diner. How can I help you? Mark, with a twinkle in his eye, replied, We've heard you have the best apple pie in the Midwest. The woman laughed. That we do. You've been here before. Yes, I replied. Many years ago. Clara was the one who served us. The woman's face lit up. Clara was my grandmother. She passed away a few years back, but I've taken over the diner. I'm Emily. The rest of the evening was spent reminiscing, with Emily sharing stories of Clara and how the diner had become a legacy she intended to preserve. As we left, she handed each of us a box with a slice of apple pie, her grandmother's recipe. Driving away from Bristlewood that night, the memories of our past trip came flooding back, the good, the bad, the inexplicable, but the enduring lesson remained. Life was unpredictable, filled with moments of joy and peril. The key was to cherish the former and learn from the latter. Mark glanced over, echoing my sentiments. 2 adventures, old and new, he toasted, raising his slice of apple pie. 2 adventures, I echoed back, grateful for the journey and the company I'd shared it with. Growing up in a small town has its advantages. Everyone knows everyone, kids roam free without fear, and life generally moves at a more leisurely pace. But it was these same idyllic qualities that made what happened one fateful summer night even more unsettling. After graduating from college, I found myself back in my hometown for a short period. To save money, I'd taken a late night job at a gas station at the edge of town, a stone's throw from the old, disused railway station. Once a bustling hub, the train station had become obsolete with the advent of highways and more modern transport systems. While some locals still remembered catching trains there, to my generation, it was just a relic, an abandoned structure fading into obscurity. On this particular night, it was exceptionally quiet. The gas station's fluorescent lights were the only source of illumination for miles, creating a small island of light in the enveloping darkness. The occasional vehicle would pull in, breaking the monotony, but hours often passed with no sign of human activity. Around 2 a.m., as I was contemplating closing early, I heard the faint but distinct sound of a train whistle. This took me by surprise. The rails hadn't seen a train in years, and they were covered with rust and overgrowth. I stepped outside, curious, and looked in the direction of the old station. Through the darkness, I saw the silhouette of a train pulling into the station. Its lights were dim, and there was an eerie stillness around it, as if time itself had paused. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I was imagining things, but the scene remained unchanged. Then, I noticed something even more unsettling, figures disembarking from the train. They looked like people, but there was a certain opacity to them, making them appear like faded photographs. They moved with a slow, deliberate pace towards the town. I felt a knot of dread tighten in my stomach. These apparitions didn't seem hostile, but the sheer unnaturalness of the scene froze me in place. As the last figure moved away, the train let out another long, mournful whistle before it too seemed to dissolve into the night. Unsure of what to do, I locked the gas station and decided to follow them from a distance. My heart raced as I trailed these spectral beings. They moved in a single file, not interacting with each other, seemingly drawn by an unknown force. They wound their way through the town, passing familiar landmarks, the town library, that old bakery, the church. It was bizarre to see these places, which were such a normal part of my everyday life, juxtaposed against this otherworldly procession. Finally, the group stopped at the entrance to the town cemetery. One by one, they drifted towards the older gravestones, stopping in front of specific ones. I watched, headed behind a large oak tree, as the figures seemed to merge or sink into the gravestones, disappearing from view. Once the last figure had vanished, an overwhelming silence engulfed the cemetery. The only sound was the beating of my own heart, which seemed deafeningly loud in the stillness. I mustered the courage to inspect the gravestones the figures had approached. They were all old, weathered by time, some barely legible, but a pattern began to emerge, the dates. Every stone belonged to people who had died exactly 100 years ago, in 1920. A chill ran down my spine as I recalled my grandmother's tales of a train accident that had occurred a century ago, claiming the lives of several town residents. It had apparently been a dark spot in the town's history, with many families losing loved ones. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. Had I just witnessed the souls of those lost in the accident? Were they retracing their steps, seeking closure, or merely reminding the living of their existence? I left the cemetery in a daze, my mind racing to make sense of what I'd witnessed. By the time I reached the gas station, dawn was breaking. The world around me started to stir, and the events of the night felt like a surreal dream. I never spoke about that night to anyone, fearing they'd dismiss it as a figment of my imagination or the result of exhaustion. But I knew what I'd seen. The following night, and every night after, I listened intently for the sound of a train whistle at 2 a.m. But it never came. Perhaps those souls had found their peace and had no reason to return. A year had passed since the uncanny incident at the gas station, and my life in the city had consumed most of my attention. The buzz of urban life, my new job, and the various adventures that come with living in a bustling metropolis had almost pushed the memories of that night to the farthest corners of my mind. Almost. I was attending a work party when I met Eliza, a colleague's girlfriend. After the usual exchange of pleasantries, our conversation naturally steered towards our origins. To my surprise, Eliza hailed from a town neighboring my own. As we chatted about our shared love for the quiet countryside, the events of that fateful night resurfaced in my mind. Although I had been hesitant to share the story with anyone, something compelled me to confide in Eliza. As I recounted the story, her playful demeanor changed to one of deep thought. I could see a mixture of recognition and disbelief in her eyes. "You might think I'm crazy, Eliza, but I swear every word is true," I concluded. She paused for a moment before responding, "I don't think you're crazy. My grandmother once told me a similar tale, but in her version, it was my great-great-grandfather who was on that train. The chill went down my spine. Suddenly, my experience felt even more personal. She continued, he was traveling for work and was aboard that ill-fated train. She said he never came back home, but every year, on the anniversary of the accident, strange things would happen in their house. Doors would close by themselves, and sometimes, late at night, she'd hear the distant sound of a train whistle, even though no trains passed through our town anymore. The similarities in our stories were uncanny. Here was a connection to one of the very souls I might have seen that night. The thought was both comforting and eerie. I always thought she told me those stories to scare me or to make me sleep early, Eliza mused, but now, hearing your experience, I'm not so sure. The two of us sat in reflective silence for a while. That night, we forged a bond over shared histories and the mysteries that eluded our understanding. It felt comforting to have someone validate my experience, to know that I wasn't alone. Years passed, and Eliza became a close family friend. Our initial conversation about the spectral train led to many more discussions about our hometowns, family histories, and the unexplained mysteries that life often presents. Then, during one summer, Eliza invited me to visit her hometown. We decided to make a day trip of it, visiting old landmarks and recounting family tales. Our journey inevitably brought us to the site of the train accident. Now a memorial, the site had been preserved with plaques bearing the names of those who had perished. As I ran my fingers over the cold metal names, I felt a strange connection to these souls, a bond forged from that one inexplicable encounter. We paid our respects, and the weight of the moment stayed with us as we left the site. Later that evening, as Eliza and I sat on our porch, the soft summer breeze carrying the scent of blooming flowers, we heard it, a faint, distant train whistle. We exchanged a knowing look, acknowledging the mysteries that surrounded us, feeling humbled and connected in ways we couldn't quite put into words. While I never experienced another encounter like that night at the gas station, it remained a defining moment in my life. It was a reminder of the intricate tapestry of existence, of connections that transcend time, and of the profound mysteries that lie just beyond the realm of our understanding. For the sake of this story, you can call me Sarah. I'm a 28-year-old woman, and at the time of this incident, I was working as a late-night radio jockey in a city about an hour away from my home. As part of my job, I'd play requests, have friendly banter with night owls, or sometimes just load truckers trying to stay awake on their long hauls. The night this happened was like any other. I finished my show around 3 a.m., locked up the station, and headed to my car, parked in a small lot beside the building. My usual ritual was to play some soft tunes, get a coffee from the 24-hour joint down the road, and then start my drive home. About 20 minutes into my drive, I realized I'd forgotten my coffee. Great, I muttered to myself. I was on a highway with the next possible stop nearly half an hour away, but then my headlights caught a sign, Daisy's Diner, open 24/7. It was an exit I wasn't familiar with, but the promise of a warm coffee was too tempting. I took the exit. The diner was a quaint little place with a retro 60 seconds look, neon lights included. Parking my car, I quickly headed inside. There were a couple of truckers and a young couple at one of the booths. The waitress, a middle-aged woman with a friendly face, poured me a coffee. I decided to have it there rather than take it on the road. As I was sipping my drink, I noticed a man sitting at the counter. He was tall, wearing a rugged leather jacket and had a day's stubble. He kept glancing my way. Initially, I brushed it off. Maybe he recognized my voice. Some listeners occasionally did. However, as I got up to leave, he did too. Alarm bells began to ring faintly in the back of my mind, but I pushed them away, telling myself I was being paranoid. Getting into my car, I pulled out onto the highway and almost immediately noticed a pair of headlights behind me. They seemed to be tailing me a bit too closely for comfort. Every turn I took, the car followed. That faint alarm in my head turned into a blaring siren. Desperate to confirm my suspicion, I took a sudden exit that led to a smaller town, hoping to lose him in the winding streets. But the car was still there, its headlights now even more aggressive. My mind raced. I remembered reading about not driving home if you suspect you're being followed. The last thing I wanted was for this guy, if he had ill intentions, to know where I lived. Spotting a police station sign, relief washed over me. I sped up, and the car behind me did the same. We were now in a full-blown high-speed chase. My heart thudded loudly in my chest, each beat echoing the seconds I hoped separated me from safety. Skidding into the police station parking lot, I honked incessantly. The car that had been tailing me stopped at the entrance, idly for a moment. Then, just as suddenly as it began, it reversed and sped away. 2 officers came out, guns drawn. Breathless, I narrated the night's events. They took down the description of the car and said they'd patrol the area. One officer kindly offered to follow me home, ensuring I arrived safely. Once home, I double-checked all my logs, barely getting any sleep that night. The next day, I got a call from the police. They found the car abandoned in a nearby town. Inside were ropes, duct tape, a knife, and, chillingly, photographs. Pictures of me at work, at the diner, and even from years ago. It became clear this wasn't a random act. The man had been stalking me for years, silently, patiently waiting for his moment. The police never did did catch him. The aftermath of that terrifying night transformed my perspective on personal safety. I realized how lucky I'd been to escape the clutches of a determined stalker, and I made it my mission to prevent others from facing similar dangers. 2 years after the incident, I founded a non-profit organization called Guarded Steps. Our mission was to raise awareness about stalking, its warning signs, and how to protect oneself. I became a spokesperson, sharing my story at universities, community centers, and seminars. My tale was a potent mix of vulnerability and caution, teaching attendees about the nuances of stalking, both digital and physical. The support was overwhelming. Numerous individuals approached me, recounting their chilling encounters. I was horrified at the prevalence of stalking, but as the stories poured in, they also brought to light the strength and resilience of survivors. Elaine, a university student, spoke of how an ex-boyfriend turned into a vengeful stalker after she broke up with him. He'd send her threatening messages, follow her around campus, and even spread malicious rumors about her. With the help of Guarded Steps, she gathered evidence, got a restraining order, and he was eventually expelled from the university. There was also David, a middle-aged man, who explained how an obsessed co-worker planted tracking devices on his car. He was always paranoid, thinking someone was watching him. The discovery of the devices was accidental, but it provided the evidence needed to take legal action. He now advocates alongside me, reminding audiences that men could be victims too. The countless stories were a testament to the sinister side of human nature, but for every dark tale, there was a ray of hope. Through Guarded Steps, we established a helpline, support groups, and collaborated with law enforcement agencies to conduct safety workshops. One autumn evening, as I was wrapping up a workshop at a college campus, a woman approached me. Her face was vaguely familiar, but I couldn't quite place her. She introduced herself as Lucy, the waitress from Basie's Diner. She told me how that night had deeply disturbed her, and when she'd heard about my organization, she felt compelled to help. She was now one of our most active volunteers, channeling her distress into something positive. However, my past wasn't entirely behind me. Every so often, there'd be subtle reminders of that terrifying chase. A shadow lurking a second too long, a random car parked near my home, or an unfamiliar number calling at odd hours. I'd report these occurrences, but they were sporadic and never led to any significant leads. My paranoia often made me wonder if he was still out there, watching, waiting, maybe plotting another sinister move. But I refused to let fear dictate my life. 5 years into running Guarded Steps, on the anniversary of that fateful night, a package arrived at my office. It was a small box wrapped crudely in brown paper, no return address. Opening it cautiously, I found a single, faded photograph. It was a picture of me, taken during my radio jockey days, with the words never forgotten scribbled on the back. A chill returned, stronger than ever. I informed the police, and security measures around me were intensified. Yet, the sender remained a phantom. Despite these unsettling events, I drew strength from the community we'd built. They were my pillars, reminding me every day that while evil lurked in some corners, goodness and resilience thrived in many more. Life is a blend of light and shadow, and while my stalker might never be apprehended, I found solace in the knowledge that my experience had ignited a beacon for countless others, guiding them away from potential threats and towards a haven of support. To this day, as I gaze into my rearview mirror, I see not just the road behind, but also the faces of those we've helped, the lives we've touched, and the journey that lies ahead. Into that shadow from my past, while we may never meet again, know that your actions, intended to instill fear, gave birth to a force of hope and empowerment. It was a late summer evening, and the sun had just slipped below the horizon. I was driving back from my friend Leela's place after a fun evening of board games and way too much pizza. We lived in adjacent towns, with a dense forest separating our homes. The main road that wound its way through the forest was the most commonly used route, but there was a lesser-known, older road that cut through the middle, known to locals as Miller's Path. Rumor had it the road was named after Old Man Miller, who lived in the forest decades ago but had disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Leela, ever the fan of spicing things up, challenged me to take the old road. It'll shave 10 minutes off your trip. She winked teasingly. I wasn't superstitious, and the promise of getting home sooner was appealing, so I decided to take the Miller's Path. Almost immediately, I noticed how unkempt the road was. Overgrown bushes scratched the sides of my car. Tall trees on either side formed a canopy, making it darker than I'd anticipated. The road was barely wide enough for one vehicle, so I hoped I wouldn't encounter another car coming from the opposite direction. About halfway through, the dense forest opened up to a small small clearing on the left where the skeletal remains of what must have once been a house stood. This had to be Miller's old residence. I couldn't resist the urge to stop and take a quick look. As I got out of the car, I was greeted by an eerie silence. No birds, no wind, just an oppressive stillness. I approached the dilapidated house with caution. It was mostly wooden, with parts of it charred, suggesting there had been a fire long ago. I could make out remnants of furniture inside. Curiosity piqued. I ventured further in, my phone flashlight leading the way. As I inspected the ruins, a chill ran down my spine. Among the charred remains, I found a scorched photo frame. Wiping away the soot, I saw a black and white picture of a man, presumably Miller, with piercing eyes that seemed to stare right through me. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a soft, barely audible whisper, "Leave." I jolted, my heart racing. I flashed my light around, but there was no one. The rational part of my brain reasoned it must be the wind playing tricks, but deep down, I felt an unsettling feeling. I hurried back to my car, eager to get back on the road. As I started the engine and pulled away, my headlights illuminated a figure standing by the ruins. A tall man, reminiscent of the figure in the photo, with those same piercing eyes. He was there for just a split second, and then the darkness swallowed him. Shaken, I pressed the accelerator harder. I wanted to be out of the forest and on familiar roads. But fate had other plans. The car's radio suddenly came to life, blaring static. The signal in the forest was always spotty, but this was different. Amidst the static, I heard a voice, the same whisper from earlier, "Why did you come here?" Panicking, I tried changing stations, turning off the radio, but it wouldn't budge. It was stuck on the eerie static and now repeating voice. That's when things went from bad to worse. My car's headlights started flickering, and within moments, I was engulfed in absolute darkness, save for the pale moonlight filtering through the trees. I slammed on the brakes, my breath ragged. I reached for my phone, intending to call for help, but it was dead. No, I muttered. My initial skepticism had transformed into genuine fear. I remembered an old trick my dad taught me about car lights. Sometimes, giving the fuse box a good tap can jostle things back to life. I reluctantly stepped out and popped the hood. A few taps later, to my immense relief, the headlights flickered back on. But as I dropped the hood and turned around, I froze. There, standing a few feet from me in the middle of the road, was the figure from the ruins. It was unmistakably the visage of Old Man Miller. He slowly began walking towards me. Each step seemed deliberate, echoing in the silence. Without thinking, I jumped into the car, locked the doors, and sped off. Miller, or whatever that figure was, didn't chase me, but the feeling of being watched never left. The rest of the drive felt endless. The trees seemed to close in, and the whispers grew louder, surrounding me in a cacophony of voices. But as soon as I saw the end of Miller's path and the junction to the main road, everything returned to normal. The radio went silent, and the oppressive feeling lifted. I reached home, my body shaking and mind reeling from the experience. My parents saw my distressed state and, after hearing my story, firmly admonished me for taking the old road, especially at night. The next day, I visited the local library. An elderly librarian named Miss Agatha, known to be a treasure trove of local history, recounted the legend of Miller's path. Apparently, Old Man Miller had been accused of practicing dark arts. One night, his house mysteriously caught fire. When locals went to investigate, they found the house in ruins but no sign of Miller. From then on, people reported strange sightings and occurrences, especially on moonlit nights. It became an unspoken rule in town to avoid the path after dark. In the months that followed, my night on Miller's path became something of a local legend itself. Friends would introduce me to strangers as the guy who survived the Miller curse. While most people in town took the story with a grain of salt, I became something of an unwilling local celebrity. I found myself telling the story over and over, each time reliving the terror of that moonlit night. Some people were genuinely curious, others looked at me with skepticism, and a few even dared me to drive the path with them, eager for a first-hand experience. But I always refused. No amount of prodding or money could make me set foot on that accursed road after dark again. One evening, a year after the incident, Leila invited me to another game night. I hesitated but decided to go, ensuring I'd leave well before sunset. However, time flew, and once again, I found myself driving home late. But this time, I was adamant about taking the main road. As I drove, an unsettling feeling crept over me. The familiarity of the surroundings struck me, and with a sinking realization, I noticed the dilapidated entrance to Miller's path. Somehow, in my fatigue or out of force of habit, I had turned onto the cursed road. The moonlight, as if mocking me, brightly illuminated the surroundings. My pulse quickened, and I debated turning the car around, but the road was narrow, and maneuvering would be a challenge. The quickest way out was straight ahead. I pressed on, every sound from the forest magnifying my anxiety. Suddenly, the familiar static returned to the radio. The whispers, soft at first, grew louder and more distinct. "You're back," they hissed. Up ahead, in the moonlit distance, I could see the ruins of Miller's house. And sure enough, the silhouette of the tall figure stood by the roadside. I floored the gas pedal, hoping to race past without stopping. But as I neared, the figure stepped stepped onto the road, forcing me to swerve to avoid a collision. The car skidded off the road, crashing into a tree. My head slammed against the steering wheel and darkness consumed me. When I came to, it was still night. My head throbbed and my arm ached from the impact. The car's headlights were out, but the pale moonlight provided just enough illumination. I could make out the figure standing a few meters away, watching. Suddenly, another car's headlights lit up the scene. A voice shouted, "Hey, are you alright?" It was Mr. Thompson, a local farmer who lived nearby and used the road early mornings to get to the town market. He rushed to my side, concern evident on his face. Seeing him seemed to disperse whatever dark force was at play. The eerie whispers faded, and the figure by Miller's ruins vanished. Mr. Thompson helped me out of the wrecked car and took me to the local hospital. Thankfully, I'd escaped with just a mild concussion and a fractured arm. When I recounted the events to him, he nodded gravely. Many of us know better than to use that road at night, he said, but every now and then, someone either forgets or doesn't believe. You're lucky to have come out alive twice. News of my second encounter with Miller's Path spread through town like wildfire. While I had been a bit of a celebrity before, this time, I became a legend. The guy who braved Miller's Path twice and lived to tell the tale. The local council, taking note of the danger, officially closed off Miller's Path soon after my accident. It was deemed unsafe due to its narrow structure and lack of maintenance, but many locals whispered it was to keep others from meeting Miller. Years passed, and life moved on, but the legend of Miller's Path never faded. While I no longer lived in that town, every time I visited, I'd find myself narrating the tale to a new generation of eager listeners, passing on the cautionary tale of the haunted road in the woods. And as for me, the events of those nights left a mark. While the physical injuries healed, the psychological ones lingered. I developed an aversion to moonlit nights and stayed far away from wooded roads. But over time, with therapy and the support of loved ones, I learned to cope. Yet, the memory of those piercing eyes, the whispers, and the overwhelming sense of dread will forever be etched in my mind. And while I have many adventures and stories from my life, the tale of Miller's Path remains the most chilling, a stark reminder of the unseen, inexplicable forces that might exist just beyond the periphery of our understanding. It was a cold winter evening, the kind where your breath fogs up in front of you. I had just finished a late shift at work and was making my way to the subway station. Working in the city but living on the outskirts had its advantages, like cheaper rent, but it meant a longer commute, especially when I had the closing shift. The streets were almost deserted, with only a few late night establishments still open. The neon lights from a nearby diner flickered, giving the street a sort of noir film aesthetic. I quickened my pace, eager to get home and into my warm bed. When I reached the subway station, it was almost deserted. Just a few scattered souls waiting for the last train of the night. I took a seat on one of the cold metal benches and plugged in my earphones, hoping some music would keep the fatigue at bay. A few minutes had passed when I felt it, that prickling sensation on the back of your neck when you feel someone's eyes on you. I glanced around, trying to spot the source. That's when I noticed him. Across the platform, a man was seated on a bench directly opposite mine. He was average looking, with a scruffy beard and dressed in a weathered coat and hat, but his gaze was fixed intently on me, trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. I thought maybe he was just lost in thought and looking in my general direction. I shifted in my seat and focused my attention back on my phone. A few more songs played, but the feeling persisted. I risked another glance, and sure enough, he was still staring. This time, when our eyes met, he smiled. Not a friendly, casual smile, but a slow, deliberate one that made my skin crawl. I decided to move to the other end of the platform. Maybe he'd get the hint. As I settled into another seat, I discreetly observed him. To my dismay, after a moment, he got up and started walking in my direction. His pace was casual, but there was a determination in his steps. Panic started to creep in. I told myself I was being paranoid, but every instinct was screaming that something was off. I considered leaving the station and calling a cab, but I hadn't brought much money with me, and my place was a good distance away. Just then, an announcement echoed through the station. The last train would be arriving shortly. Relief washed over me. I just had to get on the train and make sure I sat near other people. The train's lights became visible, and the sound of it approaching grew louder. As the doors opened, I quickly stepped inside and chose a seat between two groups of people, hoping to blend in. The man entered the same compartment. He scanned the area, his gaze landing on me once more. Then, he took a seat a few rows behind me. I could feel his eyes on me. The train started moving, and the dim lights of the subway tunnel passed by in a blur. My mind raced, trying to think of what to do. I didn't want to lead this man to my home. I considered getting off at a random stop, but the thought of being stranded in an unfamiliar area at this hour wasn't appealing either. As the train neared my stop, I devised a plan. I'd wait until the last second, then exit the train quickly. Hopefully, he wouldn't have enough time to react and follow. When my stop was announced, I remained seated, pretending to be engrossed in my phone. As the train slowed, I tensed, ready to make my move. Just as the doors were about to close, I bolted out, nearly tripping in my haste. Breathing heavily, I watched from the platform as the train pulled away. To my horror, the man was at the window, staring down at me, his face twisted in anger. He had tried to follow but hadn't been quick enough. I didn't wait around. I sprinted up the stairs and out of the station, not stopping until I reached the safety of my apartment building. Once inside, I double-locked my door and collapsed on the couch, the adrenaline slowly leaving my system. The next day, I reported the incident to the transit police. They took my statement and promised to review the security footage. A few days later, an officer contacted me. They had identified the man. He had a history of stalking and had several restraining orders against him. They hadn't been able to locate him yet, but assured me they were doing everything they could. I didn't take the subway for a long time after that. My encounter served as a chilly reminder that danger could lurk around any corner, even in the most mundane settings. In the weeks that followed, I enrolled in a self-defense class, a decision stemming both from my own harrowing experience and the advice of a close friend who believed it would help rebuild my confidence. The class was empowering. Each session chipped away at the fear that had settled deep inside me, replacing it with a newfound strength. One evening, after a particularly grueling workout, I sat down at a coffee shop next to the gym. As I sipped on my drink, I was approached by a woman with familiar, grateful eyes. "Hi," she began hesitantly. "You don't know me, but I owe you a great deal. The man who stalked you ... he had been following me for weeks prior. It was your testimony and evidence that finally got the police involved enough to catch him." Her name was Elise. We sat and talked for hours, bonding over our shared trauma. It turned out she lived just a few blocks away from me. Our paths had probably crossed numerous times, but it took this dark twist of fate to truly connect us. Together, Elise and I formed a support group for individuals who had experienced stalking or any form of harassment. We named it Safe Spaces, a community to share, heal, and empower. Our group met once a week, and with each session, our numbers grew. People from all walks of life came forward with their stories, finding solace in the understanding and empathy of others. One evening, a detective from the local police department attended one of our sessions. He introduced himself as Detective Martinez and explained that he had been working closely on cases related to stalking and personal harassment. He offered his expertise and insights to the group, which proved invaluable. Our little community became a bridge between victims and the law enforcement system, facilitating better understanding and cooperation. The years passed, and what began as a small support group eventually evolved into a non-profit organization. We organized workshops, partnered with other community outreach programs, and even influenced the local council to push for stricter laws against stalkers. As for me, life had come full circle. From a terrified victim, I had become a beacon of hope for others. Elise and I became best friends, and together we channeled our pain into a force for positive change. Yet, I never forgot that cold winter evening at the subway station. The memory served as a constant reminder of both my vulnerability and my strength. It was a testament to the human spirit's resilience, our innate ability to rise above adversity, and our capacity to transform pain into purpose. Late nights at the office had become the norm for me. As a software developer knee-deep in the launch phase of our newest product, leaving at odd hours was something I had grown accustomed to. However, on this particular evening, I'd stayed even later than usual. By the time I headed out, it was past midnight. Driving on the long stretch of highway that connected my workplace to home was therapeutic. But tonight, with the pitch darkness and fewer cars, there was an eerie sense of isolation. A dense fog was beginning to roll in, reducing visibility to almost zero. I drove cautiously, the fog swallowing up the road behind me. Around halfway to my destination, hunger pangs hit. I remembered a 24/7 roadside diner I passed countless times but had never tried. Considering the fog and my hunger, it seemed like a good place to take a short break. When I arrived, the diner, with its neon open sign, was a welcome sight amidst the encompassing grayness. Parking my car, I noticed only a couple of other vehicles in the lot, an old rusted pickup and a sleek motorcycle. Inside, the diner had an old-fashioned charm. There were red booths lining the walls, stools along the counter, and soft rock playing in the background. I chose a booth by the window, from where I could keep an eye on my car. A tired-looking waitress came over, handed me a menu, and poured coffee without asking, probably used to late-night customers needing a caffeine boost. Gratefully, I took a sip and decided on a quick sandwich. The place had two other patrons, a rough-looking guy with a leather jacket at the counter, presumably the motorcyclist, and a man in one of the booths with a trucker hat, deeply engrossed in a newspaper. I surmised he belonged to the rusty pickup outside. I received my order in record time, probably because I was one of the few customers. As I ate, I couldn't help but overhear snippets of the conversation between the waitress and the guy in the leather jacket. They talked in hushed tones, but the silence of the diner amplified their words. "Found another one last week," he was saying. The waitress responded, her voice quivering. "It's been too close for comfort. Jack, what if he heads here next?" "I've been keeping an ear out, trying to track him down," Jack replied. My ears perked up. Were they talking about some local criminal? My gaze inadvertently shifted to them. The guy, Jack, caught my stare and gave me a sharp look. I quickly diverted my attention, but the tension in the air was palpable. I finished my meal and decided to leave a generous tip, eager to get out. But just as I was about to exit, the trucker guy stood up, blocking my path. "Bad fog out there," he remarked, his voice deep and gravelly. "Yeah, hoping to get home before it gets worse," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. He tilted his head, observing me closely. "You be careful out there, city boy. Roads here can be treacherous, especially with the fog, and not just because of poor visibility." I nodded, thanked him for the advice, and quickly made my way to my car. The cold air outside did little to alleviate the unease that the trucker's cryptic warning had instilled in me. Driving out of the parking lot, I noticed the motorcycle guy, Jack, following suit. Alarm bells rang in my head. Was I being paranoid, or was this guy following me? As I merged onto the highway, he kept a consistent distance behind me. Every turn I took, he mirrored, and the fog, which had thickened, coupled with the haunting shadows of trees lining the road, added to my growing sense of dread. Recalling the trucker's warning, I decided to test my suspicion. I took a sudden turn onto a smaller road, one that led to a nearby town. To my dismay, the motorcycle's headlights followed. Panicking now, I pushed the accelerator, hoping to outrun him. The road ahead was unfamiliar, winding and narrow. In the dense fog, every curve was a blind spot, every hill concealed the road beyond. But fear was a potent motivator, and I was desperate to lose him. Suddenly, as I came over a rise, my headlights illuminated a figure standing right in the middle of the road. I swerved, narrowly missing the person, and my car skidded into a ditch. Dazed from the impact, I took a moment to gather myself. The fog outside enveloped everything. Then, a knock on the window jolted me. He was the trucker from the diner. "Looks like you've got yourself in a tight spot," he said, his voice muffled by the glass. Before I could respond, another figure approached. It was Jack. My heart raced, but the trucker stepped between us, holding out a hand to stop him. "Enough, Jack," he bellowed. The kid's had enough. To my astonishment, Jack halted, looking sheepish. "Hi." I thought he overheard us, Jack mumbled, pointing towards the diner in the distance. The trucker sighed. "He's not involved, and even if he did hear something, it's our mess to clean up, not his." I sat there, confusion replacing my fear. The trucker gestured to Jack, who reluctantly pulled out a tow rope from his motorcycle's side bag. Together, they managed to pull my car out of the ditch. Once back on the road, the trucker approached my window. "Sorry about the scare, kid. We're not what you think. We've been tracking a local troublemaker. Thought maybe he'd made you a target." Jack here got a bit too carried away. I was at a loss for words. "So ... you were trying to protect me." In a manner of speaking, "Yes," the trucker replied. "You take care now, and maybe avoid late night diner stops for a while." As I drove away, the adrenaline began to wear off, replaced by a surreal sense of disbelief. What had started as a simple meal break had turned into the most bizarre night of my life. The next day at work, bleary-eyed from lack of sleep, I recounted the night's events to my colleague, Lisa. Her eyes widened in disbelief as I narrated each twist and turn. "No way. That's something straight out of a horror movie," she exclaimed once I'd finished. I gave a weary nod. "I know. Part of me is still convinced it was some elaborate dream." She leaned in, her curiosity piqued. "You said this happened near the old diner on Route 16. Yeah, why?" Lisa hesitated, biting her lip. "There have been rumors. Some folks say that there's an underground criminal ring operating in the area. Smuggling, drugs, that sort of thing. The diner is supposedly a front for their activities." My heart rate quickened. "You think the trucker and the biker were part of it?" She shrugged. "It's possible, but then again, it could just be a wild rumor. Small towns and their stories, you know." The idea gnawed at me. The overheard conversation in the diner, the chase, the cryptic comments, it all started to fit into this dark narrative. I decided I had to find out more. The journalist in me, though buried under layers of code and software lingo, stirred to life. Over the next few weeks, during my free time, I delved into local news archives and online forums, piecing together snippets of information. There were a few unexplained disappearances in the area, some reports of increased drug activity, and vague mentions of a biker gang. One evening, as I was deep into a forum thread, a private message notification popped up. The user was someone named Shadow Seeker. The message read, "I've seen your posts. Looking into the diner, are we? Be careful. Some secrets are better left in the dark." Chills rained down my spine. calling, but instead of deterring me, the message only piqued my curiosity further. I replied, trying to keep my tone neutral, just trying to understand what happened that night. Any info you could provide. There was a long pause before the reply came in. Meet me at the public library tomorrow, 3 p.m. North Reading Room. The next day, with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, I arrived at the designated location. I spotted a figure in the back corner, a hood obscuring their face. As I approached, the figure looked up, revealing the familiar face of Lisa. Lisa, I exclaimed in disbelief. Your shadow seeker. She gave a sheepish smile. Hilty, look, I wanted to help but wasn't sure how involved you wanted to get. Why didn't you just tell me? I asked, still in shock. I was trying to protect you, she replied, but when I saw how deep you were digging, I knew I had to step in. I've lived here all my life, and I have some connections. We spent hours discussing what she knew. While some of the rumors were exaggerated, the diner was indeed a hotspot for unsavory activities. The trucker, it seemed, was a sort of vigilante trying to disrupt the criminals' operations. Jack, the biker, was his reluctant ally, a former member of a local gang seeking redemption. With Lisa's information and my first-hand experience, we approached the local authorities. It took time, and a few close calls with some less than friendly individuals, but eventually a major sting operation was conducted. The diner was shut down, and several key figures were arrested, significantly disrupting the criminal activities in the area. The trucker, whose real name was Mike, and Jack became local heroes, their previous actions now seen in a new light. As for Lisa and me, our bond grew stronger. From colleagues, we became partners in investigation, often diving into local mysteries and urban legends. Our little adventures brought excitement to our otherwise mundane routines. With that diner, even years later, it remained a haunting reminder of the night when my life took an unexpected turn, a place I drove past but never dared to stop it again. Back in college, I'd take long walks around campus in town well past midnight, earbuds in, lost in my music and thoughts. When I moved to the city for a job, my nocturnal strolls continued. At the age of 25, I found myself at a small but cozy apartment in the heart of the city. My neighbor, an elderly woman named Mrs. Gallagher, had a rather rambunctious golden retriever named Charlie. Due to her age and her late husband's recent passing, she struggled to give Charlie his needed exercise. One evening, she asked if I could walk Charlie during my nocturnal excursions. I was more than happy to oblige. Charlie was energetic but gentle, and we quickly became pals. On a brisk autumn night, as the trees cast eerie shadows onto the dimly lit sidewalks and a slight mist hung in the air, Charlie and I ventured out. The city's nocturnal life buzzed around us, taxis zipping by, the distant laughter from late-night bars, and the subtle hum of streetlights. About 20 minutes into our walk, I decided to pass through a park known as Maple Gardens. While it was a beautiful place during the day with families and children playing, at night, it took on a more serene, albeit somber, atmosphere. The thick canopy of trees made it darker than the streets, but the path was relatively straight and led directly to the other side of the park, so I wasn't too concerned. As Charlie and I walked deeper into the park, my playlist shifted to a mellower tune. I lowered the volume, allowing the natural sounds of the night to merge with my music. Charlie, usually eager and sniffing around, suddenly stopped in his tracks, ears perked, and tail stiff. I paused, pulling out an earbud. In the distance, I could see a silhouette of a man standing still, facing us. He was too far to make out any distinct features, but something about his stance felt off. I hesitated for a moment, gauging whether to turn around or continue forward. But city living had made me a bit defiant and overconfident, so I tightened my grip on Charlie's leash and continued, albeit at a brisker pace. However, with each step I took, the man started mirroring my movements. When I walked, he walked. When I stopped, he stopped. A cold unease settled in my gut. I decided to test my suspicions by taking an abrupt turn onto a smaller pathway to the left. After a few steps, I glanced back. He had followed. Panic surged through me. I grabbed my phone, ready to dial 911, when suddenly Charlie growled, a deep, warning growl I'd never heard him make. I turned to see another figure emerging from the tree line to our right. This one was closer, and I could make out a scruffy beard and dark, piercing eyes that seemed to gleam in the minimal light. I was trapped. Thinking quickly, I remembered an old tactic I'd read about. I shouted loudly into the apparent void, "Hey, yeah, I see you. I'm by the south entrance of Maple Gardens. Hurry up." Both figures paused momentarily, likely weighing the possibility of someone coming to my aid. Using the momentary distraction, I took off at a full sprint, pulling Charlie along. To my surprise, Charlie seemed to understand the gravity of the situation and ran with fervor, his powerful strides aiding our escape. After what felt like an eternity, we reached the well-lit main road. I chanced to look back and, to my relief, saw no one in pursuit. Gasping for breath, I called the police. Within minutes, a patrol car arrived. I described the two men, and they began a search of the park. The next day, an officer officer visited my apartment to update me. They'd found a makeshift camp in the park, likely belonging to the two men. Among the possessions were ropes, tape, and a few sharp tools. The implications sent shivers down my spine. The men themselves were nowhere to be found, but the police assured me they'd increased patrols in the area. Mrs. Gallagher, having heard about the incident, was horrified. She thanked me profusely for protecting Charlie and insisted on hiring a professional dog walker for the evenings, though I continued to walk him during daylight hours. The incident was a brutal wake-up call. I realized that the invincible feeling of city living had its limits. My nocturnal walks ceased, replaced by daytime jogs. I also enrolled in a self-defense class and always ensured someone knew my whereabouts when heading out. Several months passed without incident. However, one evening, as I returned from work, Mrs. Gallagher was waiting for me. She looked shaken. In her hand was a crumpled note that had been slipped under her door. It read, "You got lucky with the dog. Next time, maybe not." Weeks turned into months, and my life settled into a new rhythm in a different part of the city. My apartment was on a higher floor in a secure building, complete with a doorman, and I felt safe. However, memories of that harrowing night in the park lingered. To cope, I started attending group therapy sessions for people who had experienced traumatic events. It was here that I met Emily, a petite brunette with a fiery spirit. She had been through a stalking incident herself and understood the anxiety that followed such an ordeal. Emily and I bonded over our shared experiences and soon became close friends. She introduced me to a world of self-awareness and advocacy. We joined volunteer groups, educating women on self-defense and situational awareness. One evening after one of our workshops, as we sipped coffee in a quaint little cafe, Emily's face turned serious. "Have you ever thought of confronting your past? Maybe go back to that park?" I recoiled at the suggestion. "Why would I? It's all behind me." She gently placed her hand over mine. Sometimes, facing our fears head-on can be therapeutic. Closure, you know. The idea was daunting, but after some contemplation, I decided that maybe she was right. With Emily by my side for support, I planned a daytime visit to Maple Gardens. The day was sunny and bright, children laughing on swings, joggers pacing themselves on familiar trails. The very path that once spelled danger for me was now just a winding strip of gravel. We walked, tracing the steps of that night, right up to the spot where I'd first seen the menacing silhouette. Surprisingly, I felt empowered. The shadows that once loomed large were now just trees. The fear had been replaced with resilience. On our way out of the park, a police officer recognized me. "Hey, you're the lady from that night, right? With the dog?" I nodded, surprised he remembered. He continued, "Just wanted you to know, we caught one of those guys a few weeks back. He's been linked to multiple muggings in the area." Relief washed over me. "Thank you, officer, for updating me." As Emily and I left Maple Gardens, I felt a weight lifting off my shoulders. Confronting my past, though challenging, had been the right decision. Years rolled on, and Emily and I started in a go focused on empowering women and providing them with resources post-traumatic events. My once fearful narrative became a beacon of hope for many. And Charlie, I visit him occasionally at Mrs. Gallagher's daughter's place. Our bond remained unshaken. As time wore on and his golden fur turned gray, his loyalty and bravery were constants, reminding me always of the night that changed everything, and the dog who stood by my side. For all the darkness that one night brought into my life, it also ushered in light, resilience, friendship, and purpose. It was a testament to the human spirit's ability to heal, grow, and transform even the most traumatic experiences into powerful lessons. Moving to a new town is never easy, especially when it's a small one. Everyone knows everyone, and newcomers stand out like a sore thumb. When I took a job in a little town called Morton, about 500 miles away from the hustle and bustle of the city I was used to, I anticipated the challenge. The town was picturesque, quaint houses, manicured lawns, and streets so clean you could almost see your reflection in them. People were polite, often greeting you with a nod or a smile. Within weeks, I had settled into my rented home, a lovely 2-bedroom house on Elm Street. One night, as I was wrapping up work in my home office, my landline rang. I found it odd since very few people had that number. "Hello," I answered. Silence, and then a soft exhale. "Who's this?" I pressed click. They hung up. Probably a wrong number, I thought, and returned to my work. But half an hour later, the phone rang again. I picked it up immediately. "Hello." Silence again. But this time, I could hear faint breathing on the other end. "This isn't funny," I said, annoyance clear in my voice. Click. Over the next week, the silent calls continued. Always after sunset. Always the same pattern. Silence, breathing, then a hang up. I tried calling the number back, but it always went to a generic voicemail. Frustrated, I contacted the local phone company. They said they'd look into it, but the calls persisted, and they became more frequent, sometimes happening 5 minutes 6 times a night. One evening, I decided to confront the caller. "What do you want? Why are you doing this?" For the first time, there was a response. A low chuckle, then, "You shouldn't have come here." Chills ran down my spine. The voice was distorted, making it hard to determine if it was a man or a woman. The following morning, I went to the police. They were initially dismissive, attributing it to some local kids playing pranks. But when I mentioned the message, they grew more concerned. They promised to trace the calls. That night, I sat in my living room, waiting. The phone rang, and I braced myself. The voice came again. "You really should leave before it's too late." Terrified, I asked, "Who are you?" The reply sent a shiver down my spine. "Someone who watches, someone close." I immediately checked all the locks on my doors and windows and drew the curtains. The police were informed, but they hadn't made any progress in tracing the call. One evening, as I was watching TV, trying to distract myself, there was a knock on the window. Peering through the curtains, I saw nothing. Just as I was about to brush it off, another knock came, this time from the back door. My heart pounded in my chest. I picked up the landline, ready to call the police, but there was no dial tone. The line was dead. I grabbed my cell phone, but it showed no signal. Suddenly, the power went out, plunging the house into darkness. My panic grew. I stumbled, trying to find my way to the front door, but then I heard it, the soft creak of the back door slowly opening. I bolted to my bedroom, locking it behind me and hiding in the closet. As I waited, trying to control my breathing, footsteps echoed in the silence of the house. The door to my bedroom creaked open. "I know you're here," the distorted voice whispered. It sounded even more menacing in person. Moments felt like hours, but then the sound of sirens pierced the night. The footsteps hastened, and the back door slammed. The police had arrived just in time. A neighbor had seen a figure lurking around my property and called them. As they conducted a search, they found my phone lines had been cut and a signal jammer was placed near my window, disrupting my cell service. Over the next week, an investigation unfolded. The culprit turned out to be none other than the town's phone technician, a man named Robert. He had an obsession with newcomers and had harassed several in the past, deriving pleasure from their fear. However, no one had ever reported him, scared of the tight-knit community's repercussions. I decided to break the cycle. With the evidence stacked against him and my testimony, Robert was convicted and imprisoned. The town, initially hesitant, began to rally around me, condemning Robert's actions. But the ordeal left its scars. I started a support group for those who had been harassed, allowing many to share their stories and heal. As for me, I moved back to the city, craving the anonymity it provided. The small town charm had lost its appeal. However, my experience served as a reminder that danger could lurk anywhere, even in the most picturesque settings. In the city, my life resumed a sense of normalcy. The tall buildings and buzzing crowds provided a stark contrast to the quiet serenity of Morton. Though I returned to the concrete jungle, the shadows of that traumatic period stayed with me, prompting me to take some proactive steps. One of the first things I did was enroll in a self-defense class. It was empowering. The classes not only taught me techniques to protect myself, but also helped rebuild the confidence that had been shattered. Through these sessions, I met others who had faced similar threats in various capacities, from mugging attempts to aggressive confrontations. Together, we formed a tight-knit group, relying on each other for emotional support and strength. Sarah, a fiery woman with raven black hair and a spirit to match, became one of my closest allies. She had faced a home intrusion once and had managed to fend off her attacker. Together, we brainstormed an idea to set up a community initiative that educated city dwellers about the importance of personal safety. Our initiative, named Guardian Watch, aimed to conduct workshops, self-defense classes, and awareness campaigns. We collaborated with local police stations, using their expertise to demonstrate the importance of vigilance in daily life. We started small, organizing sessions in community halls, schools, and offices. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive, and soon we were getting requests from various parts of the city. One day, as I was addressing a group of college students, a familiar face caught my eye. It was Emily, my support and confidante from Morton. She had moved to the city for a fresh start. Seeing her in the audience, nodding in agreement and cheering me on, was the reassurance I didn't know I needed. After the workshop, we embraced, the familiarity of her presence warming my heart. She expressed how proud she was of the initiative I'd undertaken. Emily joined Guardian Watch, and with her insights and dedication, our programs reached new heights. Months turned into years, and Guardian Watch grew beyond our wildest expectations. We had chapters in multiple cities, and our message of personal safety and empowerment reached thousands. We started a helpline for individuals who had faced any threats, ensuring they got the necessary legal and psychological support. Through all of this, I found healing. Confronting my fears and turning them into an empowering movement was cathartic. Every person we helped, every life we impacted, added a piece to my healing puzzle. One summer evening, as I stood on my apartment balcony overlooking the sprawling city, Sarah joined me with 2 cups of tea. "Look at what we've built," she whispered, her eyes reflecting the city lights. "I couldn't have done it without you," I replied, holding up my cup for a toast. "To resilience," she said. "To new beginnings," I added. We both sipped our tea, the warmth of the beverage echoing the warmth in our hearts. The horrors of that period in Morton seemed distant, yet the lessons it taught me remained. I had learned the value of community, the importance of resilience, and the sheer power of turning negative experiences into positive action. The city lights blinked below, a testament to life moving forward, and I was ready for whatever came next. I've been debating about whether to post this or not, but I've finally decided that it's been long enough for me to talk about this. This happened to me and my mom a few months ago, back in October. It happened in a very rural part of New Hampshire, like a side road on a side road type of neighborhood. It was pouring out, as it had been raining for pretty much the whole day. My mom had just gotten back from down the street in my sister's car, and I was on the couch in the living room when suddenly I heard the doorbell ring. Our front door has a big glass pane in the front, so we can look out from the inside, and someone can look in from the outside. Through this window pane, I see a man. I didn't get a great look at him, as I didn't have my long distance glasses on. The man noticed that I had seen him, and waved as if trying to be friendly. For the rest of this post, I'll refer to him as Jack. I got up, and thought about opening the door for Jack, but relented, as I couldn't properly see who it was. I didn't want to let a stranger into the house. Instead, I went down the hall to my parents' bedroom, where my mom was getting ready for work. She asked what was up, and I explained to her that a man in a poncho was outside of her door, and wanted to talk to us. She went as white as a ghost. Immediately, she stopped getting ready, closed and locked the bedroom door, and started checking the windows to make sure they were locked. I asked her what was going on. My mom explained that as she was driving home, she had seen this Jack guy. He had been standing, motionless, on the side of the main street. As soon as my mom turned down our road, he started to walk, presumably to follow her. She said the encounter was weird but thought nothing more of it. Why would someone be out in the pouring rain, down a back road in the afternoon? It was like he was waiting for something. I started to panic as well. My mom called my aunt. The two were like best friends, and asked what she should do. My aunt told her to call the police immediately, and so we did. We proceeded to pace around the bedroom, frantically looking out the windows to see if we could see this Jack guy. From where the bedroom was angled, it was impossible to look at the front porch and see if he was still there, but we were desperate for anything. After what felt like hours, we finally saw a police car pull up. They carefully unlocked the door and went down to let the officer in. We explained what we saw, and he agreed to do a scan around the neighborhood. As he left, I noticed there was something on the doorknob. I took it off, and it was a political advertisement for a candidate that was running for office. It's possible Jack was just campaigning for the candidate, but there are a lot of holes in that story. It was pouring out, so why would you go door to door? And why would you go that route in such a rural neighborhood? The houses are so far apart, you barely make a dent on foot. The time doesn't make sense either. Sure, I and my mom were home, but it was about 4 in the afternoon. Most people would still be at work, so you'd probably get no response from knocking anyway. Eventually, the officer returned. He had found the guy down the road and had questioned him. This Jack guy was able to ID himself, and he claimed that he was a political campaigner and was just knocking on doors for that reason. When probed further, conveniently enough, Jack couldn't provide any other door signs, as the one he had left on our house was the last one. That makes the campaign story even more absurd. Our house is in the middle of the street. It's not like we were the last by any means, so why wouldn't you bring enough for the whole street? Even the officer pointed this out to us and said that it was unusual behavior. Although the officer was suspicious of him, there wasn't anything he could do about it, as there was no way to prove intent. He told us to be alert and do not hesitate to call if the man returns. Fast forward a few weeks, and I start noticing that a police car seems to be permanently stationed down the road from us, about a 3-minute drive. I got curious and asked my mom about it, and she said that there were multiple break-ins into the houses down the road, and the police were doing a sort of sting operation. The Jack man encounter and the break-ins may be unrelated, but considering how Jack acted, I have a sinking feeling that they are connected. I'll start this by saying I am a 29-year-old female from a small town in northern Tennessee, the kind where everyone knows everyone, and the kind where you have to drive 30 minutes to an hour to a job that pays a living wage. So when my dad started his new job around 9 years ago, he found out he was working at the same place as a friend he knew growing up, Barry. I'll also tell you that I was bullied a lot growing up, so I took compliments as jokes mostly. So when I first met Barry, he would compliment me and tell me how pretty I was. I was 20 at this time, and I always thanked him for the kind words. As time went on, the compliments got more intense. He would say he'd love to be with a woman my size. I always laughed it off and never said anything. This went on at company picnics and holiday parties I went to with my dad for about 4 years. Then I got a job with the same company, in the same department as Barry. Things were okay for the 3 months months he trained me. He still complimented me daily and I thanked him for the compliments. After my training, I went to night shift and only saw him for the 30 minutes of overlap per shift. Then 7 months into the job, my boyfriend and I broke up. Barry was sympathetic at first, then became a different person. His compliments became more focused on my body and not my face. He would stare at certain body parts while speaking to me and cock his head to the side while standing behind me if I bent down to pick something up. When I became single, he would also ask me about my preferences in the bedroom, if I be with a man of his age, which was early 50s, or a man of his size, 5'11" and 300 pounds. He'd become frustrated when I told him no. Declining everything he asked me never stopped him. He just upped his game. He'd start talking about me and my body to other people at work and asking them questions about me or trying to get them to ask me the questions he wanted answers to. He did this numerous times to my best friend, who will call Jay for privacy reasons. Well, luckily for me, Jay just so happened to have a massive crush on me. He'd never do anything Barry asked of him, and he always told me everything Barry said or asked. This continued on for around 8 months, and then Barry came to night shift, so my 30 minutes with him became 8 hours. He would start telling me all about his relationship history, unprompted. The questions, comments, and staring never stopped. To give you a small example, this man asked me if he won the lottery would I sleep with him for money. I said no. He offered me $1,000 one time to screw with him and I said no. I told him there is no amount of money in the world to make me sleep with him. He got mad at that. He'd ask for nude pictures, which I said no to. He'd ask Jay to try to sleep with me and take pictures and videos. He also said no. This all led to me being constantly stressed out and always looking over my shoulder to see if he was staring at me when I had to bend over to pick up something or if I had to reach for something. I did that to try and make him stop staring, but it didn't matter, he still did. I stopped talking to him. I stopped being in his vicinity. But it continued. His comments were just to other people in the building, mainly Jay. They came to a breaking point one week when my supervisor told me that my department had to work one weekend alone, just Barry and myself on our shift. I begged him not to make me come in, and I told him I would call out and take a point or whatever I had to. I told him how scared I was to be alone with that man. I told him no man should be alone in a building this size with a woman, period. He listened and canceled the overtime, and he made sure I was never alone with Barry without a third person around. I finally broke down and told upper staff about it all. That turned out to be a waste of time. It continued for 6 more months, but thankfully I was on medical leave for surgery for 2 of those months. Then in November of last year, the right person on my shift heard me crying and complaining to Jay about everything before going home one night, and they complained to upper staff on my behalf. They finally opened an investigation. They asked me a ton of questions and my answers filled up 2 notebook pages front and back of just the comments and questions from him over 3 years. They asked Jay a ton of questions and a few other people who worked around us, and 3 days later, he was finally let go for harassment. He threatened me the day they put him on suspension for the investigation, and he was banned from company property unless he wanted to be arrested. I filed a no contact order against him and haven't heard from him in over a year. Jay finally told me that Barry had admitted to him at one point shortly before he was let go that if he ever got me alone, he was going to assault me and do ungodly things to me and then just leave my body somewhere. So I am extremely grateful to my supervisor for not letting that happen to me. I had to type this out twice to get my thoughts in order. But the thing that bothers me a lot about all this, Barry had a daughter a year younger than me and she had nothing to do with him when I knew him. I can't help but wonder what abuse he possibly put her through growing up. It has been over a year since this all came to an end. I'm no longer scared at work. I'm not on edge or stressed out. But as long as Barry is living and breathing in my hometown, I will not live there. And he's made a lot of enemies in that small town because of this. That happens in small towns when your parents know everyone, including the sheriff. Oh, and about Jay, his massive crush paid off and we're now dating. I've never felt safer with anyone in my life. So Barry, the pervert who made my work life suck for 3 years, let's never meet again. And to any other girl or woman who is being harassed at work, don't be afraid to speak up. I promise you it's worth it to tell someone. Every day I walk home from school with my friend because she lives only a little bit away from me, so our routes line up. At the start of the school year, we noticed there was a man usually looking at us from his window while we walked home from school. Found it a little weird, but ultimately didn't think much of it. A few months ago, after the heat of summer died down a bit, he started sitting out on his porch when we were walking by. Usually he would just smile at us. Sometimes I smiled back, but I usually just ignored him. One day as I was walking by his house, he waved to me from where he was sitting. I stopped and waved back at him and told him him to have a nice afternoon as I walked past. It felt a little weird because he didn't reply, but eventually I forgot about the whole thing. Once when my mother was at work and I was alone at our house, I noticed him walking past my house several times through my window. I felt very creeped out and uncomfortable. I considered talking to my parents about it just in case, but I ultimately convinced myself he wasn't doing anything wrong, so it didn't really matter. Yesterday I walked home from school alone because I stayed behind with some other kids outside the school for a few hours since we had our club that day, and I didn't want to walk home just to have to come back fairly soon after. I had just bought myself a nice pair of wired headphones a few weeks with money I've been saving up for a long time since I don't have a job. I was playing them over one ear as I was walking home. On the way home there is a public lot with a stable on it that I like to cut through to get into my yard as quick as I can rather than walking around the property. Sometimes people like to hang around it to meet up, but there wasn't anyone on it that I could see. As I rounded a corner on the stable, someone grabbed the back of my shirt. From the way they were grabbing it, I could see part of their hand. I jerked forward and they grabbed the top part of my headphones. The wire was at the bottom part of my neck and it got stuck for a moment, and I remember feeling like if I couldn't get away something very bad was going to happen. The wire eventually snapped and I took off running as fast as I could, screaming. They let go of my shirt and I hopped the half-length fence to our property and I ran as fast as I could out onto the sidewalk in front of my house because I was worried that I would take too long on the lock if they were following me. By the time I actually got to the sidewalk point, I was crying and I felt like I was going to collapse because I was so scared. When I looked over my shoulder, I couldn't see anyone, but I kept running until I reached my friend's house in case whoever was there was still around. When I got there, I was in tears and it took a bit to explain the situation because they couldn't understand me. I tried calling my mother, but she wouldn't pick up the phone. My friend's mom called the police and they came to check things out. There was nobody at the stables and they told me that it was most likely some kid trying to mess around, but they escorted me home to where my mother was waiting for me anyways. I didn't tell them about the old man because I was worried they would think I was crazy considering he hasn't technically done anything, but there's something in my mind that keeps telling me that it was him who grabbed me at the stables. When I was walking home from school today, I brought a screwdriver with me in case I needed to defend myself. I also had my friend with me. My mother offered to pick me up from school, but I was worried that if I had shown how the encounter had affected me, then it would make things worse. I also avoided the stables and my friend made sure I made it to the door. The guy on his porch wasn't there today and I'm still not fully sure if it's him or not. I feel terrible that my headphones broke, but I can't help but wonder what would have happened if they didn't. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. To start, I am a woman in my early 20s and I work as a cashier at a grocery store. I talk to hundreds of people a week. I should have knew something was off when he first came through my line about 6 months ago, but my job is to be friendly to people, so I treated him like every other customer. He was obviously down on his luck, and when I asked the usual question of, "How's it going today?" he proceeded to tell me a whole sob story. His wife had apparently kicked him out of the house. In his words, apparently because she was having a psychotic breakdown. Should have been my first red flag. He was houseless, lonely, and hungry. I felt bad for him and attempted to sympathize. He was trying to buy a hot roasted chicken, but our government programs in this state don't cover hot food for some reason. So I did some cashier magic and changed it so his food stamps would cover the chicken and he'd have a hot meal that night. This was my first mistake. Although he was extremely grateful, this also was apparently a defining moment for him. Every Monday he proceeded to come through my line and buy a hot chicken. I genuinely thought I was just doing something nice for someone going through a hard time. He always ended up trapping me at my register with conversation. At first it was to complain about his ex's psychotic behavior. He called her a narcissist and crazy. I just listened because I had nowhere to go. I was at work after all. After a while he got over it and moved into a hostel of some sorts. He was somewhat more stable, but also obviously depressed. He always told me I cheered him up and he enjoyed talking with me. I told him that I did as well. Maybe that wasn't the right thing to say, but I really did at the time. He would also occasionally ask what my shift was / when I got off work, but I was too naive at the time to see the harm in the question. Eventually he was very excited to tell me he got a hold of a used keyboard and was excited to be playing and writing music again. I told him that was awesome and that I also played the piano. Something must have clicked in his brain because now he had something to relate to me about. Every conversation we had from there on he was encouraging me to play piano again and telling me I'd be a great music teacher even though he'd never heard or seen me play. I nodded and smiled and did my job. I really thought the conversation topic was innocent enough. Then one day he asked for my email. This is where I feel I really screwed up. Even though it was a burner email and never planned on responding, I gave it to him. He was sending me music he liked and music he wrote and I never responded to him. I knew it was upsetting to him, but at this point something felt weird and responding would have been opening another line of communication communication with him. I kind of had my fill at work already. At some point he also asked for my number, but I declined giving to him. He said he finally wanted to have a real conversation with me, even after never responding to his emails once. I should mention, my coworkers always thought the interactions he had with me were a little too personal and lengthy. Someone even called him a creep one day, but I brushed it off. I was just being friendly to someone who was down on their luck, so I thought. Eventually everything my coworkers were saying was starting to ring loudly in my head. I found myself avoiding him. He was sending me emails at least once a week and I never replied. I knew he'd come in on Mondays at about what time, so I'd take an extra break then. I just didn't want to see him anymore. I didn't want to talk, and to be frank, he was creeping me out a bit. Last week, one of the busiest weeks at the grocery store, the week before Thanksgiving, I couldn't avoid him and he came through my line. He only bought a bag of chips, very clearly just wanting to talk to me, and waited in line for 5 minutes instead of going through the express registers. I gave him short answers and tried not to engage too much. He told me I had saved his life and had somehow helped completely turn it around by being his cashier at the grocery store. This is something he has said before, but this time he told me he had wrote me a song to return the favor. I didn't know how to react, but in the moment I said I'd let him know what I think. I saw it in my email, but never gave a listen, never even read the email. This interaction made me feel weird. It told me everything I needed to know. He was thinking of me after he left the store. He was thinking of me while he was home. He was thinking about me while writing music. The only thoughts I were having about him were on Mondays, because I knew he'd be coming in. My thoughts about him were filled with dread and anxiety. Today was my absolute breaking point. I got back from my last break and saw him just getting off the bus. At this point, my coworkers know I tried to avoid him. I ran up the stairs to the break room and was obviously panicking. 15 minutes later, one of my coworkers comes in and lets me know he did 3 laps around the store looking for me and then left without buying anything. He was clearly seeking me out. I told her I was gonna wait 10 more minutes and would be back on the floor. So I did that, but when I got back to the floor I was just filled with anxiety and clearly looking around for him. Thank God my coworkers had my back, because I didn't notice him coming in again, but he suddenly went straight to my register. I started having a panic attack. One of the other cashiers was very inviting to him. "I can help you right over here," she said. At this point I was running away from the registers and the other cashier had stepped into where I was at. He ignored her and followed me. I didn't say anything. I was also clearly panicking and running away. He followed me to the steps yelling, "Wait, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." I had just made it to the break room and the store manager opened the door. I had just had a conversation with him about this guy. He told me he would handle the next time he was in, to tell him he needs to leave me alone. I didn't realize it would be in the same day. I blurted out he's back. He was following me. Management ran down the stairs to try to catch him, but he was gone. He still didn't buy anything, because he only does if I'm his cashier. I had a full-blown panic attack in the break room. I was crying. I called my boyfriend to come pick me up. I didn't want to be alone. His apologies rang in my ears. One of my coworkers pointed out he wouldn't be apologizing if he knew he wasn't doing something wrong. That really stung. She was 100% right. My coworkers comforted me. They told me it wasn't my fault and I don't need to be sorry. I just can't help but feel so sorry. Sorry I didn't have the guts to set boundaries with him sooner or tell him how uncomfortable he was making me. The store manager said his behavior was completely inappropriate, coming once a week when he knew I was working and only buying something if I was his cashier. He said that was stalker behavior. Everyone did. I ended up going home early and calling out for the next day. This was a few years ago. It was pretty late, past 2 in the morning. I was living with this boy who was pretty abusive, and he had gotten really jealous at this party we were at earlier that night. Not even an hour after we had gotten home, he tossed me out onto our front porch and locked the door behind me. I was knocking and pleading for him to please let me back inside. I was still wearing what I had worn to the party and it was freezing out. I wasn't sure what to do. He had my phone, purse, and wallet in the house with him, so I just sat on the porch crying. When he turned off the lights both inside and outside of the house, I knew he wasn't going to let me back in. I felt so helpless and cold. I thought about knocking on a neighbor's door, even though he didn't have many, but I had anxiety about waking any of them up and causing trouble for my boyfriend. So instead I decided I would try to walk to this gas station and motel, which was like a little less than a mile away, so I could use their phone to try to call a girlfriend of mine to see if I could sleep over with her. A little bit into the walk, this tall white pickup truck was approaching on the opposite side of the road that I was on. I tried not to make eye contact for obvious reasons, but then I heard the truck stopping and beginning to make a U-turn and my heart just started pounding. I just about froze up but forced myself to speed walk at the very least. The truck pulled up to me and this guy rolled down his window and asked what I was doing out this late. I told him how I was going to meet my friend at the gas station and that she was expecting me. He sort of smiled and offered me a ride. I said no thank you, citing that I shouldn't hitchhike. He told me, well good. I don't pick up hitchhikers or anyone. You don't look like a hitchhiker though, you just look like you need some help. He just kept driving next to me and told me I shouldn't think he was a creep, and he pulled out what looked like a police badge and told me he had just gotten off duty, which is why he was in civilian clothes and out so late. He said he wouldn't mind driving next to me just to make sure I get to where I was heading safely. I was naive and a bit too trusting of his kindness and quote-unquote credentials, and when he offered me a ride again I said that it would be nice because the gas station wasn't that far away anyway. He popped the door open for me and I hopped in. The radio was low. It was a little messy, the ashtray was full of cigarettes, there were a lot of newspapers on the passenger floor. As I was moving my feet, some of the papers shifted, showing a pair of handcuffs, some coffee cups, empty water bottles, rags, a highlight colored bandana, and some other things. He apologized, saying that it was the truck he took hunting, but it was super warm so I was happy and didn't mind at all. He told me his name was John. He asked why I was scantily dressed without a jacket and I started to tell him about the party and the fight I had been in with my boyfriend. He was super charming and attentive. He even laughed that he could go back and arrest him. I asked about him and he told me about his family. He was a young dad. He had a wife, a daughter, a son, and a dog, and I told him it was like he had the perfect little family, and he laughed and said he certainly did. Then it had sort of clicked for me to ask him I could use his phone, but he said no because he had to save his battery. We were approaching the gas station and he drove right past it. I politely said, oh, I think that's the one, but he didn't answer me. I felt sick to my stomach. My heart started pounding. I started getting choked up. My eyes started tearing up as I was looking out the windows and watching the lights behind us getting further and further away. It was hard for me to even speak, but somehow I murmured, asking if he could please turn around, and he ignored me. Whenever I would look at him, he just looked empty-eyed and emotionless, totally dead and glazed. I looked back out the window and down at the road to see if maybe we were going slow enough that I could make a leap out of the car without seriously injuring myself. I remember always hearing never go to the second location, but I thought about the possibility of jumping out and breaking an ankle and how it would be a lot harder to get away with one foot as opposed to two, debating with myself that there was snow on the ground, but then again, snow is hard to get along in, especially when you're not fully clothed. I feel so dumb now too because I wasn't even tied up or anything. I was just so scared though, like there was nothing but trees, an empty road, and us. I was crying pretty badly at this point and asked if I could please borrow his phone again. I honestly don't know why I even asked, and he told me to stop talking. Then he started talking underneath his breath, saying, girls shouldn't be out so late. You shouldn't have been alone this late. Look what you're doing to me. Dressed like this, and other derogatory things. As he kept saying these terrible things, too many to type out here to be honest. I wasn't even responding. I was just crying and trying to think past the fear I was feeling. I remembered the pair of handcuffs I remember seeing under the papers beneath my feet, so I used that little, I don't know how to describe it, like scoopy motion. I managed to use my feet to scoop the handcuffs up and use my heels and toes to push them under the bottom of my seat as far as I could. I was thinking of different things I could do to try to help myself, like if we were close enough to some upcoming lights or structures, if I ever made it to them, I could just grab the wheel and cause us to crash into them, or maybe how if I got lucky enough for a cop to pass us, I could grab the wheel and swerve so he would appear to be a drunk driver and we get pulled over. I guiltily thought about the possibility if this man is just having a weird night and how if I did anything it would hurt him, but I told myself that sort of thinking sort of got me into this mess. He pulled off road where there were still woods on both sides of us. On his side the wooded trees were closer to the road. On mine, then there was a small gap fully covered in thick snow. Before the trees thickly picked up maybe 10 yards away. He turned off the car and coldly said there was something wrong with the car and to get out with him. As he grabbed the keys and was stepping out of the car, I grabbed onto the center console and cried and pleaded not to make me get out with him because it was too cold. He turned around to face me, his door still open, and shouted at me to get out of the car because we had to go check out the trunk bed hatch. I dug my fingernails deeper into the console, thinking my cries of no and head shaking would cause him to come around to my side of the car and drag me out himself. I was crying and said, please John, I'm so cold and scared. I was thinking of everything I ever heard. Humanize yourself, use first names. He stared at me in this like way I can't even describe it to this day. I don't even know how to start. He got back in the car and I slinked towards my window, scared he would drag me over the console. He turned off the headlights and everything just looked dark blue. He stared at the steering wheel for what felt like years before lighting a cigarette and looking out his window and back at me and then back out his window. He heard me shuffle my feet on the newspapers. I was just adjusting my legs, but while still staring out his window told me if I thought about running. He had a quick way to get me where he wanted me, and oddly enough I was sort of thinking of running minutes before that, but reasoned that if he wanted me out of the car then I should definitely stay in, otherwise he could chase me or shoot me. I think at that point I sort of hit some sort of bottom of my reserve, and instead of panic, there was numbness and exhaustion. It was dead quiet, but I finally just barely audibly told him that my friend was still waiting for me and asked about his wife and children, and he flatly said he didn't have a wife or children and that his house was empty. I asked him what he was thinking about and he said, "I'm thinking of what to do with you." He didn't say it angrily, he just said it flatly and coldly, which sort of scared me more. I did start getting worked back up to a cry at that point, and he told me not to cry and turned the car on, offering me some heat. I just cried and said I wanted to go home. Eventually, he started driving and kept driving until we were approaching a gas station. I was gauging the right time to reach for the wheel, but before I could, he started slowing down. While pulling up, he told me not to tell anyone or he would find me. Then he told me all he was doing was teaching me a lesson not to hitchhike with strangers. He was almost coming to a complete stop when he told me to get out before he changes his mind. Before he could even get another look at me to assess my understanding, I was already down out of the truck and sprinting towards the gas station. The panic was overwhelming me, but then I stopped and remembered to try to see his license plate. I turned around but only caught the blur of the last 3 numbers as he was driving off. I ran inside and asked the clerk behind the counter to please call the police. I waited until the officer got there, and I'll be honest, I was a little scared it would be John. My fears melted away when the new-faced policeman got there. I gave him the description of John, his appearance, the vehicle color and type, the parts of the license plate number I had caught, the fact he said he was an off-duty cop, just basically anything I could. I asked him if he could look at the camera, and the officer disappeared in the back for a little bit, then came back out saying there was nothing was on them. I asked if I would be able to look, and the officer said no and asked me if I didn't trust him, and I told him of course I did. The officer gave me a ride to my friends, lecturing me for hitchhiking. I never heard anything back about the report that was made, so I would try to follow up, and each time I did, they never got back to me aside from this one time I was told my case number didn't exist. But that didn't stop me from trying to follow up. Throughout the months and years, I asked my friend, whose home I slept over at that one night, if she ever heard of any weirdness or anything since that incident had happened to her or anyone up there, and she always says no. So I sort of let it go and try to tell myself that maybe he actually was just trying to teach me a lesson or something. I mean, I definitely never hitchhiked again, so if it was a lesson, it certainly worked. I never heard anything back having to do with the case. I never heard of any other odd experiences up there. Maybe it was just one man trying to teach me something. But honestly, sometimes I think I tell myself all of that to help me sleep better at night. It all felt really real. Even if it wasn't real, I'm really glad I didn't get out of the car in the woods that night. This memory from a year ago popped into my head, and I want to share because I was so shocked in the moment. I realize now how scary the situation was, and it was just super strange. I, a 22-year-old woman, met my dad at a tire shop in an increased crime area of town. Not really sure why we went to this shop. It was probably around noon. My dad brought his chihuahua with him, so I took her on a walk around the tire shop while he consulted with the mechanics. The shop was about half a football field away from a busy street, with a big field in between the shop and the street, and an otherwise residential area. I figured it was safe enough to walk the dog around in the field because my dad and the mechanics were right there. However, the shop was fenced in and not facing the field, so I guess it wasn't actually that safe for me because my dad/employees couldn't see me. So I was just walking the little dog around in this field, not too close to the busy street. And suddenly, this beat up car with the windows down starts driving really slowly on the busy street, and I can tell the dude driving was staring at me. The street is somewhat far away from me, and he eventually drives past, so I'm like, whatever. But then a couple seconds later, I see the car again going down the street in the opposite direction, going really fast, and he turns onto the side street where I am. He's driving very, very fast, and he just guns it into the field where I'm walking the dog, literally jumping the curb. He's coming straight for me, very fast, and I'm just shocked, thinking, is he about to plow us down? What is happening? It was just so quick and unexpected. In my confused shock, I'm just hesitating with the dog, contemplating running away but also not wanting to turn my back on the car. Then, miraculously, I guess there was some kind of uneven ground or a hole because the guy's car, which was a real beater, very old, got stuck and a wheel started spinning. With his windows down, I could hear him cursing and take this moment to scoop up the dog, about to run out of there. Then he opens the car door, about to get out of the car. I can't remember any descriptions about this man other than he was quite overweight. Again, because of the shock, I can't even recall his race or age range strange or anything. Right at that moment, a truck pulls up beside us with 2 young men inside. It was like a construction truck. They roll down the windows and ask if the sky is bothering me. They say it loudly and it spooks the guy, and he goes back into his car. He then is able to peel out and reverse from whatever hole the car was stuck in. He very quickly reverses out from the field we're in back onto the street and takes off. The kind men who stopped apparently saw all this happen. It just happened so quickly. They were just as confused as I was. What was this dude's game plan? What was he attempting? Kidnapping me in broad daylight, obviously with people around. I'm not sure. I'm so glad his car got stuck and I didn't find out. It was just very strange. I'm grateful his car got stuck and the guys who drove by stopped and were willing to check out the situation. We chatted for a second after the guy left and were all very confused about what had happened. I can be overconfident at times about my safety, but after a handful of other strange, potentially dangerous encounters, I've learned to always be alert. Bad things can happen anytime and anywhere, and don't freeze in fight or flight situations. So many times, I've frozen instead of fighting or flighting when I really should have taken some kind of action. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I grew up out in the wooded country in Illinois, on a short dead-end street 10+ miles from a town, and there were 7 houses in the area spread out on a 2.5-acre wooded lots or larger each. There were no large wild animals. There are bears or similarly large animals in the region, and people didn't meander there or show up lost. Actually, lost folks or large animals wandering around never happened in the 20 years I lived there, so please keep that in mind. When I was a young girl in my early teen years, I had a good guy friend a few years older than me who lived next door, Terry. Terry was allowed to go out with his friends much later than I was, and he would sometimes tromp over to my yard after getting home late and throw rocks from the gravel area outside at my window to chat. My bed was right next to the window. I'd open the window and we'd whisper stories and generally talk for a bit. My second-story window faced our backyard and his house was to the side. I could see his house from my window over the shrub trees and walking path to his driveway. I'd often know if he was out. The light was on over the side door entrance or already home, light being off. One time during the summer when my window was open, I heard a car in his driveway dropping him off. I was probably 14 years old and it was around midnight. I heard Terry get out of a car and was talking to his friends. Soon his friends pulled away. I softly called out, as loud as I could without waking my parents, asking Terry to stop by and chat. He didn't respond as he probably didn't hear me. Then I came up with the not so brilliant idea to sneak outside and scare him. I'd spent many years in the woods and learning how to blend in and be silent. As kids we'd often sneak around and scare each other, so I silently sneaked down from the second floor and out my back garage door, which led to our backyard below my window, which led to Terry's house off the side through our gravel area, then through a well-worn path through the woods about 25 feet long. My parents had put in a gravel pit around the back of the house, probably because nothing much grew due to the shade of the oak trees. There were 14-inch oak rounds set out as an uneven steppy path in the gravel, and if you stepped off of the rounds, the crunch of gravel and rocks would give you away. I picked my way expertly and silently across the log rounds facing Terry's house. My eyes got accustomed to the dark and I didn't see him. Also at that time I heard the door of his house close and the light going off, signaling he went in, likely to bed. I waited a bit as I thought I saw something move in the woods between our houses, but not on the path we'd always use. If you didn't use the path, there were wild rose and raspberry plants that had thorns and were painful to walk through if you weren't careful. So I thought it was odd that he'd be in the woods, but maybe he wanted to scare me like I was plotting to do to him. But I saw something human-sized and dark moving through the woods slow and pausing every once in a while like me. It was coming closer and I definitely saw it, but it was strange in that it wasn't walking directly to my window to talk. Therefore I hunched down and waited in silence, wondering if I could still startle him. I still thought it was Terry and he saw me sneak out and he was trying to scare me. I watched a dark outline of a human figure moving, but then I would lose sight of it in the foliage. It seemed to be stalking slowly and listening/checking every few feet while hiding. So I whispered after losing patience one last time for Terry, but he didn't answer. I got bored of hiding and crouching, so I quietly tippy-toed back to my garage door and went back inside, silently locking up as I went. I snuck back upstairs to my room above the area where I was just standing/crouching. My window was open and I definitely heard someone or something walking around the yard. I whispered again for Terry out my window but got no answer. Then I heard someone or something fall and crack and mow pretty loudly in the window well right below my window. It wasn't enough to wake my parents, but definitely loud enough I didn't mistake it, and it sent a shock of fear through me. If you aren't familiar with a window well, it's a semicircle hole connected to the house, dug out about 3 or 4 feet deep and reinforced with metal. It allows a basement window to be put in below ground level and a hole lets some natural light in. There is no way Terry would have fallen in our window well. We had been playing hide and seek and many outdoor games for years since we were young around the whole neighborhood. We knew everyone's window wells and house footprints, plus paths in the woods like the back of our hands. The grunt sounded humanish and not like an animal. It also pulled itself out quietly without a lot of thrashing. That's when I realized this wasn't a fun game and someone or something was out there, and it wasn't Terry. I tried to look outside my window as best I could, but there was a screen on my windows to keep the bugs out, so I couldn't lean my head out the window to see next to the wall of our house directly below me. I then heard the crunch of rocks as whatever it was stepping in the noisy gravel. Again, Terry would know where the log rounds were and would not step in the gravel. He knew my parents were pretty strict and he was as good at being quiet as I was. Whatever it was stopped and I held my breath. I pretty much sat there with my face pressed against the screen 2 stories up for probably a half hour. I never heard it, him, or her leave, but I grew tired and eventually fell asleep on my bed that was next to the window. There are a few things I'm certain of. It wasn't Terry. I asked him later and he said he went to bed that night when he got home. He also would have no reason to lie. I'm pretty sure it wasn't one of our neighbors and I can't think of any reason a person would be there. We had few neighbors and only 2 other houses out of 7 had kids. Again, these 7 houses were spread out in 2.5+ acres per home. There weren't any big animals in the area. As wooded as the whole area was, we only had some deer, but they were hunted and didn't come close to homes. Plus our dog scared them away. So stranger in the woods, let's not ever meet. A few years ago, I was working at a pizza chain in my hometown as a driver. I was 27, but made good money delivering. I had worked at a few other places, both local and chain, in the years before, and still work as a dasher on occasion even after this happened. Now I choose to deliver in much safer areas for this reason. I got luckier than I could ever imagine. One night I was working and had 2 deliveries to take. Both were cash orders. I had $12 left in my bank. It's what drivers are given to use as change for cash orders, so you don't have a ton of cash on you at all times. The first order went smoothly. The guy gave me $50 for a $35 order, so I was excited about the nice tip. I drove to the second delivery. It was an apartment complex with multiple buildings. I had delivered there before. The sun was about to set, but it was still very light out. The chain I worked at had us drive company cars with the logo on it, all white sedans. This is important for later. I grab the order and go to the door to the apartment building. A young guy comes out, and a much bigger older guy was outside smoking a cigarette. The big guy went inside as the smaller guy came out. He looked around nervously and asked how much he owed me. The way he was looking around just made me very nervous. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I told him the amount and he said that wasn't what he was told on the phone. Something was very wrong. I felt someone else walk out behind me from the door as the first young guy looked around down the parking lot, craning his neck as if he was looking for someone. I told him the amount again and broke down the order for him, trying to keep calm. Then the first guy held a gun to my right temple. I also felt a poke on my spine. 2 gunmen. I couldn't speak. Words wouldn't form no matter how hard I tried. Give me your money and keys. No. The first guy growled and I fumbled immediately for the keys. I gave him my bag but hadn't realized the 50 was mixed in. I gave him the keys, trying my best to remain calm. Another guy came up from my left. He had poofy hair and was around the same age as the first kid. The one behind me I hadn't seen yet. The big hair kid grabbed the pizza bag and ran off and hid. The first kid searched the company car. Luckily I had left my wallet in my personal car. I saw him grab my cell phone and that's when the panic began to set in. I had pictures on that phone that I hadn't backed up of my then 5-year-old son, who absolutely is my world. Please don't take that. I have pictures of my son who died on there. It's all I have of him, please. I lied. My son is very much alive. The kid behind me spoke softly. Trust me, just listen to him. You'll get it back, I'm damaged. I don't want to be here either. I could tell he'd been crying by how his voice sounded. A car began pulling in and the 3 boys took off to the other end of the complex in a full sprint. Before the one behind me ran, he dropped the gun in front of me. I could tell the gun's safety was off. Looked completely real to me. He picked it back up and ran with the others. The car that pulled in saw me. It was a woman and her kid. Panic set in as I realized they could easily come back and do way worse to me as the sky started to get dark. I collapsed. They had taken my company car keys, $72, the pizza, and my phone. The woman ran up to me and asked if I was alright. She took me into her apartment in the next building over and locked the door. I was shaking so hard I couldn't even hold her phone to talk to the police on the phone as she set down her kid. Her boyfriend, I assumed, helped me call. I spoke to the operator and told her everything. I'm colorblind and these guys were obviously wearing all black and white clothes, thank God. I had a full description of 2 of them. The poor woman who helped me was going to be late for work, but she still stayed until I was off the phone and cops had shown up. Man, she was harsh and blunt with the operator, but I will never forget this woman's utter kindness to me and her boyfriends. Cops showed up and contacted my store, and my manager brought out the spare keys for me to drive the car back to the store. After dealing with the cops, I drove back and was greeted by crying and beyond worried coworkers. All of them were terrified that I was hurt. It meant a lot to me how much they cared, but I told them I was fine. I filed the proper paperwork, and the 72 was written off as a loss to the store. Thank God, because I had worked other stores that make you pay back the money out of pocket if you get robbed to prevent drivers from stealing. I was told by the owner to take the rest of the night off and take care of myself. He gave me a hug. He was to this day one of the best bosses I ever had. What I didn't know was I was in for a very long night. I called my best friend before I left the store from the store phone and asked where he was. We usually meet up for drinks after work. He was around the corner at a bar, so I met up with him. His dad was a District 4 cop in my city at the time, the same district that this happened in. He told me his dad had given him a heads up and he had 2 shots waiting for me to calm my nerves. After the 2 shots, we began playing pool when his dad called his phone and asked if I was with him yet. He said yeah and handed me the phone. His dad asked if I could come to the station. I was honest and told him I'd had 2 shots, so he sent out a squad car to get me since it wasn't that far away. We get to the station. They had suspects in custody. I was needed to ID them. 3 boys and a driver. They had been caught less than 20 minutes after the robbery, speeding. The bolo had already gone out, and they matched the description. They had used the money to buy weed and gas, and had taken off. They had at least 15 stolen cell phones on them. The order had been placed on a stolen phone. My phone was in the mix in the box. The police told me to grab my phone only, and I did. They asked me to unlock it. It had fingerprint verification, so that was easy. 9 of the 10 tries to unlock it had already been used before my phone would have completely reset. It unlocked. I told the police every detail yet again. Although my parental instincts kicked in, I told them the guy behind me quite obviously was bullied into this and to show mercy. He was the one with the white shirt. The police went wide-eyed and told me he was the one talking. The other 3 denied involvement. That's when I found out about the 4th guy, the driver. We found out later he was completely unaware of the robbery and was just picking up his friends. He was never charged. The boy who was behind me and the one who grabbed the pizza were 15 and 16 and got 6 months of house arrest. The only reason the one behind me got off easy despite having the gun to my back was because I asked them to go easy on him, that he was a good kid who didn't want to be there, and he was the only one confessing. Makes sense since he had even said the other guy wouldn't at the phone for long. He was planning on going to the cops had they not been caught. But the other guy, the first kid who put the gun to my temple, it was his 18th birthday. He got the book thrown at him. In the courtroom, he made fun of me and was laughing at me. Saying him made me panic. The judge scolded him for his behavior and he just grinned and glared at me with a Joker-like grin. All I could see was pure evil. This kid will commit more crimes. I have no doubt he will eventually end someone's life. You can see how cold he is just by looking in his eyes. He's evil incarnate. I grew up in a town full of murderers and abusers. I had never seen this kind of evil in my life, and I never want to see it again. I asked to have my name stricken from the records and asked to remain anonymous in case he ever got out. I'm so glad I did, because today I got a letter from the state. He's being released in February. The court only had my old address, which was my parents' house, and my mom didn't think the letter was important. I missed the deadline to protest his release for probation. The plea deal was 8 years. It's only been 4. He's getting out early due to overcrowding. Not good behavior, overcrowding. This coming February, and I'm ready if he finds me. My wife, my parents, everyone I know knows his face and name. If he tries anything, we are all ready. I have a new edit for this post. He's already got a warrant out for new crimes. I don't know the details, but I know there was another victim based on the type of crimes committed. 3 of them. He got let out February 2nd. The warrants are from February 22nd. I've been watching his Facebook since everything was public, just making sure he was staying away from my family. I hadn't checked it since the middle of February, so I just checked it. I noticed he stopped posting. Since he was posting everything including asking for smoke and when he was going to be on Facebook, that was unusual, so I checked the records page. 4 violent crimes have been committed and he's more than likely on the run. From his Facebook, it looked like he was turning around. Guess not. I feel horrible. I know I tried my hardest to make sure he stayed in. Victim services did not care to listen basically. Now he's hurt someone else. I feel horrible for the new victim, and I know it's not, but I can't help but feel like I'm partially guilty for this. I'll keep updating as this develops. As of right now, he's on the run. Another edit March 22nd, 2023. He is back in prison as of March 8th for 5 charges. If victim services has ever failed, it's now. I can't help but feel guilty and horrible, like I could have done more. He is being charged with violent crimes against individuals, possession of a weapon under disability, so probation violation I guess, and homicide. Someone died by his hand. After I fought as much as I could to try to keep him locked up. I know this isn't my fault, yet I can't stop the guilt. out. Hopefully this won't happen to anyone else by his hand, as at this point it'll be years before we get a verdict more than likely, so this may be the final update. Thank you all so much for your support. Stay safe out there, friends. It's a crazy world. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. Autumn of 2019 in British Columbia, Canada. I am from Germany, but spent half a year in Canada as part of my bachelor's degree. I barely got back before the pandemic hit. I was 22 years old at the time, and the other people involved were about the same age. Another foreign student, and I befriended this local Canadian student. We all had the same interests in humor, and the dude became a very good friend of ours. He told us all about the local area, and we spent a week in the summer with him and his father at their very remote, remember this is important, cabin near some woods. They taught us how to handle guns there and let us shoot a lot. Then fall came and we had a lot of free time due to being finished with all our papers. So our buddy proposed that we spend a few days at his dad's cabin, this time without his father. We went heck yeah because we could load up on booze and weed and have a great time there. Just living the life. 3 close dudes in the woods gaming and getting wasted. Sounds great, right? After loading up on all the quote-unquote supplies, the first 3 days were very calm. In this case, what freaked me out the most was the fact that we were far away from civilization, and you never understand how quiet your surroundings can be until you spent some time in a remote area like this, which led to me often just standing in the dark at night, listening to the surroundings of the cabin. But after the first few days I got less paranoid. After all, I was with friends, was constantly high, and we were quite armed and dangerous, probably more dangerous to ourselves to be honest. Day 4 came. We spent the day attempting to hunt in the woods, mostly just chilling under trees with a beer and rifle in hand. But in the evening it started to rain heavily. After an hour we were starting to see lightning in the distance, with quite a bit of time passing between lightning and thunder, which meant the thunderstorm itself was still some time away. So we aborted our incompetent hunting attempts and started trekking back to the cabin. It took us about an hour to reach it, due to it already being very dark and the rain creating unsafe footing. For context, you should know that once you spent a few days in the wilderness and haven't seen a soul other than your friends for days, you can become quite careless about your surroundings. I think you can imagine why I am telling you that last part. So we entered the cabin. At that time the thunderstorm was raging full on, and we put away our gear and changed clothes, except for our guns. Yes, I know, drugs and guns are a horrible combination and I wouldn't mix that stuff nowadays, but we were drilled quite well by Canadian friends' dad regarding trigger discipline, safety, that type of stuff. And man, I really miss spooning a rifle while sleeping. We cozied down in the living room at a table, started a YouTube video, and began playing cards. Barely 20 minutes passed since we returned, and at the time, we didn't bother closing the curtains in the living room because thunderstorms are cool. So imagine that we were 3 guys sitting around a table, occasionally in awe at the weather outside while playing cards. In such a remote place, it is extremely dark outside. Without a full moon and clear skies, it is pitch black. The only lamps we have are old vintage looking and dimmer than my phone's screen. What comes next is how my also non-local friend has described what he saw. While sipping from his beer, another lightning went off. He spit it out instantly after the lightning came and screamed loudly and stood up. No words, just the sound of panic. My Canadian friend and I were instantly perplexed and looked at him. There is somebody outside. He started rambling about how in that split second the lightning illuminated the outside of the cabin. He saw a person standing a bit of distance away from the cabin, looking directly at us. My non-local friend is obviously in full-on panic. His face looks anxious. This communicated to our Canadian buddy and me that this guy wasn't just messing with us. He did see somebody outside. I grabbed my rifle and pulled the bolter rack around into the chamber. I feel that warm sensation running down my spine of my body, releasing adrenaline. I tried to stay far away from the window, stare into the darkness outside, but I can't see anything. While our Canadian friend rushed into his room to grab his pistol, I start panicking even more because I realized we didn't lock the door. Why would we? We haven't seen anyone in days and are in the middle of wilderness. So I run to the door and lock it. Our friend returns with his pistol, which he grabbed because there was a flashlight attached to it. He carefully approached the window, then changed his pace from sneaky to fast and pushed the window open with one hand, while the other hand was aiming the handgun outside. I wish I was any good at drawing, because what we saw next when our friend turned on the flashlight was the most terrifying image I have ever seen. It is burned into my mind. The fact that I cannot share that image with other people has been bugging me for 3 years now. The light turns on, and what we saw in that moment was a man, tall and slim, dressed in all black, with a hooded raincoat which he has pulled over his head, almost covering his eyes, but not far away from the cabin, just a few steps away from the window, not standing as our friend yelled earlier earlier, but crouching, looking directly at us with clenched eyes and a terrifying little smirk on one side of his mouth. Another lightning flashes, and for that moment we were all frozen. The image of what we saw must have shocked the other guys as much as it did me, because nobody said anything for a few seconds. There is a hard to explain dreadful feeling about seeing something like this. In a storm, in the middle of nowhere, a person dressed in a black raincoat is suddenly crouching so close to you. I'm facing you. Our Canadian buddy was aiming his pistol and attached flashlight at the also frozen crouched smirky man and just yelled out, with a slight stutter and a higher pitched voice than I've ever heard from him, "Get away from us or we will shoot." I guess at that moment, after his eyes adjusted, the raincoat man realized that this was not just a flashlight, but a gun, and I was standing next to my friend with a hunting rifle in my arm. Raincoat man's slight smirk changed to something where I am unsure if it was shock or rage. All this was happening in less than a minute. While my friend kept on yelling, and I was just frozen, the raincoat man figure turned by about 90 degrees towards the nearest tree line. Away from crouch to full sprint quickly, he ran away to the right side of our window. Two of us poked their head out of the window to see where exactly he was going, but with the heavy rainfall and darkness we could barely make out anything in the distance of that tree line. After a few minutes of just looking at each other in disbelief, we decided to pop off a few rounds outside the window to prove that we were for real and to cope. When the shock wore off, we decided to call the police. They asked a lot of questions on the phone to describe the location of the cabin and a description of the man who just almost crept up on us, totally unsuspecting and only revealed due to lightning and luck. Due to us being in such a remote area, the cops told us it'd take at least 1 or 2 hours for somebody to come out. They asked, because of the weather and time, if it'd be alright if they sent somebody out tomorrow to talk to us about all the details. Given how the man saw that we were armed, he probably wouldn't come back again. They agreed. We discussed just jumping in the truck and leaving right now, but us idiots were too lazy to refuel the truck. The idea of doing this now, in the dark and in that heavy rain, was just too frightening. I kept thinking about this guy lurking in the darkness and picking us off one by one. We spent the night sleeping in shifts. One person was awake and standing guard, the others at least attempted to sleep. When my turn came, the rain had died down. I turned off all the lights, opened a window, and just sat there in the darkness, trying to listen for any sound I could hear and looking out of the windows to scan the area. Let me tell you, when you're sitting in the dark for hours in full alert mode, just try and sit still, listen and look around. You have a lot of time to think and reiterate what just happened. Close to the middle of the next day, 2 cops arrived. We had to give them a detailed report of what happened, when it happened, and had to show them in which direction the raincoat man ran off to. They said they will organize for a patrol to comb through the woods, but that might take a while because they need experienced outdoorsmen. Sadly, we didn't see many details of the man's face. We couldn't tell if he was young or old, only that he was tall and clean shaven. The chances of finding who exactly that was and find out what the heck he was attempting to do were very small, though one of the officers expressed that this whole happening was deeply worrying. We left the cabin a few hours after the police left, and Canadian guy's dad insisted we stay at his place at least for a day until we feel safe again. He also wanted to hear every last detail and figured that the time has come to install cameras around the cabin. I don't remember this part for sure, but I believe that I heard later the dad and his brother went back to the cabin and just sat there in the dark, waiting for the raincoat man to return. But I never heard of any results, so I guess he must have gone hunting in other areas. I never heard from them cops again. Next January, I left Canada and returned home. My Canadian friend was called in for an interview a few months later, and it seemed like the police were still seriously investigating this, looking for the guy who crept up on a cabin during a thunderstorm. We have speculated a lot about what that was. The winning theory is that this guy most certainly had sinister intentions. This did not look like just an attempt at burglary. Remember, we had dim lights on. You could see that there was somebody inside the cabin. This guy was creeping towards us in a raincoat during a thunderstorm. When my friend yelled out that he saw somebody, this guy went from walking/standing to crouching, and he went closer towards the window. I suspect the raincoat man wanted to check what kind of victim was on the menu, and I don't really want to imagine what he had in store if there were 2 unarmed girls there and a cabin in the middle of nowhere. We didn't see any headlights passing the clearing the cabin was on. The guy also had no backpack or something, just a raincoat and black weather appropriate clothing. I bet my soul that this guy was a man on a mission who knew exactly what he was doing and what he was well prepared for. While writing this post, I also started thinking about the logistics of it all. The guy must have a camp or at least a car hidden somewhere in those woods. You can't sustain yourself out there otherwise. I also got the feeling that he either came upon the cabin during the storm itself, or that he spotted us in the woods during the hunting we did before. We moved slowly, while also not being shy with waving our lights around. And in total pitch darkness wilderness, a proper flashlight must have been as easy to spot as beacons, so he might have tracked us through the woods until we reached the cabin. Hello everyone, I wanted to share my scary encounter that occurred just yesterday on the bus. So for a bit of context, I am a college student. Without giving too many details, I am a woman on the smaller side of average female height. I currently do not have a car, so I use my bike, walking, and the bus to get around. My college has a transit service that allows you to scan in with a student boarding pass for free. Other non-students are allowed to ride the bus by paying upon entry or purchasing a ticket beforehand. I frequently ride the bus for various reasons, grocery runs or treating myself to food, and yesterday I had the idea of treating myself to a movie after all the exams I have been having lately. I'm an avid horror fan and knew that Terrifier 2 was in theaters, so of course I wanted to see it immediately. One of my friends told me they found it funny and really enjoyed it, which was more than enough reason to go see it. I was looking at tickets the day before yesterday and trying to decide which time slot I wanted to see the movie in. Looking back now, something in my gut told me to choose the earlier time. I wish I had listened. Another detail I want to add is that there are two bus sizes, a large one and a small one. The bus I rode during the incident was the smaller one. The stop where I got on the bus is the beginning of the route. Unlike every other stop, the driver usually parks the bus here for 5 minutes and gets off to use the restroom or have a quick break before continuing with the rest of the route. Upon entering the bus, I noticed only two other passengers, another girl about my age and an older man. The girl was in the front of the bus on the right side and the man was in the second row on the left side. I sat on the right side several rows back. I usually read something on my phone or listen to music on the bus, so I immediately got on my phone when I sat down. Everything was okay for a little bit until I looked up and noticed the man repeatedly staring at me and looking away before staring at me again. I was immediately apprehensive but just brushed it off. He started speaking aloud out of nowhere, saying things like, "Beautiful baby and so fine," while staring at me. I was frozen out of fear and could only keep looking at my phone and trying to ignore it. This continued until I worked up the courage to say, "Sir, would you please stop staring at me?" To which he claimed he was not staring and told me I was extremely beautiful. Unsure of what to say, I just stupidly thanked him and went back to my phone. He had his body slightly turned, but when I confronted him, he faced fully forward. The driver got back on and we started moving again, so everything was calm for a bit, though I was admittedly still shaken up. This calm did not last long. Obviously, this creep couldn't contain himself and just had to voice his opinions about me out loud. He started saying similar things again, but also added some new phrases such as, "Going to make you my wife," and by far the worst one, "I'm gonna get you pregnant." I was shaking at this point and was unsure what to do. I desperately wanted to sit next to the other girl but did not want to pass by him to sit by her. We made it to 2 other stops before the girl got off and said sorry before leaving. My heart dropped to my stomach. The last thing I wanted was to be alone with this guy. Luckily, more people got on at this stop, a middle-aged couple and a guy about my age. In a panicked voice, I sort of shouted and asked the guy my age if he would sit with me. He was a bit confused but came to sit by me and I immediately felt relief. The stress of the situation got to me and I broke down crying. I guess the creep took this as indication to leave because he swiftly made his exit after that. The kind younger guy who sat next to me and began to comfort me. I am so grateful he chose to ride the bus that day. The bus driver noticed the commotion and called me to the front to get information in order to make a report. He told me he couldn't hear anything but that buses have video and would hopefully pick up what the creep was saying. He told me that same man had recently been kicked off for a similar incident and that he would be reporting this immediately. For the rest of the ride, the younger guy and I talked about things like majors and other school related stuff. I want to go into the marine biology field and he is a graduate student in mechanical engineering. I made it to the movies, it was awesome, and back home safely, but I definitely learned a lesson. My boyfriend is going to help me look into some self-defense items and he taught me a few fighting tactics. 2 years ago, I moved to the United Kingdom for university as I always wanted to go there and get away from my parents as the situation at home was beginning to become too toxic for me. In first year at university, I moved into a student accommodation and met some really great people. It was a good year, without meeting my boyfriend, who I'm still with and just enjoying my time away from my family and discovering what independence really meant. Anyhow, as second year came by, I decided with some friends to move into a house rented by student accommodations, but at least we have our own house and weren't restricted as much with noise and parties as living in a small shared flat like in first year. To note, I had a ground floor room and my window gave into a very small backyard in which I would go smoke every day as I am a smoker, and in which there would be a very thin wooden door giving into the other side of the street where you would put your bins and broken chairs and stuff. The door could only be closed and locked from inside the backyard, but since it was an old door we had to attach some strings to keep it closed for good. I had neighbors on each side of the house, so we were surrounded by families and some other student accommodations. The neighbors on the right of us us were 5 boys who looked way over the age of being in university. They were strange, so to say. I met one of them outside of our house one day because of a police intervention due to one of his flatmates attacking him and the others with a kitchen knife and burning their kitchen down. I heard some screams, and so I went outside with my flatmates and saw one of them be covered in blood and cuts everywhere on his arm and a wound on his head inflicted by a kitchen knife. Me and my flatmates didn't know what to do, so we offered him our help to clean himself and gave him an old shirt to change out of his bloody clothes. We then saw the guy who hurt these flatmates being escorted out by the police and into a van and driven off to be arrested. I don't know anything more about the story. The police didn't really tell us anything else. Anyway, the guy who we helped was quite weird. He said a lot of lies and kept trying to grab me and flirt with me, and we noticed when helping him he smoked quite a lot of weed, but just didn't really care at the moment, as we just wanted to make sure he was okay as we didn't know him. Then after some time had passed, I would go to university and come back home and see him quite often in the street, and just never said a word to him again. But one day, he came up to me in the street while I went to the corner shop and started talking to me weirdly, and I didn't feel comfortable at all with that for some reason, so I just didn't respond to him. He then just said, "Oh, that's okay, I'll just wait in front of your house then, and we can talk further." No need to say I was creeped out, and just thought he was joking, so I bought my drink at the shop and headed back to my street, and as I turned into the street where my house was, I saw him with his flatmate sitting on my doorstep and waiting for me. So I panicked and went back next to the corner shop and called my only guy flatmate to ask him to open the door and tell the guys to go away, but obviously he wasn't home and no one else was either, so I literally just waited it out until they left 1 hour later and then sprinted back home and locked the front door. To also note, my front door had a glass panel on it where you would be able to kind of make out who was standing in front of it. After this already pretty scary encounter, I just tried to avoid the guy and mostly succeeded for a while, but then one day as I went smoking in the backyard, I noticed that the wooden door, which is always closed, was open, and the strings that we put there to keep it closed were cut off. For whatever reason, I didn't think anything of it and just closed the door again and put a new string on it, thinking it was one of my flatmates who took the bins out and just didn't tie it back. The weird neighbors would very often scream and yell and fight in their house, and it would wake me and my flatmates up in the middle of the night, but we kind of got used to it after a while. But one evening, my boyfriend slept over like he usually did, and he, who usually never ever wakes up because of a noise, woke up in the middle of the night because of a bang and some whispering. I was sound asleep, so he very silently woke me up, and we both just waited in the dark and listened for any other noises. Suddenly, we heard the wooden door just bang, just shot open, and some footsteps next to my window. I always had my window open because it would get really warm inside, so we both just froze. And then we heard the door leading to the backyard get shaken softly as if they were trying to get inside, and then they stopped. Luckily, we had the curtains closed, so they couldn't see us, but we were ready to get dressed and get out of the room and lock them in if they came in from the window. Then we just heard my window move and get more open, and one of the guys saying something in a different language that we didn't understand, and started to hear them trying to get in. My boyfriend and I just shot up out of the bed, took my phone, and put clothes on and ran out of the room and out of the house. So I then called my flatmates and told them to lock themselves in their rooms, and then the police, who luckily came in less than 5 minutes as the headquarters were a couple of streets down from us. I don't remember anything after the police came. I think me and my boyfriend were in shock. They ended up catching one guy, the other fled and was later found a few streets up smoking weed. The police told us they went inside of their house and found a lot of meth and heroin, and they were carrying a massive kitchen knife with them. I was so confused as I've never done anything to offend or do anything wrong to my neighbors, so the idea of them breaking in with God knows what intentions with a kitchen knife terrorized me and my boyfriend. The 2 guys ended up being arrested, and one of them was put in prison for 2 years for carrying a weapon with intention to harm. I never heard anything else from the police, and I moved back home a few months later as I was so scared, and it tormented me for months on end not knowing what would have happened if my boyfriend didn't wake up. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I grew up in a suburb of a medium-sized city. Behind my house was a sprawling forest reserve, and winding through it was a network of trails. I had roamed these trails since childhood, and by the time I was a teenager, I knew the twists and turns like the back of my hand. During the summer before college, I had made it a routine to jog these trails in the evenings. The thick canopies, chirping birds, and that earthy smell made the experience therapeutic. One evening, as the sun painted the sky in shades of orange and pink, I laced up my sneakers and headed out. About 20 minutes into my jog, I reached a a clearing that overlooked a creek. I often paused here to take in the view, but that day, something was off. I saw a man standing on the other side of the creek. He was middle-aged, wearing a tattered brown jacket despite the summer heat, and he was staring straight at me. I offered a tentative wave, thinking maybe he was lost, but he didn't wave back. Instead, his stare intensified. Unsettled, I resumed my jog, trying to shake off the eerie feeling. Soon, I approached the old wooden bridge that would lead me back towards home. As I reached the midpoint of the bridge, I heard footsteps. They weren't the rhythmic patter of a jogger, they were deliberate and heavy. My heart rate quickened, and I glanced back. It was the man from the clearing. He was walking towards me, maintaining the unsettling eye contact. There was something predatory in his gaze, like a cat tracking its prey. Panic surged through me, and I broke into a sprint. I didn't dare look back, but his footsteps grew louder, faster. I veered off the main trail, hoping the rugged terrain would slow him down. The forest had transformed. The once familiar trails now seemed alien, and shadows played tricks on my eyes. Light breath came in ragged gasps, but fear propelled me forward. Every rustle, every snapped twig sent a fresh wave of adrenaline pumping. Minutes felt like hours. Finally, I stumbled upon a densely wooded area and, driven by sheer desperation, decided to hide. I crouched behind a fallen log, covering my mouth to muffle my breathing. The footsteps grew near, then paused. Silence, save for the distant hoot of an owl. Then, a voice, low and raspy, called out, "I just want to talk." The voice was chilling, drippy with malice. Minutes dragged on, but it felt like hours. Finally, the footsteps receded. I waited, listening intently, ensuring he was far enough away. Then, using my phone's flashlight, I began my trek home, avoiding the trails and staying in the shadows. Emerging from the forest, the sight of my house was overwhelming. I sprinted the rest of the way, locking the door behind me. My parents, alerted by the commotion, listened in horror as I recounted the events. The police were called and they searched the trails, but the man was never found. For days, I was paralyzed with fear, jumping at the smallest of noises. The trails, once a place of solace, were now tainted with the memory of that evening. I couldn't shake off the image of the man, his cold eyes tracking my every move. The incident was the talk of the town. Neighbors installed security cameras, evening strolls were now done in groups, and parents kept a closer eye on their children. The community was on edge. 2 weeks later, a break came. An old shed deep in the forest, which had been abandoned for years, caught fire. The cause was arson, and the charred remains. The police found scraps of clothing, canned food, and disturbingly, pictures. Pictures of various residents, taken from a distance, their every move documented. Among them were photos of me captured during my mini jogs. The realization sent shivers down my spine. He had been watching, stalking, and I had been oblivious. Despite their best efforts, the police never identified the man. With no leads, the case went cold. The forest trails lost their charm for many after that. I left for college, the memories of that day gradually fading but never truly disappearing. The city, with its bright lights and constant hum, provided a welcome distraction. Years later, I returned home for a family reunion. The house, the backyard, and the trails all seemed smaller, less intimidating. Life after the reunion was different. I had returned to the city, my haven of skyscrapers and relentless noise, but Mia's words echoed in my mind, conjuring images of the man I'd hoped to forget. I felt an obligation to do something. If this man was still lurking, then other innocent residents were at risk, and my family, particularly Mia, were in danger. So I started to dig, determined to find a solution to this lingering threat. With some persuasion, I managed to get my hands on the initial police reports and the photographs found in the burn shed. The photos were disconcerting, candid shots of unsuspecting residents taken during their most private moments. Scanning through the stack, I noticed a pattern. Several of the photos were taken from a vantage point that I recognized, a cliff that overlooked a significant portion of the trail. Armed with this knowledge, I decided to revisit the trail. This time, I wasn't alone. I enlisted the help of a couple of friends from my self-defense class. We strategized, setting up camp at various points to monitor any suspicious activities. Days turned into nights and back into days. We saw hikers, joggers, families picnicking, but no man in a tattered brown jacket. Then, on the 5th night, as I was perched on the cliff with binoculars, I saw him. Just as before, he stood eerily still, watching the trail from the shadows, his piercing eyes scanning the area. Before he could disappear, I snapped a few photos of him and sent them to my friends stationed nearby. Within minutes, they were on the move, converging on his location. But he was fast. By the time they reached the spot, he was gone. However, we now had photographic evidence of his existence, and more importantly, of his face. We handed the photos to the police. Using facial recognition, they finally identified him. The man's name was Leonard Dobbs, a former resident of the town with a history of stalking and harassment. He had disappeared years ago, and his whereabouts have remained unknown until now. The police launched a manhunt, using our photos and the intel we provided. Within a week, they located his hideout, a small makeshift hut hidden deep within the forest, its interiors adorned with more disturbing photos, and tools that suggest suggested malicious intent. Leonard was apprehended in a neighboring town, attempting to flee. The community was notified, and relief washed over everyone. Thanks to collective efforts and determination, a lurking danger had been neutralized. Leah, now more curious than fearful, often questioned me about that week, eager to understand the details of our adventure. I, however, always steered the conversation away, wanting to shield her from the darker realities for just a bit longer. One thing was clear, though. My bond with the forest had changed forever. The trails, once a source of peace, now served as a constant reminder of vigilance. They had taught me that sometimes, beneath the beauty and calm, dangers lurk, unseen, waiting. To Leonard Dobbs, may you get the help you so desperately need, but more importantly, let's never meet again. The dead of night has a strange quality to it. The stillness, the shadows, and the eerie silence amplify the smallest of sounds. My story revolves around one such quiet night that quickly turned into the most unsettling experience of my life. I had moved to a small apartment on the outskirts of town for work. The building, although old, was surrounded by tall pine trees that often swayed melodiously with the wind. The neighbors were mostly older folks who went to bed early, so nights were generally quiet. The town itself had a low crime rate, and I felt relatively safe. One Thursday night, after finishing a series binge, I crawled into bed, ready to embrace sleep. Just as I was drifting off, my phone rang. The jarring ringtone in the dead of the night startled me. Checking the screen, I noticed an unfamiliar local number. It was past midnight, and I wasn't expecting any calls. Hesitant, I answered, "Hello." There was a brief silence, and then a man's voice, gravelly and cold, said, "You look peaceful when you sleep." The line went dead immediately after. The chill ran down my spine. My apartment was on the 3rd floor, and all the windows were shut. How could someone possibly see me? I checked all the locks, turned on all the lights, and peeked through the blinds. The street below was deserted. Thinking it was perhaps a wrong number or a twisted prank, I tried to shake off the unease and went back to bed. But sleep was elusive. 30 minutes later, the phone rang again. Same unknown number. Against my better judgment, I picked it up. This time the voice was almost a whisper. "Why did you turn on the lights?" Panic surged through me. Whoever this was, he was watching me. I dialed 911 immediately, explaining the situation. The operator was called and advised me to stay on the line. She told me officers were on their way. As I waited, the phone rang 2 more times. Each time, the man made comments about my actions, about how I checked the front door, how I peered through the blinds, how I was sitting on the couch clutching my phone. It was as if he had eyes everywhere. The police arrived quickly. They searched the premises, checked every nook and corner around the building, and even scoured the nearby woods. But they found no one. They said it might have been someone with a twisted sense of humor, but they'd patrol the area just to be safe. Feeling a bit reassured but still on edge, I decided to crash at a friend's place for the night. I didn't want to be alone, and the next day, I took stock of my apartment, trying to figure out how someone could have watched me. That's when I noticed something odd. A tiny, almost imperceptible, blacked out on my bedroom ceiling. On closer inspection, it turned out to be a miniature camera. Horrified, I called the police again. They descended on my apartment and discovered a total of 5 hidden cameras in the bedroom, living room, bathroom, kitchen, and hallway. Each camera was actively transmitting. The subsequent investigation revealed that the cameras were being remotely accessed. With some tech magic, the police traced the feed to a house located a few streets away. When they raided the place, they found an elaborate setup of monitors, and more disturbingly, a treasure trove of footage, not just of me but of previous tenants as well. The occupant of the house, an unassuming man in his 50s named Edgar, was arrested. Turns out, he was the previous owner of my building. He had installed the cameras years ago and had been spying on various tenants, enjoying the perverse thrill of watching unsuspecting victims and, on occasion, making those chilling calls. The discovery shook me to my core. My home, my sanctuary, had been violated. Every moment, every intimate detail of my life had been observed by a stranger's prying eyes. The aftermath was a blur of police interviews, therapy sessions, and sleepless nights. I moved out of the apartment shortly after, needing a fresh start. The building was swept for more devices, and the current owner, just as horrified as the tenants, ramped up the security. Edgar was tried and sentenced to a lengthy prison term. It was discovered that he had a history of stalking and had been escalating his activities over the years. My life shifted dramatically after the Edgar incident. I no longer took things at face value. Friends and family noticed the change in me. I was more vigilant and often double-checked things. My apartment was now a fortress with the latest security systems in place. Months turned into years, and while the immediate anxiety of the situation faded, its undercurrent remained. I often caught myself scanning rooms for any unusual signs or watching strangers with more suspicion than warranted. Things took a brighter turn when when I met Alex, he was understanding, kind, and had a calming presence. He became my anchor. We met through mutual friends, and after hearing my story, he made it his mission to make me feel safe again. We eventually moved in together, and with him by my side, my anxiety slowly ebbed away. One evening, as we were enjoying dinner at a quaint little restaurant, I noticed a man sitting at the bar, casting glances our way. His eyes, cold and detached, bored to mine, and a shiver ran down my spine. It was a look I'd come to recognize, one of obsession. As the night wore on, his gazes became more frequent, more lingering. I mentioned it to Alex, and he tried to dismiss it as paranoia. But when he finally took a good look at the man, even he felt an unsettling vibe. We decided to leave early. As we headed out, Alex whispered that the man was following us. We quickened our pace, desperately hailing a cab. Just when we thought we had lost him, he appeared right beside our cab at a traffic light, staring intently through the window. His message was clear: I can get to you whenever I want. Terrified, we went straight to the police. Unfortunately, they couldn't do much based on a single night's events. They asked us to keep a record of any further incidents, and they were more. The man seemed to be everywhere. We'd find him at our favorite coffee shop, near Alex's office, even at the park where we walked our dog. He never approached us, never spoke, he just watched. We hired a private investigator, hoping to glean some insight into who he was and what he wanted. The results were shocking. The man, named Kevin, was Edgar's younger brother. He believed that my testimony was the sole reason for Edgar's imprisonment and had harbored a vendetta against me. Confrontation seemed inevitable. We decided to take matters into our own hands, arranging a meeting with Kevin at a public place. Alex and I, accompanied by a couple of friends, faced him. We demanded answers, hoping to end this torment once and for all. Kevin, in his twisted way, believed he was avenging his brother's unfair treatment. He thought that by instilling fear in me, he'd somehow balance the scales. It was heartbreaking and horrifying to see the depth of his delusion. Our pleas, our attempts to reason with him, seemed to fall on deaf ears. We left the meeting with a heavy heart, more fearful than before. Thankfully, our pi had recorded the entire conversation. We handed the evidence to the police, and coupled with our documented encounters, it was enough to get a restraining order against Kevin. With the law on our side, Kevin's appearances dwindled, but the experience was a scalding reminder of the scars I bore from my past encounter. With time, Alex and I moved cities, seeking a fresh start away from haunting memories. Now, years later, we live a peaceful life. We're cautious, but we've also found happiness, love, and a semblance of normalcy. The experience has taught us the value of trust, the strength of unity, and the importance of always being vigilant. To Kevin, lost in his vendetta and delusions, I genuinely hope you find peace. But for our sakes, let's never meet again. When I was 21, I moved into a small rental house in a fairly older neighborhood. The houses were close together, and most of my neighbors were elderly. It was a quiet, picturesque street, marred only by one thing: the house next to mine was vacant. The empty house was a looming, two-story structure. Its windows were dark and gave off a haunting vibe. The paint was peeling, the lawn was overgrown, and it looked like it hadn't been lived in for years. About a month after I moved in, I noticed something odd. Late at night, I would hear faint noises coming from that house, sounds like footsteps, doors creaking, and even low murmurs. It was easy to dismiss it as the sounds an old house makes, or perhaps animals that had made their home there. One evening, as I was doing dishes, I looked out of my kitchen window, which directly faced the empty house's backyard. I froze. There, in the dim twilight, I saw a silhouette of a man. He seemed a bit dead. I quickly turned off my lights and watched. After about 15 minutes, he stopped, looked around, and went back into the house. Disturbed, I decided to share my observations with Mrs. Thompson, an elderly lady who lived on the other side of the empty house. Over a cup of tea, she told me that the house had been vacant for almost a decade after the previous owner, an old widow, passed away. She had no family, and the house went to the state. Mrs. Thompson also mentioned that lately she'd noticed a man going in and out of the house, but she assumed he was from the bank or a realtor. Armed with this information, I contacted the local police. They did a quick search of the property but found nothing. They suggested it might have been a homeless person or kids playing a prank. They did, however, promise to increase patrols in the area. A week later, around 2 a.m., I was jolted awake by a loud crashing sound coming from the empty house. I peeked through my curtains and saw lights flashing inside the house, moving from room to room. Then the front door opened and a man stepped out. He was not alone, and with him was a young woman, her hands tied and a cloth gagging her mouth. She was struggling. Panicking, I dialed 911. The police arrived within minutes. Turns out, the man was a wanted felon, and he had been hiding out in the empty house, thinking it would be the perfect spot since the neighborhood was mostly elderly residents who kept to themselves. The girl he had with him was a local college student who had gone missing a week ago. The empty house, which once seemed like nothing more than a neighborhood eyesore, had been hiding a sinister secret. The authorities later discovered that the man had turned the basement of the house into a makeshift prison where he held the girl captive. The neighborhood was in shock. Many of my neighbors, especially the elderly ones, said they had often dismissed the noises from the house as mere creaks of an old structure or the sounds of stray animals. The realization that those noises were signs of something far more malicious happening right next door was deeply unsettling. As for me, I decided to move out. The memories of what transpired next door and the guilt of not realizing sooner were too much. Before I left, the community rallied together to petition the local government to do something about the empty house. The city eventually decided to tear it down, and in its place now stands a small community park. After the incident, I tried my best to return to a semblance of normalcy. I found a new place across town, in a bustling neighborhood where houses sat close and families were aplenty. It felt comforting, being surrounded by the sounds of kids playing in the streets and neighbors greeting each other. Every once in a while, when my mind drifted, memories of that night would flood back. I couldn't help but think of the young woman who had been trapped in that house. Through a mutual acquaintance, I learned her name was Maya. She was undergoing therapy and was surrounded by a supportive family helping her navigate the aftermath of her ordeal. I mustered the courage and reached out to Maya. It felt right, like a loose end that needed tying. We met at a local coffee shop. As I walked in, I recognized her immediately. There she was, with the same dark hair and eyes filled with a resilience that spoke volumes. We exchanged an understanding nod and began our conversation. Maya was incredibly gracious. She thanked me for the role I played in her rescue. As we spoke, I realized we had a lot in common. Both of us were trying to rebuild our lives and find healing. Our meetups became regular, shifting from the coffee shop to walks in the park, then to movie nights. Over time, our bond strengthened. We found solace in each other's company, often talking about our dreams, aspirations, and the things that made us laugh. The shared trauma had brought us together, but our newfound friendship was built on mutual respect and understanding. One day, Maya suggested we visit the community park that now stood where the empty house once was. I hesitated initially, but eventually agreed. We sat there on a bench, looking at children playing and families picnicking. Maya turned to me, her eyes shimmering with tears. This park, she said, is a testament to the fact that darkness can be turned into light. We decided to do something constructive with our shared experience. With the help of some local organizations, we started a community outreach program aimed at educating neighborhoods about the importance of staying vigilant and being aware of their surroundings. We organized workshops, brought in experts to provide safety tips, and created a helpline for people to report suspicious activities. Our efforts garnered attention from local media. Stories were written about the transformation of the empty house, Maya's recovery, and our unique friendship. But most importantly, it helped spread the message of community safety and the importance of looking out for one another. Years passed, and life took us in different directions. Maya pursued her studies in psychology, wanting to help others the way she was helped. I moved to a different city for a job opportunity, but our friendship remained intact. Every year, on the anniversary of that fateful night, Maya and I would meet at the community park. We'd sit on our usual bench, reminiscing and catching up. It was our way of reclaiming the narrative, of reminding ourselves that though life could be unpredictable and at times terrifying, there's always a way to find hope and healing. In sharing our story, we hope to inspire others to always be aware, to trust their instincts, and to know that even in the darkest times, there's a possibility of light. It all began with a whim to travel the beautiful hiking trails of Oregon. As an avid hiker, the idea of spending my summer break on a solo backpacking trip was nothing short of thrilling. Most of my friends thought I was mad, but I always found solace in the arms of nature. My second week into the trip, I found myself heading towards the Whispery Pines Trail, a challenging 20-mile stretch famous for its breathtaking views. Checking my map and ensuring my supplies were in order, I began my hike early in the morning, hoping to set camp by a serene spot before nightfall. By evening, the woods grew dense, and the comforting sounds of chirping birds were replaced by eerie silences, occasionally broken by the rustle of leaves or the snap of a twig. I stumbled upon a small clearing near a stream and decided it was a good spot to camp. As the darkness enveloped the forest, I lit a fire, cooked a simple meal, and leaned back, enjoying the solitude. That's when I noticed a faint light in the distance, seemingly from another campfire. Must be another backpacker, I thought, not giving it much significance. A couple of hours later, just as I was about to crawl into my tent, I heard a voice calling out, "Ted, is someone there?" It sounded distressed, alarmed. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it in the direction of the voice. There, almost stumbling over the rough terrain, was a man, probably in his late 30s, looking disheveled and frightened. "Hey," he panted as he approached. "I got lost. My group was somewhere down south, and I wandered off." And I shared our campsite for the night. Something felt off. His story didn't quite align with the fact that I hadn't seen any signs of another group during my hike. Plus, his backpack looked almost empty, not something you'd expect from a backpacker. Sure, I replied cautiously, trying to mask my apprehension. You can pitch your tent right there. We sat by the fire, and I noticed him sneaking glances at me, his gaze lingering just a bit too long. Every question I asked about his journey was met with vague responses or flat-out deflection. By midnight, a thick fog rolled in, and visibility dropped drastically. My unwanted companion had pitched his tent and was seemingly asleep. I retired to my tent, ensuring my knife was within arm's reach. Hours later, a rustling sound woke me up. I strained my ears and realized it was coming from outside. The sound grew louder, closer. Suddenly, my tent's zipper began to inch open slowly. Heart pounding, I gripped my knife and waited. The silhouette of a hand appeared, reaching inside. In a split-second decision, I slashed at it. A scream pierced the night. "What the hell, man?" the stranger yelled, cradling his injured hand. "Don't come near me," I shouted back, exiting my tent with my flashlight and knife in hand. But the fog was dense, and all I could make out was the sound of his pained breathing. After what felt like hours, the first light of dawn began to pierce the fog. The eerie silence was broken by the sound of footsteps, several of them. I panicked, thinking the stranger had brought reinforcements. A voice boomed, "This is the police. Stay where you are." Relief washed over me. I later learned that the stranger was a fugitive on the run. A group of backpackers had spotted him acting suspiciously and informed the park rangers, who in turn contacted the police. They had been combing the forest the entire night. If it weren't for my instinctual slash in the dark, things might have ended very differently for me. The incident gave me a renewed appreciation for trusting my gut and the importance of safety precautions, even in the serene embrace of nature. The days following the incident were a whirlwind. I had given my statement to the police, and they had asked me to stay in the vicinity in case they needed any further information. The man I had encountered was wanted for a string of burglaries across state lines. They believed he'd been hiding in the forest to evade capture. My encounter with him had been pure bad luck. News spread fast. I was approached by local media outlets looking for the backpacker who faced off with the forest fugitive. Reluctantly, I shared my story, emphasizing the importance of being prepared and always listening to one's intuition. The attention was overwhelming, and I decided to lay low for a while. I booked a room at a nearby lodge. The owners, an elderly couple named Clara and George, had seen my story on the news and insisted on giving me a discount. They treated me like family, and their kindness was a welcome respite from the ordeal I had experienced. Clara, with her soft-spoken voice and stories of the past, had grown up in the area and knew the forest like the back of her hand. She'd tell tales of her adventures as a young girl, of lost travelers she'd helped, and of the ever-changing landscape of the woods. I found solace in her tales, and they helped distract me from the events that had unfolded. One evening, as we sat on the lodge's porch overlooking the dense canopy of trees, Clara said, "You know, nature has a way of teaching us lessons, but it also has a way of healing us." I pondered her words. She was right. Despite the scare, the forest still beckoned me. Its beauty, its mysteries, its challenges, they were all still there, waiting to be embraced. George, sensing my restlessness, offered to accompany me on a short hike the next day. We walked the familiar trails, and he pointed out landmarks, sharing snippets of history and personal anecdotes. The forest, with its towering trees and the melodies of birds, felt welcoming again. As the days turned into weeks, the unease from the incident began to fade. Clara and George became dear friends. They introduced me to many locals, and I became a part of their tight-knit community. What was supposed to be a brief respite became an extended stay. I eventually decided to settle down in the area, renting a small cabin not far from the lodge. I started offering guided hikes, emphasizing safety and preparedness. Clara and George's lodge became the starting point for many of these tours. The woods, once a place of fear, became my sanctuary again. Years passed, and life settled into a comfortable routine. Clara and George eventually passed on, leaving the lodge to me in their will. I continued their legacy, running the lodge and sharing tales of the forest's wonders and its occasional dangers with new generations of travelers. The incident with the fugitive became a distant memory, but the lessons it taught me remained. I always stressed to my guests the importance of being alert and aware, of respecting the woods, and of looking out for one another. Through it all, I realized that life's unexpected twists and turns could lead to profound transformations. From a solo backpacker seeking adventure to a guardian of the forest sharing its stories, my journey had come full circle. The woods, with their age-old wisdom, had shown me that even in our darkest moments, there's always a path leading to a new dawn. I've lived in a mid-sized city for most of my life, and while there are areas you want to avoid, especially after dark, I'd always felt pretty safe in my neighborhood. I had my routines, like my nightly jog after work, and everything was usually uneventful. That is until last summer. It was a balmy evening when I set out for my jog. I took my usual route, passing familiar houses, the corner deli, and making a turn at the small park. About 20 minutes into my run, I noticed a white van, seemingly nondescript, slowly driving by. The van itself wasn't particularly alarming, charming. What struck me was its pacing. It seemed to be matching my jogging speed, which I brushed off as coincidental at first. By the time I made it to the other side of the park, the van had passed by me 3 times. A shiver of unease ran down my spine. Trying to dismiss it as paranoia, I decided to take a shortcut through a pedestrian alley that would lead me straight back home. The alley was fairly well lit, and I'd taken this route countless times before. As I entered, I took a quick glance behind me, spotting the van parked a short distance away. Quickening my pace, I tried to reassure myself. It was probably just someone making a delivery or waiting for someone, but a nagging feeling told me otherwise. Suddenly, I heard the sliding door of a vehicle opening, followed by hushed whispers and footsteps approaching. Panic surged through me, and I decided to make a run for it. The footsteps behind me grew louder and faster. I could hear at least 2 distinct sets of footsteps, indicating there were multiple people chasing me. Gasping for breath, my mind raced. Where could I go? I remembered my friend Lisa's apartment was nearby. She lived on the ground floor of a building just 2 blocks away. If I could make it there, I might be safe. Summoning every ounce of strength, I dashed towards her building, darting between cars and jumping over low fences. The footsteps seemed to be lagging behind, but I didn't dare look back. Reaching Lisa's building, I banged frantically on her window. Within moments, she opened it, a look of shock on her face. I clambered in, and we quickly locked all doors and windows. Peeking out from behind the curtains, we saw 2 men in dark clothing standing near the alley entrance, looking around. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, they retreated, disappearing into the night. Shaken, I thanked Lisa profusely for letting me in. I called the police and reported the incident, providing as much detail as I could. The officers were sympathetic, but stated that without more information, there wasn't much they could do beyond increasing patrols in the area. After that night, I changed my jogging routine. No more evening runs. I joined a local gym and kept my outdoor activities to broad daylight, but the feeling of being watched, of being targeted, lingered. I became more alert, more cautious. Several weeks later, while heading home from work, I spotted the same white van parked near my apartment building. My heart raced. Were they watching me? Were they waiting for another opportunity? Determined not to be a victim, I discreetly took a photo of the van, including its license plate, and sent it to the police. I also shared it with friends and family, urging them to be cautious. A few days later, I received a call from Officer Martinez, one of the officers I had spoken to previously. They had traced the van to a rental agency and, after some digging, I linked it to a series of robberies and assaults in neighboring cities. The individuals involved were known to stalk potential victims, learning their routines before making their move. The information was chilling, and while I was relieved that the police were making progress, the reality of the danger I had been in began to sink in. The following month, with the combined efforts of local law enforcement agencies, the men were apprehended in a nearby town. Apparently, they had been involved in a string of crimes, targeting lone individuals in various cities. The ordeal was a stark reminder of the unpredictable nature of life. I had been one step away from becoming another statistic, another victim, but my instincts, combined with a bit of luck, had saved me. In the months that followed, I organized neighborhood watch groups and personal safety workshops. Lisa, who had been my refuge that terrifying night, joined me in these efforts. Together, we emphasized the significance of community, of looking out for one another. If I had been in that situation and hadn't known Lisa lived nearby, or if she hadn't been home, the outcome could have been drastically different. Local news outlets picked up on our efforts, and soon, our story was being used as a cautionary tale to remind people to be vigilant. Parents started having more in-depth conversations with their children about safety, friends developed systems to check in on one another, and many individuals took basic self-defense courses. But even with the increased community efforts, I still had moments of unease. Nightmares of the chase often haunted my sleep, and the sound of footsteps behind me, even in broad daylight, made me jump. It was clear that the trauma ran deeper than I had initially realized, so I started seeing a therapist. It was during these sessions that I truly began to process the events of that night. I had harbored a guilt, a what-if scenario where I believed I could have done something differently, could have avoided the whole situation altogether. But my therapist helped me see that I had done the best I could with the information I had at the time. I wasn't to blame for the actions of those men. They had made their choices, and I had made mine, choices that saved my life. Life has a way of moving on, even after the most harrowing experiences. But some scars remain, reminding us of battles fought and lessons learned. My encounter with the men in the white van was a wake-up call, urging me to prioritize my safety and the safety of those around me. One evening, while walking my rescue dog, Max, I passed by the same alley where the chase had taken place. For a moment, memories flooded back, causing my heartbeat to quicken, but then Max, sensing my distress, nuzzled his head against my hand, grounding me in the present. I took a deep breath, reminding myself of how far I'd come. While the world might be filled with uncertainties, I had taken control of my narrative. I had turned a traumatic event into an opportunity to grow, to educate, and to strengthen my community. That's the thing about life's challenges. They can break us, or they can propel us to become better versions of ourselves. And while I wish I had never had that encounter, I am proud of the person it has allowed me to become. To those reading this, always trust your gut, look out for one another, and remember, no matter how dark the situation may seem, there's always a chance to turn things around, to find hope, and to rebuild. It won't be easy, but with resilience and community support, it is entirely possible. To the men in the white van, let's never meet again, but thank you for showing me the strength I never knew I had. Alright, but that's it. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to subscribe to my channel, like this video, and comment something down below. But as always,
Have a nice day.